The savior of Hogwarts has mysteriously vanished, and an enigmatic projection appears to reveal the savior's experiences in another realm. Harry Potter, thanks for the invitation, but I've just arrived in this alternate world and have been apprehended upon landing. Ilowen and Tabitha find themselves transported into a Harry Potter fan game, initially believing they would be distanced from the main storyline. However, the sudden arrival of Harry Potter himself shatters their tranquil existence. Tabitha, it seems to be the real Harry Potter. What should we do? Ilowen, we should teach him we can't allow the savior to become illiterate. Chapter 1. The Vanished Savior. At noon in Hogwarts, a time typically reserved for faculty and students to dine in the Great Hall, an unusual silence prevails. Not a single professor is in attendance. Instead, the prefects and the student council president struggle to maintain order. Everyone, please stand in line by year. Prefects, count your numbers. No wandering allowed. Percy Weasley's voice cuts through the cacophony of the crowd. It is evident that Percy Weasley, the newly appointed male president of the student council, is trying to assert control. The badge on his chest gleams in the sunlight. What has happened? The bewildered students, summoned to the Great Hall for an unknown reason, murmur amongst themselves. I heard that Harry Potter is missing. Missing? Could it be the work of the wanted fugitive Sirius Black? I recall the portrait guarding Gryffindor was torn to shreds just days ago. By Merlin, this academic year has certainly taken a turn for the worse. How did he even get in? Aren't all the entrances to the castle being guarded by Dementors sent by the Ministry of Magic? Just approaching one of those creatures sends chills down one's spine. How could he have deceived them? Who knows? Black is an escaped prisoner from Azkaban, and Dementors were originally the guards of that prison. Perhaps encountering them feels like a homecoming for him. Percy continues to verify the numbers with the prefects, having lost hope of quieting the small wizards present. Almost everyone is engaged in hushed discussions, an atmosphere that is impossible to curb. Only 4 days after the notorious fugitive Black infiltrated the castle, the alarming news of the savior's disappearance has left the young wizards in a state of unease. Among them, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger are particularly concerned for Harry Potter's safety, as they were the first to notice his absence. The last time they saw Harry was just before the penultimate class of the day. He expressed his frustration with being treated as a prime target for protection by the professors and prefects, wishing to take a solitary walk for some peace and quiet. While Hermione believed the professors acted out of concern for Harry's safety for Black, and Ron thought it cool to be the center of attention, they both respected Harry's wishes, thus the trio parted ways. Afterward, Ron and Hermione inquired with every ghost and portrait along the way, yet they were unable to ascertain Harry's whereabouts. I should never have let Harry walk off alone. That was such a foolish idea, Hermione exclaimed, anxiously pacing in circles with her arms crossed. If not for the prefect stationed at the door, she would have surely slipped out with Ron to search for Harry. Ron patted Hermione on the shoulder and reassured her, do not fret, the professors will certainly locate Harry. Let us not forget Professor Dumbledore. He will undoubtedly find him. Hermione cast a glance at Ron, but remained silent. If one were to overlook Ron's unconscious tendency to repeat himself and his tightly pressed lips, his words bore a semblance of persuasion. Severus Snape strode purposefully up the staircase, his black cloak billowing behind him. With gritted teeth, Snape searched the third floor for any trace of the troublesome Potter. He had known that this boy would only bring forth a plethora of troubles, darting out of the professor's line of sight, heedless of all warnings. He was fully aware of Black's intrusion into the castle, yet remained brazenly at large in the corridors, even indulging in tea with the werewolf. Snape did not believe that Potter had been taken by Black, for the commotion was too subtle. Based on the last descriptions from portraits and ghosts who had seen Potter, there were no suspicious figures lurking near him, nor any witnesses to his disappearance. It was simply noted that he turned a corner and was never seen again. Within the last known vicinity of Potter, no traces of magical attacks or blood were found. It was as if he had vanished from the castle in an instant. Snape could not fathom that Black, with a brain the size of a peach pit, possessed the intellect to devise such a subtle scheme without anyone noticing. After all, this was the same Black who had violently torn apart the fat lady's portrait when he could not gain entry to Gryffindor. Had Black truly orchestrated this, there would undoubtedly be tangible evidence left behind for all to scrutinize. It would be best not to let him discover that Potter was merely dozing in some corner of the castle under the cloak of invisibility. If he did, Snape would certainly deduct 100 points from Gryffindor. Snape was already imagining the expression on Potter's face upon hearing of the deduction. Severus, have you made any new discoveries? An aged voice called out, halting Snape's hurried stride down the corridor. Snape paused and turned toward the voice. Descending the stairs was Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of the school. None, Headmaster, Snape replied as he quickly approached Dumbledore. Dumbledore sighed, a hint of fatigue crossing his features. I have just received messages from several other heads of houses. They too have been unable to locate Harry. Do you recall what I stated a few days prior, Headmaster? Black could not have entered alone. and today's events could not have transpired without accomplices. Snape's words came out in a rush, as if he feared interruption. Dumbledore, indeed, interrupted him. Severus, Dumbledore's tone was firm, clearly unwilling to delve further into the matter with Snape. I trust each of my professors none would assist Black. Thus, their previous conversation concluded. However, this time Snape did not obediently fall silent as he had days earlier. He remained steadfast in his conviction, still suspecting that the werewolf was colluding with Black. Snape, with a somewhat aggressive demeanor, posed a question to Dumbledore. How? Do you explain Black's ability to evade the Dementors and infiltrate the castle? Surely, there must be someone within the castle acting as his informant. Before their conversation escalated into an argument, a light, cheerful footfall interrupted them. Approaching was a Ravenclaw student, her face adorned with a dreamy expression, her ears decorated with carrot-shaped earrings, and in her hand, she seemed to clutch something. It was Luna Lovegood. Snape took a deep breath that, of course, it was Miss Lovegood. Who else would find the midday stillness of Hogwarts reminiscent of a graveyard to be normal? While all the professors were frantically patrolling the castle, she strolled leisurely. Miss Lovegood. Snape appeared ready to unleash the frustration he had accumulated on her. Has no one informed you that you are to gather in the Great Hall? Only then did Luna turn her gaze towards the two, as if they had merely been two moving statues in her eyes until now. Oh, Professor Snape, Headmaster Dumbledore. Luna's voice resonated as though it were coming from a distant realm. No one notified me of this, but now that I'm aware, I shall make my way to the Great Hall. Snape's expression darkened further, his lips twitched as if he wished to articulate something more, but he was restrained by Dumbledore's gentle hand. Dumbledore fixed Luna with a rare, grave intensity, his gaze focused on her right hand. Miss Lovegood, what is it that you are holding? Chapter 2. The Clue. Dumbledore levitated a small, intricate brass object that Luna had been clutching tightly in her palm. It was a spherical artifact, roughly the size of a time-turner, adorned with a labyrinth of complex magical runes, separated by 7 deep grooves. One of these grooves was aglow. Luna recounted how she had stumbled upon this orb amidst a swarm of pesky insects, noting it was peculiar that so many of them were not pursuing people, but rather circling around this sphere. Miss Lovegood, Snape interjected, unable to contain himself. You ought to recognize that in the magical realm, one should never casually handle enchanted objects, correct? In fact, it only radiated magical energy after I picked it up. She replied. Worse still, this indicates that the item was activated after Miss Lovegood's acquisition, though its effects remain unknown. Snape remarked coldly. It seems we must add another cautionary note to our defense against the dark arts curriculum. Do not touch anything you do not comprehend. Do not blame Miss Lovegood, Severus. Dumbledore interjected, a hint of unease in his tone. Snape was taken aback, glancing at Dumbledore, who was observing the metal sphere, now illuminated by 2 of its grooves. Wait. 2. I distinctly recall Miss Lovegood retrieving it with only one glowing, Snape exclaimed, turning sharply. Indeed, Professor. This enchanted object absorbed my magical essence during my examination, Dumbledore elucidated. This revelation heightened Snape's wariness. He understood that Dumbledore was no fool when it came to protective measures. On the contrary, Dumbledore was a master of alchemy, having maintained a friendship with the renowned alchemist Nicholas Flamel. The fact that this object could siphon Dumbledore's magic while he was on guard suggested that its creator was undoubtedly an adept alchemist. A flurry of alchemists' names, intertwined with myriad conspiracies, flashed through Snape's mind. Observing the potion's Professor's shifting expressions, which seemed to lean towards disposing of both the hazardous object and the ineffectual headmaster, Dumbledore cleared his throat. Ahem, I have a hypothesis. No longer inspecting the metallic sphere, he cradled it in his hand, dismissing Snape's disapproving tisking. Dumbledore then posed a question to Luna. Miss Lovegood, do you recall the precise location where you discovered this object? Luna stated she had found it at the corner of the 3rd floor, the very spot Harry Potter had last passed before his disappearance. Snape and Dumbledore exchanged glances. And now he understood what Dumbledore was insinuating. Perhaps Potter's vanishing was intertwined with this magical artifact. Dumbledore led Snape and Luna to the headmaster's office. Along the way, he used his Patronus to inform the professors and requested that some of them proceed to the Great Hall to reassure the students and maintain order. Upon receiving Dumbledore's message, the heads of houses and defense against the dark arts Professor Lupin awaited them. But why bring Miss Lovegood along? Professor Minerva McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, was not in favor of having students present as mere spectators during such an occasion, and thus she directly posed a question to Dumbledore. Relax, Minerva. It was Miss Lovegood's magic that activated this enchanted object. I believe her presence is essential, Dumbledore replied, as he began distributing his assortment of sweets to everyone present. Thank you, Headmaster, but tea will suffice for me, declined Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, who was more concerned about the forthcoming plan. Have we indeed decided to activate this magical item to locate Mr. Potter? Meanwhile, Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, was preoccupied with explaining the potential dangers of the magical object to his student, Luna Lovegood. After hearing of Luna's reckless actions, Flitwick resolved to instill a sense of caution in her mind. He was all too aware of Ravenclaw's students' insatiable curiosity regarding the unknown. Perhaps this safety education needed to be disseminated throughout the entire school. Severus Snape scoffed, openly expressing his dissent toward the headmaster's decision. Our illustrious headmaster has made a choice with his sagacious intellect. He evidently believes that the orb inscribed with the runes of time and space is safer than the one marked with explosive runes. Indeed, while Dumbledore had ventured to directly engage with the orb, he had deciphered some of the runes' meanings. Unfortunately, grasping fragments of meaning was far from comprehending the whole. The process of unraveling an unknown alchemical artifact is exceedingly intricate, sometimes extending over several years. Regrettably, we do not have many alternatives. However, I can assure you that this item will not be activated at the expense of the user's safety. Dumbledore stirred his tea, stating that had there been another option, he would not have recklessly employed an unknown alchemical object. Harry had been missing for 3 hours, and the professors had scoured the entire castle without uncovering a single clue. The possibility of Black having taken Harry could not be entirely dismissed. Activating this alchemical item could provide valuable information, whether it led them to Harry or revealed that his disappearance was unrelated to the artifact. A hand reached for the metal orb placed at the center of the table. Potter is a student of Gryffindor, and he has vanished from Hogwarts. As the head of Gryffindor, I bear the responsibility to find him, McGonagall declared, opening her palm. As a new light flickered upon the sphere, Flitwick took the orb from McGonagall's hand. This matter also concerns a student of Ravenclaw. Count me in. You two are far too serious. No one desires to locate Mr. Potter more urgently than we do. Now, hand it over to me, Sprout insisted, firmly grasping the enigmatic magical object. However, when she opened her palm, all present furrowed their brows. The metal orb still only illuminated for depressions. Sprout shook her head. I do not sense any magic being drawn. Snape snatched the orb from Sprout's hand. This time, an additional depression glowed on the orb. A silence enveloped the headmaster's office. This is quite peculiar. What criteria does the orb use to select? Professor Sprout possessed magical prowess and power comparable to any other. Yet the orb remained inert in her grasp. Lupin's voice broke the silence, urging everyone to activate it first. He then seized the metallic sphere, clenching and releasing it. But it yielded no response. The headmaster's office fell into a profound stillness. Chapter 3. The activation of the metallic sphere. Following this, Headmaster Dumbledore summoned several professors. Yet none could illuminate this alchemical artifact. The progress stagnated at 57. At this juncture, suggesting that the professors abandon their efforts felt akin to choking back an incantation halfway. A bitter notion indeed. It seemed only one solution remained. In a smooth, elongated tone, Snape articulated the uncomfortable truth that weighed on everyone. We require 2 students. However, McGonagall appeared indecisive. Only 2 individuals were needed, and she was acutely aware of 2 in her house willing to risk anything for Harry. Eventually, she turned her gaze toward Headmaster Dumbledore. He nodded slowly, emanating an aura of authority. I shall ensure the student's safety. Go summon them, Minerva. Ultimately, McGonagall led 3 individuals into the headmaster's office. Alongside Harry's close friends Ron and Hermione, there stood a round-faced boy, Neville Longbottom. With an apologetic smile, Neville stammered, I believe I might be of assistance. Even Snape refrained from deriding Neville this time, choosing to regard all newcomers as mere air. Lupin patiently reassured the children, do not be afraid, my young ones. What you need to do is exceedingly simple, just hold this orb. Come, Neville, you shall go first. Carefully, Neville cradled the alchemical object in his hands. The copper sphere emanated a faint glow in his palms. Hermione and Ron readied themselves. Allow me. It's my turn, they said almost in unison, reaching out to touch the orb. At last, the final indentation illuminated. All professors held their breath, gripping their wands, alert to any potential developments. The metallic sphere transformed into a radiant orb as magical engravings on its surface began to emit a shimmering light. The luminous sphere trembled and ascended from Neville's hands, its outermost particles pulsating like a breath, resembling a rising sun. Suspended in midair, the light orb halted, as if reaching a critical threshold of energy, stabilizing for a fleeting 2 seconds. Seizing the moment, Professor McGonagall shielded the students behind her. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a pale blue barrier between the group and the orb. 2 seconds later, the light orb erupted entirely. Silver points of light spread evenly in the air, forming a shimmering silver screen, upon which images began to coalesce. Initially, the scene appeared as a melted wax mixture, barely revealing the outlines of figures. Gradually, the imagery sharpened, allowing the distinct features of individuals to emerge. It's Harry, Ron exclaimed excitedly, peering out from behind McGonagall. She firmly pressed his red head back down with her wandless hand. 2 brown heads emerged from the other side of McGonagall, Hermione and Neville were equally exhilarated. It was indeed Harry. How wonderful Harry was safe. A redhead struggled to peek out from beside McGonagall to gaze at the shimmering screen. With only one hand, McGonagall could not suppress the three heads. Yet, a faint smile appeared on her serious face. She was relieved to see her students alive and well. It seems we must reconsider the arrangement of the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, exercising caution, refrained from lifting the previous protective enchantments. He arranged the chairs in a semicircle around the screen. Please, sit down, children. Harry Potter, swearing at his broomstick, truly wished for solitude. Though not in such a desolate wilderness. He gazed at his empty palm, lost in thought. He recalled rounding a corner at Hogwarts, discovering a splendidly patterned brass ball abandoned on the floor, presumably dropped by someone in haste. He had picked it up absent-mindedly. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a forest. Did the magical realm possess means of instant transportation beyond the flow network? Harry regretted not having studied as diligently as Hermione. He was utterly oblivious to the events transpiring around him. Yet he did know one thing. This was certainly not the Forbidden Forest. Inhaling the fragrant air filled with the scent of foliage, Harry noted the high humidity and the thin mist rising through the trees. The vapor enveloped his nostrils with each breath, filling his lungs and dissipating before his eyes as he exhaled. Beneath the towering trees lay an array of mushrooms Harry had never encountered in the Forbidden Forest. He was certain they were magical plants. For no muggle mushrooms sported caps from which flames sprouted. Is that a fire moss mushroom? I read about it in A Thousand Magical Herbs and Fungi, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the fungi in the background. However, they were too distant for her to discern several varieties. Oh, Hermione, do you still remember that Harry is missing? By the way, are we indeed within the Forbidden Forest? Can we venture forth to search for Harry? Ron, seemingly uninterested in the herbs, attempted to redirect the conversation back to Harry. No, Mr. Weasley, Professor Sprout, the herbology instructor, interjected, the environment within the Forbidden Forest cannot naturally sustain such fungi. This is likely the Albanian forest. Severus Snape added, drawing conclusions based on the conditions favorable for these plants' growth. Harry had no intention of meandering through this unfamiliar territory, especially without his invisibility cloak. Encountering magical creatures could result in dire consequences. Fortunately, his wand remained secure within its pouch. He withdrew his holly wand, uncertain if he could summon the night bus in the depths of the forest. Suddenly, a spell materialized from behind him, striking him directly, ensnared by magical ropes. Harry found himself immobilized. He fell onto the thick carpet of leaves, unscathed yet utterly astonished to discover he was not alone in this forest. As he surveyed his surroundings, he had been entirely oblivious to another presence. Struggling to turn over, he sought to identify who, or what, was behind him. He recalled the ominous black dog he had once encountered. Was he being followed by Black? The wand did not slip from Harry's grasp as he fell. He clutched it tightly, waiting to strike Black fiercely upon his arrival. The figure that approached turned him over, and it was not Black. She resembled a 6th or 7th year student from Hogwarts, her long black hair disheveled, her robe awkwardly donned, and a twig held between her teeth. Harry noted the red lion emblem on the witch's robe, identifying her as a Gryffindor, and he sighed with relief, even contemplating how Professor McGonagall would deduct points from this, which if they were at Hogwarts. Look what I found by the camp's edge. A little mouse. The witch's brown eyes fixated on her prey, seemingly amused by Harry's predicament. Sensing the peril of the situation, Harry's innate sensitivity to malice flared. The witch regarded him as a hunter might observe a foolish animal ensnared in a trap, struggling helplessly. Did she perceive him as an adversary? Chapter 4, Ilowen. Oh no, Harry was captured. Ron was startled by the sudden turn of events. He had never seen anyone conjure so many ropes with a binding spell, nearly encircling Harry multiple times. He had witnessed older witches and wizards use this spell, but only to bind someone twice. Hermione's brow furrowed deeply, uncertainly stating, but she's also a Gryffindor. She wouldn't harm Harry, would she? Her gaze involuntarily shifted to their house head. McGonagall's hand unconsciously stroked her wand's handle as she recalled Gryffindor students of appropriate age. Shaking her head, no, I have never seen this face before. Phileas, your memory is sharper, do you recall? The half-blood wizard's memory surpassed that of humans. Yet Phileas Flitwick also shook his head in negation. Had the witch before him mistaken him for an intruder? Harry hurriedly explained, I did not intend to intrude, and began recounting his journey to this place. The witch clearly did not believe a word he said. She even seemed somewhat distracted, her gaze wandering to a leaf in a daze. However, Harry noticed her expression gradually softened amidst his ramblings. Seizing the moment, he inquired, I still do not know your name, Senior, and where exactly are we? The witch's eyes sparkled with sudden clarity, her relief palpable as she declared, You're done. Now it's my turn to speak. Listen closely. I shall only say this once. The tent camp in the western part of the Albanian forest. Harry was bewildered. What are you saying? Before he could finish, he found the surroundings shifting. The once tree-filled area before him transformed into a clearing. The clearing was scattered with camping gear, one kettle boiling and pouring water on its own. At the center stood a modest gray tent. The witch glided towards the tent with Harry in tow. Wow, where did that tent come from? Ron exclaimed excitedly. This spell is truly remarkable. Hermione was equally intrigued by the unknown enchantment. Dumbledore took the initiative to elucidate for the children. That is the effect of the Unbreakable Vow, a highly advanced spell. We do not cover this in our class, but it is documented in the Compendium of Secret Spells. If you are intrigued, you may borrow it from the library. Hermione nodded vigorously. Her interest piqued. Unfortunately, she had not brought paper and pen with her. She sensed that she could learn a great deal in this setting. This spell can conceal anything one wishes to hide, be it a minor secret, an object, or a location. Those concealed by this spell cannot be discovered by anyone, regardless of their magical prowess, unless the keeper of the secret willingly divulges it. Listening to Dumbledore's explanation, Lupin attentively observed the steam rising from his teacup, while Snape gazed vacantly at the shimmering screen. Noticing the growing unease in his two professors, Dumbledore promptly concluded the precarious topic. The name of that location was mentioned by the child herself. She is the keeper of the secret, which is why we can see this place now. Although Dumbledore addressed the children's queries regarding the spell, his own perplexities multiplied. What circumstances would necessitate a young wizard residing in a place concealed by the Unbreakable Vow? Before even entering the tent, the somewhat capricious upperclassman called out, Ilowen, are you awake? Come see what I brought back. The current demeanor of the upperclassman was a stark contrast to the coldness she had displayed when she first confronted Harry. He felt her voice was loud enough to rouse every hibernating creature in the forest. Be quiet. Ilowen emerged from the tent. Here, a wild little wizard. Having rambled on for a while, the upperclassman unceremoniously handed Harry over to Ilowen and then strolled back into the tent, entirely disregarding him. Had Ilowen not cast a levitation charm, Harry might have plummeted to the ground due to his unreliable upperclassman. Thus, Harry floated in the air like a balloon, exchanging glances with Ilowen, whose green eyes met his gray ones. Ilowen appeared relatively young, seemingly a third-year student like Harry based on her height. However, she bore the silver and green emblem of Slytherin upon her robes. Dumbledore exchanged glances with the Slytherin head, Snape. Snape slightly shook his head, indicating that she was still a complete stranger. Harry Potter? Ilowen inquired hesitantly. Harry was somewhat surprised that Ilowen recognized him. The earlier upperclassman had looked at him with unfamiliarity, leading him to believe that the scar on his forehead was no longer evident. Nonetheless, encountering a Slytherin student, Harry remained cautious. Yes, I am Harry Potter. You are Ilowen. He attempted to address her as the upperclassman had. Ilowen Ellis, but call me Ellis, she replied coldly, rejecting Harry's attempt to use her given name. She lowered Harry gently to the ground and guided him to sit upon a nearby stump. Harry found himself recounting how he had arrived at the edge of their camp once more. However, he felt a flicker of comfort. At least this time he was not bound and knew the name of the person before him. After Harry, parched and weary, recounted his experiences once again, the senior emerged from the tent, her attire notably more orderly this time. As she passed by the kettle, she effortlessly picked up 2 cups of water. She drank one and handed the other to Ilowen. Harry could not help but feel somewhat aggrieved. Arriving in a strange land to endure an interrogation was not the most pleasant of welcomes. Just as he contemplated this, his hand was brushed by the warmth of the cup, which Ilowen had thrust into his hands. Thank you, Harry said, lifting his gaze in gratitude. Ilowen was seated on a stump opposite him, while the senior languidly leaned against her. No need for thanks. It's my turn to ask questions now. You mean to say you attend Hogwarts? The incredulity in Ilowen's voice was palpable. Harry was baffled as to why attending Hogwarts would raise suspicion. After all, he was still clad in his school robes. Surely, those wizards lurking in the forest were far more dubious. However, out of appreciation for the water, Harry swallowed his retort and simply nodded emphatically. So, you ended up here because you stumbled upon something peculiar? He nodded again, heavily. You wish to find a way back? His eager nodding continued. I must inform you, Ilowen began, but was interrupted as the person leaning against her seemed to spring to life at the mention of a key term. What is your name? Which Potter? Are you the Potter I'm thinking of? Chapter 5. You cannot be Harry Potter. Regardless of which Potter Tabitha believed him to be, it was certainly not Harry Potter. Ilowen was acutely aware of the musings that occupied her friend's mind daily. They had been inseparable since they arrived in this world 7 years ago. With a deep sigh, Ilowen emphasized the young wizard's name, Harry Potter. Before her friend could utter another name, Ilowen made it a point to highlight the boy's identity. Harry, too, had something to say. He gazed at the senior with a hint of melancholy. I did introduce myself earlier, yet I still don't know your name. Tabitha scratched her head in confusion. Did you? Oh, just call me the Amazing Conch. Harry was left utterly dumbfounded. Ron, equally astonished, echoed the Amazing Conch. That doesn't even sound like a name. Hermione calmly analyzed. It could be a code name? A pseudonym? Surely, no one would choose such a terrible alias. Ilowen poked Tabitha in the back. Tabitha, with a silkiness in her voice, corrected herself, Tabitha Harper. She exchanged a glance with Ilowen. Although uncertain as to why Ilowen prompted her to change her words, she complied without hesitation. Ilowen said nothing further, indicating that it was now Tabitha's time to shine. You cannot be Harry Potter, Tabitha asserted with unwavering conviction. Were it not for the fact that Harry Potter had borne that name since birth, he might have begun to doubt his own identity. He swept aside his fringe, revealing the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Ever since he learned the origin of that scar, Harry had seldom exposed his forehead completely. Instead, he typically allowed his bangs to obscure it. He disliked drawing unwanted attention to his uniqueness. Tabitha scrutinized the scar closely, leaning in and even reaching out to touch the famed lightning mark. Harry felt somewhat uncomfortable with such familiarity from someone he hardly knew. Fortunately, Ilowen quickly pulled her back. Harry let his bangs fall, hoping that this would convince the senior that he was genuine. However, Tabitha's words left him feeling unsettled. That still doesn't prove you are Harry Potter. Her lingering doubt frustrated him, causing his brow to furrow and his tone to darken. What? Have you encountered another Harry Potter? Tabitha nodded, asserting that she had seen him in the game's cutscenes. She then remarked, with an air of certainty, besides, you look no older than a teenager. Realizing the implications of Tabitha's statement, Harry could no longer afford to dwell on his anger. He found himself in disbelief, stammering, What? That is impossible. No, it is possible, Tabitha replied. When I met him, he was at least 17, and that was several years ago. How could he still look like a child? Tabitha spoke with unwavering conviction, her words resonating with truth. Harry was at a loss. He firmly believed that Tabitha was not lying. If this were a deception, it would be easily unraveled. Moreover, he could not fathom the benefit of such a ruse. Had he truly traversed time and arrived in the future? Is Harry truly in the future? McGonagall inquired incredulously, adjusting her glasses. Dumbledore affirmed her speculation, stating, That is one possibility. Harry may have inadvertently utilized that alchemical object and found himself in an unknown time and place. What should Harry do now? Hermione asked with concern. But for the moment, no one had an answer. McGonagall was at a loss for words of comfort. Her hands were clasped tightly together, her demeanor reflecting confusion and helplessness. It felt utterly disempowering. Even if they ventured to the Albanian forest, they could not locate Harry, who was not even in this timeline. What other means could bring her student back? Dumbledore nudged a handful of sweets towards McGonagall, attempting to ease everyone's anxiety. Do not worry. I shall write to Nicolae shortly to inquire about this alchemical object. He will be glad to assist. For now, at least, they could ascertain that Harry was safe. Observing Harry Potter's bewilderment, Ilowen felt a sense of relief. Releasing a Tabitha at the right moment had proven remarkably effective. Truth be told, Ilowen was initially startled when Harry mentioned his time travel. She and Tabitha were familiar with the concept of traversing dimensions, as they were not originally from this world. Their opportunity for such a journey arose from a holographic game. Indeed, this phenomenon had gained immense popularity in the holographic era. The predecessor of the game they played was renowned among previous generations as Harry Potter, Magic Awakens, often referred to humorously as Harry Potter, Dark Magic Awakens. The same company later launched another Harry Potter game in the holographic age, Harry Potter, Rise of Dark Magic. It remained uncertain whether this title was inspired by the playful moniker given by players of its predecessor. This holographic game aimed to recreate an authentic open magical world, offering players an extraordinary experience of magic. Ilowen had ventured into this magical realm, thoroughly immersing herself in its narrative. Tabitha is entirely a combat enthusiast, a player who rushes through the storyline with a sole focus on battle, only held captive by mandatory animations. Her understanding of the plot is superficial at best. During the development of Harry Potter, Rise of the Dark Arts, the creators aimed to ease the transition for veteran players by employing the same magical card battle system as its predecessor and reviving numerous classic costumes. However, the narrative bears no connection to Magic Awakened, as it unfolds a tale of a mysterious figure triumphing over Harry Potter. Throughout their journey at Hogwarts, players become embroiled in a series of significant events, facing numerous choices that ultimately determine their allegiance. Players may opt to join the Death Eaters, resist the Dark Wizard, or even become a double agent, seamlessly navigating between both sides. For those disinterested in the plot, the expansive world offers ample gameplay options, showcasing a remarkable degree of flexibility. Seizing the moment while Tabitha engaged Harry in conversation, Ilowen took the opportunity to gather her thoughts. She contemplated extensively, realizing that this Harry had evidently crossed over from a normal world. During their brief eye contact, Ilowen had subtly employed the memory charm to glimpse a fragment of Harry's memories, seeking to authenticate his identity. Ilowen had no intention of shattering Harry's worldview by revealing to him that his existence was merely a grandchildren's narrative and that his loved ones were irrevocably lost. At the tender age of 14, he had already been thrust into the role of a savior, and there was no need to further burden his young shoulders. Tabitha's guidance of Harry's thoughts was commendable, believing that time travel was preferable to sowing doubt about the nature of his reality in the mind of a child. Although Ilowen doubted Tabitha's intent to guide, suspecting she lacked the acumen for such manipulation, it was likely she still believed that Harry was the core of the narrative. Assuming a special plotline had been triggered. Chapter 6. The Resurrection of Snape. If there already exists a Harry Potter in this timeline, how can he prove to others that he is indeed Harry Potter? Harry was in great distress. Tabitha began to propose a rather foolish idea. It's simple. Just mention things only Harry Potter would know. Ilowen coolly retorted, if these are indeed matters only Harry Potter is privy to, how do you know them? Tabitha obediently fell silent. In truth, she had read the original work and was familiar with many facts known to Harry Potter. Yet, the first rule of Tabitha's wisdom was not to contradict Ilowen. Holly, phoenix feather, 11 inches, supple and flexible. Ilowen spoke extensively, leaving Tabitha somewhat bewildered by the disjointed nature of the conversation. How did they suddenly shift to discussing wand materials? Tabitha glanced between Ilowen and Harry, wondering if they were exchanging secret signals. Harry understood what Ilowen Ellis was implying, her gaze lingering on the wand concealed beneath his ample robe. Should he surrender it? Should he hand over his wand to this Slytherin student? With a hesitant glance towards Tabitha, Harry slowly revealed his wand from beneath his robe, raising it before presenting it to Ilowen Ellis. To Harry's surprise, Ellis's movements were gentle as he swiftly returned the wand to him. It was indeed that very wand. Upon reclaiming it, Harry hastily tucked it back into his sleeve. The absence of his wand left him feeling vulnerable, finally confirming his identity. No longer under the scrutinizing gaze of suspicion, allowed Harry to relax somewhat. He began to ponder the two individuals before him. The combination of a lower-year Slytherin and a higher-year Gryffindor was anything but common. So, what brings you to the forest? Harry, not particularly adept at subtlety, opted for a direct inquiry. Tabitha remained silent, choosing instead to sit near the wooden stump beside Ilowen. She sensed that things were not unfolding as they should. This did not resemble a triggered plot. Why had no task been issued? She glanced at the system panel, noting the absence of even a question mark. Engaging in academic research during the holidays, Ilowen replied with calm assurance. She had anticipated this excuse, having even prepared answers for any subsequent questions Harry might pose. Then why wear school robes during the holiday? Harry pressed. They are practical for warmth and resilience against dirt, and one's attire is subjective. Do not assume that just because you choose not to wear robes during the holiday, others share the same sentiment. What time is it? If you are inquiring about the specific hour, it is Thursday at 12:56. If you are asking about the year and month, I advise against peering too far into the future. Why do you suggest that? Time is not a malleable plaything. Any attempt to deceive time will incur consequences. Remaining unfamiliar with the time in which you find yourself is far more advantageous. Furthermore, if you harbor any impractical fantasies of meeting your future self, I strongly urge you to dismiss such thoughts. You would not wish to defy the laws of time. May I inquire what will transpire? The lightest consequence may be the erasure of your existence across all timelines. The graver outcome is that no one would survive to recount it. Hermione was captivated, her gaze fixed on the shimmering screen, murmuring something under her breath. Lacking pen and paper, she resolved to commit everything to memory. Upon hearing of the ramifications of tampering with time, Hermione emerged from her absorption of knowledge. She clutched something hanging at her chest, pondering the gravity of the situation. Was it truly that perilous? I had thought you would be in the library on your first day, researching relevant texts, Miss Granger. McGonagall teased her student with a smile. Hermione let out a regretful sigh. Oh, I can't believe I overlooked that. Ron, entirely oblivious, remained unaware of their conversation's context. So, one must exercise extreme caution, Miss Granger. Dumbledore winked at Hermione, evidently well informed about this exceptional student's use of the time turner. Harry, too, had not anticipated the dire consequences of defying time. Even the lightest repercussions were beyond his endurance. He hesitated before voicing his primary concern. Do you have an owl? Ilowen sighed inwardly, recognizing the moment had arrived. Noticing the pause in Ilowen's response, Harry felt compelled to elaborate. I merely wish to write a letter to Professor Dumbledore. I believe he ought to be informed of this matter, Ilowen brusquely interrupted Harry, her voice laced with a chilling danger as she coldly stated. Write a letter to Headmaster Dumbledore? Just? Mr. Harry Potter. When his name was pronounced in such an unsettling manner, a shiver ran down Harry's spine, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Ilowen continued to unleash her tirade. Do you know how many students have never spoken a word to the headmaster since their enrollment? Are you aware that Dumbledore, as the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and a recipient of the first-class Order of Merlin, processes countless letters daily? You actually expect me, a mere Slytherin student, to write to Dumbledore? Do you believe I might learn of our esteemed headmaster's private itinerary during the holidays? What a preposterous notion. Harry felt dazed by the weight of her lengthy titles. He attempted several times to find a moment to interject and apologize, recognizing he might have misspoken, but Ilowen offered him no such opportunity. I recall now. Sitting before me is none other than the headmaster's most significant student, our savior star. Ilowen's eyes gleamed with malicious intent, as if she had suddenly realized who Harry was. She elongated her words, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Stop. Harry tried once more to interrupt Ilowen, though her designation made him uncomfortable. How disrespectful. Perhaps our savior has always been treated this way, striding proudly through the castle, basking in the adoration of the masses. I do not stride proudly. Harry gasped, his breath quickening. He struggled to maintain his composure. Even Dumbledore must await communication from our savior's star, longing for the hero's summons, akin to a house elf in servitude. I dare say, the honor of being a savior's star is beyond the wildest dreams of others. Enough. I said enough. Harry's face flushed crimson, angered by Ilowen's words. As he stood up and shouted, sensing that she had sufficiently provoked him, Ilowen finally ceased her verbal onslaught. Their green and gray eyes locked once more. Yet this time Harry's were filled with fury. Ilowen relished this effect, her gray eyes betraying no emotion. Harry turned and retreated to a distant tree stump. Were it not for the last vestige of reason reminding him of the dangers beyond the camp and his lack of alternatives, he might have departed entirely. Tabitha's expression was one of utter astonishment. She had never witnessed such cruelty from her friend. She fixed her gaze on Ilowen. Why are you looking at me like that? Tabitha's stare was so penetrating that Ilowen felt compelled to respond. I am not looking at you. I am seeing a reincarnation of Snape. Chapter 7. The Ruined Castle. Initially, Ron felt indignant on behalf of his dear friend Harry as he listened to Ilowen berate him. However, the more he listened, the more familiar her tone became. Where had he heard it before? It was difficult to recall. He swallowed hard, fighting the urge to turn his head towards Snape. Ron was particularly eager to see how his companions were faring. He turned his head slowly, noticing Neville trembling while clutching a teacup. Seemingly wishing to crawl beneath the table and regretting his decision to visit the headmaster's office that day. Hermione appeared well, yet her eyes lacked luster, as if she had been lost in thought for quite some time. Luna seemed disinterested in the screen, her gaze fixed on some invisible object in the air. Lost in reverie, Ron boldly continued to observe the professors. Professor Sprout appeared calm, yet she incessantly stuffed candies into her mouth. Was she truly all right? Professor Flitwick had tumbled off his stool and was now out of sight. Professor McGonagall cast a disapproving glance at the screen. She ought to focus more on what Ilowen was saying rather than on her tone. Just as Tabitha mentioned Snape's return, Professor Lupin, having just taken a sip of tea, was suddenly seized by a fit of coughing. Tabitha was indeed a valiant soul. In the previously hushed office, Ron felt he could hear his own heartbeat, desperately wishing for some sound to enliven the atmosphere. However, he hoped Tabitha would survive until the sun rose again, and that Professor Lupin would not choke to death. Taking advantage of Lupin's loud coughing, Ron whispered to Hermione, Tabitha is right. She just sounded exactly like one of Snape's own students. Is her surname truly Ellis rather than Snape? Suddenly, Ron's head was struck by a fruit that seemed to have flown from nowhere, prompting him to promptly shut his mouth. Tabitha, holding her head, realized that her earlier candid remarks had been met with a powerful rebuttal from the very subject of her comments. She quietly asked, Why must it be this way? Ilowen offered no reply. Since moments ago, she had sensed that something significant was unfolding. A wizard's intuition is often remarkably accurate, especially on a day marked by such a momentous event as Harry Potter's return. Ilowen, being a cautious individual, refrained from elaborating too much, as the situation remained unclear. She shifted the conversation, saying, Once he calms down, take him into the tent. He will be with us for the foreseeable future. Tabitha, perceptive as ever, immediately recognized that Ilowen was assigning her a task before their separation, and queried, What about you? What will you be doing? Preparing some things, came the reply. Hogwarts is the only magical school in Britain. Since its construction, the castle has withstood countless storms, standing resolute. It merely stands there, silently observing all, encompassing and protecting every student. Ilowen apparat to the castle's entrance. Although she could have directly apparat inside, the lingering sense of foreboding compelled her to choose the entrance as her destination. She pushed open the castle doors and entered slowly. Everyone was astonished by the interior of the castle presented on the screen. They did not delve into why Ilowen, despite claiming it was the holiday, could still arrive at the castle. The castle's interior had become a sanctuary for wild vines, which climbed the crumbling walls, painting them a vibrant green. Hogwarts was once adorned with numerous moving staircases, linking various platforms, which typically operated according to a certain rhythm. Occasionally, novel configurations would emerge, leading to disorientation, akin to playful pranks orchestrated by the castle itself. Many believed the castle possessed a soul, transcending the realm of mere inanimate structure. However, now the staircases lay still. The portraits slumbered quietly within their frames, and the once chatty ghosts had vanished, leaving the castle in a profound silence. How could this be? Countless times, Ron had felt his emotions stirred by the information displayed on the screen, leading to his astonished exclamation. Hermione could no longer contain herself. She found herself preferring the recent colorful tirades of Eloise. She would rather listen to Eloise and Snape exchanging barbs than witness such a scene. Hogwarts was a sanctuary for all wizards. Hermione's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked out, "Have we truly given up on Hogwarts?" The professors were equally affected, and among the heads of the four houses, only Snape remained able to analyze the situation with composure. He deduced that Eloise was attempting to conceal something about Potter. Snape had sensed something amiss in her outburst, as if she were deliberately provoking Potter. He had been piecing together the hidden truths through her words and reactions. Yet the lack of information had hindered his conclusions. Now, the truth lay bare before them all. Dumbledore sighed, summarizing. "Miss Eloise does not wish to neglect Harry's attempt to contact me. Rather, she is utterly unable to reach me." McGonagall interjected, preventing Dumbledore from continuing, her lips moving silently. Her throat constricted, unable to utter a single syllable. Everyone understood that as the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore could never permit the castle to fall into ruin. Faced with the grim reality of the castle's decay, the only conclusion was that the headmaster, Dumbledore, was no longer present. Yet Dumbledore maintained a serene smile, as if he were embarking on a new adventure rather than having received news of his demise. Nevertheless, he comprehended the children's reluctance to part with him, and he produced a handful of ice cream balls, asking, "Would anyone care for some?" This time, no one refused the headmaster's treats. Eloise reached out to touch the wall, allowing her magic to wander through the castle. As her footsteps deepened, the castle began to awaken. The figures within the portraits stirred from their slumber, stretching as if they had just emerged from a delightful dream. With their awakening, faint sounds echoed through the empty halls, and the castle gradually regained a semblance of life. The staircases swayed gently, as though the castle were greeting Eloise. A distant, boisterous, transparent figure emerged through the wall. "Hello, you've come quite early this time." It was Peeves. Eloise greeted him and continued on her way. Peeves was not one to simply quiet down when ignored. He had somehow procured a still-burning torch and was hovering above Eloise, playing a game of toss. Simultaneously, he inquired, "Where are we headed, dear little Alice?" His tone was exceedingly sweet as he called Eloise by her name. "The Gryffindor common room," he squealed, his laughter echoing as he twisted through the air. "The little snake is off to wreak havoc in the den of lions. The little serpent intends to wreak havoc amidst the lions. Papigi delights in this notion." Suddenly, Papigi flipped over, soaring backward to stand before Ilowen. "Allow me to guide you." Ilowen halted, compelled by the proximity of her face, and nodded. She was well aware of Papigi's intentions. It had been pinned up within the castle for far too long, always scheming mischief whenever she visited. This time, it was merely a ruse to lead her into a trap. Ilowen paid little heed to such trivialities. After all, there was no one else in the castle for Papigi to torment, and unlike other specters, she genuinely feared that Papigi might one day simply vanish. Chapter 8. The viewing concluded. The castle has revived. Hermione felt a surge of joy upon witnessing the castle regain its vibrancy, prompting her to reflect. She rubbed her reddened eyes, her melancholic emotions dissipating significantly. At least the hope of the castle's revival remained, did it not? In stark contrast to the children's optimism, the professors wore expressions of grave concern. Even Dumbledore's brow was furrowed, appearing more troubled than when he first learned of his own demise. "Foolish," Snape mused, deeming it utterly absurd to think that one person's magic could invigorate the entire castle. Hermione's heart sank. She had not contemplated the magnitude of magic required for the castle's operations, but considering its vast expanse, the amount of magic needed to sustain its activities must be considerable. So, who was supplying the magic to the castle now? The first person who sprang to her mind was the headmaster. However, Dumbledore refuted this notion. While the headmaster indeed signs a contract with Hogwarts upon assuming office to gain partial control over the castle, its functioning does not rely solely on the headmaster's magic. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to all the young wizards. Hermione's mind raced. Us? Precisely. During their formative years, all young wizards unconsciously emit magic that surrounds them. This phenomenon is quelled once they reach adulthood. The magic they emanate is absorbed and stored within the alchemical arrays inscribed on the castle walls, serving to maintain the magical effects within. Dumbledore elucidated. McGonagall interjected. "This is why you are forbidden from casting spells recklessly in the corridors, although the castle walls are fortified with numerous protective enchantments. The spells you conjure during duels could potentially shatter the walls. The restoration process of the ancient alchemical arrays is exceedingly complex. So, do you understand, Mr. Weasley?" Ron silently nodded, recalling how he lost numerous points for casting spells in the corridor when McGonagall caught him, leaving Hermione to ignore him the entire day. Ilowen extracted her foot from the trap of the spiral staircase, brushing off the dust. Papigi had led her in circles throughout the castle. deceiving her into traversing several dead ends, and at last, Papigi brought her to the pinnacle of the West Tower. Ilowen gazed at the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker, falling into silence. I just mentioned the Gryffindor common room, did I not? A hush enveloped her. Turning around, she found Papigi's shadow had vanished completely. Oh well, I've come this far. Ilowen approached and gently rapped on the door knocker, which emitted a whimsical puff of dust. Puffed. It can record yet cannot retain. It can measure yet cannot be touched. It consumes endlessly without return. What is it? Time. The wooden door creaked open. The lounge retained the layout of years gone by. A few textbooks and notes lay scattered across the table, their pages ajar, with a quill resting beside them as if their owner had just departed. A school robe, belonging to an unknown individual, lay upon the sofa, now cloaked in a fine layer of dust. Dumbledore pondered in silence, his mind plagued by increasingly dire speculations. The reality of that distant world gnawed at his heart. The first sensation to reach Ilowen's olfactory senses was the motes of dust suspended in the air, exuding the musty aroma characteristic of an old house. The scent was more potent than that encountered in the castle corridors, likely due to the lounge's prolonged lack of ventilation. Then, she detected a whiff of decay. Some food stored within the lounge had spoiled. Ilowen waved her wand, casting a purification spell to dispel the unpleasant odors and dust. Upon surveying her surroundings, she located a cabinet containing fresh bedding, which was preserved remarkably well. Ilowen retrieved a set, shrinking it with a spell before stowing it in her satchel. Next, she recited a duplication incantation over the textbooks on the table, hastily glancing at the covers before carelessly stuffing them into her bag. Having secured the necessary items for her journey, Ilowen pushed open the long-sealed window of the lounge. A gentle breeze wafted in, bringing with it refreshing air that caressed her cheek. Standing before the window, she gazed into the distance. The Black Lake shimmered under the sunlight, revealing a sight unseen from the Slytherin lounge. The light curtain descended into darkness. The points of light that formed the curtain contracted and coalesced, ultimately transforming into a metallic sphere. Dumbledore lifted the protective spell, catching the descending orb. The surface of the sphere was dull and lifeless, even resting in Dumbledore's palm. It exhibited no change. It appeared we must await its next activation. Subsequently, Dumbledore requested that they keep the light curtain a secret and gently urged everyone to return, assuring them, "I will inform you when it next begins to absorb magical energy." Once outside the headmaster's office, professors and students congregated in small clusters. After all, the events of the day had been overwhelming. It would be stifling not to discuss them with those in the know. Only Snape stormed away in anger, for he had been subtly indicating to Dumbledore his desire to remain, yet Dumbledore feigned ignorance. Snape departed swiftly, his robes billowing behind him. Luna, Hermione, Neville, and Ron huddled together, animatedly whispering amongst themselves. Luna stood slightly apart, aware that they were not from the same house, and today marked their first meeting. "Isn't it just so cool? To be heading into the future and all," Ron exclaimed, his excitement palpable. However, Neville's outlook was less optimistic. "But Harry is over there alone. It must be quite unsettling for him. Dumbledore is the greatest wizard. Given time to study that metallic sphere, he will surely bring Harry back soon." Ron hails from a pure-blood wizarding family and has grown up inspired by the tales of Dumbledore, harboring great confidence in him. "Indeed, Neville. May I call you that? Do not fret too much. All that is lost shall eventually return to our lives in another form," Luna remarked with a smile. Hermione briefly acknowledged Luna upon being mentioned, yet she appeared preoccupied as she made her way back. Neville quietly conversed with Luna about the Nargles, seemingly convinced of her ability to perceive such fantastical creatures. Hermione remained distracted, pondering the eerie emptiness of the castle, the open tomes in the common room, and the scattered quills that lay beside them. It was evident that the students had been summoned away in haste, though not in a state of panic. The situation must have been relatively stable at that time, as they likely intended to return, which explained the clothing left behind. However, the corridors bore the marks of various magical assaults, remnants of spells both large and small. Some areas in Hermione's memory, once occupied by spiral staircases, now lay desolate. The stairs had been shattered, indicative of a fierce battle. A war, Hermione speculated. It appeared that a conflict had erupted within the castle. The professors had evacuated the students in advance and then confronted the intruders. Yet, there remained unanswered questions. What transpired after the battle? Regardless of who emerged victorious, why was the castle abandoned? What of Ilowen and Tabitha? Particularly concerning was Ilowen, who seemed only to be in her third year, while the older Tabitha clearly dominated their conversations, which was quite peculiar. "Oh no," Ron exclaimed, causing Hermione to think he had unearthed some clue. She promptly responded, "What is it?" "We've missed lunch," he declared. Hermione rolled her eyes, wishing not to engage with Ron for at least 2 hours. That fool could only think of food. Chapter 9, The Transition Period. Upon returning to the campsite in the Albanian forest, Ilowen found no sign of Tabitha or Harry, a wave of worry washing over her. Ilowen was not concerned for Tabitha's safety. Any creature encountering her in this forest would find itself unfortunate. Rather, Ilowen feared Tabitha's repertoire of dark spells, potent enough to secure a lifetime in Azkaban. Surely, she would not recklessly wield dark magic in front of Harry. Minutes later, Tabitha returned, dragging a deer and chattering about her hunting exploits. Upon seeing Ilowen, she began recounting her adventure. Ilowen observed Harry's expression closely. Thankfully, there were no signs of a shattered worldview. Harry was surveying the tent's interior, realizing that while it appeared small from the outside, it was surprisingly spacious within. At first glance, he noticed Ilowen seated on the couch, and she met his gaze. He quickly averted his eyes, still reluctant to converse with this Slytherin. Harry continued to observe. Although the tent lacked clear divisions, the arrangement of objects suggested distinct areas. A lounge area with a sofa and coffee table was adjacent to a row of bookshelves. In the herbarium, filled with magical plants, there were many species whose names eluded Harry. It was evident that meticulous care had been taken. Each pot was spaced apart, and magic had been employed to simulate the necessary environment for the plant's growth. At the farthest recesses of the tent stood several doors. After witnessing little clouds of rain hovering above the magical plants, Harry found it unsurprising that doors would appear within the tent's confines. On the other side, there were several cauldrons and a workbench with knives, serving as the potion-making station. Harry noted that 2 of the cauldrons were still simmering. Coincidentally, Tabitha was also tending to a cauldron. "May I borrow your cauldron to cook some meat?" she inquired with a smile at Ilowen. Was all that chatter just for this? Ilowen sighed, retrieving a stew pot from her bag. "We have a regular pot." However, Tabitha appeared less than pleased, dejectedly carrying the stew pot and a deer, along with a little Harry, out to prepare the meal. Harry found himself of little assistance in the cooking process. The deer was a choice made by Tabitha, who selected her prey purely based on size. Harry felt she had little concept of human appetites. Had he not intervened, she might have even sought out a large wild boar for sustenance. As for the preparation of the ingredients, Harry was unable to lend a hand. Without a kitchen, he could only watch as Tabitha expertly employed spells to conjure fire, enlarge the stew pot, and evenly portion the deer into small pieces that floated into the pot. The seasonings were also unearthed by Tabitha from within the tent. Harry's responsibilities were limited to tending the fire and eating. Though this meal was not the most exquisite Harry had ever tasted, it was undeniably comforting. Tabitha was not difficult to get along with. She occasionally uttered peculiar remarks and engaged in antics that Harry deemed childish, yet she possessed an unexpectedly formidable presence. He hardly heard her utter any incantations, as she consistently employed silent spells. As for Ilowen, the Slytherin student, thoughts of her inevitably conjured memories of their unpleasant argument. She appeared prone to irritation. However, upon reflection, Harry concluded that it was not entirely her fault. After all, Ilowen had diligently answered his questions prior. Her anger was likely a result of his missteps. He mused that if he could refrain from speaking incorrectly in the future, she might not seek to trouble him, and cohabiting would not be an unbearable endeavor. As the warmth of the deer meat filled Harry's stomach, the restless heart that had been agitated since his arrival in this unfamiliar time gradually found tranquility. Despite nearing fullness, he had yet to see Ilowen emerge from the tent. Notably, Harry had consumed only a single leg of the deer, while the remainder had almost entirely found its way into Tabitha's belly. Ellis, aren't you going to call her?" Harry asked, seated on a tree stump, holding his bowl. Tabitha casually replied, "No need, she has her potion." Communicating with Tabitha proved quite challenging. Harry could not discern whether she was jesting or serious. She had spoken in the same tone when introducing herself as the marvelous conch. Nevertheless, they appeared to share a close friendship, one that did not require Harry's concern. He felt it more prudent to reflect on his own relationship with Ilowen. With a heavy heart, he stepped into the tent. Ilowen remained in her previous position, engrossed in her reading. Harry pressed his lips tightly together, resolute in his decision to refrain from retorting, no matter what Ilowen might say. "Your room is over there," she indicated with her wand, a blue light extending from before Harry into the depths of the tent. Clearly, Ilowen wished to avoid conversation, so Harry followed the blue glow. In truth, he felt a bit dazed. Ever since their quarrel, Tabitha had been constantly by his side, which meant it was Ilowen who had organized his room. The blue light halted before a door, adorned with a small sign that read Harry Potter. Filled with anticipation, Harry pushed the door open, only to be met with a bed draped in blue linens. Was this some childish form of revenge? After finishing her meal, Tabitha sauntered into the tent. Just as Harry was absent, Tabitha darted to Ilowen's side, fixing her with an intense gaze. Ilowen first cast a series of spells, a listening charm and an ear-closing spell, before finally speaking. "You can tell, can't you? He is indeed Harry Potter." Tabitha nodded. If she couldn't see that, she would truly be a fool, especially with a task marker lingering nearby without showing itself. Additionally, during her time with young Harry, Tabitha had sensed his emotional fluctuations. Realizing how genuine he was, She had long believed he was as real as any person could be. Ilowen nodded. Then come help me choose textbooks. As she spoke, she rummaged through her bag, pulling out various books. Wait. Is that it? What about your plans? Your strategies? Your instructions? Ilowen rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Tabitha. Haven't you done splendidly today? Tabitha sheepishly scratched her head, hesitant to admit that she hadn't truly thought through her actions. Ilowen still offered her advice. Do not mention anything regarding Harry Potter. Fearing that Tabitha might not comprehend, Ilowen even gestured with her hands, making a quotation mark sign to clarify that she was referring to the book series. Furthermore, she advised against using dark magic in Harry's presence. You are currently his enthusiastic Gryffindor senior, not a fugitive from Azkaban capable of casting the killing curse. Observing Tabitha's dismayed expression, Ilowen added, just be discreet. Don't recite the incantations aloud. I can always cover for you. Deeply touched, Tabitha reached out for a hug, but Ilowen firmly pushed her away. All right, now come help me select the textbooks. A student's primary duty is to study. You wouldn't want the savior to return only to discover he has become illiterate, would you? Do you think he will get the chance to return? Of course, after all, he is the savior. Chapter 10, The Viewing. The wait for the metallic sphere to activate took far longer than Ron had anticipated. It was not until a week later that he received a message from Professor Dumbledore. During that week, they had not been idle. Hermione carved out more time from her schedule to read in the library. Meanwhile, Ron had received a task from the headmaster to impersonate Harry. The headmaster had decided that this matter should remain a closely guarded secret. However, Harry Potter's disappearance was no longer a secret by that day. Thus, to manage the Ministry of Magic's investigation, Ron had to masquerade as Harry, who had supposedly contracted a case of the pox and spent a night in the infirmary. Ron discovered a strand of his hair on Harry's bed, while the polyjuice potion was brought by Snape. When Snape handed the potion to Ron, he revealed a sinister and cunning smile, which left Ron too frightened to drink the vial. It was Hermione who seized it from him and forced it down his throat. Ron could wager that Snape had deliberately brewed the potion to be both sour and foul-smelling, compared to the one Hermione had brewed in their second year. Snape's concoction was akin to bitter medicine. Regardless of the torment Ron endured, the situation ultimately reached a satisfactory resolution. The representatives from the Ministry of Magic, fearful of contagion, merely glanced at him from a distance before hastily departing. As Ron reminisced, he sprinted toward the headmaster's office, nearly colliding with a shadowy figure around the corner. The person seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, leaving Ron no time to evade. He flailed his arms, barely managing to halt before the newcomer. Oh, it was Hermione. Ron expressed surprise. I thought you were heading to the arithmetic divination class? Hermione stammered. Well, yes, but I had to come see Harry, didn't I? Ron, oblivious to her awkwardness, hurriedly followed Hermione toward the headmaster's office. What? Class? Harry could scarcely believe his ears. Surely Tabitha must have miscommunicated. For how could one attend school while not at Hogwarts? Of course, we have classes. Tabitha was energetically stretching her arms, jumping in place. Otherwise, when you return to school, you'll find yourself unable to keep up and facing the prospect of repeating a year. Repeating a year? Is there even such a thing at Hogwarts? Harry questioned, incredulous. There's no precedent, so you certainly don't want to be the first student to repeat a year at Hogwarts, Tabitha teased, trying to frighten Harry. Ilowen was arranging a stack of books on the coffee table before Harry. Do you notice any differences between these and the textbooks you use? The books varied in their level of wear and tear, including titles such as Intermediate Transfiguration and Standard Spells, all of which Harry had purchased before the school year. Monsters, a guide to the magical creatures, Harry noted as he brushed his fingers along its spine, setting it aside. This time, he would not recklessly open that book. The last volume, Clearing the Mist to See the Future, caught his attention. He counted the books. They were identical to the ones from school. Identical. That was the crux of the issue. This year, Harry had only enrolled in divination and care of magical creatures. There were other courses requiring different books, none of which he had seen here. Harry fixed his gaze on Ilowen, who awaited his confirmation regarding the books. Is there a problem with the books? He inquired. How do you know which courses I selected? Harry had an instinct that these books were also prepared by Ilowen, just as she had arranged his accommodation. Ilowen displayed no signs of panic. Oh really? What a coincidence that my course selections aligned perfectly with yours. She had not anticipated the oversight. Yesterday, while searching for books with Tabitha, she had become dizzy, recalling details from the original text to identify familiar titles. Even making a trip to Diagon Alley for the missing creature guide. So, are these all your books? Harry continued to question. Reproductions, Ilowen replied. As Harry sensed he could glean nothing further, he buried his suspicions deep within. He knew Hagrid would be quite disheartened if he found that no one could open their books during the first lesson. Years have passed, and Hagrid must have served as a professor in the care of magical creatures course for quite some time. Would he still prepare this book for the third-year students? Aside from that tome on magical creatures, the others were all copied by Ilowen from the Ravenclaw common room. I recognized them. The speaker was Hermione, the most bookish of students. She continued, moreover, The books we purchased from the Leaky Cauldron were enchanted with spells to prevent duplication, so the copying charm should not be effective. However, I doubt Harry is aware of this. Not only was Harry oblivious, but so was Ron. Ron mused to himself how splendid it would be if they could use a copying charm, allowing Hogwarts to function with just one person buying books, so everyone could benefit from the new texts. How could one render the copying charm ineffective? Ron pondered this aloud. It was Snape who interjected, "Quite simple, Mr. Weasley. Most spells lose their efficacy once the caster has passed away." Ron found Snape insufferable. Could he really contemplate murdering the shopkeeper for a new book? To divert his attention, he struck up a conversation with Hermione. "Honestly, Hermione, your memory is remarkable. You can recall a book seen a week ago so vividly." To Ron, it felt as though only a week had elapsed, yet Hermione had been utilizing a time turner, and she felt as if nearly 2 weeks had passed. Wait a moment. Hermione realized something was amiss. It seemed only a night had passed for Ilowen, while a week had elapsed for them. The flow of time was different in each realm. Ron was astonished by this speculation. If Harry took too long to return, would they not grow into adults while he remained a child? Dumbledore winked at the two children. "Fear not, my dear children. I suspect that the metallic orb's display does not transmit real-time images from the other side, and the content shown is likely curated. Perhaps when Harry returns, he may even see himself on the screen." As Ilowen's dialogue with Harry seemed to conclude, Tabitha approached them. She reached out and scattered the stack of books Harry had neatly arranged. Confused, Harry watched her actions. Tabitha proceeded to gather the creature book and the divination book together. "These we do not teach. You shall learn them yourself." Harry noted her choice of words. Tabitha selected a few more volumes. "Herbology, it's too troublesome to gather so many plants together. You must study this on your own first, but do take this course seriously. Once you find the herbs, I will assess your understanding. History of magic and astronomy. Both subjects are rather dull, but you can borrow Hermione's notes." Harry observed the stack of books he was accumulating growing taller by the moment. "In charms, your instructor is me." Tabitha pointed to herself with a sense of pride. Harry nodded. He had already witnessed Tabitha's prowess. Tabitha picked up the last few books and pushed them toward Harry, declaring, "Finally, potions, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts. Your teacher for these subjects is none other than Ilowen Ellis." Harry objected, but Ellis appears to be only in her 3rd year. "She is going to teach?" Tabitha sensed that the lad would undoubtedly have questions, and with a smile, she affectionately ruffled Harry's hair. She was far greater than you might imagine. At that moment, Ilowen's left hand swept across her right arm, her form swiftly elongating until she matched Tabitha's height. Now, the two appeared to be of the same stature. Harry's mouth slightly agape. Tabitha gently closed it for him. She gazed enviously at Ilowen, who could effortlessly shift between two forms. This was a reward only accessible through advancing the storyline. How foolish of her to have been lazy and not pursued it earlier. Aware that young Harry was not well versed in the magical realm, Ilowen, with her eyes closed, nonchalantly explained, "In the magical world, shapeshifting is quite commonplace." After showcasing her transformation, Ilowen swiftly reverted to her 3rd-year size. Chapter 11, The Duel. Such occurrences were indeed rare. Ron had never witnessed anyone so casually alter their age throughout his life. Hermione, not having grown up in the magical world, recalled that Luna and Neville seemed to hail from magical families, and they too offered negative responses. Hermione was aware of aging potions and de-aging potions, yet it was evident that Ilowen had consumed none. The lack of answers left Hermione feeling a restless itch, akin to a cat's claws. Dumbledore provided insights into alchemical pursuits. While alchemy could indeed achieve such transformations, few would dedicate time to research avenues already covered by existing potions. Harry, in his innocence, fully believed Ilowen's claim. If Ilowen was indeed that age, she was likely only slightly younger than Harry at this moment, thus explaining Hagrid's unchanging textbooks. He began to ponder if there were any younger Slytherin witches resembling Ilowen. It was challenging. Typically, Harry did not pay heed to Slytherin students, focusing instead on whether Malfoy and his cohort were up to any mischief. Consequently, he found it difficult to recall any familiar Slytherin faces. Ilowen misinterpreted Harry's silence. She spoke. "Potter, it seems you still doubt my magical prowess." At that moment, Harry witnessed Ilowen's wand emit a dazzling light, and beside him, Tabitha was suddenly transformed into a small bird, flitting chaotically through the air. Harry quickly positioned his hands beneath the bird, anxiously explaining to Ilowen, "I do not doubt you. I am merely astonished. When will Tabitha return to normal?" Ilowen raised 3 fingers. "What?" Harry struggled to comprehend her. The 3 fingers then became 2. By the time he grasped the meaning, it was too late. He was pinned down by the reverted Tabitha, with an expression of sheer delight. Tabitha eagerly pressed her hands on Harry's arms, exclaiming, "Now's our chance." In truth, even without her holding him down, Harry could not have escaped. He barely had time to react before Ilowen's spell struck him. This time, Harry, alongside Tabitha, transformed into a bird, albeit a slightly larger one. The larger bird perched atop the smaller one, which flapped its wings desperately to support both in flight. As they reverted to human form, Tabitha executed an astonishingly agile roll behind the sofa, narrowly averting a calamity that could have crushed Harry. Harry's transformation was somewhat unhurried. Upon reverting, his already unruly hair had become a chaotic mess, and his glasses were askew, precariously hanging from his ears. He adjusted his spectacles and laboriously attempted to tame his hair. Remarkably, Harry's mind was astonishingly composed. He had already glimpsed the trajectory of his future, and there was no doubt that he would become the plaything of the two senior girls. Cool. Ron began to speak, but was swiftly interrupted by McGonagall. That is not cool at all, Mr. Weasley. Using the human transfiguration charm on your classmates is exceedingly dangerous. I must insist that you refrain from casting spells on your peers, understood? Professor McGonagall said with utmost seriousness. Her heart raced. It had been racing since she witnessed Ilowen employing the transfiguration charm. Who had taught her such skills? Had the instructor not warned her against using transfiguration on others? A wave of fatigue washed over McGonagall. If these two children were to attend Hogwarts, they would undoubtedly pose a considerable challenge. Tabitha, grinning, assisted Harry in taming his hair. Enough of the antics. We have no schedule. We'll inform you in advance when you need to prepare. For today, you will learn spells with me. Come along. She halted Harry's attempt to take his textbooks and pushed him toward the open space in front of the camp. Harry had one last question, but we can't cast spells outside of school during the holidays, right? Won't the Ministry of Magic expel us? Tabitha placed her hand on Harry's shoulder, urging him to stay still. Do not worry. As long as there are adult wizards nearby, you may cast spells freely. Those incompetent fools cannot discern who is using magic. Then, Tabitha positioned herself 5 meters away from Harry. My teaching philosophy prioritizes practice over theory. Successfully casting a spell in class does not guarantee your ability to wield it effortlessly in moments of peril. Now, Harry, use any spell you know to defend against my attack. Clear water as spring. Harry had assumed this would follow a similar format to the dueling club. But Tabitha did not afford him the courtesy of turning to bow. Caught off guard, he was struck by the water jet that slammed into his chest, sending him flying backward. By Merlin, Tabitha exclaimed, quickly casting a spell to slow his descent and cushion his fall. Concerned, Ilowen emerged from the tent. Witnessing the savior soaring through the air like a projectile, she rushed forward to catch Harry, producing a vial of soothing potion to help him recover. As Harry experienced a moment of darkness, he pondered whether that spell was truly clear water as spring. Just yesterday, when Tabitha poured water into the pot, it resembled clear spring water. Now, it felt like being assaulted by a water serpent. He heard Ilowen chastising Tabitha. You nearly achieved a feat that even the Dark Lord could not, transforming the boy who lived into the boy who died. Congratulations. Harry found himself stifling a laugh. When Ilowen's jibes were directed at someone other than himself, they were rather amusing. The potion took effect swiftly, alleviating the pain in Harry's chest. He noticed Tabitha crouching beside him, watching over him with great care. Thank you both. I'm fine. Harry was convinced that Tabitha had not intended to harm him. Those endowed with immense power often struggle to control their strength. Hagrid, at times, nearly sent him stumbling with a friendly pat on the shoulder. Harry, supported by Ilowen, stood up and remarked, Isn't it customary for us to bow before a duel? Ilowen released her grip on Harry and quipped, Did Lockhart bow to you before the Acromantula considered you a snack? Tabitha, nearby, laughed unabashedly. Harry felt his face flush. He thought Ilowen was decidedly less charming at that moment. McGonagall initially believed that with 2 upperclassmen by Harry's side, they would be safe from danger in the Albanian forest. However, it soon became evident that having these 2 seniors around made Harry seem even more perilous. Both tended to hurl spells at one another at the slightest disagreement, and there was no adult present to rein them in. Who, then, was their teacher? McGonagall genuinely wished to discuss whether there were issues with his curriculum. Could clear water truly yield such results? All she had witnessed was her mother using that spell to water flowers. Ron felt that either his ears or his eyes must have been mistaken. Hermione hesitantly replied, Perhaps it relates to the amount of magical energy exerted? She was uncertain whether this answer was accurate. Consider the factors that influence the stability of a spell, Miss Granger, Professor Flitwick encouraged her. A firm belief, precise wand movements, and impeccable enunciation. Hermione instinctively recited the textbook content. Snape furrowed his brow and interjected, Are you ruminating over the textbook again, Miss Granger? Hermione focused on Tabitha's spellcasting process, and suddenly she slapped the table, exclaiming, It's the wand movements. Her technique differs from what we were taught in class. Indeed, Miss Granger. 2 points to Gryffindor. Flitwick commended her diligent attitude. Hermione blushed slightly as she smiled. Under the table, she discreetly rubbed her palms together, having exerted a bit too much force earlier. She unconsciously tilted her head to continue watching the screen, only to find Ron peeking beneath the table. He had noticed her small gesture, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Chapter 12, Dining. This time, Tabitha was more cautious with her spellcasting. She recognized that Harry Potter was merely in his third year and that the difficulty should not be too high from the outset. Furthermore, Ilowen was watching them closely. Whenever Tabitha accelerated the pace of her offensive spells, Ilowen would promptly correct her, cooling her fiery enthusiasm. At that moment, Harry listened anxiously to the sound of water blades striking against the spell shield. It was indeed a mercy that Tabitha had refrained from breaking his ribs. Ilowen ceased her assault, and Tabitha was released from her defensive spell. With an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired, Tabitha said, "All right, Harry. I believe we've covered enough for today. I imagine you must be hungry?" Harry was indeed feeling a bit peckish throughout the lesson. Tabitha had not allowed him to remain stationary for more than 3 seconds, or else she would bombard him with small water balls. She could easily discern any deviations in his wand movements, compelling him to practice the correct posture 10 times. He had made significant progress. At first, he could only evade the spells, but by the end of the class, he was able to counter with simple charms. However, Harry felt he was nearing his limits. Exhausted and drained of both energy and magical reserves, now parched and hungry, Harry gazed at Tabitha with anticipation, hoping she would let him go to eat. Tabitha replied with a radiant smile, suggesting he seek out food. However, Harry's expression fell. He glanced at the dense forest and pointed at himself. Tabitha nodded affirmatively, encouraging him to try, assuring him that the area was safe and that it was acceptable if he could not find anything. She reassured him, saying she wouldn't let him go hungry. Ultimately, Harry returned with only a handful of mushrooms. He rubbed his sore right arm and sheepishly admitted that the animals had fled too swiftly. He refrained from touching the brightly colored mushrooms that appeared magical and instead selected some dull, gray ones. He recalled a lesson from a Muggle school teacher, warning that vibrant mushrooms could be poisonous. Tabitha, stroking her chin, sifted through the pile of mushrooms and produced a small specimen, offering it directly to Harry's lips. Trusting her completely, he swallowed it whole, only to witness a manic grin spread across Tabitha's face. A sense of dread washed over him. Would regurgitating it serve any purpose? Certainly not. He realized that Tabitha was transforming into a blue-skinned sprite before his very eyes. A bitter taste lingered in his mouth as a chilling liquid coursed down his throat. Gradually, the world around him returned to normal. In a moment of indignation, Harry chastised Tabitha, exclaiming, "Hey, I trusted you." Yet, she appeared to be reveling in her amusement. Ilowen's voice suddenly echoed in his ear, cautioning him about the dangers of foraging for mushrooms in the wild. Startled by her sudden proximity, Harry turned to see Ilowen had approached. She handed him a vial of potion. With newfound caution, Harry uncorked the bottle and inhaled its scent, skeptically inquiring, "What is this?" Without turning back, Ilowen distanced herself, remarking that his vigilance seemed misplaced, for it had barely been a minute since something had poisoned her. Despite her words, Harry swallowed the potion. Instantly, his empty stomach felt relief, and hunger dissipated as the potion took effect. Ilowen turned back, her demeanor serious as she cautioned, "Potter, remember, in the future, if you are uncertain whether a mushroom in the forest is poisonous, do not consume it. Without an antidote, it could lead to your demise." Harry found himself at a loss for words, for there was a weight in Ilowen's eyes that he could not comprehend. He nodded in response, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. Surely, he would not be unfortunate enough to find himself wandering the forest again in the future. Meanwhile, Hermione, possessing more insight, jotted down her speculations in her notebook, having remembered to bring paper and pen to the headmaster's office. This would greatly aid her in organizing her thoughts. Ron peeked over her shoulder, noticing the intricate lines on the page. Harry's connections were the most numerous, with the latest line indicating possible reasons for Harry's wandering in the forest post-battle, Voldemort. Both professors and students were somewhat aware of the underlying tensions. Tabitha imparted practical skills to Harry, consciously nurturing his wilderness survival abilities. Coupled with their fabricated claims of conducting research over the holiday while residing in a forest shrouded by protective enchantments, a fragment of the truth began to surface. Who else would instigate a war, leaving young wizards to roam homeless through the forest? Aside from the enigmatic figure and his legion of Death Eaters, no one else could achieve such a level of intensity. Based on his covert concerns regarding this future, Flitwick conceived a new idea for his curriculum. "Albus, I believe we should offer more practical courses to our upperclassmen." Dumbledore nodded in agreement. The proficiency with which Ilowen and her peers executed spells, as well as their ability to counter them, could be regarded as remarkably exceptional even among adult wizards. This was significantly influenced by the environment they faced. It is hoped that the newly introduced practical classes will aid the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts in their growth. Harry, momentarily entranced by Ilowen's retreating figure, recalled his inquiry regarding the potion in his hand. "What is this potion? One sip, and I no longer feel hunger." Tabitha, having just recovered from the exhilaration of a successful prank, took the empty vial from Harry, tossing it lightly in her palm. It has no name. It's a stamina-restoring potion, crafted by Ilowen. Fear not, she consumes it daily without issue." So what you mentioned yesterday, that she survives solely on potions, is true? Does she not eat at all? Indeed, she believes that eating is a waste of time, so she simply refrains. It would be rather dull to eat alone. Thankfully, you are here. Tabitha's notion of stamina restoration actually corresponds to the hunger and energy metrics within their gaming system. Hunger requires food to replenish, while energy regenerates over time. A single potion could simultaneously resolve both dilemmas, and Ilowen naturally opted for the simpler solution. Professor McGonagall disapproved of such a convenient method, yet found it difficult to articulate precisely what was amiss. Dumbledore perceived the matter more profoundly. Eating is not merely about satiating hunger. Beyond fulfilling the physical need for sustenance, food embodies the human pursuit of spiritual joy and happiness. Ilowen's potion drastically minimizes the process of eating, severing the individual's connection to the emotional experiences associated with consuming food. The flavors of potions are, in comparison to food, rather monotonous. While such a concoction may suffice in emergencies, relying on it as a permanent substitute for meals would be quite distressing. Harry, you've consumed the potion and are now full, correct? Tabitha queried mysteriously. Harry nodded, affirming the potion's efficacy. You can't eat it all, can you? Harry hesitated but nodded. He truly could not consume anything further. Splendid! Tabitha exclaimed, raising her arms in celebration. From her ample pocket, she produced several bird eggs, duplicating them with a spell. She ignited a fire on the spot and began to roast the eggs. The tantalizing aroma of food filled the air. Yet Harry found himself unable to eat a single morsel, merely watching as Tabitha joyfully devoured all the eggs. She was loud in her enjoyment, frequently exclaiming praises for the food. Harry sat there, expressionless, feeling quite juvenile. No wonder Ilowen was reluctant to dine with her. The light dimmed into darkness. Chapter 13, Black. A shared secret always has the power to swiftly strengthen the bonds between young witches and wizards. Recently, a number of Gryffindor students discovered that after Harry fell ill, Neville quickly integrated into Ron and Hermione's circle of friendship. Often, one can witness the trio traversing the corridors of Hogwarts. Luna, however, being distanced from the Gryffindor common room and rarely attending classes with them, finds herself less frequently in their company. Today marks a rare weekend when all four of them are free. Neville, Ron, and Hermione navigate the winding staircases of the castle. Weasley, Granger, have you chosen to replace your ailing companion from the hospital wing with Longbottom? What dreadful judgment! Does Potter know you've so swiftly found a substitute? A derisive voice emanates from the moving staircase. A pale Slytherin student looks down upon them, none other than Draco Malfoy, flanked by his usual sycophants. The staircases converge, effectively blocking Ron and the others. We have not abandoned Harry, and Neville is no substitute. Step aside, Malfoy, Ron asserts, suppressing his anger. Hermione quietly offers comfort to Neville, who has long been a target of Malfoy's bullying and now shrinks at the sight of him. Step aside. It is you who should clear the way. Malfoy commands his lackeys to forge a path. The two thugs, broad in stature, create such a blockade that little space remains between them on the staircase. To avoid being shoved aside by these hulking figures, Ron reluctantly steps aside. Malfoy descends the stairs effortlessly, deliberately jostling Ron's shoulder as he passes. Ron stumbles slightly, taken aback by Malfoy's audacity. Regaining his composure, he turns angrily, intent on confronting Malfoy, but Hermione restrains him. Don't, Ron, we have important matters to attend to. With one hand grasping Neville's, she continues to ascend. Still seething, Ron shouts down the staircase just before it splits, "You coward, hiding behind your goons. Next time, bring your father to shield you." A flurry of hurried footsteps follows, as the staircase divides at that very moment, sending the unprepared Malfoy in the wrong direction. Ron stifles a chuckle as he catches up to Hermione. Upon pushing open the door to an empty classroom, they find Luna already seated within, engrossed in a magazine. "Have you been waiting long, Luna?" "Apologies for our delay," Hermione says as she enters with Ron and Neville. Neville, bringing up the rear, closes the classroom door behind them. Luna waves her hand in front of her, as if shooing away an unseen presence, and smiles. "It's quite all right. I am not alone." With a resounding thud, Hermione produces a hefty stack of papers from her bag, slamming them onto the table. The pages, slightly yellowed with age, suggest they have lain untouched for some time. Ron's jaw drops. Although he anticipated a review of documents, the quantity is overwhelming. "Is our task today merely to wade through all of this?" he inquires slowly. "Indeed. These are the records of student infractions I pilfered from Filch," Hermione explains. Regrettably, the professors refuse to share the student roster, which would have made our task considerably easier. As she distributes the papers, she elaborates. "I have roughly eliminated those from the past decade. The remaining records likely pertain to the years when Ilvermorny's parents attended Hogwarts." Neville first took a pile from Hermione's hands, seated himself, and inquired, "What are their surnames again?" "I only remember Ilowen and Tabitha." "Ellis and Harper," Hermione recalled vividly. She had inquired of all the professors regarding the surnames Ellis and Harper, but they either remained tight-lipped or were uncertain in their recollections. It seemed the professors had privately convened to confirm something and had collectively decided not to disclose it to the students. The more they concealed, the more her curiosity deepened. During their 7 years at Hogwarts, nearly every young wizard accumulated 1 or 2 infractions, and Filch was keen on documenting these. He would not overlook anyone's transgressions. Ron resignedly took a stack and began to casually leaf through it, stating, "I know all the wizards attend Hogwarts, but what if they aren't from wizarding families?" Hermione, with utmost seriousness, replied, "The probability of both being non-wizards is quite low, particularly since Ilowen and Ellis is a Slytherin. If we can uncover just one name, we can approach Hagrid and extract information." Regardless, finding names was a task that could be accomplished with time, but alchemy could not be expedited. Luna, in her ethereal voice, remarked, "They are indeed correct." Ron felt their reasoning was sound and began to focus earnestly. "Ha ha. This fellow violated curfew and woke up all the portraits on the walls at night. Ha ha ha. The portraits went to the headmaster's office and berated for an entire night. Ha ha. Ron, are you looking at names?" Hermione queried. "I'm sorry, Hermione, I'm just rereading this." Ha ha. Ron slumped back in his chair, and Neville rested his head on the table. Today, their reading surpassed everything they had absorbed in the past week. Ron felt his mind brimming with words. He could no longer concentrate. Hermione and Luna, however, appeared to be at ease. Taking over the remaining materials from the 2 boys, they now neared completion. "Nothing found," Hermione declared as she set down her papers. Today's endeavors felt fruitless, and this conclusion left her disheartened. Ron refrained from uttering any "I told you so" remarks. Instead, he lifted his head and said, "I didn't find anything either, but I gathered many amusing tales of infractions. Some students are simply brilliant. I have a bit of a discovery here." Luna raised a sheet of paper, though it had nothing to do with Ellis and Harper. The 3 gathered around as the names inscribed on the paper were James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. "Potter, that is Harry's father," Ron exclaimed. "In truth, the relationship between Black and Potter deserves more attention." Luna placed the thick stack of papers in the center of the 4. These mostly chronicled the exploits of Black and Potter, representing the largest portion. She then extracted a slightly thinner pile. This segment included Potter, Black, and Pettigrew, which was substantial, while the few instances involving Lupin were the least penalized. That infamous dark wizard, Sirius Black, was actually a close friend of Harry's father during their school days. Neville found it hard to accept the reality of friendships turning sour. Suddenly, Hermione recalled something and began rummaging through her bag. Books were opened and closed in quick succession. "Not here. Which book did I place it in? What are you searching for?" Ron leaned closer to Hermione's books, only to be swiftly rebuffed by her. "Found it." In Hermione's hands lay a newspaper from years past, its headline boldly emblazoned in black uppercase letters. "Sirius Black kills Peter Pettigrew, destroys entire Muggle Street, captured." Chapter 14, The Most Wanted. Black, once a minion of the Dark Lord, had murdered friends and now escaped from Azkaban to slay the son of an old acquaintance. Neville was perplexed by his actions, questioning the depth of animosity he harbored against his friends. Who could tell? Perhaps it was simply madness, Ron shrugged. The term madman seemed to sting Neville, rendering him silent. Hermione leafed through the list of infractions: nocturnal escapades, casting malevolent curses on classmates, brawling in the corridors, vandalizing school property. It was hard to imagine Professor Lupin engaging in such mischief. Hermione shook her head. She had always held a fondness for Professor Lupin. Ron had a differing perspective. Professor Lupin was the finest defense against the dark arts instructor, and these were merely pranks. Moreover, if they were aimed at Slytherin, they had it coming. Hermione rolled her eyes, clearly aware that Ron had not forgotten the incident with Malfoy on the staircase. She shifted the topic. Looking around at her other friends, she noticed Luna drifting off into daydreams, while Neville remained notably quiet. "Do you recall what we heard the day Black stormed the castle?" Hermione inquired of Ron. Time had elapsed, and Ron struggled to recollect. Professor Snape had suspected someone had facilitated Black's entrance into the castle, with Hermione's prodding. Ron remembered that Snape had been particularly irate that day, his voice raised when reporting to the headmaster. He had cast suspicion on Professor Lupin, but Headmaster Dumbledore had not allowed him to elaborate. Doubt tinged Hermione's voice. Ron was more skeptical of Snape, remarking, "Surely not. I believe Snape is more inclined to have opened the door for Black himself. His searches are overly zealous, likely in pursuit of the glory of capturing Black himself." "It is Professor Snape," Hermione corrected. "Lupin is indeed somewhat perilous, yet as long as one steers clear before the moon rises, all should be well," Luna remarked cryptically. Others regarded her as merely rambling incomprehensibly, which was her usual manner, and paid her little heed. Ilowen was still negotiating with young Potter. After bringing someone home, she realized there was much to prepare. They must first take advantage of Harry's resting moments to tidy their belongings. Tabitha was relocating some excessively hazardous magical plants into her own quarters. This was a meticulous task, as each plant required relocation was capable of direct aggression. Tabitha carefully layered protective enchantments, not wishing to witness a plant unleashing fireballs to reduce the tent to ashes. Ilowen was organizing her bookshelf, revealing the secrets of dark magic. Origins of dark arts, practical techniques for dark magic. Such titles clearly indicated dark magic, and there were 2 more rows. Fortunately, the spines bore no titles, otherwise Harry would likely have thought he had stumbled into a den of dark wizards upon his first day. Ilowen methodically removed each book, categorizing them into a bag enhanced with the undetectable extension charm for safekeeping. Some items she may need soon were wrapped in a layer of book cover to disguise them as ordinary books. Tabitha, having finished moving the plants, settled on the sofa, observing Ilowen at work while engaging in casual conversation. How is there still the life and lies of Albus Dumbledore? Tabitha casually pulled a book from the shelf, only to find it was another of Rita Skeeter's dreadful novels, which she disdainfully tossed back. Such is the value of a complete collection of books. You haven't explored all the hidden gems on the map, have you? Ilowen retrieved the book Tabitha had discarded and replaced its cover, as this one too must remain unseen by Harry. She possessed another book by Rita about Snape, but that particular volume was not stored here. Tabitha shifted into a more relaxed position, reclining as she listened to the rustling of pages, stifling a yawn, her words slightly slurred. You know me well enough. I prefer challenges. Following guides to traverse maps is not my style, unless it enhances my attributes. I should go back to Hogwarts and bring Quibi. It's unhealthy for Harry to keep eating your cooking. Quibi, in the game, was a house elf at Hogwarts. Though he possessed a certain charm, everyone in the magical realm, including house elves, exhibited greater agility than those in the Muggle world, where one might even encounter identical faces just a few streets apart. Upon hearing this, Tabitha sat up abruptly, no longer tired. What do you mean my food is unhealthy? How healthy is your wretched potion, then? That's precisely why I suggested bringing Quibi here. We shouldn't let Harry Potter remain stunted. With a pop, a house elf adorned in a tea towel emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest appeared between them. My forgetful master finally recalled that Hogwarts had her house elf. Quibi bowed deeply to Ilowen, pondering what new form of torment his cruel master had devised, as she had previously forbidden him from cleaning Hogwarts. Ilowen helplessly rested her head on the table. Conversing with house elves always gave her a headache. Her voice emerged from her arms. That's because Hogwarts is too vast. A single elf would exhaust himself. I mentioned before that you could help me clean my home. Ilowen referred not to the tent they currently inhabited, having constructed many such tents with Tabitha. They changed locations whenever they grew weary of the surroundings, but to her home in Godric's Hollow, a place as safe as a beginner's village. Tabitha did not favor an overly tranquil existence, so they primarily used their home as a storage space, seldom residing there. Indeed, my master prefers I guard her home rather than attend to her needs. Quibi maintained his bowing posture. Tabitha poked the elf. This is your chance. We have a child we need you to cook for. Quibi could prepare meals to satisfy the little master, provided there were sufficient ingredients. Ingredients. The reason Ilowen continuously consumed potions. There were only 2 ways to acquire ingredients in this world: traversing the map on foot or purchasing them from shops. Shops were located on both the Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade maps. The narrative thread that Ilowen has chosen to navigate revolves around Voldemort's dominion over the magical realm. In this storyline, Ilowen has aligned herself with the Order of the Phoenix, finding herself in a state of notoriety. This notoriety manifests as a crimson mark across the entire map, with her dynamic photographs plastered throughout Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. Ilowen muses that certain aspects of the game need not mirror reality so closely. While in this notorious state, she can only access Diagon Alley through disguise, which carries a risk of exposure that could lead to combat. Alternatively, she could forego disguise altogether and enter combat mode directly, engaging in battle while attempting to procure goods at no cost. Regardless of the method, Ilowen finds herself disinterested. Crafting potions remains far more cost-effective. With the addition of a child, her carefree approach can no longer persist. Ilowen pulls Tabitha into a discussion about what to acquire on their upcoming visit. Ingredients. Clothing. Aside from these, what else is there to obtain? Won't you take me along for some fun? Enough of that, Tabitha. We must leave one person at home to watch over Harry. Please help me brainstorm. Very well. Then you might consider bringing back a Nimbus broomstick for him from Diagon Alley. He deserves a bit of relaxation. That is a valid point. Wishing you a safe return. Don't plant any flags for me. Chapter 15, Diagon Alley. Lupin sat in the headmaster's office, observing the 3 young wizards across from him, who appeared cautious, yet were unmistakably attempting to sneak glances at him. Lupin forced himself to remain composed as he recalled whether he had encountered anyone on the last full moon. Being a Gryffindor himself, he was aware that most nighttime wanderers were students from his own house. Hermione, being an astute witch, could easily uncover his secret if given a few clues. Lupin's gaze swept over the young wizards. The 3 Gryffindors avoided making eye contact with him. Only Luna met his eyes, offering him an ethereal smile. Lupin lowered his gaze to the still healing wound on his hand, sighing softly. Perhaps his tenure as the defense against the dark arts professor would come to an end here. Ilowen donned a black cloak, obscuring her face with a mask. Once adequately disguised, she tapped her wand against the wall leading to Diagon Alley. The alley was not overly crowded. A few individuals ambled in and out of shops, yet very few lingered to converse, most hurrying along with their purchases. Many shopfronts displayed various notices, but Ilowen dared not linger her gaze upon them, striding directly toward Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Hermione observed keenly. A row of wanted posters caught her attention, the paper yellowed and the corners curling from sun exposure. Among them were two remarkably familiar figures, Ilowen and Ellis. In the magical photograph, she appeared as a menacing figure, her shoulders gripped by two individuals from behind. Her expression was fierce, poised for resistance. Another familiar face occupied the most prominent position in the center of all the wanted notices. It was none other than Harry Potter. He looked markedly older. Dressed in Muggle attire, his face devoid of any smile as he gazed intently at the camera, his eyes seemingly piercing through the paper, reaching into the very soul. Hermione had never seen Harry wear such a resolute expression. The transformation in his demeanor was so stark compared to the Harry she knew that he seemed a stranger altogether. With his round glasses, lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, and vibrant green eyes, he appeared to be a scaled-up version of young Harry Potter. Undoubtedly, he was Harry. Stripped of his juvenile exterior and honed by the passage of time, he had matured into a formidable leader. Ron was momentarily taken aback by Harry's wanted status, but his thoughts quickly shifted to another concern. What about Hermione and us? Having witnessed Hermione's dismal speculations on the parchment, Ron deemed the warrant less significant. He and Hermione were the closest to Harry. Ron had assumed they would face everything together, yet the warrant only targeted Harry. A frown creased Ron's face, his mind wandering to troubling possibilities. Surely they hadn't defected to the Dark Lord. Though that prospect seemed less likely than the notion of Voldemort being a kind-hearted soul who helped grandmothers cross the street. Don't be foolish, Ron. We will undoubtedly remain together, Hermione asserted with conviction. There existed a more rational explanation for their situation, yet Hermione refrained from elaborating further. Instead, she opened her notebook and drew two new lines beneath their names, leading towards death. Despite the seemingly predetermined outcome, Hermione remained unperturbed. She gazed at the shimmering screen, a message from the future, confident they could harness this information to alter their destiny. Ilowen entered the robe shop. The proprietor, unfazed by her attire of a black robe, calmly inquired about her clothing size. Ilowen selected a few ready-made robes, knowing she could easily adjust the fit with a spell upon her return. She then exited the shop and made her way to the apothecary to replenish the ingredients needed for her potions, followed by a visit to the grocer to procure ample supplies, ensuring she wouldn't need to return to Diagon Alley for a month. Her final destination was the Broomstick Specialty Store. As soon as Ilowen set foot on the streets of Diagon Alley, she sensed something amiss. The bustling wizards that once filled the thoroughfare had vanished, leaving the street eerily empty. Ilowen dashed towards the broom shop. In an instant, spells of various hues shot towards her from four directions. Ilowen moved swiftly, casting a shield charm while deftly evading the spells that could penetrate her protective barrier. She paid no mind to formulating a counterattack. Familiar with the mechanics of the Diagon Alley dungeon, she knew the Death Eaters would keep emerging. Slaying one would result in another taking its place. Only when higher-tier Death Eaters arrived would the spawning of lesser foes cease. Furthermore, without employing control spells to restrain the actions of these elite adversaries, a summoned Voldemort could manifest at random intervals. The mechanics of the dungeon were exceedingly vexatious, prompting Ilowen to opt for speed instead. With a flick of her wand, a powerful explosion spell soared towards the glass display of the broomstick shop. The glass shattered, and the scattered shards mirrored the flickering lights of spells flashing behind her. Ilowen seized several brooms, mounted one, and stuffed the rest into her satchel. The broom glided close to the ground, yet its speed was remarkable. The wind whipped through her black robe, making it flutter dramatically behind her as she sped away. In the blink of an eye, she forcefully broke through the obstructing Death Eaters, escaping from the heavy encirclement. With a flick of her broom, she vanished from sight. Sighing in relief at Ilowen's safe departure, Neville finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. The sound reverberated in the silent room, its clarity heightened by the stillness. Neville lowered his gaze, stealing glances around him. Many had visibly relaxed, relieved by Ilowen's safety. Ron and Hermione were comforting one another, their interlaced hands having been released without either realizing it. Neville keenly observed the whiteness of Ron's knuckles, pinched from the pressure. As Ron's hand moved beneath the table, the slight rustle of his sleeve indicated the nervous fidgeting of his fingers. Professor Sprout gently patted her chest, leaning back into her chair before turning to Professor Flitwick. Engaged in a quiet conversation, Professor Lupin raised his teacup and took a sip, having paid more attention to him today. Neville noted that this was the first time Lupin had partaken in tea. The cup was filled to the brim, and the tremor from Lupin's grasp almost caused the liquid to spill over the edge. Realizing he had been staring at Lupin for an extended period, Neville shifted his focus to the rippling surface of his own teacup, refraining from observing others. Simultaneously, he became aware that the exhalation he had just heard was not an illusion. It was the collective sound of everyone's breaths intertwining. Another question surfaced in Neville's mind. He had noticed small wounds on Lupin's fingers, glimpsed as Lupin reached for the teacup. Could it be connected to Black? Chapter 16, The Firebolt. Ilowen descended slowly to the ground beside the Albanian forest campsite on her flying broomstick, her grip tightening on the handle to the point of numbness. It was only upon her feet touching the ground that she realized the extent of her exertion. With her still slightly trembling hand, she wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Upon raising her head, she was met by a pair of green eyes. Harry Potter stood awkwardly beside the tent, tugging at Tabitha's ample robe sleeve. He had been dragged out of his room under the pretext of a stroll by Tabitha. They had wandered aimlessly around the area several times. Initially perplexed by Tabitha's insistence on lingering in one spot, he now understood upon seeing Ilowen's state. Tabitha had brought him along to witness Ilowen's predicament. Harry noticed something was amiss with Ilowen. Upon her return, she had not even spotted him and Tabitha standing nearby. Moreover, her lips were pale and her breathing rapid, her steps faltering as she touched down. Harry surmised that she might have a fear of heights. They certainly ought not to be in this place. Harry continued tugging at Tabitha's sleeve, fervently wishing she would pretend not to notice and simply leave this suffocating location with him. However, that was an impossibility. Tabitha, undeterred by Ilowen's menacing gaze, draped her arm over Harry's shoulder, guiding him towards Ilowen. Look who has returned. Tabitha's tone mirrored that of a warm welcome for a child coming home. Had it not been for Ilowen's cold, scrutinizing embrace, the scene would have been quite heartwarming. Harry, unable to free himself from Tabitha's grasp, despaired as he followed her toward the abyss. A grand welcome, Ilowen replied emotionlessly. Honestly, this seems a bit excessive, Hermione hesitantly remarked. Even among good friends, such behavior is rather peculiar. Ron, indifferent, popped a small piece of cake into his mouth, chewing as he said, perhaps Tabitha acted on impulse. She has always appeared that way, but she should still consider her friend's feelings, Hermione countered. Friends' feelings? Ron interrupted. Some people disregard their friends' opinions and buy a foolish cat. Neville and Luna, each covering one ear, adeptly stifled the conversation before it could escalate. They had grown accustomed to Ron and Hermione's bickering over Scabbers and Crookshanks, especially Neville, who had noticed their frequent squabbles since the start of term. The tension between the two had eased significantly after Harry's disappearance, yet it seemed to have resurfaced recently. After all, a cat's nature is to chase mice, yet Ron held a special fondness for that aging rodent. The conflict between them was nearly unavoidable. Perhaps even the closest of friends undergo a phase of adjustment. Harry's gaze wandered aimlessly, darting away from Ilowen, whom he dared not scrutinize for long. Suddenly, something was thrust into his hand. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a firebolt, the very broom he had seen through the glass in Diagon Alley. Realization dawned on him. He had been so preoccupied with observing Ilowen that he failed to notice she had returned on the firebolt. Harry's breath slowed as he cradled the broom in his hands, striving to suppress his excitement. Perhaps Ilowen merely wanted him to hold it for a moment? But what if, just what if, she was inclined to lend it to him for a trial? A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Harry's eyes as he uttered, "Is this the firebolt?" His voice brimmed with an eagerness he was unaware of. Ilowen nudged Tabitha, signaling her to elaborate. Tabitha, stifling a laugh at Harry's barely contained enthusiasm, replied with a smile. "It's your firebolt." At this revelation, Harry's head snapped up, his eyes instantly alight with joy. His gaze flitted between the two, incredulously asking, "Is it really for me?" Tabitha chuckled at his excitement, teasing, "If you keep asking, I might just take it back." Without hesitation, Harry mounted the broom. Only then remembering to ask Tabitha if he could take a flight. I'm just nearby and too eager." Harry stumbled over his words. "Of course. Go ahead. We'll watch you. But remember not to fly too far," Tabitha encouraged. The moment she nodded, Harry soared over the treetops, ascending into the sky. Tabitha doubled over with laughter, and even the corners of Ilowen's mouth lifted in an involuntary smile. Ron gazed enviously at Harry's figure, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, that's the firebolt." Hermione did not share Ron's exuberance. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought. Ilowen had not paid in Diagon Alley. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Ron shook Hermione's arm vigorously. "Hermione, just imagine Malfoy's expression if he saw Harry with a firebolt." Hermione desperately attempted to signal Ron. They were in the headmaster's office, and Professor Snape was present as well. Mr. Weasley, 2 points from Gryffindor for speaking loudly in the headmaster's office. Snape's deep voice brought a chilling calmness to Ron's mind. He released Hermione's arm and feigned seriousness as he observed the screen. Harry had soared through the sky for quite some time before reluctantly descending. A smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. The experience of riding the firebolt was exceedingly comfortable. Not only was it faster than his Nimbus 2000, but its agility and balance were unparalleled compared to any other broomstick. Moreover, the broom's design, with its smooth lines, was nothing short of a masterpiece. Harry caressed the handle of the firebolt with lingering fondness. It was simply magnificent. In the brief moments of trial, he found not a single flaw. Yet, it was precisely because of this that he could not accept it. Approaching Ilowen and Tabitha, who were waiting for his return, Harry returned the firebolt to Ilowen, stating earnestly, "I cannot accept this." This contemplation had been occupying Harry's mind ever since he learned he might possess a firebolt. Once the initial thrill subsided, rationality took its place. Since yesterday, he had been receiving assistance from Ilowen and her friends, who had generously shared their shelter and offered to guide him. Upon his departure, Harry noticed considerable changes within the tent. Several colorful pots of herbs were missing, and more than half the books on the shelves had vanished. His presence had inadvertently caused them trouble. Harry had received an overwhelming amount of kindness, leaving him uncertain how to reciprocate. He had seen the firebolt in Diagon Alley. Its price negotiable. He knew it must be worth several times more than a Nimbus 2001, an exorbitant sum. It was far too precious. He simply could not accept it with a clear conscience. Chapter 17, Nimbus 2000. Ilowen watched Harry soar freely through the sky, and his unadulterated joy began to ease her previously tense muscles. The shadow of the firebolt's high-speed flight dissipated, allowing her to appreciate the intricate maneuvers Harry executed on the broom. "He flies so well," Tabitha remarked in awe. Ilowen raised an eyebrow at Tabitha, articulating the unspoken half of her thought. "Indeed, and far better than I, wouldn't you agree? Don't be upset. It's merely that the atmosphere between you two seemed so awkward, and I wanted to create some unforgettable memories for you," Tabitha added, playfully kneading Ilowen's shoulders. "And perhaps find a bit of enjoyment for yourself as well, right?" Ilowen saw through Tabitha's intentions. Harry had one excellent senior in her, and there was no need to force her presence. Before Tabitha could inquire further, Ilowen pointed upward. "Look, Harry is coming back." Harry controlled the firebolt, bringing it close to the ground, and gracefully leapt off his broom. "I cannot accept it," he declared. Ilowen had not anticipated that Harry's first words upon returning would be this. In an instant, she grasped Harry's concerns. Tabitha was perplexed, taking the firebolt that Harry intended to return to Ilowen and examining it closely. "Why? Is this broom not suitable?" Harry was startled by Tabitha's casual handling and quickly interjected. "No, the broom is excellent. There is no problem. Please, Tabitha, don't take it apart." Tabitha released her grip on the end of the broom, feigning nonchalance. Harry exhaled in relief, only to realize he had spoken too loudly to Tabitha. Fortunately, she seemed unconcerned. Embarrassed, he began to explain. "This is the first time I've received such an extravagant gift. I truly appreciate it. However, I simply cannot. What I mean is..." Noticing Harry struggle to articulate his thoughts, Ilowen pointed out his dilemma. "Potter, do you feel you've been a burden to us? Or do you believe we've invested too much time and money in you?" "Both," Harry admitted, feeling as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare by Ilowen. He blinked, suddenly hesitant to meet her penetrating gray gaze. In truth, the broom was something Ilowen had snatched from the specialty broom shop without paying. "That is a world-class firebolt, not just any broom," Hermione murmured. Ron, sitting nearby, caught her words. "It must be incredibly expensive," he remarked quietly. "Indeed. The combined cost of all the Slytherin Nimbus 2001's wound team matched that of the firebolt," Ron exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement. This drew Snape's attention, who shot a glance towards the students. Luna, sensing that they were not discussing the same topic, chimed in. "In that scenario, how could one possibly pay?" Ron finally understood Hermione's concern. "Come on, Hermione, you can't expect her to haggle with the shopkeeper while being pursued." Hermione felt a flush rise to her cheeks, aware that she sometimes placed too much emphasis on certain rules, though her friendships with Ron and Harry were gradually altering this tendency. Tabitha observed Harry's silence and discerned that Ilowen was correct. She felt a rare sense of conflict. Welcoming Harry into their midst was a natural outcome. Even if he were not Harry Potter but a complete stranger, they would have acted similarly, albeit with a touch more caution. This inclination was not born from any altruistic virtue, but rather from the profound silence that enveloped their world of two living beings. Despite being immersed in a realm rich with magical wonders, the solitude inevitably became palpable over time. Regardless of how Harry had arrived here, his presence ushered in new changes and hopes into their lives. Moreover, after spending time with him, Tabitha discovered that Harry was a commendable young man, forgiving, polite, and resilient to her whims. For this reason, Tabitha was willing to endure the minor vexations of daily life and dedicate her time to mentor Harry. Regarding monetary matters, there was a distinct lack of concern, for it was merely her and Ilowen present. Would they truly compete over who saved more? Moreover, at times, money was unnecessary. They could simply seize what they desired. Nevertheless, these rationalizations were not meant for Harry's ears. Tabitha pondered in distress how to convey this to Harry in a manner that would be more palatable to him. Her musings yielded no fruitful results. In desperation, she glanced at Ilowen, who was also at a loss for the perfect words. Ilowen, pretending to contemplate while stroking her chin, eventually remarked, "Indeed, we had not considered this thoroughly before." Tabitha's eyes widened. Was Ilowen also devoid of a solution? To ensure Harry felt at ease during his stay, Ilowen deliberately paused, leaning closer to Harry and gazing into his emerald eyes. She spoke slowly. "Every expense incurred during your stay will be noted, and the final bill will be sent to you." Harry understood her implication as she gestured lightly at his chest, indicating that the bill would be addressed to him at this moment. Gazing into her mischievous eyes, Harry inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance. He nodded, affirming, "I have no objections." Ilowen, who had not intimidated Harry, distanced herself with a disinterested air. In a position where Harry could not see, Tabitha gave Ilowen a thumbs up, which drew Ilowen's attention to the firebolt she held. "I almost forgot about the firebolt. Consider it a gift from me, Tabitha." Tabitha retracted her thumbs up, pondering the utility of the firebolt, given her ability to fly. Unsure whether to interject, her tongue twisted in indecision. Ilowen paid no heed to Tabitha's hesitance. She rummaged through her small bag and produced another broom, the Nimbus 2000, procured during their escapades in Diagon Alley. Handing it to Harry, she insisted, "This time, do not refuse. Even if you do, I will still charge it to your account." Harry showed no inclination to decline. A smile unconsciously formed on his lips as he accepted the Nimbus 2000. This broom was familiar to him, having first used it in his first year. Now, holding this new broom felt akin to grasping the hand of an old friend. Harry was relieved that Ilowen had not returned with a Nimbus 2001, the model favored by Malfoy and his ilk, which he had loathed since second year when Malfoy flaunted it to the Gryffindor team. Had Ilowen presented him with a Nimbus 2001, he would have preferred to endure the exorbitant bill for the firebolt instead. However, was the choice of the older model over the newer one merely coincidence? While stroking the broom, Harry found himself distracted by such thoughts. Chapter 18, Strolling. As Tabitha sensed Ilowen's explanations nearing completion, she interjected, "Since the issues have been resolved, let us not linger any longer. It is time to return." With that, she hoisted the firebolt and urged Harry back to the campsite. Harry, startled by Tabitha's casual handling of the firebolt as if it were an ordinary broom, felt a mix of apprehension and awe. Harry was uncertain whether refusing the firebolt was the right decision. Sunlight cascaded through the forest, filtering through the leaves to create scattered patches of light upon the ground. He moved forward, propelled by Tabitha's gentle push. As he brushed aside some drooping vines, he held the broomstick carefully, ensuring it did not touch the pile of fallen leaves beneath him. In the serene forest, the only sound was the rustling of robes against the underbrush as a few figures walked. "Why did you give me a broomstick?" Harry inquired, casting a glance back at the two women without pausing his stride. Ilowen and Tabitha exchanged a knowing look. Tabitha feigned indifference, deliberately ignoring Harry's question, her gaze fixed on the play of shadows cast by the trees. After posing his question, Harry waited for a response from behind, but the silence lingered, thickening the air around him and slowing his pace. After a moment, he felt the pressure of Tabitha's hand on his shoulder fluctuate, prompting him to glance back. Tabitha was playfully hopping around, engaged in a game of stepping on shadows. He might have found more joy in her antics had she not been stepping on his shadow's head. Upon noticing Harry looking back, Tabitha flashed him a broad smile. He turned his attention back to Ilowen, who maintained her aloof demeanor. She cast a disinterested glance at Harry before redirecting her focus to the path ahead. Reflecting on his interactions with Ilowen, Harry realized she seldom exhibited strong emotional fluctuations. Except for their first quarrel, he had never quite understood why she had been so upset then. She seemed as easy to get along with as Tabitha. Tabitha's concern for him was always overt. She expressed her thoughts freely, displaying her care without reservation. In contrast, Ilowen, whom Harry had secretly begun to refer to by her given name, never voiced her feelings. She had fixed her form at the height of a third-year student, nearly matching Harry's stature, yet she bore a maturity that surpassed even Tabitha's. Harry paused momentarily, contemplating how, in comparison to Tabitha, everyone appeared more composed and mature. Shaking his head, he continued to ponder Ilowen's contradictory demeanor. She prepared his room, provided him with potions during his time of need, and now returned with a broomstick. Her actions suggested she cared, yet she persistently referred to him as Potter, forbidding him from calling her Ilowen, insisting instead he use the name Ellis. This imposed distance between them was palpable, occasionally punctuated by her sarcastic remarks that pricked at him. Was this a reflection of the emotional disparities between a Gryffindor and a Slytherin? Harry, in a moment of childish frustration, kicked at the obstructing blades of grass, snapping the delicate stems and staining the hem of his robe with verdant sap. He pressed on, only to find his pant leg ensnared by the grass, causing him to lose his balance. In that frantic moment, all he could recall was to lift the broomstick, bracing himself for the impending impact with the ground. Two forces held him in place. One force emanated from Tabitha, her hand resting firmly on Harry's shoulder throughout, leaving him uncertain whether she was pushing or merely providing support. Upon sensing that Harry was about to fall, Tabitha tightened her grip on his shoulder to stabilize him. Her touch was warm and strong, and Harry faintly felt the area she had contacted radiating heat. Tabitha stepped closer to Harry, her crossbow nearly brushing against Ilowen, who was walking beside her. "How careless, Harry. Your balance seems lacking," Tabitha teased, casually brushing off the grass clinging to Harry's clothes. As Harry brushed his right arm, the pressure from her hand dissipated once he regained his footing. He knew it was Ilowen, for only two people stood behind him. Her hand was smaller than Tabitha's. And in that fleeting moment, Harry felt a chilling sensation creep up his arm, tightening momentarily before vanishing into the shadows. Harry did not dwell on his thoughts for long. Pondering the question he had asked, he turned to Tabitha and spoke. Once more, he suppressed the multitude of questions swirling within him. He resolved that no matter the secrets hidden here, he would uncover them. Tabitha responded to Harry this time. "Still thinking about the broom? It was my suggestion. I feared you might become too bored here." Tabitha slowed her pace, trailing behind Harry by 2 steps. "It's not good to be so tense," she remarked, her gaze drifting towards Ilowen, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Harry detected a change in Tabitha's tone and turned to glimpse her expression. At that moment, Ilowen floated into the conversation. "We wouldn't want Gryffindor's seeker to forget how to fly due to unforeseen circumstances, would we? Your captain would surely go mad." Harry's thoughts instantly fixated on the upcoming Quidditch match. He turned to the two of them in a state of panic, exclaiming, "I can't possibly miss the game against Slytherin." "Oh no, you definitely will," Ron replied, his voice dripping with despair, clearly believing that without Harry, Gryffindor's chances were slim. Hermione and Neville wore solemn expressions. Luna could only silently comfort Hermione by stroking the back of her hand. Snape smirked with disdain. "I heard the other day that Wood has been scouring for remedies for the pox, even inquiring multiple times with Madame Pomfrey if Potter could finish the match before returning to the infirmary for treatment. It seems Gryffindor is in quite the predicament." He cast a concerned glance at McGonagall. "Minerva, if you require it, we could postpone the match." Ron felt nauseated by Snape's slimy remarks and gulped down several mouthfuls of tea. "You need not trouble yourself, Severus," Professor McGonagall replied curtly. Wood had already begun searching for a substitute seeker. "Then I wish you the best of luck," Snape retorted with a provocative smile. McGonagall forcefully stabbed a piece of cake, as if impaling a particularly loquacious colleague. Hermione's serious demeanor remained unchanged. She sensed something was amiss. She replayed the scenes in her mind, striving to capture that fleeting thought. Brooms. Quidditch, Wood. As both professors mentioned Wood, Hermione suddenly comprehended where the discrepancy lay. Wait, how does Ilowen know who Wood is? Chapter 19. Parallel Worlds. The moment Hermione voiced her question, the headmaster's office fell into a profound silence. The professors seemed to restrain even their breaths. Hermione scanned the faces around her. Neville and Ron appeared predominantly perplexed and bewildered, evidently unable to grasp the implications of Hermione's inquiry. Luna, however, seemed to be in deep contemplation, perhaps pondering Hermione's words. Meanwhile, the professors exchanged discreet glances, most notably Professor McGonagall, who not only fidgeted with the handle of her wand but also cast furtive glances at Headmaster Dumbledore. A chill settled in Hermione's heart. She realized she had uncovered the matter the professors had long concealed from the students. She understood why they had remained tight-lipped regarding Ilowen and Tabitha. Ron, not one to beat around the bush, followed Hermione's gaze but remained oblivious to her focus. He asked, "Isn't it just knowing Wood? He's quite famous among those who enjoy Quidditch." The crux of the matter was that Wood was already in his 7th year. Hermione attempted to enlighten Ron, yet he remained unaware, uneasily stating, "Is there a problem?" Luna's voice floated over Ron. "Do you know the name of the last Ravenclaw team captain who graduated?" Ron's jaw dropped. He too recognized the incongruity. How could anyone pay attention to the names of students from other houses who had already graduated? He couldn't even recall the name of the current Ravenclaw team captain. Goodness, Wood was set to graduate this year, so Ilowen must know his name. She should be at the school right now. Ron's voice trembled slightly. "But we've never seen her," Neville added. Hermione's gaze fixed intently on Professor McGonagall. In truth, there were more than just this inconsistency. Ilowen had also mentioned their second-year defense against the dark arts professor, Lockhart. Their defense against the dark arts professor changed annually. So logically, Ilowen should not have known him. Yet, Hermione had initially assumed that Lockhart's infamous reputation had spread so widely that even unadmitted young witches and wizards were aware of his absurdity. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses multiple times during the students' discussion, not once looking at Hermione. Dumbledore had mentioned in the professors' meeting that this was to be kept secret, so whenever Hermione inquired, she was met with her typically stern demeanor. However, this time she seemed unable to maintain her composure. "A most astute witch, Miss Granger," Dumbledore remarked approvingly. Yet Hermione could see a hint of exasperation on his face. She lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Nevertheless, if given the chance to do it all over again, she would still pose the question as it pertained to her friend Harry and his whereabouts. Dumbledore observed the children. His intention had never been to obscure the truth from them, but rather to prevent the young witches and wizards from worrying excessively amidst their studies. Had it not been for the necessity of their assistance in activating the light curtain, he would not have involved them in this matter. He always hoped that adults could resolve more issues for the children. But these children are indeed exceptional. Dumbledore did not anticipate that Miss Granger would uncover the clues so swiftly. He was well aware that the children had been searching for news regarding Ilowen and Tabitha, especially after Filch had been in an uproar over the disappearance of the records. Dumbledore smiled benevolently, removing his glasses to polish them. Since the children were working so diligently for the sake of their friend, he decided to share the truth with them. Miss Granger's conjecture was not mistaken. The world in which Harry resides is not the same as ours. Upon receiving confirmation from Professor Dumbledore, Hermione closed her eyes and felt a sense of relief wash over her. Dumbledore gestured for Professor McGonagall to continue explaining to the children. With a sigh, McGonagall added, "After learning the names of Ilowen and Tabitha, I consulted the Register of Admission stored at Hogwarts. Their names do not appear therein. The Register of Admission, along with the Quill of Acceptance, serves as the sole evidence for the admission of young witches and wizards to Hogwarts. All young wizards exhibiting magical abilities within the United Kingdom are recorded in the register. As Deputy Headmistress, McGonagall sends acceptance letters each year to those young wizards who have reached the age of 11, relying on this infallible magical artifact created by the founders of Hogwarts. Does this imply that the search for Harry has become more challenging?" Luna astutely posed the most pertinent question. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded, acknowledging this fact. "Nick and I are delving into the realms of time and space. It is a truly grand subject." With her query answered, Luna refrained from pursuing further, redirecting her focus to the luminescent screen. Ron's thoughts wandered to another matter, and his expression fell. Their investigation into the violation records had, indeed, proven fruitless. Hermione gazed at her notebook, feeling somewhat indecisive. Since they were not in the same world, did these notes still hold value? She briefly entertained doubt, but resolved to continue documenting, sensing that the two worlds must still share commonalities. Even if they proved useless, she could regard them as mere entertainment. Neville, on the other hand, appeared to be the most troubled. He had heard of various methods to traverse space, and even some objects that could manipulate time. The Department of Mystery's time chamber was no secret. However, he had never encountered any means of altering both simultaneously. He was genuinely concerned that Harry might be trapped and unable to return. Meanwhile, Harry was equally anxious. "I hope I won't miss the match against Slytherin," he fretted, feeling a surge of anxiety about his potential inability to return. He halted his journey, casting a glance at Ilowen and Tabitha. "For Slytherin's victory. It seems I should delay your return," Ilowen said leisurely. Harry immediately shot an annoyed look at Ilowen, momentarily forgetting that a Slytherin senior stood before him. Tabitha playfully poked Harry, finding him endearing. Yet, she couldn't concoct a solution to the predicament. That was Ilowen's task. Harry's irritation was swiftly dispelled by Tabitha's teasing, and he rubbed his cheeks, cautiously observing Ilowen's expression. He recalled their previous argument when this topic had arisen. Ilowen was well aware that she could not always disguise her feelings with anger, for it would soon become evident to Harry. Furthermore, it was not beneficial for Harry to harbor such concerns in his heart. In the realm of your original time, it is believed that many individuals are striving to guide you back to the correct moment. Ilowen paused briefly before continuing. "Here, in 2 months. If you remain in this place, I will assist you in reaching out to a professor." A broad smile illuminated Harry's face, his emerald eyes sparkling with resplendent joy. "Thank you, Ilowen," he exclaimed, swallowing the title that almost slipped from his lips, lost in his elation, completely oblivious to Tabitha's peculiar expression beside him. Tabitha thought Ilowen was speaking nonsense. Where would they find a professor for Harry in 2 months? Chapter 20. Hope. Upon returning to the camp, Tabitha eagerly urged Harry to retreat to his room for some rest. "Come now, Harry, after such a long journey, you must be weary." She promptly escorted him to his door. Harry's excitement had yet to wane. This slight exertion was hardly half of what they endured during Quidditch practice. He hesitated, opening his mouth to speak. "Actually, but Tabitha swiftly opened the door to his room, ushering him inside. "No, you are tired," she insisted, slamming the door behind him. "Very well," Harry mused, rubbing his nose, conceding that a bit of rest would not harm him. Just as he was about to find a place for his newly acquired broomstick, he heard the door creak open once more. Tabitha returned, laden with an assortment of trinkets. She brought a bubble-blowing plant, various magical gadgets, and a transparent jar filled with candies that appeared edible. She dumped the entire collection on Harry's desk. "If you do not wish to sleep, entertain yourself for a while," she declared before dashing out. Harry opened the jar and selected a brightly colored candy, reasoning that Tabitha would not poison him. The candy offered an indescribable fruity sweetness, delightful to his palate. After waiting for some time without witnessing any peculiar effects from the candy, he decided to approach the door. He was undeniably curious about what Tabitha intended to discuss with Ilowen while confining him to his room. Silence enveloped the space beyond the door. In the headmaster's office, Ron was discreetly observing Professor McGonagall. Given that in that other world, Professor Dumbledore had already suggested that Ilowen's search for a professor surely meant seeking Harry's head of house. Hermione believed that Ilowen would likely seek a professor with whom she was more familiar, such as the head of Slytherin House. Her gaze instinctively drifted towards Professor Snape, who glared back with an intense gaze. Hermione quickly averted her eyes, her mind swirling with doubt. Would Professor Snape truly be willing to assist Harry? She sincerely hoped that Ilowen would consider other professors. Regardless of which professor Ilowen intended to approach, they could gather more information here. After glaring at Hermione for a moment longer, Snape returned his attention to the screen. Contrary to Hermione's assumptions, he certainly did not believe that Ilowen would seek his assistance. In an era marked by the resurgence of the Dark Lord, barring any unforeseen events, his current allegiance should be clear. Snape wryly tugged at the corner of his mouth. How could someone wanted alongside the Savior seek the aid of a Death Eater? As Tabitha dashed back and forth, even a fool could discern her desire to whisper something. Ilowen sighed, quietly withdrawing a book and settling onto the sofa, patiently awaiting the conclusion of Tabitha's antics. The moment Tabitha emerged from Harry's room, she perched beside Ilowen, leaning her head on her hand, silently gazing at her. Ilowen feigned ignorance. With Tabitha remaining mute, she chose to pretend not to understand her intentions. Her gaze fell upon the pages of her book, her fingertips delicately tracing the text as she turned the pages. She still had the leisure to read. Incensed, Tabitha refrained from using her wand, instead tapping the pages with her fingers, causing the words to writhe and surge until the entire page was engulfed in darkness. After her mischievous deed, Tabitha felt much better. This time, she was resolute in compelling Ilowen to explain herself. Don't take it out on my book. Ilowen closed the book, inquiring, what do you want to know? What do you think? 2 months. Professor, you just told Harry that. Are you really expecting to conjure a professor from thin air for him in that time? Given my proficiency in transfiguration, it is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Upon hearing this, Tabitha brandished her wand and rose to her feet. Her skills in transfiguration were commendable. She could transform into 100 forms at that moment. Sensing the jest had gone on long enough, Ilowen quickly pulled her back. It took considerable effort to return the stubborn Tabitha, as unyielding as a bull, to the sofa. She then rummaged through her bag and presented a freshly bought apple to Tabitha, coaxing her. Tabitha was not picky, and she accepted the apple from Ilowen's hand. While munching, she interjected, what a ridiculous notion. You might as well say you're planning to bring Dumbledore's portrait over for Harry to see. Ilowen chose not to indulge her banter this time. With Tabitha's impulsiveness, she could very well dash to Hogwarts and pry Dumbledore off the wall. All right, I have some thoughts on how to get Harry back, she finally said. What? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes darting around, her companions equally filled with surprise. Yet, upon witnessing the professor's expressions, Hermione's fervent enthusiasm began to cool. Most of the professors appeared shocked and incredulous. Doubt crept into Hermione's mind. If Professor Dumbledore had been unable to unravel the mystery of that metallic sphere, how could Ilowen possibly grasp what had transported Harry there? This thought left Hermione somewhat despondent. As the fleeting hope dissipated like a bubble, Tabitha froze, her apple momentarily forgotten. She sensed that Ilowen was concealing something significant from her. Initially, she had not cared, as everyone harbored secrets. However, it now seemed that Ilowen might be hiding a monumental secret. Ilowen would not speak without certainty, and Tabitha understood this. Deciding not to press further, she was already content with the small morsel of information she had gleaned. Quickly, Tabitha reassured herself. She accepted the apple from Ilowen. Though her questions were far from over, this time they were not of the pressing variety. What about the firebolt? Tabitha silently summoned her broomstick, which she had carelessly discarded. The firebolt soared into her grasp, as if responding to her silent command. Upon Tabitha's release, the elegantly designed broomstick effortlessly hovered above the ground, maintaining a height easily accessible for her. Tabitha whimsically toyed with the broom's handle, and the firebolt silently mirrored her every movement. There is a rationale behind its expense, indeed. It is a remarkable broom, yet it is not what Tabitha desires. Why give this to me when you know I have no use for a broom? Tabitha winked at Ilowen, her meaning clear. Ilowen was indeed aware, but some matters require a facade. Moreover, the most significant reason transcended this. The Nimbus 2000, which Harry received upon joining the Quidditch team, was a gift from Professor McGonagall, while his first firebolt was bestowed by his godfather. Both brooms held sentimental value. Tabitha, momentarily neglecting her apple, pondered the implications. Did this truly happen? She struggled to recall the original plot, having a vague memory that Harry's flying broom had malfunctioned at some point. However, The first broom gifted by his godfather certainly held a different significance. They could not usurp Sirius Black's affection for his godson. Ilowen further elucidated, receiving it from you is no different than from Harry, is it? You wouldn't deny him the chance to use it. Of course not. Chapter 21. Godfather Harry stood in his room, straining to listen, but silence enveloped him from beyond the door. He was curious about the conversation between Ilowen and Tabitha. His hand rested on the doorknob, his mind torn. Should he crack the door slightly to eavesdrop? Yet, Tabitha had already sent him back to his room and showered him with gifts, clearly indicating her desire for him to remain uninvolved. With a sense of determination, he withdrew his hand and resolutely seated himself in the chair. If discovered, he knew Tabitha would not be angry, but Ilowen might react differently, considering her piercing gaze when she fixated on someone. Harry opted to obey and stay within the confines of his room. He casually pulled a textbook from the pile, a divination manual. He tossed it back, realizing that this art was not suited for him. His gaze lingered on a bubbling green plant, and in his boredom, he began to poke at the bubbles with the tip of a quill. Time seemed to drag on interminably. When would Tabitha finish her conversation? This question flitted through Harry's mind for the 10th time. No, surely Tabitha would not forget about him. Suddenly, he sat up straight, the thought striking him as plausible. After all, they had not agreed on when he would be informed he could emerge. A spark of realization ignited in Harry's eyes. Tabitha had not specified how long he must remain in his room. He had waited long enough. With a sense of justification, he approached the door, concluding that it would not be a significant transgression to step outside now. Upon opening the door, he faintly caught the sound of their voices, distant yet discernible, with the word Godfather rising above the rest. Ilowen and Tabitha instinctively ceased their conversation, turning in unison to face Harry. I heard you discussing Godfather, Harry blurted out, a hint of panic in his voice as he inadvertently revealed what he had overheard. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he moved toward them and took a seat opposite. Tabitha abruptly turned to Ilowen. As she departed from Harry's room, Ilowen cast a silencing charm upon his door. Did Ilowen not conjure a few spells while she was nearby? She gently shook her head, having overlooked it, and promised to be more mindful next time. Fortunately, Harry had not overheard too much. Ilowen could discern from his expression when he posed questions that he had only caught wind of the mention of his godfather. If he were aware that they were discussing his godfather, he would surely not be so composed. They were speaking of Tabitha's godfather, Ilowen calmly stated. Tabitha nodded in agreement, acknowledging her fabricated godfather. Compared to this, Harry, Tabitha said, struggling to suppress a laugh. I believe you should take a look in the mirror. What? Harry queried, bewildered. Touching his cheek. Had he splashed juice on himself while popping bubbles in his room? Ilowen waved her wand, kindly conjuring a water mirror before Harry. The mirror clearly reflected Harry's somewhat youthful face, along with his hair standing on end. Tabitha. Harry suddenly recalled the candy. He had only consumed one piece of candy that Tabitha had given him since his return. Tabitha had long since buried her head in the couch, stifling her laughter. Ilowen, suppressing a smile, clarified for Harry, it's the standing hair potion. It lasts no more than 20 minutes. Harry was still attempting to dampen his hair to restore his hairstyle. At that moment, Tabitha approached him with her fire crossbow, aimed at his head. Look how similar you two are now, broom-headed boy. Don't call me that. The incident concluded with Tabitha accompanying Harry in consuming a piece of the standing hair potion candy. Did Ron's mind consist solely of flying broomsticks? Hermione could scarcely believe it. As they prepared to extract information from Hagrid, Ron had chosen to attend the tryouts for the Gryffindor Seeker. Was being a Seeker truly that significant? Hermione paused in her organization of textbooks, conceding that it was indeed important. However, this did not diminish her ire over Ron's absence. She placed her History of Magic book and notes together with a resounding thud. Neville silently awaited her to finish her task. Let us go, Neville, Hermione said, leading him out of the History of Magic classroom. This was their final class of the day, and following the conclusion of the previous film screening. They had inquired with their professors about Harry's godfather, but Professor McGonagall had sternly sent them away, disinclined to divulge any information. Thus, they had agreed to seek out Hagrid that evening, for he was the most adept at sharing information among the professors. To their dismay, this coincided with the Gryffindor Seeker trials. Hermione ceased pondering Ron and met up with Luna, who had just finished her flying lesson, and the trio made their way to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. In Hagrid's pumpkin patch, numerous pumpkins were nearing ripeness. Their large forms nestled among the lush green vines, shimmering with a golden glow in the light of the evening sun. Knock, knock. Hermione rapped on Hagrid's door. Wait a moment. Hagrid's voice called from within. Oh, it's you lot, come in. The fireplace inside was ablaze, the flames dancing energetically, and as soon as they entered, they were greeted by a wave of warmth. Hagrid gathered the children around the table and prepared rock cakes for them. Why didn't you bring Ron? Hagrid inquired curiously of Hermione. You two are usually inseparable, aren't you? Hermione pursed her lips in silence. Ron had gone to observe the Seeker tryouts. Noticing Hermione's lingering anger, Neville quietly responded to Hagrid's question. Luna, however, was more captivated by the rock cakes on the table. She picked one up and took a bite. It was Neville's first visit to Hagrid's, and he politely took a rock cake as well. Hermione came to her senses and subtly pressed down on Neville's hand, signaling him to look at Luna. Luna had set the rock cake down, covering her cheek with one hand. Upon noticing Hermione and Neville's gaze, she smiled at them. Nervously, Neville returned the rock cake to its place. Hermione exhaled in relief, preparing to broach the main topic. Hagrid, we are here to inquire about Harry. A look of concern instantly crossed Hagrid's face. Oh, poor Harry. How did he come down with the pox? Hagrid had not been summoned to the headmaster's office the day Harry went missing. He had believed Dumbledore's public announcement regarding Harry's pox. Hermione was not there to reveal the truth about Harry's disappearance, but redirected the conversation. I know you were acquainted with Harry's parents, Hagrid, correct? Of course. I knew them quite well during their school days. Hagrid began to lament the deaths of James and Lily. They must have had many friends during their time at school. Hermione gently guided Hagrid. Indeed, they were quite popular. However, James had only 3 very close friends. At this point, Hagrid hesitated, and then anger visibly rose on his face. Who would have thought that such good friends during school could betray one another? Hagrid abruptly halted, noticing the 3 before him remained unresponsive, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Hermione understood that Hagrid was referring to Sirius's betrayal, but she was eager to learn who Harry's godfather was. Harry had been sent to his aunt's house, and none of his parents' old friends had come to visit. Neville recited Hermione's script in a rather monotonous tone, but it was sufficient to placate Hagrid. There are reasons for all of that. Hagrid began to anxiously defend James's friends. If Harry had a godfather, things would surely be different. Luna chimed in gloomily. He certainly does, but that scoundrel. Hagrid slammed his hand on the table in frustration. I can't believe I didn't realize it was Sirius. Hagrid covered his mouth in dismay. He hadn't intended for them to learn this, especially not for Harry to discover it. He recognized that these young wizards had come to extract information. Leave. All of you out. I can't tell you anything more. Hagrid ushered the 3 out of the room, slamming the door behind them. No matter how they called out, Hagrid refused to reopen the door. Chapter 22, The Forbidden Forest. In the Gryffindor common room, the decor of red and gold was omnipresent, with a tapestry emblazoned with the Gryffindor crest hanging in the center of the room. The flickering flames in the fireplace illuminated the entire space. Students, dressed in comfortable attire, chatted in small groups. The liveliest area of the room was occupied by a cluster of young wizards gathered around, observing a game of wizard's chess. As the curfew approached, the entrance to the common room was nearly devoid of students. Hermione and Neville were seated near the stone fireplace, engaged in hushed conversation. Their dialogue was hardly noticeable amidst the clamor of the surroundings. Where's Ron? Hermione clutched her soft pillow, her earlier irritation towards Ron having dissipated, now replaced by concern over his tardiness. It was peculiar. All the candidates for the seeker position had returned. Neville voiced his confusion as well. Just then, the common room door swung open, revealing a familiar figure emerging from within. Ron, over here. Hermione raised her hand to make it easier for him to spot them. Ron hurriedly approached and took a seat beside them, breathless and slumped in his chair as if devoid of energy. He must have sprinted back to arrive before curfew. Hermione noticed remnants of dust clinging to his trousers, the pale streaks stark against his dark robes. Where have you been, Ron? Of course. I went to watch the Seeker tryouts. Didn't I mention it? You probably don't even know who was chosen in the end. No, I do, Hermione countered. A 5th-year student was selected by Wood. They returned even earlier than you. Ron sighed in disappointment at not being able to share first-hand news with his friends. Neville handed Ron a glass of juice, having noticed his parched, cracked lips. Thanks, mate, I really needed this. Ron took a generous gulp, the tangy sweetness bursting in his mouth, quenching his thirst. Where was I? Ron set down the half-finished juice. You were telling us who the newly selected seeker is. Hermione reminded him. But why did you return so much later than them? You almost missed curfew. Ron's earlier excitement rekindled as he leaned closer to them, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Guess what I saw at the Quidditch pitch? What? Neville responded eagerly. Hermione rolled her eyes, yet found herself intrigued. Go on, Ron. It was Professor Lupin. Ron's voice involuntarily rose, only to be hushed again by himself. After the tryouts, I spotted a figure heading towards the Forbidden Forest. So I followed, and it turned out to be Professor Lupin. What could he possibly be doing in the Forbidden Forest at this hour? Neville asked in astonishment. Perhaps he was merely retrieving some defense against the dark arts teaching materials, like the Boggart last time, Hermione suggested, reluctant to think ill of the professor. Neville shook his head. He took a leave of absence, claiming he was unwell and wouldn't be attending the 3rd-year Ravenclaw class tomorrow. Did you ask Luna? You seem to have a good rapport with her, Ron remarked. Neville's ears reddened, silently affirming Ron's observation. Continuing on, Ron, did you see what Professor Lupin was doing in the Forbidden Forest? Hermione inquired. No, I lost sight of him, but it relates to something else. Ron bypassed the process of losing track, Yet I find myself inclined to believe Hermione's assertion that Lupin could be the individual who permitted Sirius Black to enter Hogwarts. He lurks stealthily within the Forbidden Forest, perhaps in clandestine meetings with Black. Hermione, however, was more preoccupied with another matter that Ron had mentioned. What could this other matter be? Ron then glanced at Neville. It is ominous, remember? During our first divination class, Professor Trelawney instructed us to read tea leaves, asserting that the black dog signifies ill omen. I encountered a large black dog within the Forbidden Forest. Neville shuddered slightly. He held a significant trust in Professor Trelawney's prophecies. Spotting a black dog is certainly not a favorable sign. Hermione pointed to the stains on Ron's clothes, inquiring, "Is this the reason for the marks upon you?" Ron looked down at his trousers, where indeed, there were claw marks. He patted the fabric, and while the marks had faded, they had not completely vanished. Hermione cast a cleaning charm on the stained areas, aiding Ron in restoring his robes to their former glory. "Thank you. Indeed, these marks are the handiwork of that black dog. I was following Professor Lupin quite well, then this black dog suddenly sprang from the woods. Not making a sound, merely clawing at me. It was only when I drew my wand that it fled," Ron recounted, still somewhat irked, taking a sip of juice to temper his annoyance before continuing. "It was because of that dog that I lost track of Professor Lupin. I saw him walking along the path of the Forbidden Forest, all the way to the edge of the Whomping Willow, and then he simply vanished." Hermione absently rubbed a cushion, still pondering the matter of Professor Lupin. "Your cat was there as well," Ron casually mentioned, causing Hermione to sit up in alarm. "What? Crookshanks? Where is it?" Hermione exclaimed, surprised. She often let Crookshanks out to play, and she hadn't paid much attention to its late return today. "In the Forbidden Forest. Alongside that black dog, I am certain I did not misidentify. There is only one cat in all of Hogwarts that resembles a squashed face. You had best keep a close watch on it. That dog appeared large enough to devour that foolish cat. Crookshanks is a half-breed, part cat, part Kneazle. It is quite clever, is it? Clever enough to restrain its instincts?" Sensing that the two might soon engage in a quarrel over the cat, Neville hastily interjected to change the topic. "The Forbidden Forest was quite lively today. By the way, Ron, you are still unaware of who Harry's godfather is, right?" Ron indeed did not know, and he was intrigued by the question. They speculated for quite a while. Who could Harry's godfather be? "It is Sirius Black. Hagrid mentioned that he betrayed Harry's parents." Ron sighed in disappointment. He had guessed wrong. "It is him. I had always thought it was Professor Lupin. It is not difficult to deduce why the professors kept this from us. They feared that we might inform Harry, prompting him to seek revenge against Black." Hermione, having composed herself, spoke up. "Although it is uncertain when Harry might return, it is equally unclear when Black will be captured, which is likely why they chose not to inform us from the outset. Yet they did not anticipate Hagrid." Ron chuckled gleefully. Hermione and Neville joined in laughter, the tense atmosphere among the three dissipating into mirth. After exchanging conversation for a while longer, they each retired to their dormitories for the night. Chapter 23, The First Potions Class. Harry had been engrossed in the study of charms under Tabitha's tutelage for 3 consecutive days. By now, he felt as though he were reciting incantations even in his dreams. Today, however, Tabitha finally relented, allowing him to learn something different from Ilowen. Harry pulled out the sole chair in the room and positioned himself opposite the potion book resting on the table. With his mind preoccupied, he had risen early that morning. He was uncertain of Ilowen's teaching style, and since learning yesterday that she would be instructing him in potions, a sense of unease had settled within him. Harry couldn't quite articulate why he felt this way, considering he knew Ilowen was not a malevolent person. The contents of the potion book replayed in his mind repeatedly. Yet the notes he scribbled became increasingly chaotic. He tugged at his unruly hair, which only added to his disheveled appearance. When Tabitha conveyed the message, she hadn't specified what Ilowen intended to teach, so Harry planned to review what Snape had taught him and glance at the new material as well. Time always seemed to fly when one was absorbed in their work, and soon the appointed class time arrived. As Harry stepped out of his room with the potion book in hand, he noticed significant changes in the layout outside. The area that previously housed cauldrons had expanded considerably, now appearing rather spacious. A new set of modest tables and chairs had been added, equipped with a cauldron and various tools for potion making. Ilowen was diligently brewing something at her cauldron, seemingly oblivious to Harry's presence. Oh, it was Tabitha, seated on the sofa, greeting Harry with palpable enthusiasm. Despite her excitement, Harry found it difficult to share in her joy. He couldn't help but wonder what delightful mischief Tabitha might be up to. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the thought that he had already endured the worst of potion classes, and nothing could be worse than Snape. With a mixture of resignation and determination, he took his designated seat, clearly prepared for him. Tabitha, without hesitation, joined him, transforming something into a chair and settling beside him. Ilowen remained busy at her workstation, only pausing to assess her potion's progress before quickly turning her attention to the two. Her robe billowed dramatically as she moved. "Potter, Ellis." Her tone was cold and detached. Harry responded nervously. Observing their interaction, Tabitha felt an unsettling sensation creeping over her. She brandished her wand, calling for a halt. Wait, if you two continue speaking like that, I will cast a spell to bind you together for the entire day. Ilowen's lips twitched, the atmosphere she had meticulously crafted now disrupted. After casting a sharp glare at Tabitha, she chose to say nothing further and prepared to commence the lesson. As Ilowen opened her potion book, she immediately noticed Tabitha's hand raised high. Without any urgency, she paused, knowing that as long as Tabitha was not allowed to finish her antics, the lesson would not proceed smoothly. Ilowen sat upright at her workstation, her posture impeccably straight. She tilted her head, gazing deeply at Tabitha, and inquired, "What troubles you?" Unbeknownst to Harry, who remained oblivious to Tabitha raising her hand beside him, he mistakenly believed Ilowen was addressing him, leaving him in a state of confusion. Suddenly, he heard Tabitha clear her throat. Ahem, is there no opening statement? She subtly gestured at Ilowen, implying something along the lines of brewing glory or defying death. Harry turned to Tabitha in surprise. Those words struck a chord, as if he had heard them before. Brewing glory, someone must have uttered that phrase. Ron also found it familiar and nudged Hermione with his elbow. Hermione, however, dared not speak, tightly sealing her lips as she sensed a piercing gaze directed towards them. She forcibly redirected her thoughts to the shimmering screen. Ilowen tightly shut her eyes, astonished that Tabitha still remembered. Clearly, she had misremembered. It was brewing glory and stopping death. Defying death was Voldemort. It harkened back to a time when they jokingly recited Professor Snape's opening remarks, a moment that had left Tabitha in shock for an entire week. Now, Tabitha sought to compel her to repeat the act to astonish young Potter. Ilowen had no desire to engage in such foolishness. She pondered internally how to divert Tabitha's attention. Regrettably, Ilowen prepared to let young Harry down. With her eyes open, she refrained from looking at anyone. Her vacant gaze directed at the ceiling. Potter, what do I obtain by adding powdered daffodil root to the wormwood solution? Harry, unaware that this was content from their first year, instinctively replied, a dose of the elixir of life, a powerful sleeping potion. Don't you know? Let us try again. Where will you find a piece of bezoar? Ilowen's voice rang out emotionlessly. Harry sensed the situation becoming increasingly bizarre. How could someone so sensible suddenly be deaf? He attempted to remind Ilowen. In the goat's stomach, I answered my previous question. Did you not hear me? Ilowen offered no response. I suspect you've read nothing at all before the term began. Harry realized this was a striking reenactment of their very first potions class, and he had no capacity left to ponder why Ilowen knew so much. An unsettling restlessness began to consume him, his face growing increasingly flushed. Ilowen, please stop. He turned to Tabitha, the source of this disastrous interrogation. She was keenly observing Harry's expressions, and upon meeting his gaze, she returned his look with a smile. Harry found himself utterly engrossed in the patterns on the table, staring intently at that spot. Ilowen continued, can you articulate the differences between aconite and wolfsbane? Harry remained silent, resigning himself to the role of a living mural. Yet Tabitha chimed in, I do not know, sir. Her tone was peculiar, almost mocking, as though she were mimicking a professor. Harry knew he had not spoken with such a defiant tone at that time. He abruptly lifted his head, only to find Ilowen, who had been gazing into the void, now burying her face in her palms. Seeing someone else in an even more awkward predicament, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. Please, do not indulge her too much, he implored. Harry was genuinely perplexed. Ilowen appeared as though she were on the verge of growing a second pair of legs to escape, yet she persisted in gamely participating in the game with Tabitha. It seemed that fame was not everything. Ilowen squeezed out her final words, and then, like a deflated balloon, she slumped against the edge of the workbench. Harry cast a pitying glance her way before crossing his arms and gritting his teeth as he stared at Tabitha. In stark contrast to Ilowen, Tabitha was nearly suffocating from suppressed laughter. This was far more entertaining than any opening line. However, she was particularly curious about one thing. Did you truly say that to the professor? Tabitha gasped, her breath uneven yet still laced with amusement as she inquired of Harry. What did you say? Harry did not genuinely harbor any anger towards Tabitha. After all, someone else appeared to be in a more dire situation. He lowered his arms, ready to respond to her question. Tabitha scratched her head, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts, and tossed a crumpled piece of paper at the seemingly lifeless Ilowen. Clearly, Hermione knew the answer. Why don't you just ask her? Ilowen replied in a manner reminiscent of a soulless recording machine, rendering her response particularly awkward. Harry froze in place. Chapter 24. The Shrinking Solution. Hermione sat motionless in the headmaster's office, repeatedly recalling her potions class from her first year. She could only remember how eager she was to impress, anxiously awaiting the opportunity to answer Professor Snape's questions, paying little attention to how Harry had responded. Merlin, did Harry really reply to Professor Snape in that manner? Hermione admired Harry's audacity, yet she was certain that his words had cost him several points. Ron sat beside Hermione, struggling to contain his laughter, desperately reciting the ingredients for the Scabbers potion in an effort to divert his thoughts. Neville had reverted to a state of trembling anxiety, as if he wished to crawl under the table. Luna, seemingly unfazed by Neville's fear, quietly asked if he remembered what opening remarks Professor Snape had made. Neville could hardly recall anything. His mind was a blank slate. Amidst this peculiar scene, Professor Dumbledore began to speak, delivering a performance full of warmth. "What do you think, Severus?" Snape snorted derisively and replied, "Indeed. That would be perfect if Tabitha could rise and point her finger to the ceiling." Hermione longed to vanish from the headmaster's office, now, immediately. Although Professor Snape did not cast a glance in her direction, it was impossible to interpret that description as anything but a reference to her. With her face flushed, Hermione remained silent. Many professors wore kind smiles. Having taught Miss Granger themselves, they quickly deduced that Snape was indeed referring to her. Ultimately, Ron could no longer suppress his laughter. "Did my words amuse you, Mr. Weasley?" Snape interjected, promptly deducting 5 points from Gryffindor for laughing at the professor. Upon hearing Ron's laughter, Snape immediately added, "Potter, for your insolence towards the professor, Gryffindor loses 100 points. Tabitha mockingly imitated Snape's tone, exclaiming, "No, that is excessive." Harry spoke too hastily and inadvertently stammered. How could he possibly receive a score of 0 in his first class? Even if Snape harbored animosity towards him, it would not be this absurd. How many points were deducted? Tabitha inquired earnestly. Harry faltered at the question. Recalling how many points Snape had intentionally deducted over the years was quite a challenge. Imitating Tabitha's earlier actions, he crumpled a piece of paper, preparing to toss it at Ilowen. Their eyes met, and he found himself captivated by her gray gaze, which bore into him with an inscrutable intensity, veiled in an aura of mist. Uncomfortably, Harry retracted his motion and stuffed the paper into Tabitha's hand. "Don't throw it. 5 points or 1 point." Just before Tabitha could launch it, Ilowen responded to her query. Tabitha recognized that Ilowen's answer was not due to uncertainty, but rather a subtle divergence from the film and the original text. Snape scrutinized Ilowen's eyes, convinced that the effect stemmed from her use of the mind-blocking spell. He smirked slightly. Ilowen was resorting to such measures over trivial matters. Casually, he cast a glance in Dumbledore's direction, receiving a discreet acknowledgement in return. He realized that Dumbledore had also noticed. The mind-blocking spell was not part of the curriculum, and the relevant texts were locked away in the restricted section. Who, then, had taught Ilowen the mind-blocking spell? Could it have been he himself? A multitude of questions flooded Snape's mind. Ilowen straightened herself, mustering her composure to continue the lesson. "No more disruptions, Potter. Where did you leave off?" Unable to restrain himself, Harry retorted, "Who is causing the disruption?" He then answered Ilowen's question, "Shrinkage potion. I've already learned how to brew it." Ilowen nodded, confirming her thoughts. She dismissed Harry's earlier quip and proceeded with the lesson. "The steps for preparation are in your book, and all the materials are on the workbench in front of you." Then she approached Harry and added, "This time, no one will interfere with you, and there is no time limit. Feel free to proceed as you wish. I am eager to see your independent results." With that, she seized Tabitha by the collar and yanked her to the sofa, throwing her down with force. Harry observed the sofa's bounce in response to the impact. Subsequently, Ilowen waved her wand, rendering Harry unable to hear the commotion on that side. Thus, the promise of no interruptions implied that Ilowen and her friends were preoccupied with their own conflict, correct? Harry chose to disregard them and composed himself. He opened his textbook to the page on the shrinkage potion and began his potion making. Ilowen, having left Tabitha on the sofa, placed a foot beside her and aimed her wand at Tabitha. "Did I ever disturb you during class?" No. Tabitha fervently shook her head, attempting to quell Ilowen's ire. Ilowen had already lifted the mind-blocking spell, and the suppressed awkwardness surged forth in that instant. Gently, Tabitha grasped Ilowen's hand, trying to smooth things over. "Do you sense that I've helped you become a bit closer to Harry?" Ilowen, yielding to Tabitha's gentle pull as she sat on the sofa, regarded her words with disdain. "Is that truly what you believe?" Tabitha offered a fleeting smile, devoid of sincerity. Ilowen rolled her eyes, fully aware of her demeanor. No one was to disturb them. Within the confines of his mind, Neville silently repeated Ilowen's words, pondering her audacity. To rephrase her statement, it was merely a typical classroom disturbance. Snape's countenance darkened at her remark, prompting him to observe what extraordinary feats Potter might accomplish. Meanwhile, Harry immersed himself in the intricate art of potion making. The steam from the potion spiraled upward, drawn to an enigmatic magical glyph above, before dissipating into the room. Initially, Harry cast occasional glances at Ilowen and her companions to ensure they were not embroiled in conflict, after which he devoted his attention entirely to the potion. He grasped a dropper to extract leech juice, the viscous liquid dripping steadily from the nozzle into his cauldron. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. The essence flowed into the cauldron, reacting with the other potion ingredients. Observing a change in color, Harry promptly ceased his actions and began to stir. The stirring rod occasionally clinking against the cauldron, producing a melodic sound. He meticulously followed the instructions in the book, counting the revolutions. The thick liquid in the cauldron occasionally bubbled, gradually stabilizing as Harry continued to stir. Though Ilowen was situated at a distance, her attention remained fixed on Harry. Potion-making demanded precision. A moment's carelessness could yield disastrous results. Determined to prevent the Chosen One from facing peril due to an explosion, her gaze never strayed from him. As the potion neared completion, Ilowen quietly approached. Harry remained oblivious to her approach, withdrawing the stirring rod and extinguishing the flame. The concoction in the cauldron ultimately manifested as a pale green hue. Chapter 25, Slices. The potion transformed into a pale green shade. Ideally, it should have been a vibrant green, yet Harry felt a sense of satisfaction. The last time he had concocted a potion with Ron in Snape's class, it bore no resemblance to green at all. Pale green. Potter, Ilowen's voice pierced through his thoughts from behind. Startled, Harry's hand trembled, nearly losing his grip on the stirring rod. Without even a glance, Ilowen deftly seized his hand, ensuring he held the stirring rod firmly once more. Subsequently, she took a spoon, scooping the potion from the cauldron to assess its quality before splashing it back in. Harry gazed at Ilowen in trepidation, fearing her next words might echo Snape's previous admonition to Neville. Is something seeping through your thick skull? This incident felt recent to Harry. Fortunately, Ilowen did not utter the words he dreaded. Well done. It sounds quite close to perfection. Do you have any insight into where you might have erred? Harry snapped back to reality, his heart racing. He could distinctly feel it pounding within his chest. Unconsciously, a smile crept upon his lips, as he found the situation somewhat amusing. What was he thinking? Ilowen was younger than him. How could she possibly know what transpired in class? This thought dispelled the fog in Harry's mind, awakening him from his reverie. Of course, how could Ilowen be aware of his first-year experiences? His heartbeat quickened once more. At this moment, Tabitha rose from the sofa and returned to her original position. Noticing Harry's prolonged silence, she prodded his arm with her wand. Harry was uncertain whether to voice his doubts now. He merely lowered his gaze and shook his head. The daisy roots were not cut uniformly. The caterpillar slices were too thick, and the rat's bile was added too late and stirred too vigorously. Ilowen scooped up Harry's potion once more, revealing remnants of waste within. Potter, you need to relearn the fundamental techniques for handling potion ingredients. Ilowen approached her workbench, gathered the prepared materials, and brought them to Harry's table. Upon a cursory examination, Harry discovered that at least half of the items were unfamiliar to him. He struggled to focus on his studies, attempting to momentarily set aside his concerns regarding Ilowen. Ilowen picked up a caterpillar to demonstrate. Watch closely. The sharp silver knife glided against the caterpillar's surface, as Ilowen's steady hand precisely sliced through its body. Her wrist moved rhythmically, and in the blink of an eye, she had divided the entire caterpillar into countless delicate, transparent slices. With a soft thud, the silver knife pierced the tabletop. Ilowen nudged the caterpillar, allowing the slices to tumble aside. It was only then that the caterpillar's juices flowed from the area she had cut. Clap, clap, clap. Applause gradually arose from beside Harry, rousing his frozen thoughts. It was Tabitha clapping. Artistry, she exclaimed, but before she could finish her sentence, Ilowen transformed her into a white cat with a spell. Even in her new form, the white cat struggled, meowing in a way that only she could comprehend. Harry tilted his head and smiled faintly. Before Tabitha could notice, he turned back, intently observing the caterpillar slices. He had attempted to slice caterpillars a few times himself, but their soft bodies made it exceedingly difficult to achieve uniform cuts. Each time, his efforts resulted in a chaotic mess, his hands soaked in juice. Yet, in Ilowen's hands, the caterpillar seemed to behave obediently. How did she manage that? Harry couldn't help but ask with envy. Practice, was Ilowen's succinct and emphatic reply, akin to how one, despite possessing a natural talent for Quidditch, must still train to maintain their flying skills. The same applies to potion making. Without extensive foundational practice, one cannot proficiently complete the potion handling process. Ilowen circled around Harry, casually carrying off the still white cat that was Tabitha. The more time and effort one invests in foundational preparation during class, the easier it becomes to avoid mistakes when time becomes a pressing concern. I didn't set a time limit earlier, but I calculated that your potion preparation has already far exceeded the class duration. If this were during a lesson, you would surely be flustered by the fear of running out of time, turning your potion making into a chaotic affair. Thus, prioritize mastering the basics, Potter. Ilowen settled back onto the sofa in the relaxation area, appearing disinclined to further engage with Harry. Harry still had questions, but there are many materials here that I do not recognize. You need not be familiar with them, Potter. Each pile of materials is labeled with the required thickness for cutting. Your task today is merely to slice them properly. Ilowen stroked the cat, speaking leisurely. Ron watched Ilowen's teaching through the light screen, filled with envy. If only Snape possessed even half of her gentleness. Hermione opened a new page in her notebook to record the materials that Ilowen had prepared. She felt her own foundation was lacking and resolved to undertake an identical training regimen. Dumbledore, observing the transformation of his potion's professor's expression from gloom to brightness, surmised that Ilowen's teaching was quite commendable. He cast a silencing charm, ensuring that the ensuing conversation would be privy only to the two of them. How does this potion's lesson fare, Severus? Dumbledore's tone was laced with playful mockery directed at Snape. Mediocre at best, Snape replied begrudgingly. Judging by Ilowen's adeptness in handling potions, he could already discern her proficiency. She was more than capable of instructing a Potter. Meanwhile, Lupin's gaze fell upon Ilowen's potion cauldron at the back workbench, his expression turning grave. For he was all too familiar with that particular concoction, having consumed it monthly. Why, he wondered, was Ilowen brewing a batch of wolfsbane? Harry was the first to slice the caterpillars, the material he was most familiar with among the array before him, mimicking Ilowen's swift technique. He found the caterpillars easier to cut, though his pieces remained decidedly chunky rather than thin slices. Such large chunks. Are you planning to prepare a caterpillar dish? Ilowen's blunt remarks brought an unexpected thrill to Harry. She was still paying attention to him. He took another caterpillar, this time resolving to slice it thinner. Too fast. Do you intend to make your hand a potion ingredient as well? Initially, Ilowen's critiques were earnest, but they grew increasingly peculiar. Even a cat's claw cuts more evenly than you. The caterpillar might resurrect from this treatment. You are the worst class I have ever taught. Cut again. You are losing focus. Harry's chopping became a mere clatter, his heart sinking like a block of ice, feeling that Ilowen would be better off concentrating on petting the cat. Ron, no longer envious of Harry, observed as Ilowen morphed into a figure reminiscent of Snape in the latter part of the lesson. Aside from the inability to deduct points, her caustic manner was strikingly similar to Snape's. Chapter 26. Severus. Exhausted, Harry collapsed onto the sofa, finally having finished cutting all the ingredients. By the end, his mind had ceased to engage with Ilowen's critiques, leaving only his hands to function mechanically. A dark potion appeared before him as Ilowen set it down and moved to inspect his work. Having long since grown accustomed to Ilowen occasionally handing him potion vials, he uncorked it, ready to drink. However, Tabitha swiftly intervened, saying, "Stop, this is for external use." She snatched the potion and dripped a drop onto each of Harry's wrists. The icy potion seeped into his skin, alleviating the heaviness in his arms. Surprised, Harry stood and began to move, feeling as if all his fatigue had vanished. This potion is incredibly useful. If we could use it in Quidditch practice, we could train for an entire week without rest, he exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. This small vial could purchase a Nimbus 2000. Tabitha's words extinguished the spark of enthusiasm in Harry's heart. He cradled the potion bottle in his hands, placing it solemnly on the table and carefully resealing it. Why is it so expensive? Harry inquired, puzzled. Tabitha cast a glance towards Ilowen, who was still busy sifting through the remnants discarded by Harry, salvaging what was of lesser waste for future use. Noticing that Ilowen had no time to respond, Tabitha could only share what she knew. It seemed that some extinct species had been utilized as ingredients, albeit sparingly. Severus Snape closed his eyes, wishing he could also shut his ears. He had absolutely no desire to learn what substances that child had squandered from the extinct potion materials. None whatsoever. That would certainly make sense to Harry, he thought, cautiously stealing a glance at the industrious Ilowen. The questions swirling in his mind remained unanswered. Ilowen was not the person Harry intended to approach. Whenever he inquired, she always provided responses that were quite logical. Harry contemplated seizing the opportunity to ask Tabitha privately. However, Tabitha was not easily drawn out. He felt that her thought process might resemble that of the giant squid in the Black Lake, essentially remote and elusive. When Harry called out to Tabitha, she halted immediately. He refrained from employing a silencing charm, opting instead for subtle gestures to convey his intentions. Tabitha, with an understanding nod, waved her wand to cast a silencing spell. The child wished to share a secret. He had grown up and acquired little confidences. Harry relaxed, pleased that Tabitha grasped his intent. "Tabitha, may I inquire how you came to know that I challenged the professor during potions class?" Harry felt he had made a significant concession by admitting to such defiance. "Of course, I learned it from Ilowen," Tabitha nearly blurted out. Yet, why did Ilowen know the details so well? Tabitha warily swallowed her words, pondering how to respond. Should she admit it was from a book? Which book would he inquire about? Coincidentally, it was also titled Harry Potter. Nothing seemed to fit. Tabitha scratched her head, struggling to arrive at a conclusion. It then dawned on her that she had left her external brain locked outside. Tabitha and Harry exchanged silent glances, both hesitant to speak. Shouldn't this question be directed at me? Ilowen's voice intruded upon their thoughts. "Ilowen," Tabitha and Harry exclaimed in unison. Harry's voice was filled with astonishment as he glanced at Tabitha, astonished that Ilowen had heard the spell she cast. Unlike Harry, Tabitha's call for Ilowen resembled a cry for help. "With such evident magical fluctuations, I would have to be blind not to notice," Ilowen remarked, not pausing in her work. "It's Malfoy," Ilowen stated matter-of-factly, casting blame upon Malfoy without remorse. He spends his days disparaging you within Slytherin. Are you not aware? It was a logical response, yet Harry remained unconvinced. Slytherin was a tightly knit community, and he had no acquaintances within. This was yet another answer Harry could not verify. He had anticipated this outcome when questioning Ilowen. However, Tabitha's earlier demeanor had already betrayed her. Feigning belief, Harry shifted the topic. Such foundational exercises were never taught by Snape. Address him as Professor Snape, she retorted. Harry chose to ignore her comment, pretending he had not heard Ilowen's words. Ilowen discarded the unusable daisy root without a trace of anger, softly stating, "If you cannot properly address Professor Snape, I shall henceforth refer to your esteemed headmaster as that old cat." "You cannot." Harry glanced at Tabitha, who was also a Gryffindor, attempting to find an ally. "Tabitha, are you not upset?" "Of course not," she replied. "She is merely envious that our headmaster can transform into a cat. We call Snape the old bat, but he cannot genuinely turn into a bat, can he?" Neville trembled. He felt it was ill-advised to step into the headmaster's office today. Tabitha's words were enough to drive a Gryffindor to despair. The three young Gryffindors huddled together for warmth. The head of Gryffindor did not take offense at Ilowen's moniker of that old cat. Professor McGonagall raised her teacup to conceal the upward curve of her lips. Were there no students present, she would have thoroughly teased Severus. Snape's expression fluctuated, pondering when the next potions class for Gryffindor would occur. He was not in a rush. Tabitha has made a peculiar comparison. Yet, this is not the moment to concern oneself with Tabitha's thoughts. Harry was more anxious about whether Ilowen would argue with Tabitha because of this. In her statement, she did not refer to Professor Snape, but rather called him the old bat. Harry nervously positioned himself between the two, stealing glances at their expressions. Ilowen beamed a warm smile, one Harry had never witnessed before, sending a chill down his spine. "It's all right. I await the day you call him Severus." "Severus, I never imagined you would get along so well with young Harry." Dumbledore feigned wiping away tears, speaking with satisfaction. A Potter addressing him by his first name? Snape scoffed. "I feel nauseous." Ron envisioned such a scenario. Harry grasped Snape's hand. "Severus." Snape responded tenderly, "Harry." Ron buried his face in his plate, attempting to drown himself in food. How is this possible? Harry screamed internally. This fantasy terrified him. He would rather be affectionate with Malfoy than ever call Snape by his first name. With a single line, Ilowen had simultaneously incapacitated two individuals. Tabitha reacted even more dramatically than Harry. She clutched her head, curling up on the sofa, emitting incomprehensible sounds. Harry was jolted from his intense sense of absurdity by her commotion. What is wrong with her? Was Ilowen's remark directed at Tabitha? Harry was engulfed in confusion. Finally, Tabitha ceased her bizarre antics, producing some semblance of human speech. "Why? Ah, so sweet. It must be. Ah." The words she truly wished to express were stifled by Harry's presence, driving her to the brink of madness. Ilowen paid them no mind, focusing intently on organizing her potion ingredients. Chapter 27. The news of death. Dumbledore set down the dessert he had almost brought to his lips, losing the lightheartedness required to enjoy it. He discerned the secret concealed beneath Tabitha's peculiar behavior. It seemed that yet another professor confirmed deceased at Hogwarts. Observing her frantic demeanor, it was evident that if Severus had not died at that moment, his situation must indeed be dire. Harry looked helplessly at Ilowen as she cast a spell between herself and him, rubbing his ears. He was overwhelmed by a buzzing noise that rendered him unable to hear anything after Ilowen's incantation. He could only watch as they whispered among themselves. It must be said that Ilowen could be rather vindictive at times. The towering Tabitha curled up, insisting on squeezing herself into Ilowen's slender embrace. Ilowen, constricted to the point of numbness, had to free one hand to gently stroke Tabitha. "All right, I've used the earplug spell. Harry can't hear, so you can speak freely now." Upon hearing this, Tabitha's voice erupted in Ilowen's ear. "The knife is dead. The knife is dead." Harry never got to call him Severus before he died. Ilowen chuckled and patted her. Of course, Harry could call out to Professor Snape's gravestone when the time comes, without fear of being turned into sashimi. Tabitha seized Ilowen, shaking her vigorously. "You're so wicked. Truly, you are too wicked." Dumbledore's typically steady hands trembled slightly. Indeed, his suspicions had been confirmed. He quickly suppressed his emotional turmoil, seeking valuable information from their snippets of conversation. Harry only learned of Severus's spy identity after his death, and Severus's loyalty remained with them. The news of Severus's untimely demise surprised him only momentarily, followed by a profound relief that he could not hear Potter call him Severus. Severus coldly mused that had Potter possessed the audacity to utter such a name in his presence, he would have berated him from head to toe, ensuring he regretted being born into this world. Observing Ilowen deftly employ her self-invented earplug spell, he felt that the possibility of her becoming his apprentice had increased. Yet, would having her by his side alter her way of speaking to mirror his own? Severus considered Draco his favorite student from Slytherin, who had not pursued such a path. Otherwise, Severus smirked, Lucius would likely hang himself in his office, eternally staring at him. reining in his wandering thoughts. Severus glared back at the myriad of curious gazes directed at him, including a particularly fierce one from Old B. Ultimately, only one pair of eyes continued to watch him, Remus. Noticing Severus looking his way, Remus raised his glass in an apologetic gesture. The oblivious werewolf must have found the wolfsbane potion too delightful, leaving him in such a relaxed state. Severus gritted his teeth, determined to add a little something extra to the next batch of wolfsbane. Harry was oblivious to how Ilowen had soothed Tabitha. Regardless, after their conversation, Tabitha lay peacefully on the sofa, her hands folded on her abdomen, eyes closed in serene slumber. Harry, feeling an urge, reached out to check on Tabitha's breathing. It was steady and strong, indicating all was well. Just then, Tabitha's eyes opened, dangerously locking onto Harry. With a burst of strength, she flipped over, attempting to pin him down. Years of Quidditch had not been in vain. Harry swiftly turned and fled before Tabitha could grasp him, leaving behind a parting remark. "Goodbye, Tabitha. I'm heading back to my room." After witnessing the latest display of the light curtain, the professors unanimously excluded the young wizards and convened a private meeting. The evening was still young, and Hermione and her companions decided to gather on the grassy banks of the Black Lake for a brief discussion. The information presented by the light curtain was overwhelmingly significant. The four of them sat listlessly on the grass, with Ron, usually so loquacious, at a loss for words. As dusk settled, the evening breeze carried the lake's moisture, mingled with a touch of chill. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the earth in a golden hue, adorning the blades of grass with a shimmering edge. In their secluded spot, they were alone. But the distant sight of Hagrid's hut and the sounds of Quidditch practice were audible. Ron faltered mid-sentence, resembling the usual Neville in his timidity. Hermione flipped through her notes, the pages rustling, remaining silent, neglecting to correct Ron's address of Professor Snape. Neville often lacked the courage to discuss matters concerning Snape. Ron glanced at Luna, the only potential ally in their conversation. Luna nodded. Ilowen explicitly mentioned the tombstone. Her repetition of Ilowen's words elicited expressions from the other three as if they had been struck. Among them, Luna was the quickest to recover. After a spell of the evening breeze, she emerged from her daze upon learning of the professor's death. "I have witnessed death," Luna spoke in her characteristic, ethereal tone. Yet, the gravity of her statement resonated clearly with the trio. They gazed at her, astonished. "It was my mother," Luna continued with an unsettling calm. "She passed when I was 9. My father often displayed profound sorrow, but life must move forward." Hermione was taken aback to hear her friend's personal story today. She wished to comfort Luna, but struggled to find the right words. "After that, I could see Thestrals. They pull the carriages at school. They are quite lovely. Would you like to see them? They dwell at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, but it's best to bring some meat when we visit." Ron was bewildered by the sudden shift to a discussion about magical creatures and kicked Neville, hoping he would intervene. Misunderstanding, Neville readily accepted Luna's invitation. After Ron and Hermione politely declined, Neville and Luna bid them farewell and set off together toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest to see the Thestrals. Ron and Hermione exchanged amused glances, finding humor in the unexpected turn of events. "I have always despised Snape, truly loathed him. There were times I wished he would just die." Ron hesitated to speak, feeling strangely about the reality of his demise. It wasn't sadness, but rather a complex emotion he couldn't quite articulate. Hermione understood, sharing a similar sentiment. When she learned that Professor Dumbledore would perish, she genuinely mourned his passing. Upon realizing her own potential fate, she sought ways to survive amidst her panic. However, with Snape, the situation became far more intricate. Their relationship was distant. Even Hermione, who idolized professors, viewed Snape's demeanor as far from that of a good teacher. Upon the sudden revelation that he would perish in the great battle, Hermione could not help but feel a profound sense of sorrow for him. "Needless to say, I comprehend, Ron. I too share your sentiments." Hermione leaned her leg against the edge, gazing into the distance, her heart clouded with darker thoughts. "Do you think the professors might all be gone?" Ron could not muster a denial. The world beyond was merciless, and no familiar faces graced their sight. He too pondered the fate of his family, all of whom were Gryffindors, with his parents staunch supporters of Dumbledore. The absence of news from beyond the veil was the best news he could hope for. He would rather never see them again than receive word of their demise across an entire world. Suddenly, a Gryffindor student burst forth from the castle, cupping his hands in a trumpet shape near his mouth, shouting towards Ron and his companions, "Hurry back. Snape has just added an unexpected class for the 3rd years. He said for every missing student, 5 points will be deducted." Only after shouting did he realize he could use a spell. Fearing those by the lake might not have heard, he pressed his wand to his throat and repeated his message. Ron and Hermione scrambled to their feet and raced towards the castle. "Let Snape perish," Ron bellowed. "It's Professor Snape," Hermione retorted. Gryffindor still lost 5 points, as both Hermione and Ron had forgotten to check on Neville with the Thestrals. Chapter 28. The Twins. As curfew approached, Ron and Hermione finally cornered Neville in the Gryffindor common room. Are Thestrals beautiful? Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued by the absence of illustrations in their textbooks. Neville shook his head, joining them on the couch. Their wings resemble those of bats. Overall, they are not particularly cute. I wish I could have joined you. I would gladly accept a 5-point deduction, Ron admitted enviously. Hermione doused his enthusiasm with cold reality. Ron, have you forgotten? Those who have not witnessed death cannot see Thestrals. If we go, we would lose 5 points and see nothing. Neville chuckled shyly. Indeed, there was another student who watched us from a distance for quite some time. He too could not see the Thestrals and was ultimately frightened away. If he couldn't see them, what was he staring at for so long? The air? Ron asked curiously. Neville, slightly embarrassed, replied, something like that. He could only see the flesh gradually disappearing from his hands. Imagining such a scene sent a shiver down Ron's spine. It was indeed quite terrifying. By the way, what is this about losing 5 points? Neville inquired. The response did not come from Hermione or Ron, but rather from two figures emerging from behind the sofa. Fred Weasley sauntered over and unceremoniously took a seat to Neville's left. You truly do not know? George Weasley followed suit, occupying Neville's right side. Professor Snape deducted 5 points from you. The two then harmonized their voices for skipping his class. Skipped whose class? Neville exclaimed, incredulous. He became flustered, his voice dropping. How could that be? Wasn't there no potions class today? Observing Neville's nearly faint demeanor, Ron offered him words of comfort. Pay no mind to him. That old bat is utterly unreasonable. He assigned additional lessons without any prior notice. This time, without Hermione's reminder, Ron instinctively corrected himself. Oh, I meant Professor Snape, Professor Snape. He had mentioned Snape so frequently during his conversations with Hermione while waiting for Neville that she had grown weary of speaking and resorted to nudging him with her elbow. Ron discreetly rubbed his slightly aching ribs. Regardless of all that, you are the first Gryffindor in years to dare to skip potions class. Fred began to praise Neville, questioning whether this was not cause for celebration. Neville could scarcely utter a word, his complexion beginning to pale. George, sensing Neville's panic, offered a suggestion. If you're worried about Professor Snape causing trouble for you tomorrow, I have just the thing. George produced a handful of candies from his pocket. These will induce relentless vomiting. Wait a moment, Hermione interjected, recognizing the absurdity. Those aren't the candies sold in Hogsmeade. Are they? Fred feigned shock. Of course not. These are a Weasley original, George proclaimed proudly. Hermione was resolute in not allowing the twins to coax Neville into consuming their homemade concoctions. She invoked the name of Percy, the head boy of Gryffindor. Upon hearing their brother's name, the twins displayed expressions of shared discomfort. George promptly withdrew the candies, as Percy had been relentlessly monitoring their antics since assuming his position. Well, eventually Percy will graduate. We must ensure he receives an unforgettable farewell gift. The twins, undeterred by their failed promotion of their creation, comfortably nestled into the trio's circle to continue their conversation. One after another, they remarked, speaking of which, Professor Snape has been rather unusual this time. I've never heard of him assigning extra lessons before. Both Fred and George were curious about what prompted such a change, which was the very reason they had come to speak with their younger brother. He completely obliterated an entire class for us. Ron fumed at the thought. He had lost several points for Gryffindor, claiming that Snape was deliberately seeking them out. In his frustration, Ron punched a cushion. Neville was right not to attend. Even Hermione lost 2 points. To Ron, Hermione's performance had been the most commendable among them. Snape's antagonism was merely a reflection of their awareness of the prophecy, especially since the prophecy indicated that Snape would perish. Snape, having viewed the prophecy, was in a foul mood and was intentionally targeting them, the informed ones. Neville, absent, had already incurred a loss of 5 points. Had he attended, surely he would have faced even harsher penalties. I didn't do it on purpose, Neville murmured softly. He genuinely had no idea that Snape would add a lesson. The mere thought of how angry Snape would be upon seeing him next sent chills through his limbs. However, none of those present seemed to care whether Neville's absence was intentional. Ron even thought that if Neville had skipped on purpose, it would have been for the best. Hermione had moved past the incredulity of having points deducted and spoke in a calm tone. It is true that my escape was not executed perfectly. She recalled Ilvermorny's fluid technique, pondering how long it would take her to reach such a level of proficiency. She prepared to create a comprehensive training plan. Fred's curiosity was piqued. No lectures? Ron, incensed, had forgotten that 2 oblivious individuals were present. Indeed, his method is merely a direct imitation. His subsequent words were swiftly silenced by Hermione's elbow nudging him in the gut. Oh, Ron clutched his ribs, as reason returned alongside the pain. He recognized he had spoken out of turn, yet he could not conjure a clever way to change the subject. Bro, my ribs hurt a bit. I think I'll head back to sleep. With his clumsy excuse, Ron departed. Hermione closed her notebook, aware that the twins were not engaged in serious matters today. She did not worry about Neville. At times, he was more reliable than Ron. Gathering her belongings, she bid farewell to the twins and ascended the spiral staircase to the girls' dormitory. In the blink of an eye, only Neville remained, surrounded by the twins. He glanced around. Mimicking Hermione. Time to rest. I'll head upstairs. He followed Hermione up the spiral staircase to the girls' dormitory. The staircase morphed into a slide, sending Neville sliding down. This elicited a wave of laughter from the common room. Even the portraits on the walls found amusement in Neville's predicament. Are you a girl? Don't do that. He just momentarily forgot his gender, much like he often forgets his passwords. Sir Cadogan, visiting, witnessed the scene. He approached Neville through several portraits, his armor clanking. Blushing amidst the laughter of the portraits, Neville crawled toward the boys' dormitory. Ultimately, the long sofa was left with the twins seated at either end. Fred stroked his chin. Our little brother has a problem. George chimed in. They exchanged glances, their faces adorned with eager smiles. Chapter 29, Teaching Methods. Hermione, control your cat. Ron exclaimed, holding the spotty rat aloft. Before him, a large ginger cat was fixated on the movement of Ron's hand. After several unsuccessful attempts to evade the cat, Ron finally called for Hermione. Sorry, Ron. Hermione rushed into the common room and swiftly scooped up Crookshanks, who had been obstructing Ron. She covered Crookshanks' eyes to prevent it from fixating on Ron's rat. Why did you bring Scabbers down today? Clearly, it is not just cats that need a dose of sunlight. Ron stormed off, clutching the rat indignantly. Hermione watched his retreating figure with a tinge of sadness. Today was supposed to be a day of rest. They had arranged to discuss the light curtain with Luna. It was often challenging to find a suitable time for all four of them to gather. However, it seemed today would not be one of those occasions. With a crackle, a note fluttered down from the air. Hermione, cradling Crookshanks with one arm, caught the note. It contained the password to the headmaster's office, written in a series of concentric circles, a method Professor Dumbledore employed to summon them prior to the activation of the light curtain. In the headmaster's office, Ron and Hermione unusually sat apart, separated by Luna and Neville. The professors, upon observing their stiff expressions, surmised that the two were embroiled in a disagreement. Perhaps only Miss Lovegood remained oblivious to their peculiar behavior. Ron was softly conversing with the pet nestled in his pocket, reluctant to cast even a glance in Hermione's direction. When Ron brought out the mouse to feed it, Lupin caught sight of his companion, a mouse, held tightly in Ron's palm, rendering a detailed examination impossible. Judging solely by the color of its fur, it appeared to be a rather common breed, lacking the traits of a magical creature. After a cursory glance, Lupin's interest waned. Harry was diligently reworking his shrinking solution. After several days of foundational training, Ilowen had finally guided him through the complete potion-making process once more. This time, Harry's slicing speed was markedly improved, and he executed each step with greater proficiency. Carefully, he dripped rat bile into the concoction, stealing a glance at the timer, an apparatus Ilowen had devised to simulate classroom time constraints. With ample time at his disposal, Harry stirred steadily for 2 complete revolutions before adding leech juice, continuing to mix until the potion changed color. He removed the stirring rod and extinguished the flame. The potion in the cauldron now exhibited a flawless bright green hue. Harry gazed in astonishment at the standard potion he had produced, his first truly successful brew. Unable to contain his excitement, he lifted his gaze in search of someone to share his joy. Tabitha, closest to him, leaned in towards the cauldron, exclaiming, "Wow, little Harry. You've done splendidly." Harry felt a flush of embarrassment at her praise. Tabitha was always generous with her compliments, especially when teaching him spells, providing him with substantial emotional support. He maintained a composed expression, eyes alight with anticipation as he looked to Ilowen, the true instructor of the lesson. She did not disappoint. "Very well done. You possess a remarkable talent, Potter." "Ah, talent." Snape nearly succumbed to a derisive laugh. What of the rubbish Potter produced in his class? Did Potter scatter his so-called talent along the path to the dungeons each time he arrived? Lupin detected the evident sarcasm in Snape's words and advised, "Do not be overly harsh on the students, Severus. I understand that, at your level, you may view everyone as fools, but Harry has truly excelled this time, has he not?" Snape disregarded Lupin's attempt to prompt his acknowledgement of Potter's achievement, brusquely retorting, "I hope Mr. Potter remembers to bring his talent to class upon his return." Professor McGonagall delicately interjected, "Severus, perhaps Miss Ilowen's more gentle teaching approach is better suited for the young wizard's learning." Snape remained silent, fixated on the glowing screen. Ilowen proceeded to bottle Harry's shrinking solution. Although the tent lacked chandeliers, relying on magical runes to maintain a bright interior, she instinctively lifted the potion to eye level to scrutinize its color. Having successfully concocted the potion, she maliciously paused, lowering the vial to obscure one of Harry's eyes, pondering whom to use for the test. How difficult to discern. Within this tent, only 3 living souls remained, devoid of even a small creature. Through the potion bottle, Harry seemed to catch a glimmer of mischief in Ilowen's eyes. While Snape had employed Neville's toad Trevor for testing during class, was it truly necessary for Ilowen to use a person for the trial? Harry felt incredulous. For the first time, he considered that Snape might indeed be a competent instructor. "I suppose it isn't absolutely necessary," he murmured while retreating, hoping to quietly slip away. Yet, he had forgotten that Tabitha was right behind him. Strong hands once again restrained Harry's body. Turning around, he was met with Tabitha's smiling face, which made him press his lips tightly together, feeling a cold sweat trickle down. Snape then cast a glance at McGonagall, his voice low yet clear enough for all to hear. My teaching methods? No, Severus, your methods are absolutely perfect. Please do not emulate this. We never make students test potions, McGonagall said stiffly. Snape then turned to Lupin, who was nervously fidgeting with the frayed edges of his sleeves, as if he had suddenly developed a profound interest in his attire. Dumbledore observed the professors engaged in such harmonious discourse and smiled with satisfaction. Under the influence of the Ilowen charm, a drop of shrinking potion shot towards Harry. Physically immobilized, he could only watch as the potion drew nearer and nearer. Then, it zipped past Harry and entered Tabitha's mouth. What? Harry exclaimed. Huh, Tabitha responded. The potion took immediate effect as it slid down her throat, causing her form to diminish. Harry felt the hands that held him remain firm, but when he turned back, he found himself at eye level with Tabitha. He still pressed his lips together, fearing that Ilowen might take advantage of his distraction to administer a dose to him as well. Suddenly, with a mouthful of potion, Tabitha wore an expression of astonishment, quickly resigning herself to the affectionate betrayal of her friend. She released Harry and adjusted her loose school robe to fit more snugly. Then, she attempted to snatch the vial of shrinking potion from Ilowen, determined not to be the only one to shrink. Ilowen effortlessly quashed Tabitha's intention to feed Harry the potion with a single remark. If Potter is reduced to an infant, you will be responsible for carrying him. Upon hearing this, Harry felt a sense of relief and opened his mouth, understanding that neither Ilowen nor Tabitha would possess the patience to care for an infant. From his experiences attending classes with Ilowen, it was evident that she easily lost her patience. Often, her demeanor was most amiable at the beginning of the lesson, but by the time it concluded, her words were devoid of any kindness. As for Tabitha, even if she had the patience, Ilowen would undoubtedly hesitate to let her hold baby Harry. She was hardly a conventional person. Harry imagined Tabitha might be the type to bury an infant in the ground to see if flowers would sprout. He gazed curiously at the now smaller Tabitha, who appeared to be about the same size as Harry and Ilowen. Inside the tent, all around him were youthful figures. Chapter 30, The Height Challenge. I want to see Harry in infant form, Ron said with a mischievous grin. Who could resist the chance to witness their good friend's embarrassment? Certainly not Ron. Habitually, he attempted to engage the person beside him, only to realize it was Neville. His excitement waned considerably. After all, he had just quarreled with Hermione. How could he have forgotten? Despite hearing Ron speak, Hermione stubbornly refused to look at him, feigning concentration as she scribbled notes that amounted to nothing more than a jumbled mess of words. Frustrated, she employed a spell to erase the chaos. Professor McGonagall observed the students' antics and exchanged a knowing glance with Professor Sprout. Dumbledore popped another sweet, tangy candy into his mouth, his wrinkles deepening with a smile. How delightful it was to be young. Harry and Tabitha stood back to back, engaged in a playful contest to determine who was taller. It is worth noting that this activity was initiated by Tabitha, whose psychological maturity appeared to have stagnated in childhood. Nevertheless, Harry found himself intrigued and eagerly accepted Tabitha's invitation. So what is the verdict? Tabitha's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Both were clearly eager for the result, though one expressed it openly while the other was more reserved. Ilowen circled around them, teasingly prolonging the suspense. Just before Tabitha could no longer contain her excitement and leaped to strike, Ilowen finally responded, elongating her words for effect. Don't rush. I have the answer. It's Potter who is taller. What? How can that be? Harry, is it your hair standing up that misled Ilowen? Tabitha exclaimed, pressing Harry's hair down flatter, still unwilling to concede. No way, we must try again. Harry dodged her hand. Just admit defeat, Tabitha. Even if you drank a potion for height, you still wouldn't surpass me. Harry had never considered winning a height contest particularly joyous. He had never compared himself with Ron in such a manner. Yet witnessing Tabitha's spirited antics significantly heightened his sense of triumph. A bold smile spread across his face, illuminating his features. The two continued to frolic around Ilowen, their laughter resonating through the shimmering screen, filling the headmaster's office and touching the hearts of everyone present. Professor McGonagall leaned back in her chair, savoring this rare moment of relaxation. Typically, she was preoccupied with worries about their potential discovery by Death Eaters, or whether the two children could manage their teaching without causing harm to themselves. Her eyes brimmed with tenderness as the corners of her mouth curved into an involuntary smile. It seemed only one person remained unmoved by the scene, a scowling Severus Snape, glaring at the insufferable grin on Potter's face. His gaze was indeed intimidating, sending a chill even to Remus Lupin, who was not the target of it. Lupin rubbed his arms, acknowledging that Harry's smile bore an uncanny resemblance to his father's, and he could hardly blame Snape for his disdain. A wave of bittersweet nostalgia washed over him at the thought of Harry's father, prompting him to blink away the moisture in his eyes and turn his gaze from Harry. Harry and Tabitha had circled Ilowen several times when their eyes suddenly met. Tabitha, eager to engage, looked at Harry with anticipation. Over the past few days, they had developed a small but significant rapport, and this time, Harry instantly grasped Tabitha's mischievous intent. They simultaneously halted their actions, extending their hands, each placing one on Ilowen's shoulders. Caught off guard, Ilowen staggered and fell directly onto the sofa. TSK. Ilowen emitted a sound of impatience. Both Harry and Tabitha were immersed in the thrill of their successful prank, entirely oblivious to her noise. They even exchanged a high-five right before Ilowen's eyes. Ilowen nestled into the sofa, raising an eyebrow at the two overly exuberant individuals. Let us see who awakens from this folly first. It was Harry. His embarrassment was far greater than Tabitha's. He could not entirely disregard Ilowen's gaze. Harry felt as if his behavior had indeed been indulged by them, making him more audacious than before. When he first arrived, he would never have engaged in such antics with Tabitha, let alone play pranks on Ilowen. Back then, he was wary of her, fearing that a misstep in words could lead to a quarrel. Harry tugged at his slightly heated ears as he sat beside Ilowen. His eyes caught sight of the shrinking potion he had just created, still firmly grasped in Ilowen's hand. The unstoppered vial of potion remained intact after the recent prank. And upon realizing this, Harry's ears flushed an even deeper shade of crimson, feeling increasingly embarrassed by his actions. He wished to retrieve the potion and cap it. However, Ilowen evaded Harry's hand, mischievously asking, "What's the matter? Haven't you had enough praise?" "Of course not." Harry felt a warmth creeping to his face as he stammered in defense. "I just wanted to put it away. I mean, I never succeed in Professor Snape's class." "That's because of Snape," Tabitha interjected. Harry cast a terrified glance at her. No need to read Tabitha's palm or scrutinize the dregs of tea. He could foresee that something would go awry with her today. Without Snape nagging in your ear, your potion-making skills would undoubtedly improve. "Ah, Snape." Harry thought to provide an excuse for Tabitha before Ilowen could become angry, blurting out, "Who said that? Ilowen nags me just like Snape does when I brew potions." There's no difference. As soon as Harry spoke, he regretted it. What was he saying? Tabitha was right. Ilowen's tone did not harbor the anger Harry had anticipated. She did not engage in the cryptic exchanges with Tabitha that left Harry guessing, but instead affirmed Tabitha's statement. Harry now wished to see if Ilowen was also caught in a fit of rage, blabbering nonsensically. Surprised? Ilowen, having anticipated Harry's probing gaze, replied, "Though he is my headmaster, I shall not turn a blind eye to the truth." Harry was indeed taken aback by Ilowen's demeanor and her affirming words. "Do I truly possess talent?" he said, lacking confidence. He was uncertain whether Ilowen was merely offering him encouragement. Among their trio, Hermione had always excelled in potion-making, while he and Ron were left fumbling over a cauldron of muck. "Indeed, you have great potential," Ilowen said gently. "Harry, you and Professor Snape have both strayed too far into your respective biases." "Bias?" Harry furrowed his brow, initially intending to vehemently refute the term. Yet, confronted with Ilowen's serene demeanor, his words softened considerably. Chapter 31, The Eyes. From the moment Tabitha remarked on the inadequacy of Snape's class, his expression darkened. The students in the headmaster's office dared not even breathe audibly. Ron wore a particularly grave countenance, fearing that any slight movement might lead Snape to misconstrue his intentions, resulting in a deduction of points. Hermione, intimidated by Snape, cast aside her complex emotions, experiencing an unprecedented clarity of thought. Neville had ceased trembling, resembling a corpse that had lain in repose for 3 days. Even Luna, who was least adept at sensing atmospheres, noticed the shift around them and glanced at Professor Snape more than once. McGonagall hesitated, aware that speaking up for Tabitha at such a moment could yield counterproductive results. Instead, she began to ponder what excuse she could conjure to award Gryffindor some points, foreseeing that the gems in Gryffindor's point tally would vanish at an astonishing rate. Upon hearing Ilowen concur with Tabitha, it was as if a tempest had descended upon Snape, the temperature plummeting by 10 degrees. This left Professor Flitwick, who wished to mediate, stifled, resulting in a few involuntary burps from his rapid intake of breath. Dumbledore was selecting candies, believing that sweets were most effective for alleviating anger, and indeed anxiety as well. After the candy intended for Snape was returned, Dumbledore redirected it towards McGonagall. She, however, closed her eyes, ignoring the offered confection. Severus would never penalize his own house, and Ilowen's transgressions would undoubtedly be attributed to Gryffindor. She mourned for a fleeting moment the impending loss of points for Gryffindor. Prejudice? Harry continued to chew on that term, convinced he harbored no bias. Rather, it was Snape who had always looked upon him with disdain. The prejudice did not lie with him. Harry endeavored to soften his words, recognizing that it was Snape who abhorred him. Tabitha erupted in laughter, seating herself beside Harry and teasingly inquiring, "Really?" Then, lowering her voice, she added, "It was Snape. He stole the Philosopher's Stone. It was Snape. He cursed my broom. It was Snape. Perhaps he is ill. Perhaps he has departed. Perhaps he has been dismissed. Harry desperately wished to cover his ears. These were not his original words. Mixed with Ron's remarks, yet they bore a semblance of relevance to him. They were all speculations about Snape. As the truth became evident, Harry felt his face flush crimson under the scrutiny of those who had previously doubted him. He appeared undeniably suspicious. Harry quietly protested, aware that Hermione and Ron also harbored doubts about him. Hermione and Ron contemplated a temporary cessation of their friendship with Harry in such moments. They truly wished to be forgotten. Snape's glare sliced towards them like a blade, unaware that they had once suspected him of cursing Potter's broom. Should one admire their imagination? Suddenly, Snape recalled his robe that had ignited mysteriously. He glared even more fiercely at Granger, recognizing that only she possessed the capability and audacity to execute such a feat. McGonagall adjusted her posture, leaning slightly forward to discreetly shield Snape's gaze from the children. Tabitha's expression suddenly shifted to one of meekness, her words stumbling. Yes, this way. No one would suspect poor Quirrell. Once again, the scene unfolded, with Tabitha portraying Quirrell in his first-year attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. It was astonishing how well she seemed to recall Quirrell's words. Were it not for Harry's certainty that he and Quirrell had been the only two present. Oh no. He nearly forgot that Voldemort, clinging to Quirrell's skull, made it 3. He might have thought Tabitha had been privy to the entire affair as well. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Harry desperately looked at Ilowen, hoping she would intervene with Tabitha. Merlin, he felt on the verge of collapse from her performance. As if echoing Harry's silent plea, Tabitha's muffled laughter abruptly ceased, silenced by a spell from Ilowen that rendered her mouth non-existent. My intention is not to criticize anyone. Ilowen continued calmly, significantly alleviating Harry's distress. You have your reasons to dislike Snape, and he, in turn, has his reasons to despise you. The animosity between you is like a tangled ball of yarn, its origins nearly impossible to unravel. However, Harry, do not let your emotions cloud your judgment, nor squander your talents so easily. The gravity of Ilowen's words bore an air of maturity beyond her years. Harry sensed her painstakingly assembling her thoughts with utmost patience. The usual sharpness in her speech had vanished, replaced by an unexpected gentleness. Yet, Harry's attention was suddenly diverted when Ilowen called him by his given name, an unprecedented occurrence. Moreover, she did not refer to Snape with any honorifics this time. A small thrill of satisfaction coursed through Harry at this revelation, making him more inclined to absorb her words. When he spoke again, an unrecognized sense of grievance colored his voice. But he always targets me. He hates me. His emerald eyes glistened as they beseeched Ilowen, sparkling like 2 exquisite gemstones. Ilowen was momentarily captivated by his gaze, instinctively placing her hand on his head in a comforting gesture. The coarse tips of his hair brushed against her palm, eliciting a faint tickling sensation. Ilowen's hand froze. She had not intended to go this far. Reflecting on future regrets, she felt compelled to say a bit more. She pondered whether a little more trust in Snape from young Harry might lead to a different outcome. With a sigh, she continued to stroke Harry's hair. If you approach Professor Snape with such an attitude, I believe he would surely change. No, he would give Potter a dose of Bezoar and then toss him to Madame Pomfrey for proper treatment. Snape felt a wave of nausea at the sight of Potter and wished he could turn away. At this moment, Snape's expression had improved considerably compared to before. He had anticipated hearing the 2 students loftily criticize his teaching methods, but instead, he was met with Tabitha subtly insinuating Potter's biased suspicions and Ilowen's candid display of concern for the Savior. Was Harry's life during the past 2 years truly so remarkable? In recent years, Sprout had not paid much attention to the extracurricular life of the Savior, but after hearing Tabitha's words, she could not resist inquiring about McGonagall. Indeed, since his arrival at Hogwarts, Severus's life had become quite captivating. Observing Snape's seemingly good mood, McGonagall began to tease him. Snape offered them a smooth smile, lips curling slightly. Approach Snape with this attitude. Harry nearly leapt to his feet. No way, he would not show weakness to Snape. Suddenly, Tabitha transformed her mouth back with her wand, exclaiming, Harry, if you gazed at Snape with your green eyes, it would be far more effective. After saying this, Tabitha reverted her mouth to its previous state, pretending to be a wooden figure under Ilowen's disapproving gaze. Remus, contemplative, cast a glance at Snape. Harry's eyes bore a striking resemblance to Lily's, and there was a considerable chance of success in this approach. However, Snape was more likely to become immune due to Harry's striking resemblance to James. For the first time, Remus found himself smiling at the thought of James. Unconsciously, Snape employed the mental blocking spell, pondering what these 2 students might know. Chapter 32, House Elves. Harry's hand grazed his eye corner. Although he doubted the efficacy of Tabitha's suggestion on Snape, he wondered why it was about the eyes. She was complimenting your beautiful eyes, Ilowen warned, casting a glance at Tabitha, but she felt compelled to provide a smooth transition. She had no desire to disclose Snape's history of emotions in front of Harry. Revealing such would likely invoke his wrath across the realms. Harry's eyes? Hermione's mind flickered with a thought, yet she could not grasp the fleeting insight at that moment. Tabitha cast a wounded look at Ilowen. I have been quite restrained. Otherwise, if I were to perish today, my last words would be, he has her eyes. Harry dismissed this as typical nonsense from Tabitha. She often spoke in a state of inebriation, and he had grown accustomed to her antics. I do not believe that would be effective, but thank you, Tabitha, Harry replied earnestly. Tabitha shook her head, adopting a carefree posture on the sofa, her eyes reflecting a subtle melancholy. Was this the solitude that no one could comprehend? This demeanor suited her in adulthood, yet she currently sat in a third-year form due to a shrinking potion. Harry felt a nagging suspicion that McGonagall would suddenly appear to deduct points from her. The sound of bubbling potions from the workbench snapped Harry back to reality. In truth, he thought, there was no method by which he could make Snape like him. It would be futile to waste effort. Before Harry could finish his hesitant thought, he was interrupted. Ilowen lowered her voice, saying softly, Potter. She did not raise her voice significantly, wishing not to startle Harry, merely conducting a test. As expected, Harry quickly widened the distance between them, his body tense. Eyes fixed on Ilowen with wariness. Ilowen carefully tucked the potion away and placed it on the table, her movements slow and gentle, as if afraid to disturb something. Once accomplished, she straightened up to meet Harry's gaze directly. Harry, have you not realized that you possess a rather unhealthy defense mechanism? Ilowen's voice was gentle yet steady, striking Harry's mind with the weight of a heavy ball. He instantly felt dizzy, frozen in place. What does that mean? Ron now recognized the inconvenience of being apart from Hermione. In moments like these, he had to shout across the space. Neville noticed Harry's reaction was somewhat exaggerated. He understood what Ilowen referred to, having endured similar experiences himself. When he felt insecure, he would instinctively become hesitant. A shadow left by countless instances of being teased by adults during his childhood. Neville had no intention of explaining this to Ron. Ron was attempting to engage Hermione in conversation, the perfect opportunity for reconciliation. He discreetly glanced in her direction. However, Luna interjected, he looks like an injured animal. Noticing Neville's gaze upon her, Luna felt she had not articulated herself clearly and continued, my father once brought home a fox that had been caught in a trap. Their eyes were remarkably similar. Luna's hand glided through the air, reminiscent of that fox, as if she were touching Harry through a veil of light. His spine stiffened. His senses heightened. He was afraid, yearning to flee. Given Hermione's apparent disinterest in conversing, Neville found himself at a loss to assist Ron. He despondently returned his gaze to the veil. Harry felt as though several heavy stones had dropped into his stomach. He could not fathom how to articulate his reaction. Should he confess that it stemmed from being frequently summoned and scolded at home? He had never been so candid with Hermione or Ron. A stifling atmosphere permeated the air. An oppressive silence enveloped the tent. Ilowen waited for Harry's response. Sensing his discomfort at her gaze, she focused intently on the corner of the table. Observing Harry's reactions from the periphery, Harry understood that Ilowen was being considerate by not directly watching him, and that Tabitha would not constantly scrutinize his reactions. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of being encircled by scrutinizing eyes, rendering him breathless. Suddenly, he wished to escape, anywhere but here. His head drooped. As troubling emotions brewed within him, a hand unexpectedly emerged within his line of sight, causing Harry to flinch. Then he remembered it was Ilowen's hand, and he froze, awaiting her next move. The hand gently lifted his chin, allowing him to meet Ilowen's gaze. Her expression was devoid of emotion. I can understand. Ilowen pondered how to phrase her thoughts more delicately. But upon hearing her words, Harry erupted, standing abruptly. You cannot. Do not speak as if you know everything. He wished to depart, but found himself flanked on either side. Tabitha had unknowingly placed her legs upon the low table, obstructing Harry's path. I do not wish to argue with you, Ilowen. I need to return. Ilowen firmly pressed him back into his seat. I truly know. Sit down. I am aware that you have not lived a life akin to that of a prince. I understand that your days with your relatives have been dreadful, utterly miserable. I know you have to clean and tidy up like a house elf every day. I am aware that throughout your life, you have been labeled as an oddity, a failure, a mere scrap. You were oblivious to the fact that your parents were wizards. Your aunt merely informed you that they perished in a car accident. It was only upon receiving the letter from Hogwarts and truly residing within its enchanted halls that you dared to believe this was not a mere dream. I understand that your circumstances were more dismal than even the dog at your aunt's home, as they deliberately starved you, forcing you to pilfer food from within your own abode. I know you were treated as a punching bag by your cousin and his companions. I am also aware that during the holidays, you had to clandestinely lie under the covers to complete your assignments, simply because your Muggle family harbored an intense disdain for magic. Ilowen's eyes blazed with fury, her words tumbling forth in a rush of urgency and anger. The familiar sharpness resurfaced in her tone. Harry was uncertain whether Ilowen's emotions were directed at him or his family, feeling somewhat dazed by her declarations. However, the heavy sensation in his stomach dissipated entirely, replaced by an unfamiliar surge of emotions within his chest. Ilowen paused to compose herself. It was not only young Harry who had a volatile temperament. Ilowen's temper was equally explosive. Tabitha produced 2 vials of calming drafts, stretching her arms to silently push them toward the pair. Being in the 3rd year, her arms were not quite long enough, so she could only maneuver 1 vial between Harry and Ilowen. After completing this task, Tabitha shook her hands, internally lamenting the chaos that had erupted in her absence. The entire headmaster's office had been ignited by Ilowen's words, with professors and students alike struggling to contain their emotions. "What does it mean to be treated like a house elf?" inquired the typically affable Professor Sprout, her brow furrowed in disbelief. Of course, she was well aware of what house elves were, as there were many within the school. Yet, she had never fathomed that a young wizard could be treated with such indignity as to be deemed no different from a house elf. It was utterly absurd and laughable. Professor Flitwick observed Harry's expression closely, noting that he showed no inclination to refute the claims. "My Merlin, this is indeed true," Flitwick exclaimed, his body swaying as he toppled from his high stool. Professor McGonagall felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her lips trembled violently, rendering her speechless. She had previously observed that Muggle family and knew them to be dreadful, but never had she imagined their behavior could sink to such depths. Placing a hand over her heart, she felt as though she too required a calming draft. Dumbledore's expression was somewhat dazed. Snape remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the shimmering screen. Neville, having regained his composure from the initial shock, spoke with profound incredulity. "I have grown up hearing tales of Harry. All the newspapers proclaim he leads a charmed life. Could it all be a fabrication?" Neville's gaze flitted between Ron and Hermione, pondering if they might possess greater insight into Harry's reality. Ron stared blankly at the screen, entirely unaware of these revelations. While Ron was aware that Harry's relatives did not favor him, he had never contemplated that such disdain could inflict harm upon Harry. He had assumed it was merely a misunderstanding between Muggles and wizards, stemming from their inability to comprehend the magic of wizards, leading them to confine Harry within their home. He had never delved deeply into the nature of the relationship between those Muggles and Harry. In his childhood, George attempted to deceive Fred with the notion of an unbreakable spell out of sheer ignorance. He and his brothers would occasionally clash, but reconciliation was always swift. After all, they were family. Harry, too, considered those Muggles to be family. Ron struggled to comprehend why they would inflict harm upon their own kin. Hermione was tugging at her hair in frustration, regretting that she had not recognized her friend's distress sooner. She recalled her light-hearted remark to Harry at the end of their 2nd year. "If they knew what you accomplished this year, they would undoubtedly be proud of you." If only the Time Turner could transport her back to that moment, she would have relished the chance to admonish herself. Having never encountered truly wicked individuals, she was predisposed to view people in a favorable light. Clearly, Harry's aunt and uncle were among the most despicable of beings, only marginally better than criminals. Hermione resolved to add the contact number for the Child Protection Center to her agenda. Muggle matters required Muggle solutions. Harry no longer wished to flee. He sat calmly on the sofa, staring blankly at Ilowen, unsure of how to begin. Ilowen took the initiative to drink the calming potion that Tabitha had sent over and placed another vial before Harry. Only then did Harry notice the additional potion on the table, and, upon turning around, he caught a glimpse of Tabitha playfully sticking out her tongue. She bore an air of carefree nonchalance, as if Ilowen had merely commented on the weather that day. Nevertheless, Harry acknowledged that Tabitha's buoyant demeanor was far more preferable than her previous pitying gaze. He admired her current state and envied her positive outlook. After sipping the calming potion, Harry felt a significant easing of his tension. "Can you calm down enough to hear me?" Ilowen's tone had regained its composure. Harry nodded, though he believed Ilowen herself was the one in need of tranquility. "I did not intend to say so much. Some words can inadvertently inflict a second wound upon you. And for that, I must apologize." No. Harry shook his head vigorously, though he felt the embarrassment of having his past exposed. A greater joy filled him at the understanding he sensed from Ilowen. Ron and Hermione enjoyed a happy family life, and whenever he spoke of his aunt, he subtly hoped they would grasp his situation more deeply. Harry had never directly articulated how difficult his life had been. He was aware that if he revealed those truths, Ron and Hermione would certainly empathize with him, yet he had refrained from voicing it, perhaps out of a desire for their understanding while simultaneously wishing to preserve his dignity in their eyes. Now, more than seeking an apology, Harry was eager to learn how Ilowen had come to know about his past. "How did you find out about all that?" Harry's gaze was intense as he focused on Ilowen. "From the newspapers, journalists are quite adept at uncovering the truth." "That's a lie," Harry thought to himself once more. He would never divulge such things to a reporter. He was not one to air his suffering for the world to see, and he believed that even at any age, he would not act in such a manner. The Dursleys would never boast of their misdeeds either. Harry understood them well. Their utmost concern was maintaining an appearance of normality. They would not show any kindness to the denizens of the magical world. Even if they were coerced into an interview by the threat of reporters, they would merely depict him as an ungrateful rogue. Ilowen observed Harry's left eye inscribed with "I do not believe," and his right eye proclaiming "You are deceiving." She could only utter a few more words. She is an animagus. Ilowen transformed a cup on the table into a small beetle with her wand. In this manner, she could eavesdrop on numerous secrets. The beetle quietly flew onto Harry's dark robe, nearly undetectable at a glance. Due to Ilowen's history of deceit, Harry felt a twinge of skepticism, yet ultimately chose to accept her response. Returning to your defense mechanism, you should have noticed it as well. Harry listened intently to Ilowen, vaguely realizing the significance of her words. Otherwise, she would not be speaking while consuming a calming potion to suppress her emotions. In the presence of others, you resemble a small hedgehog. When confronted with malice, you bristle with all your quills, ready to pierce your adversary, regardless of the disparity in strength or the peril to your life. Perhaps due to the oppressive environment governed by the Dursleys, your character has been significantly shaped, rendering you quite inept at heeding others' advice, as is the case now. Ilowen paused, shifting her focus to interpret Harry's current demeanor. Your silence does not stem from agreement with my words. On the contrary, you vehemently disagree. Harry did not refute this assertion. He indeed felt that Ilowen's statements were misguided. Ilowen, agitated, took another sip of the calming potion. Moreover, the principal reason you can quietly listen to me now is my demeanor. Imagine if I spoke to you in my usual tone. Harry's face immediately contorted. We would argue. He was quite certain of this. Ilowen felt a sense of joy at Harry's willingness to express himself. Yes, this is how you interact with Snape. He ridicules and criticizes, and you cannot help but retort, leading to a loss of points and detention, trapped in an endless cycle of negativity. This is your defense mechanism. The more malevolent others are towards you, the more you retaliate in kind. Regardless of whether you may be harmed in the process, you never waver in your resistance. Harry gently nodded in agreement with Ilowen's observations. He recalled his confrontations with Snape during potions class, while Ilowen contemplated the impending clash with Umbridge, an event that would leave an indelible scar on Harry's hands. Showing weakness does not diminish your courage, nor does yielding equate to surrender. I understand. In truth, you possess strong opinions, and once you instinctively determine a matter, you are unlikely to alter your stance based on the opinions of others. This trait bears both advantages and disadvantages. On the positive side, you do not distort your identity due to the mistakes of your Muggle family. On the downside, you find it challenging to heed Hermione's rational suggestions, which could lead to significant setbacks. Hermione nodded in agreement. While Ron was equally resistant to her words, she earnestly wished that both of them could listen attentively. Chapter 34, Reputation? Harry pressed his lips together. At times, he would indeed intentionally overlook Hermione's preachy remarks. He began to feel that Ilowen was indeed correct. Furthermore, you exhibit a notable lack of proficiency in seeking assistance, particularly from those who are your seniors. You place your trust in friends of your own age, yet you hesitate to approach professors for help. You prefer to unravel all matters by yourself, charging ahead without regard for others. Harry instinctively averted his gaze from Ilowen. He recognized this aspect of his character. Yet, he had nearly perished in the Chamber of Secrets, an encounter that brought him perilously close to death. The memories of that experience flooded back, feelings of solitude, helplessness, and the guilt of failing to save Ginny. Professor Sprout gasped, for her knowledge of the situation was scant. She was only aware that Harry had resolved the issues within the chamber. However, the thought of nearly dying there was too distressing to contemplate. She discreetly grasped McGonagall's arm, seeking a more detailed account of the events. Lupin's expression was impassive. Since he learned of Harry's experiences at home, his heart had been consumed by fury. How dare they treat Harry in such a manner? Why had no one shown concern for him? This was swiftly followed by a profound sense of helplessness. He was the last remaining friend of James. He ought to have visited Harry. Yet his identity as a werewolf had rendered him hesitant. The Wizarding World had always been unkind to werewolves, and he feared causing trouble for his friend as child. No longer would he indulge in self-justifications. Guilt washed over him as he gazed upon the boy. It was his fault. No 12-year-old should endure such suffering. These were the burdens that should fall upon adults. Ilowen allowed Harry ample time for contemplation. Such words had never been spoken to him before. Throughout his upbringing, there had been no one to rely upon, and he had grown accustomed to self-sufficiency. In that house, Harry felt a wave of nausea. He was loath to refer to it as home, yet he had no other place to call home, a place where no one would pity or sympathize with him. At school, due to Dudley, no one dared to befriend him. Even casual inquiries from teachers about his home life could be easily dismissed with lies spun by the Dursleys. He yearned to resist, but felt utterly powerless, unwilling to acknowledge the words spoken by the Dursleys. Yet they had undeniably left indelible marks upon him, excessive vigilance and an abnormal stress response. It was only upon arriving at Hogwarts that he found friends, experiencing the warmth of companionship for the first time. Yet, he still harbored distrust towards adults. Ilowen's words awakened something within him. He could have confided in Professor Dumbledore regarding the chamber, regarding his parcel tongue, but under Dumbledore's inquiry, he chose to withhold the truth. It was only after he had completely resolved the matter of the chamber, emerging battered alongside Ginny, that he finally disclosed the entire truth. Suddenly, Harry recalled the words Ilowen had spoken during their first quarrel. She had referred to him multiple times as the Chosen One, the Star of Salvation. A wave of anxiety surged within him, and he nervously asked Ilowen, "You don't think I am seeking fame, do you?" He felt as though a heavy stone pressed upon his chest. He desperately wished to avoid any misunderstanding on Ilowen's part. The mere emergence of this notion rendered him unable to accept it. Certainly not. Ilowen's resolute response dispelled the unease that lingered in Harry's heart. Tabitha also leaned in closer from behind Harry, wrapping her arms around him. How could that be? Who would dare confront a basilisk for the sake of reputation? Not even Lockhart possesses such audacity. The tone in which she spoke reminded Harry of Hermione and Ron, who often used a similar inflection when expressing pride in him. A basilisk. Remus's face turned ashen. He was acutely aware of what a basilisk entailed, an exceedingly perilous magical creature, ranked alongside werewolves with the utmost danger classification. A direct gaze could lead to instant demise, and its fangs were laced with deadly venom. Remus felt the absurdity of the world around him. Harry's confrontation with a basilisk in his second year was akin to him cohabitating with a werewolf under a full moon in his second year and emerging victorious. A sense of foreboding gripped him as he recalled Ilowen's mention of the acromantula, undoubtedly another creature of significant peril. What could this mean? Surely, Harry did not share James's penchant for befriending such dangerous beings. Harry allowed Tabitha's hand to massage his neck, feeling elated that neither of them had misjudged him. What should I do? Harry was already aware of the issues plaguing him, yet he could not fathom where to begin. Ilowen broached the subject, starting with Snape. Did this imply he ought to apologize to Snape? Unintentionally, he voiced this thought aloud. Ilowen's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had sprouted an additional head. This was the first time he had witnessed her so taken aback, and he averted his gaze to conceal his amusement. However, his previous statement was not intended as a mere dismissal. He was earnest. Ilowen was the first to attempt to correct him, and her words bore merit. His eyes drifted to the now empty, calming potion on the table. In her efforts to persuade him, or rather to do so without eliciting his aversion, Ilowen had downed an entire vial of the potion. She understood him and sought to assist him. For this reason, he was willing to heed her counsel, even if it meant extending an apology to his least favorite professor, despite his lingering skepticism about its efficacy. Ilowen scrutinized Harry for an extended period, perplexed as to where her therapeutic approach had gone awry, wondering how it had become so misaligned. Harry, you need not do this. Listen closely. He perceives you as an extension of your father, unjustly unleashing his wrath upon you. This is a fundamentally unreasonable approach. Likewise, to regard you solely as an extension of your mother is equally flawed. You are you, Harry Potter, the kind and courageous boy who emerged from the cupboard. Anyone who views you merely as a spoiled child is severely misguided. What you must do is learn to manage your emotions and strive to embody the maturity of a 30-year-old adult. Harry felt as though he had been pressed by an iron, his entire being radiating warmth. He was once again tempted to flee. Tabitha, however, still blocked his retreat. She produced a vial of potion and placed it in the palm of Harry's hand, declaring, "This is for scar removal." She leaned closer to Harry's ear and whispered softly, revealing that the previous fatigue relief potion had a basic version that needed to be applied to the discomfort areas to be effective. Uncertain whether he bore any scars and hesitant to ask him to lift his shirt, she had opted for the one that could be dripped on the wrist instead. Afterward, she stepped aside to allow him passage. Harry grasped the bottle tightly and rushed to his room, fearing that if he delayed any longer, he might break down in tears before them. With a resounding slam, the door shut, and Ilowen felt a wave of relief wash over her. She sprawled out on the sofa, utterly drained of the energy to speak. Advising Harry had proven to be a mentally taxing endeavor, and she had expended all her vigor for minimal effect. Observing her friend's exhaustion, Tabitha impulsively patted her leg and poked her belly. Ilowen retaliated by kicking Tabitha off the sofa, who continued her antics. The screen faded to darkness. Chapter 35, Faults. Once the projection ceased, the discussions within the headmaster's office became impossible to contain. During the showing, they had refrained from voicing their myriad questions, fearful of missing any crucial information. Now, the headmaster's office buzzed with noise akin to the Gryffindor common room. "I cannot believe that Muggle would do such a thing." Professor McGonagall's voice was laced with tension. She had yet to forgive herself for acquiescing so readily to Dumbledore's decision to place Harry in their care. Even the typically affable Professor Sprout spoke with an edge of anger. To allow a second-year student to confront a basilisk? How could this happen right under our noses? Was the child's account truly accurate? Had Harry been living such a life at home? Professor Flitwick had climbed back onto his stool, inquiring of Lupin. Recalling that Lupin had always been on good terms with James, the half-blood elf possessed an exceptional memory, and the recollections of their youthful antics danced vividly in his mind. Lupin pressed his hand against his forehead, remaining silent. Although Flitwick's tone lacked accusation, the weight of guilt rendered Lupin mute. Every question felt like a whip lashing against his heart, causing his already battered spirit to bleed profusely. Without receiving a response, Flitwick hesitated, glancing towards Snape. "I remember Lily," and Flitwick halted, observing Snape's pale, dazed expression. Another memory surfaced. Lily and Snape had severed their friendship long before, in their 5th year. It seemed Snape was not privy to much information. With his questions unanswered, Flitwick began to eavesdrop on the conversations among the students. "Harry shares our dormitory. How could I have been so oblivious?" Ron lamented to Neville. Neville had noticed some details. "Do you remember? Harry was reluctant to shower with us. He always found time to wash alone." Ron nearly bent his fork in frustration, recalling yet another detail he had overlooked. "So that was it. He never explained why. I thought he was just shy." Coupled with Tabitha's revelation about the scar-removing potion, it was evident that Harry bore scars he wished to conceal from them. Scars inflicted by those muggles. Ron resolved that the next time he visited Harry's home, he would certainly bring along a few dung bombs from Fred and George for future amusement. He waved a hand in front of the two individuals lost in their emotions, remarking, "You are both overthinking again." It seemed that Luna, with her peculiar ability to perceive beings invisible to others, could always see what eluded them. "I suspect Harry refrained from divulging this to you, as he did not wish to witness your current state." Neville's worries were largely dispelled by Luna's gentle presence. However, after receiving Luna's comfort, Ron realized that he had not heard Hermione's voice for quite some time, prompting him to glance curiously in her direction. He observed Hermione lost in contemplation, and he couldn't help but wonder what conundrum had captured her thoughts for so long. At that moment, the headmaster intervened to quell the chaos. Dumbledore refrained from exerting control as the shimmering curtain fell. He understood that their suppressed emotions required an outlet. Once everyone had voiced their inquiries, he raised a hand. Most of the professors quieted at the sight of the headmaster's gesture, and the perplexed students followed suit as the ambient noise faded into silence. All gazes converged on Dumbledore, who spoke with an air of regret. "First, I must admit my error. I was the one who sent Harry, who had just lost his parents, to live with his aunt." Professor Sprout was taken aback. Had Dumbledore truly abandoned Harry there without further care? He could not be so careless. Before Sprout could voice her concerns, Flitwick stepped in to ask on her behalf. "Albus, did you not return to check on young Harry?" Dumbledore shook his head, appearing considerably older than before. "I merely left a muggle to watch over Harry." Her reports indicated no issues, which led me to overlook the weariness in his voice. After the explanation, Sprout found it within herself to understand Dumbledore's reasoning. His actions were not entirely unjustifiable. At that time, the news of the Dark Lord's demise had spread. Yet the war between the Ministry and the Death Eaters was far from over. Some extreme Death Eaters, unwilling to accept that their master had been vanquished by an infant, sought Harry out in secret, intent on avenging their fallen leader. Meanwhile, some jubilant wizards were also in search of Harry, not out of malice, but simply to behold the boy who had survived the encounter with the Dark Lord. However, these pursuits posed a threat to Harry's safety. Thus, Dumbledore concealed Harry within the Muggle world, rendering him inaccessible to the wizarding community. He further considered that if a wizard frequently surrounded Harry, the risk of exposure would always linger. Therefore, he stationed a Muggle to keep watch over Harry, as wizards typically underestimated Muggles, and the Death Eaters under the Dark Lord's command would scarcely regard a mere Muggle-esque movements. What a splendid plan it was, thought Sprout, had it not been for the peculiar temperament of that Muggle, and had that Muggle been able to report accurately to Dumbledore, it would have been a flawless decision. Who could have anticipated that a series of coincidences would lead Harry into such perilous depths, unbeknownst to all? Lupin could bear it no longer. It seemed Dumbledore was placing nearly all the blame upon himself. Yet he was not the one most deserving of concern for Harry's well-being. "No, Albus. This was never solely your burden to bear. It was all me. It was indeed me at that time." Remus Lupin concealed his face, his thoughts drifting back to that fateful night, the night he learned of the tragic demise of James and Lily. He was not by their side then. Occupied with persuading the werewolves on Dumbledore's behalf, tirelessly traversing the treacherous divide between two factions. Despite his absence, he did not fret excessively for his friends. He was well aware of their plans. With Sirius as their secret keeper, their residence was shrouded in the Fidelius charm. Not even the most formidable of foes could breach the charm to inflict harm upon them. When he received the dreadful news, Lupin was oblivious to the precise moment the plan had unraveled. He was desperate to find Sirius. Had Sirius been captured? Had he succumbed to the tortures and revealed their location? No, he instinctively dismissed such thoughts almost immediately. It must have been Voldemort. He had undoubtedly discovered a way to circumvent the Fidelius charm. Voldemort was an undeniably powerful wizard, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to devise a spell to dismantle the charm. Overwhelmed by questions and the anguish of losing his dear friends, Lupin scoured the world in search of Sirius. He yearned for the truth. The truth emerged the following day in the Daily Prophet. Sirius had slain Peter. He was a servant of the traitor. The Potter's address had been betrayed to Voldemort by Sirius. One dear friend had indirectly caused the death of another, only to then take the life of yet another friend with his own hands. Lupin's entire world felt as if it had crumbled around him. Upon learning that Dumbledore had safely delivered Harry to a secure location, he found himself unable to care for the child. This matter remained a hidden anguish in his heart for many years. He was reluctant to confront the truth and instinctively avoided any encounter with the boy. He should have been the one to care for Harry, yet his cowardice had allowed the child to endure so much suffering. It was his fault. Chapter 36. Secrets. I ought to visit Harry. After all, James and Lily were children of my house, Professor McGonagall lamented. Dumbledore intervened to halt his professors from continuing their cascade of confessions. Enough, Minerva. The mistakes have been made and cannot be rewritten. Delving deeper serves no purpose. What we can do now is to mend the consequences of these errors as best we can. Professor Sprout proposed a solution. Perhaps we could find Harry another family. I believe there are many families in the magical community willing to take him in. My brothers would certainly not mind having another sibling. As if fearing the opportunity might slip away, Ron eagerly chimed in with Sprout's last words. His parents treated Harry no differently than they did their own children. And his sister Ginny adored Harry. If Harry were to stay with them, Ron was certain no one in his household would object. Neville looked at Professor Dumbledore with a glimmer of hope. He would also be delighted to bring Harry home, though he was uncertain of his grandmother's sentiments. I regret to disappoint you, but Harry cannot leave his current home, Dumbledore explained with resignation. Harry is protected by a powerful bloodline charm, which prevents anyone intending to harm him from entering his home. However, this magic only functions in the presence of his blood relatives. We cannot simply stand by while Harry is in that house, exclaimed Flitwick, his voice tinged with anxiety. Surely we must take action. Dumbledore interjected with a resolute tone. I will have a serious discussion with the Dursleys. This was the first time Neville and the others had witnessed the headmaster so incensed. The usual warmth that enveloped Dumbledore had vanished entirely. As he retracted his gentle smile, an unintentional air of authority emanated from him. The magic in the atmosphere seemed to pulse in sync with his emotions. In this moment, Dumbledore resembled the greatest white wizard mentioned in the tomes, the one who had vanquished Grindelwald and instilled fear in dark wizards. That would be most agreeable, Professor McGonagall nodded, but I still wish to accompany you. Her concern was not for Albus, but rather a desire to do what she could for the child. Of course, Minerva. Providing a concrete plan will suffice to reassure those in the know. Dumbledore then dismissed the professors and students, concluding the viewing. He retained only Severus, for there remained a conversation between them, yet to unfold. Hermione rushed down the corridor, clutching her bag, too swift for Ron to call her back. A peculiar hypothesis bubbled within her, demanding immediate verification. A phrase uttered by Ilowen while advising Harry struck her mind like a bolt of lightning. Hermione recalled that she had described Professor Snape as a 30-year-old adult. This age was not necessarily factual, but was considerably less than the assumptions circulating among the students. Their perceptions of Snape's disheveled appearance had led them to believe he was well into his 40s. Consequently, Hermione had failed to recognize that Snape might be only a few years older than Professor Lupin, or perhaps even a contemporary. Reflecting further on Ilowen's words regarding Snape's resentment towards Harry due to his father, the connection to Harry's relationship with Malfoy became painfully clear. The long-standing enmity between Slytherin and Gryffindor was not surprising to Hermione. Her astonishment stemmed not from this realization, but rather from the urgency propelling her forward. She found Professor Snape unusually silent in the headmaster's office, his expression mirroring that of Professor Lupin, which was notably grim. Lupin's demeanor was understandable given his close ties to Harry's father. Hermione surmised he was not the one who allowed Sirius Black into the castle, feeling guilt over Harry's past. She believed he would not wish to harm Harry. But what then was the source of Snape's discomfort? His typical demeanor suggested a profound dislike for Harry, verging on hatred. A stray thought flitted through her mind. Could Tabitha's remark about green eyes hold significance? Might pleading with Snape, using those green eyes, lead to forgiveness? Whose eyes did Harry resemble? His mother's or his father's? This question bore immense weight, as it pertained to the very essence of Snape's feelings. Ron, lagging behind, called out Hermione. Hermione, what are you off to do? Neville and Luna followed closely behind him, eager to catch up. As Ron turned a corner, he lost sight of Hermione. Did you see that? Hermione was like a rabbit, running so fast. Is she still angry? Ron said to Neville, who had just caught up. Panting slightly. It shouldn't be. She seems to have something important to attend to. Luna was holding Hermione's hand as they approached from behind. Luna tilted her head in confusion, gazing at the two boys. Why are you running so fast? Ron, taken aback, pointed ahead and then behind. Hermione, where did you come from? I distinctly saw you running that way. How did you end up here? Neville looked equally perplexed. Under their scrutiny, Hermione shrugged nonchalantly, unperturbed. You must have misseen. Her mind had just exploded with the knowledge of a secret, and the trivial matter of misleading her friends did not quicken her heartbeat in the slightest. She had just used the time turner to visit Hagrid, who was utterly unguarded regarding trivial questions like whose eyes Harry resembled. Hagrid even shared a piece of information. Professor Snape had once been friends with Harry's mother. Hermione had no intention of revealing this to Ron just yet. He was not one to keep secrets. Once divulged, they would be exposed within a day and likely end up in a cauldron, brewed into a potion by Snape. For the sake of their safety, Hermione decided to keep her lips sealed. Observing Hermione's steadfast demeanor, Ron couldn't help but question whether he had indeed misidentified her. All right, then why did you dash out of the headmaster's office so quickly? Because I was eager to know what we would have for lunch. Without a moment's hesitation, Ron accepted this explanation, finding it entirely reasonable. I want to know too. Come on, Neville, let's see what we can eat today. With excitement, Ron rushed towards the Great Hall with Neville. Hermione stifled an urge to roll her eyes and turned to Luna. Just moments ago, she had miscalculated her position with the time turner and nearly appeared directly before Luna. Yet, Luna seemed to harbor no doubts about her sudden appearance and disappearance. Now, Luna met Hermione's gaze with a clear-eyed understanding, as if she knew everything. Resolving her internal conflict, Hermione grasped Luna's hand and followed the boys' retreating figures. In the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, George rolled over on his bed, still examining a map. They've come out of the headmaster's office, he exclaimed. Finally, Fred immediately leaned in from the table. Since they memorized all the secret passages on the Marauders map, they rarely found themselves poring over it together to locate someone. This time, their curiosity about the secret their brother was hiding compelled them. Is Peter Pettigrew still so close to our brother? Fred joked. George pointed it out to him. The names Ron, Hermione, and Neville were making their way to the Great Hall. It seemed Ron had turned to Peter's side after his spat with Hermione. George had also heard the small argument between Hermione and Ron earlier that morning, and when he stepped out, he only caught a glimpse of Hermione hastily snatching a note from thin air before leaving. He returned to the dormitory and retrieved the Marauders map. It was immediately apparent that many had gathered in the headmaster's office on their day off, an unusual sight that piqued their curiosity. The prank had come to an end. Fred closed the Marauders map with a flick of his wand. George met Fred's gaze. Their mischief was about to commence. Chapter 37, Dreams. Harry felt as though his body had become weightless, as if he were adrift in clouds, gently swayed by the wind. Familiar figures flickered before his eyes: Hermione, Ron, Hagrid, Professor McGonagall, Professor Dumbledore. He reached out to them, only to shatter the illusions. The phantoms vanished, and he plummeted from the clouds, falling as if into an abyss. The descent felt endless. His ears were filled with fragmented curses, the voice of his uncle mingling with that of Aunt Marge. Such sounds rarely heralded anything good. Instinctively, he wished to curl up, but his heavy limbs refused to obey. A bright light shone before him, and he jolted awake, startled from his dream. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon his bed. He had hastily gone to sleep the previous night, neglecting to draw the blackout curtains. Harry fumbled for his glasses on the bedside table. It was still early, yet sleep eluded him. He lay flat on his back, attempting to organize his thoughts. He was neither at Aunt Petunia's house nor in the dormitory at Hogwarts. He was now in the Albanian forest, in an unknown time, accompanied by two enigmatic older students. They were profoundly mysterious. Harry could not fathom how they knew so much about him, particularly Ilowen, who seemed to have shared in his experiences. Harry sat up, striving to clear his mind of speculations regarding the two students. The nearly empty bottle of scar-reducing potion remained on his bedside. He did not wish to doubt them, especially after their recent expressions of concern. As he rolled up his nightshirt, he noted that the scar on his side had vanished without a trace, and the burn mark on his arm had healed completely. He moved to the window and sat down, gazing outside, struggling to articulate the emotions swirling within him. The long-standing issues that had troubled him seemed effortlessly resolvable. The forest outside, illuminated by the moonlight, was shrouded in a delicate veil, exuding tranquility. Yet he was acutely aware of the dangers lurking within. It concealed numerous magical creatures and beasts, poised to devour unsuspecting travelers. The window had been enchanted, allowing communication with the outside world even from within the tent. Opening it invited the outside breeze to flow in. Tentatively, Harry reached out towards the world beyond. It felt as though he were thrusting his hand into a mire, sluggish and hesitant. Unable to suppress a smile, he recalled Ilowen's protective measures, accompanied by her playful mockery when she cast the spell. Her words had been a humorous caution. Given your lack of self-control, I thought it prudent to place a little protective charm on this window, lest it become a feeding station for the beasts. Truly, why could she not simply admit her fear of potential attacks from the creatures? Her compliments could wind around like a convoluted path. Even kind words had taken on an unappealing tone. When she initially prepared the room, it had not been flawlessly executed. Many elements had been added gradually, piece by piece. The window, adorned with blackout curtains, was complemented by a set of chairs and a desk perfectly suited to his height, a wardrobe, an array of garments. and even a flying broomstick. Additionally, there were the candies sent by Tabitha, who feared he might feel lonely, mixed with some oddly enchanting sweets, a few magical artifacts, and a potted plant that produced bubbles. This room gradually blossomed with vitality, transforming into a true home. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron and Neville had nestled into a corner to compose their potions essay, having just completed their potions class. Hermione had invited Luna to the library, where they intended to conduct research. Despite being in different years and working on distinct essays, they simply relished the camaraderie of studying together. Meanwhile, Ron and Neville had no need for supplementary sources for their work, preferring the ambience of the common room, where conversations would not result in being shooed away with a feather duster. In contrast, any significant noise in the library would surely attract the attention of Madame Pants, whose ears were sharper than even Professor Snape's during class. Honestly, Neville, have you noticed that Snape has changed recently? Ron pondered, flipping through his potions book while lost in thought. Since their last movie outing, they had attended 2 more potions classes, during which Snape had exhibited particularly peculiar behavior. Astonishingly, he had not deducted points from Gryffindor. Typically, even when no one erred, Snape would circle the room, seeking faults to penalize Gryffindor. This time, Ron sat beside Neville, whose potion resembled decayed tree bark, far from the correct hue, yet Snape scarcely glanced at it, merely collecting their potions and departing. Neville nodded. Even you sensed it. What do you mean, even I sensed it? I'm not that oblivious. Ron defended his emotional acumen. Neville refrained from arguing, simply smiling at him with a hint of embarrassment. All right, perhaps I am a tad bit slow, Ron conceded, pinching his thumb and forefinger together to indicate he only acknowledged a minuscule fraction of the truth. I noticed Professor Snape has been much quieter lately, Neville remarked, his anxiety regarding Snape's voice palpable, as his hands would tremble whenever Snape spoke. During the previous class, due to Snape's reduced dialogue, he managed to complete the entire potion-making process independently, though he ultimately botched the potion due to forgetting 2 crucial steps. However, he had sensed Snape's change in demeanor long before. Perhaps the headmaster had a word with him, Neville speculated. Ron widened his eyes when, just last time, Neville replied, glancing around and lowering his voice. After the movie, Professor Snape stayed behind. I completely missed that, Ron admitted, having focused his attention on Harry and Hermione in the light screen during their last outing. After Hermione hurriedly exited the headmaster's office, Ron had been too preoccupied with following her to notice anyone else. Yet, his train of thought regarding Harry was abruptly interrupted by the appearance of 2 familiar red figures. Fred, seated beside Ron, chimed in, did we just hear Harry? Isn't he supposed to be afflicted with a highly contagious illness? George, unceremoniously, took his place next to Neville. Ron, exasperated, buried his face in his hands. It is unclear what has captured the attention of his 2 brothers, who have been lingering near Ron these past few days. Their excuses are rather feeble, as they have the audacity to inquire about Ron's connection to someone named Peter. Ron does not know any Peter, and he is certain that the twins are merely toying with him to pass the time. He chooses to ignore them entirely. Fred, clutching his heart, feigns distress. Ronnie. Damn Ronnie. Ron feels a wave of discomfort wash over him at being called so. Glancing at the time, he realizes that lunch is fast approaching. Without hesitation, he gathers his belongings and makes a hasty exit, neglecting to bid farewell to Neville. He does not notice that as he turns, Fred catches a piece of paper that flutters down from the air. George promptly covers Neville's mouth and, utilizing his longer reach, seizes the paper belonging to Neville. Wah wah wah. Neville's faint voice goes unnoticed amid the tumult of the common room. Chapter 38, Chaos. Where are Ron and Neville? Hermione paces anxiously at the doorway of the headmaster's office, clutching a metal sphere. The shimmering barrier requires 7 individuals to activate. If Neville and Ron were to join, the number would suffice. However, since the headmaster's message was dispatched, the 2 have been conspicuously absent. Have you had another quarrel, Miss Granger? Professor Sprout inquires with a smile. This semester alone, she has witnessed their disputes on no less than 3 occasions. Her curiosity is not merely for her own amusement. She genuinely worries about the dynamics of the young individuals' relationships. Not only is Professor Sprout intrigued, but the seemingly stoic Professor McGonagall also perks up an ear to listen for Hermione's response. Of course not, Hermione replies, somewhat embarrassed, surprised that the professors would take note of such trivial matters. We reconciled the last time we returned. Dumbledore, seeking to comfort the visibly flustered Hermione, remarks, I believe Mr. Weasley and his companions are simply ensnared by the staircase's antics. This is quite common. At times, I struggle to recall which steps to skip. He continues to enjoy his sweets. Just then, he pauses. It seems we have guests arriving. Outside the headmaster's office, Fred recites the password to the Griffin statue, chilled lemonade. The incantation is correct, and the statue parts to reveal the spiral staircase behind it. Huzzah! George exclaims, for they have never ventured into the headmaster's office before. He eagerly places his arm around Neville's shoulder. Come on, brother. Caught between Fred and George, Neville attempts to resist, but the 2 hoist him aloft. rendering him helpless as his feet dangle in midair. Hermione stands frozen, taken aback by the unexpected combination of visitors, instinctively concealing the metal sphere in her palm. Dumbledore sighs softly as he sets down his sweets. Surprise. Good afternoon, professors. Despite the surprised glances their arrival elicits, the twins cheerfully greet everyone. However, Neville is ill at ease being the center of attention and casts a pleading look towards Hermione. However, Hermione could not spare a moment to rescue Neville. She felt the metallic sphere in her palm growing increasingly warm. Her sole focus lay upon the peculiar orb, momentarily disregarding the necessity to conceal it from Fred and the others. Though the criteria for the sphere's selection remained an enigma, it possessed the remarkable ability to draw in the magical energies of individuals nearby who met its undisclosed requirements, converting that energy into the power needed to activate the shimmering barrier. The sphere's current behavior starkly contrasted with its previous displays. Once it radiated light like a miniature sun, but now its brilliance had dimmed, revealing only two delicate luminescent wings. In its present form, it resembled the elusive golden snitch from a Quidditch match. And as it took flight, Hermione watched, entranced, as it chose a direction and wobbled its way out of the headmaster's office. Everyone was caught off guard by this turn of events. Professor Snape was the first to spring into action, sprinting after the sphere. Hermione quickly gathered her wits and followed closely behind, soon joined by a procession of professors who trailed after her. Amidst the chaos, a voice called out, warning against using spells on the alchemical object in motion. Such actions could prove perilous. The twins exchanged guilty glances with the now upright Professor Dumbledore, sensing that this unfolding scenario was inextricably linked to their actions. We thought you might need a Weasley, Fred murmured, so we brought you two. George hoped fervently that Professor Dumbledore would not be too displeased. With a resigned gesture, Dumbledore beckoned them to follow. Having already realized that the metallic sphere had merely absorbed the energy necessary for activation, he had not contemplated seeking additional individuals who might fulfill its criteria to discover what might truly transpire. Now he understood. Let us proceed, children. We have already fallen behind. Take it easy. You have made no grave errors. Dumbledore grasped one of the Weasleys and exited the headmaster's office, while Luna and Neville trailed slowly behind. Snape soared through the corridor, his robes billowing dramatically in his wake. Fortunately, the vicinity of the headmaster's office was typically devoid of foot traffic. Otherwise, one might mistakenly perceive him as a bat from a distance. The sphere slipped once more through Snape's fingertips, stirring within him a long-buried disdain for the sport of Quidditch. He acknowledged his lack of aptitude in this regard. Every time he reached out to anticipate the sphere's trajectory, it would invariably evade his grasp by taking an opposite course. Hermione pursued closely, yet the sphere's speed was relentless, and her stamina began to wane, particularly as she needed to leap to capture it. A different approach came to her mind. Timing her movements carefully, she rotated the time turner around her neck at a corner. In an unexpected twist, Hermione materialized midair before Snape. Her gaze fixated solely on her target. She lunged towards the sphere, but she, too, lacked the talent of a seeker. As the sphere deftly dodged her grasp with a feint, Snape cast a levitation charm upon Hermione, who was descending rapidly, and then carelessly tossed the troublesome object behind him. Hermione tumbled through the air like a balloon, only to be caught by the well-meaning Professor Sprout. Sprout, aware of her athletic prowess, decisively relinquished her pursuit and chose to tend to the dizzy Hermione. Lupin and Flitwick, having commenced later in the headmaster's office than their peers, found themselves significantly behind. Yet, each devised their own strategy. Flitwick enchanted himself with a pair of wings, spending some time acclimating to this new appearance. Subsequently, buoyed by his stature, he soared above the heads of the crowd, resembling a fairy from a Muggle fairy tale. Lupin grasped a button, recently torn from his garment, intending to use it to knock the small ball down from above. He carefully timed his spell during a moment when Snape was preoccupied with the ball. However, another individual shared his intent. Flitwick seized the opportunity to accelerate towards the small ball. Oh no! McGonagall observed everything clearly, but their speed rendered her unable to intervene in time. Almost as soon as she opened her mouth, Flitwick felt a tremendous impact, veering off course and crashing against the wall. There was no time to mourn Flitwick, for the next contender was Minerva McGonagall. As she aged, she rarely engaged in such vigorous activity. Yet now, it was her long silent passion for Quidditch that propelled her forward. The small ball's resemblance to the golden snitch and the chase that ensued inevitably stirred memories of her past glories on the field. Regrettably, the Gryffindor team had not clinched the Quidditch Cup in many years. This time, betting on the honor of her Gryffindor star player, she aimed to seize the golden snitch before Snape. If her legs could not keep up, she would utilize four. During her sprint, McGonagall transformed into her animagus form. The tabby cat deftly climbed onto Snape's shoulder, leveraging his height to leap once more. She ensnared the golden snitch with a paw. However, in her feline form, her weight was too light, causing the metallic ball to drag her a short distance. The ball slipped from her grasp. A failure. The tabby cat, as if petrified, maintained a rigid posture as it fell, forgetting to revert to human form. The descending tabby was caught by Snape with one hand. Snape slowed his pace, as if he deemed there was no longer any necessity to pursue. They had reached the Great Hall, where hundreds of students were observing them. Chapter 39, Professor's Social Embarrassment. As the mysterious flying object and the tabby cat entered the Great Hall in succession, all the dining students turned their attention towards them, momentarily unsure of where to focus. A small ball with luminous wings captivated the majority of Quidditch enthusiasts among the students, some already eager to snatch it down. Meanwhile, the tabby cat grew increasingly familiar in appearance. Yet, with such patterns being somewhat common among cats, uncertainty lingered, prompting a closer inspection. After Snape caught the falling tabby, the gaze directed towards them diminished significantly. His expression darkened, and seasoned students recognized that Professor Snape teetered on the brink of anger. No one dares to challenge the limits of Professor Snape's scoring deductions, even though he has seemed unusually amiable these past few days. There remains a lingering fear that he may rebound fiercely, reclaiming the points he has refrained from deducting. Nonetheless, a handful of Gryffindors are fixated on Snape's hands, not out of audacity, but because they have recognized the distinctive pattern of glasses on the eyes of the tabby cat. It is Professor McGonagall. Our headmistress has been seized by Snape. The little lions internally scream. Snape stands rigidly at the junction of the corridor and the hall, clutching the still feline McGonagall. The tabby's fur bristles, and her tail fluffs up like a squirrel's. Clearly, Professor McGonagall has shaken off her frustration at missing the golden snitch and has realized her predicament. Unfortunately, it is lunchtime at Hogwarts, and the hall is bustling with students. They are whispering to one another, convinced their voices are hushed enough. The news of Snape's capture of Professor McGonagall spreads through the hall like falling snowflakes. Snape maliciously places the ruffled cat at the center of the professor's table, previously occupied by Dumbledore, now the focal point of attention. In a good mood, he moves to admonish the students attempting to retrieve the metallic sphere. Do not touch it, Mr. Jordan, lest I be compelled to arrange a meeting with Mr. Filch for you, Snape remarks leisurely. Lee Jordan reluctantly returns to the Gryffindor table, brushing past Ron, who is struggling to swallow his food. Having been so mesmerized by the spectacle that he forgot to chew, he would not be mistaken. The flying sphere is indeed the one used for viewing. What on earth has transpired? Just then, a multitude of professors emerges from the corridor where Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall had passed, resembling mushrooms sprouting after rain. Leading the procession is Professor Flitwick, sporting a sizable bump on his head. He declines Professor Lupin's offer of assistance, even finding the time to reassure him that this minor injury does not concern him. As he enters the hall, he is met with the eager gazes of the students and the murmurs of hundreds. Flitwick discreetly slows his pace, allowing Lupin to shield him from the curious stares. After all, it is quite embarrassing for a fairy to appear before students with a large bump. Meanwhile, Lupin is mending his robes, having retrieved the ball intended for striking the metallic sphere, only to hit Flitwick's button instead. His robe is already adorned with enough patches, and he certainly does not need another button to serve as decoration. Noticing Flitwick's slowed steps, Lupin curiously looks up to find hundreds of eager eyes fixed upon them. During what should be a time of culinary enjoyment, no one is eating. They gaze upward like sunflowers reaching for the sun, whispering to those beside them. The older students are somewhat better off, knowing to cast a silencing charm. The younger students, however, pay no heed to the professor's presence, chattering brazenly in front of them. Following the gaze of some students, Lupin looks towards the center of the long table, where a tabby cat stands tall, accepting the scrutiny of the students. Observing the fluttering robes of Snape as he pretended to be preoccupied while circling the metallic orb, it was evident who was responsible. Lupin lowered his gaze, striving to suppress the upward curve of his lips. This was once his headmaster, now his colleague and superior. He could not allow himself to smile. Yet, upon looking down, he was met with the sight of Flitwick's swollen head, prompting a guilty smile to escape him. Professor Sprout trailed behind with Hermione, who was now unable to navigate in a straight line. Professor Sprout was compelled to repeatedly correct her path to prevent her from colliding with walls like Flitwick. Initially, Professor Sprout had suggested that Hermione visit the infirmary first, as a potion could swiftly remedy her condition. However, Hermione was preoccupied with the peculiar metallic orb, and despite her dizziness, she was determined to proceed forward. With the assistance of Professor Sprout and her own unwavering will, she managed to reach the Great Hall. Ron immediately recognized that something was amiss with Hermione and hurried to her side. Don't worry, Miss Granger is merely experiencing some dizziness, Professor Sprout reassured as she entrusted Hermione to Ron's care before hastily making her way to the professor's long table, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Ron guided Hermione toward the Gryffindor table, and along the way, he grasped why Professor Sprout had insisted on holding Hermione's hand and pulling her along. He mimicked the professor's method, deftly navigating through their classmates to return to their original seats. Ron fetched a cup of pumpkin juice for Hermione. Would you like something to drink? You really don't look well. No, Hermione firmly declined. I can't eat anything. I would surely vomit. All right, but what on earth happened? Ron inquired, his curiosity piqued. Upon noticing that Hermione had arrived with Professor Sprout, their classmates, who had been engaged in lively discussions, instinctively lowered their voices, waiting for her response. The scene before Hermione continued to swirl. She failed to notice the cat on the long table or Flitwick's head, adorned with a sizable bump. Nor did she perceive the unusual commotion in the hall that day. She merely assumed Ron was inquiring about her well-being. You would understand if you were spun around like a top by Professor Snape, Hermione thought, struggling to focus on the glowing orb at the center of the hall, now obscured by a vast shadow that only added to her disorientation. She instinctively waved her hand towards the shadow, attempting to still its movement, oblivious to Ron's expression of alarm and the sudden hush that enveloped the surrounding crowd. To those nearby, it appeared as though Hermione, with a face contorted in distaste, was directing a fist towards Snape. A rumor began to circulate throughout the hall. Have you heard? Professor Snape got into a scuffle with a student, remarked a Ravenclaw student. No, it seems he was fighting with Professor Flitwick. A Gryffindor student responded. Regardless, our headmaster is sure to win, chimed in a Slytherin student. I heard it was all the professors engaged in a brawl. Did you not notice Professor Lupin's missing buttons? Interjected a Hufflepuff student from the adjacent table. At this moment, the students of Hogwarts seemed to have transcended the barriers of their respective houses, engaging in jovial discourse across the 4 houses. Chapter 40, The Light Screen. Dumbledore, accompanied by 2 animated figures produced by the Weasley twins, made his way to the Great Hall. The atmosphere within the hall was peculiar, while it might have sounded chaotic. The students remained seated in an orderly fashion at the long tables. In contrast, the professors appeared to be somewhat out of sorts. The potions master and the defense against the dark arts instructor seemed engrossed in their tasks, circling a hovering metallic sphere, synchronously adopting the same posture and pace. This marked the first occasion in years that Severus and Remus coexisted so harmoniously. Dumbledore yearned to capture this rare scene in memory. Releasing the Weasley twins, he approached Professor McGonagall, aware that the ensuing events were ill-suited for student observation. The twins, having adjusted their mindset, instinctively made their way to the Gryffindor table to confer with their younger brother about the situation. They vaguely overheard students discussing a quarrel among the professors. How could they have missed such riveting news after only a brief absence? Minerva, what is this? Dumbledore inquired, intrigued by the vice principal's new appearance. Professor McGonagall, who typically prioritized her image, her hair always impeccably arranged, was seldom seen with her hair down, as it was now. Professor Sprout was also present, her back turned to the students, her face adorned with unmasked delight as she assisted McGonagall in arranging her hair. The disheveled state of a tabby cat, when transformed into human form, was reflected in McGonagall's tousled hair. McGonagall did not respond to Dumbledore. Their long acquaintance had made her aware that he was not genuinely concerned. She gestured toward a chair at the long table, acknowledging that if the headmaster had come to witness a spectacle, he ought to see the entirety of it. With a casual motion, she revealed Professor Flitwick's hiding place. He had halved the legs of his stool and concealed himself beneath the table. Had it not been for McGonagall's indication, Dumbledore might not have noticed him at all. Filius? Dumbledore tiptoed to catch a glimpse of him, initially not focusing on the charms professor's face. Instead, his attention was drawn to the prominent bump on Flitwick's head, adorned with a vague pattern that, given Dumbledore's familiarity with the school, he could readily identify as the imprint of a decorative tapestry. Flitwick, noticing Dumbledore's gaze, further retreated beneath the table. A smile deepened at the corners of Dumbledore's eyes. It seemed he understood why Severus and Remus were behaving so busily. For as long as the small sphere hovered in the air, Snape had been circling it, undeterred even by the presence of a werewolf mimicking his actions. Lupin, akin to Snape, held his wand and murmured incantations. The necessary inspections could have been accomplished with but a few spells, yet they seemed reluctant to return to the professor's table, where their respective victims awaited them. Severus, how much longer must we maintain this charade? I have spotted Professor Dumbledore. Do you presume I am like you? I have pressing matters to attend to. Snape was not merely dismissing Lupin. Unlike Lupin, Snape inherently met the conditions for the metallic sphere to absorb magical energy. He could sense that this sphere was connecting to Hogwarts. The metallic orb emitted a resonant hum, and a shimmering veil unfurled. This commotion drew the attention of numerous students. On the other side of the image, the scene was somewhat dim, yet sufficient to discern the figures above. Was that Harry Potter? Some students recognized the figure wielding a wand and casting a Lumos charm. This sparked a second wave of fervent discussion among the students. Some were more concerned about Harry Potter. Wasn't he supposed to be ill? Others focused on the shimmering veil. What exactly is that? It resembles something from a Muggle film, speculated a Hufflepuff student of Muggle heritage. Humph, Muggle artifacts, Malfoy remarked with unabashed arrogance, dismissing any comparison to magical items. The Hufflepuff student fell silent immediately. An older Hufflepuff, disapproving of Malfoy's rude demeanor, retorted, then you must know what it is? Malfoy was momentarily at a loss for words. You. Blaise Zabini quietly intervened, stifling Malfoy's retort. Yet his eyes betrayed a deeper disdain. He did not necessarily disagree with Malfoy's sentiments, but he was simply more adept at gauging the situation. Hufflepuff students were known for their unity. Provoking one could rouse the entire hive, rendering it unnecessary to engage with them. The minor altercation between Slytherin and Hufflepuff failed to reach Gryffindor, where discussions flourished. Gryffindor students, well aware of Hermione's and Ron's close ties with Harry, eagerly surrounded the two. It was evident that Hermione was unwell, leading more attention to focus on Ron. The crowd was so dense that even the twins could not penetrate the center of the gathering. Ron gradually became engulfed by a sea of curious eyes, stammering as he attempted to share whatever he could. Neville and Luna, upon entering the hall, were greeted by this spectacle. They rushed to rescue Hermione from the throng. Knowing that Luna had no acquaintances in Ravenclaw, Neville led her directly to the Gryffindor table. The trio settled beside Ginny, who, being of the same year as Luna and having attended a few classes together, exchanged greetings. Ginny, clearly more concerned about Harry, eagerly inquired of Hermione as soon as they were seated. Wasn't Harry in the hospital wing? How could he appear on that veil? Hermione, still disoriented, found herself at a loss as Neville concocted a flimsy excuse on the spot. Uncertain, it's our first time seeing that veil as well. Hermione realized that the current situation could not be concealed from everyone. Dumbledore was equally aware. Thus he publicly disclosed the fact that Harry Potter had unexpectedly traversed realms, apologizing to the students for withholding the truth. Most were pacified by his words, but a small faction of Slytherins did not blindly idolize the headmaster. Malfoy let out a disdainful huff. Dumbledore's speech was nearing its conclusion. Finally, I wish to express my gratitude to Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, and Luna Lovegood for their assistance. The initial activation of the luminous curtain was undeniably a product of their unwavering efforts. It was they who stepped forward when their friend found himself in distress. For the sake of their companion, they willingly embraced peril, each earning 50 points for their respective houses. With 3 members from Gryffindor contributing, the young lions erupted into thunderous applause. Percy, brimming with excitement, clasped the shoulder of the person beside him, exclaiming, "That's my brother. He has once again brought honor to our house." Neville, experiencing a similar situation for the second time, was momentarily rendered pale with astonishment. His face soon flushed with color upon noticing Ginny, who, with a composed expression, applauded while observing him. Nothing is more mortifying than having a lie exposed in such a manner. Chapter 41. Vine's Harry moved quietly as he readied himself for the day. Mindful of the early hour and wishing not to disturb Ilowen and Tabitha, the glow of his wand illuminated the space around him, casting a soft white light. Feeling restless and somewhat bored, he began to wander about the confines of the tent. Typically, he would not have the opportunity to roam freely, feeling awkward in someone else's home prior to forming a close bond. However, now that he had grown more familiar, he often returned to his room exhausted after each spell-casting practice, collapsing into slumber. After potions class, he had engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Ilowen, which had left him somewhat drained. It was by a series of fortuitous coincidences that he found himself with time to explore the tent. Harry carefully circumvented the cauldron that was currently in use. The brewing of potions is easily influenced by external factors, and these 2 concoctions had taken Ilowen several days to prepare, far from the simplistic varieties that could be crafted in a single class. Thus, he chose to exercise caution. Curiously, he stood before the bookshelf. He was not typically the type to seek out books. That was Hermione's forte. She had entertained herself with tomes thicker than bricks since their first year. Had she been here, she would have thoroughly explored those books over the past few days. A smile crept onto Harry's lips as he thought of his friend. He randomly selected a book from the shelf, examining its cover. Once the viewing commenced, the commotion among the students in the auditorium diminished significantly. The crowd surrounding Ron had released him, allowing him to take a seat far from the trio. Harry appeared to be in a daze, and Ron's voice held an air of disbelief as he wondered how Harry could be laughing while reading. He speculated that either Harry's mind had suffered from the earlier chaos or that he had ingested something questionable. The Harry he knew would never develop a fondness for reading. "Ron, don't be ridiculous," Ginny interjected, propping her chin in her hand as she curiously observed the luminous curtain. Harry has always been wonderful. Ron had grown accustomed to his sister's admiration for Harry. She had always been this way, especially after Harry rescued her from the Chamber of Secrets in their second year. Ron's gaze shifted to Hermione, who understood Harry better than most. However, Hermione's expression was distant, and even the mention of books failed to spark her usual enthusiasm. The book Harry had retrieved was Me, the Wizard, authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. Instantly, he lost interest in reading. He had grown weary of those insipid travelogues. Despite his distaste for Lockhart's works, Harry cautiously returned the book to its place on the shelf. He did not believe that the 2 senior students were oblivious to the fact that Lockhart was a man devoid of genuine talent or knowledge. Perhaps it was merely the case that the seniors were drawn to such tales. Yet, Recalling Hermione's initial fervent admiration for Lockhart, Harry felt a pang of discomfort. Lockhart's appearance indeed possessed an enchanting effect. He hoped the seniors were not dazzled by Lockhart's gleaming smile. Stepping away from the bookshelf, Harry found himself at a loss for how to pass the time more enjoyably. The firebolt leaned awkwardly against the low table, and he couldn't resist the urge to adjust it to a more upright position. The broom, gifted to Tabitha by Ilowen, had not been used by her. It merely lay there like an ordinary muggle broom. Tabitha had assured him that he was welcome to borrow it whenever he wished. Harry suspected that Ilowen's intention in gifting the broom to Tabitha was precisely for that purpose. However, Tabitha seemed indifferent to the broom, allowing Harry to use it without any burden. Nonetheless, the tent was not an ideal place for recreation. Even though Ilowen had magically expanded part of the space, it was not conducive for Harry to ride a broom inside, nor did he wish to risk venturing outside the tent. On their first day here, Tabitha had taken him into the forest for hunting. Along the way, he encountered several perilous situations that he felt ill-equipped to handle. Most of the time, the danger had been averted before he even registered it. Thanks to Tabitha, he would not willingly plunge into the forest knowing the risks. Thus, he was left with the herbology area. He recalled the layout of the plants, but upon his return the next day, it had changed drastically. Several pots were missing, presumably moved by Tabitha for his safety. After all, both senior students possessed the ability to safeguard themselves within the confines of the tent. He was the only one in need of protection. He had once felt guilty about this, but now he appreciated the convenience it afforded him. He could delve into the study of those plants without worry. He had recently developed an interest in herbology. Harry returned to his room to retrieve 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, treating it as a self-study in the subject, maintaining a respectful distance from the plants. He compared their appearances to the illustrations in the textbook. This tome served as the standard curriculum for herbology from 1st to 7th year at Hogwarts. Professor Sprout had once remarked that mastering this book would render any examination trivial. However, some of the plants Tabitha had arranged there were not listed in this volume. As Harry flipped through the pages, he marveled at the breadth of the senior's knowledge. He did not feel compelled to identify each plant precisely. He was not Hermione, after all. He was merely passing the time. If he could identify a plant, he would learn about its properties. If not, he would skip it. He lingered beside a particular pot, studying it intently. A vine-like plant puzzled him. Based on the color and number of its tendrils, it appeared to be a starry vine. Yet its size suggested it could also be a bloodsucker vine. The juvenile forms of these two plants bore such a striking resemblance that the illustrations in the book looked nearly identical. Harry scrutinized the distinctions between them. Both possessed fine hairs and a tender green hue. While he knew their sap was of different colors, he could not bring himself to touch them. The roots of the growing starry vine displayed unexpanded striped patterns. Unable to contain himself, Harry read aloud. He leaned closer to the plant, scrutinizing its roots with meticulous attention. It was a vampire vine, and Harry ought not to venture too near. Professor Sprout expressed her concern for him, immediately discerning that it was not a star-strangled vine. He hoped that the two students would notice in time that Harry was in peril. A vampire vine. Neville heard Professor Sprout's words, gripping his cup tightly. His eyes fixated on the screen. Not far away, Malfoy also took note, displaying a contrary demeanor. He gestured toward Crabbe and Goyle, indicating that an entertaining spectacle was about to unfold. Harry now recognized the vine's true nature. The book had not mentioned that the star-strangled vine ensnared its victims. As he observed, he had drawn a bit too close, causing a disturbance that awakened the vampire vine. In an instant, it coiled around its prey, ascending from Harry's palm. Once ensnared, Harry promptly drew his wand, yet hesitated. This was a plant tenderly nurtured by Tabitha. He opted not to cast a spell, instead attempting to extricate his left hand. The juvenile vampire vine lacked considerable strength, allowing for a fleeting chance of escape. However, the mature variant was utterly relentless. The words from the text echoed in Harry's mind, and he wished to send a specimen of the vampire vine to the author, who claimed that the young were not formidable. He found himself unable to break free. The vine climbed rapidly, already encircling his wrist. Tiny hooks pierced Harry's skin, and the vampire vine began to relish the taste of its victim's blood. Harry raised his wand, contemplating whether to exert his diminishing will against the plant. Before he could act, with a resounding snap of fingers, the entire vampire vine was severed in two, a faint purple sap oozing from the break. The portion wrapped around his wrist lost its connection to the main body, releasing his hand and falling to the ground. The remaining plant in the pot wilted dismally. Harry could not afford to dwell on his bleeding hand. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the source of the snapping sound, where stood a familiar house elf. Chapter 42, Bandaging. Where had this house elf come from? Lupin watched the screen intently, as it was the first time he had seen a house elf appear here. Harry's hand was injured. Hagrid looked on with concern. Lupin, feeling somewhat guilty, touched his nose. Having frequently observed the screen, he did not regard such minor injuries with excessive worry. Rather, he focused on the newly appeared house elf. Hagrid, preoccupied with examining the growth of the tree intended for Christmas, had arrived in the Great Hall a tad late. He had learned about Harry's situation only through inquiries directed at Professor Flitwick. Upon seeing Harry injured, Hagrid was unable to suppress his distress. Separated by the screen, he felt helpless, leading to his restless demeanor. Flitwick nearly toppled from his stool due to Hagrid's commotion. The bump on his head had just been treated by Madame Pomfrey, and he wished to avoid another collision. Calm down, Hagrid. There are still 2 students over there. They will help Harry, Flitwick hastily reassured him. Madame Pomfrey was walking over from Gryffindor Tower, having just delivered a potion for Miss Granger's nausea. Hearing the key words, she scrutinized Harry's wound on the screen, a magical plant bite, shallow and not difficult to mend. After leaving a remark, Madame Pomfrey hurried back to the infirmary, where numerous students still required her care. Hagrid was consoled by 2 individuals, managing to maintain his composure. Harry turned around, astonished to see an unfamiliar house elf, who was bowing deeply before him. The towel draped across his chest was largely obscured by this gesture. With large, expressive eyes and ears reminiscent of a bat, he was quite diminutive in stature, bearing a striking resemblance to Dobby. Yet, Harry was acutely aware that this was not Dobby. This house elf was far more subdued. He had previously instructed Dobby to cease any attempts at rescuing him. Had it been Dobby, he would have at least inquired whether Harry required assistance. The house elf bowed once more and, before Harry could utter a word, vanished from sight, leaving behind a litter of trampled plants. Gazing at the severed vampire vine, Harry felt a surge of despair, uncertain of how to explain the situation to Tabitha come morning. He never intended to damage any vegetation. Initially, he had been cautious to maintain a safe distance from the plants. How had he failed to sustain that vigilance until the end? Harry berated himself internally, fully aware of Tabitha's affection for these plants. She painstakingly simulated various growth conditions for each one within the tent and often took the light-deprived specimens out to bask in the sun. The thought of Tabitha's potential anger filled him with dread. This scenario resurrected unpleasant memories for Harry. When he first encountered Dobby, the elf had similarly believed he was aiding him, yet inadvertently turned Harry's life into chaos. At that time, Dobby struggled to communicate effectively, and Harry had desperately wished for him to quiet down. Instead, Dobby's volume increased, ultimately preventing Harry from fulfilling a promise made to Uncle Vernon. The current predicament bore an uncanny resemblance to that earlier experience. In truth, Harry had intended to adopt a more gentle approach with the entangled vampire vine, which was still in its juvenile stage and drained blood at a slow pace. He would not be completely drained. Had it not been for that house elf, he likely would not have resorted to cleaving the plant in 2. Even if he had shouted, "Tabitha, help!" it would have merely caused him to lose face in her presence. Perhaps she would have even found amusement in his flustered expression, as she often delighted in such playful jests. However, the present moment was different. Harry's mind was flooded with memories of the past. Uncle Vernon's furious stomping on the stairs, his face a furious shade of purple, and the rough tugging at Harry's collar. No matter how incensed Tabitha might become, it could not surpass Uncle Vernon's display. Harry repeatedly reassured himself, yet he felt no warmth. It was as though he were encased in an ice cellar. Turning to his herbology textbook, he sought a remedy, hoping to prevent the vampire vine from appearing on the verge of death before Tabitha noticed. At that moment, the tent door swung open, and Tabitha emerged, rubbing her eyes. She was still clad in her pale pink bunny pajamas, her feet adorned with fluffy slippers, clearly just awakened. "My spell. Why does it seem to have been triggered?" Tabitha yawned, her words slurred with sleep. Harry stood frozen, feeling as though he were teetering on the brink of demise. In his mind, a multitude of thoughts about plants, domesticated sprites, and apologies swirled around. Yet, when confronted with Tabitha, he found himself utterly at a loss for words. Tabitha waved her wand, illuminating the magical lanterns within the tent, which instantly brightened as if it were midday, allowing her to assess the situation clearly. She noticed Harry standing before the vampiric vine, blood dripping from his hands onto the ground. The sudden brilliance of light seemed to dazzle him, but he strained to open his eyes and gaze in Tabitha's direction, his eyes glistening with tears, resembling a pitiful puppy that had fallen into water. The vampiric vine she had cultivated had caused a significant mishap. Tabitha's eyes widened as she hurried towards Harry. Although he struggled to see clearly, the sound of her urgent footsteps reached his ears, prompting him to lower his head. He hoped Tabitha would at least afford him the chance to admit his mistake. "I did not mean to harm your plant. I am sorry, Tabitha." "What nonsense, Harry. Have you not realized that you are bleeding?" Harry abruptly lifted his head but could not meet Tabitha's gaze, as her attention was fixated on the wound on his hand. Tabitha pulled Harry onto the sofa and retrieved a potion to cleanse the injury. She could feel his hands trembling, so she chattered on, attempting to divert his attention. "It must hurt, but this wound still harbors the plant's toxins. It must be purified with the cleansing potion to heal swiftly. I too have been ensnared by the vampiric vine. It hides beneath decaying leaves, rendering it invisible when one walks above. It was quite a beast, but alas, I had to destroy it. only bringing back a fragment of its root to nurture. I did not anticipate it would bite you today. I thought it was still small. Rest assured, I shall relocate it tomorrow. I once found Ilowen's insistence on concocting so many potions rather bothersome. Who would ever need these? Who would have thought I would actually require them today? Ha ha ha. I shall express my gratitude to her upon her return. At first, traces of panic could be discerned in Tabitha's voice, but as she continued, her tone grew more lively. She appeared entirely unperturbed. Harry's throat felt constricted as he gazed at the wound on his hand, finally sensing the intricate stinging sensation. Tabitha continued to speak without noting Harry's unusual demeanor. She examined his hand, ensuring every part was adequately cleansed before applying a balm of white fresh essence. A refreshing aroma of verdant foliage enveloped the air, and Harry's wound began to mend with each droplet of the essence. A tingling itch arose from the wound, a sign of its rapid healing, albeit accompanied by slight discomfort. In no time at all, Harry's hand had returned to its former state. Chapter 43. You have a godfather. They can handle it well, right? Flitwick teased Hagrid. The tension in Hagrid's demeanor dissipated, replaced by a relaxed smile, pleased that Harry had someone to rely upon in another realm. What was the name of that lovely girl? Hagrid was so focused on Harry's injury that he had neglected to recall her name. Tabitha Harper, Flitwick replied. Hagrid found the name familiar, pondering for a moment. Hermione had previously pestered him about that surname. As Hagrid recalled the topics of conversation during Hermione's recent visits, a light of realization dawned upon him. Oh, these young witches and wizards have been fishing for information from me, sighed Professor Flitwick. He felt it was unfair to blame the children. Rather, Hagrid ought to reflect on why he was so prone to let slip secrets. Hagrid's voice carried over to the Gryffindor long table, prompting Hermione to sheepishly retreat behind Ron. Each time she sought out Hagrid, it seemed her intentions were rather pronounced. Reflecting on herself, Hermione resolved that her next visit should be purely for the sake of friendship. Oblivious, Ron jovially offered Hermione a piece of roasted meat. After witnessing Harry's wounds heal, he had turned his focus to his meal. Hermione opened her mouth, intending to explain something to Ron, but then deemed it unnecessary. Never mind, his emotional capacity was but the size of a teaspoon. Despite the fact that Harry's injuries were no longer visible, Tabitha gently pressed his hand, wrapping it in a layer of bandage. She even adorned it with a playful bow, fussing over the knot until she was satisfied with its shape, pausing to admire her handiwork. Well, what do you think? Isn't it adorable? Tabitha failed to notice Harry's head hung low throughout the process. After a moment of silence without a response, she cocked her head and softly inquired, What's wrong? Is your hand still hurting? Or are you just frightened? Surely, you can't think my bow is ugly. She could not bear the thought of her craftsmanship being questioned. Harry's demeanor obscured his expression from her view. Determined, she attempted to lift his chin. Her focus remained on him, and she distinctly saw a crystalline tear fall upon the bow she had just tied, disappearing into the white bandage. Tabitha was momentarily frozen. As if the universe had pressed the pause button, Ron dropped his fork onto the table, bewilderment etched across his face as he looked at Hermione. How could this be? Throughout the initial part of the ordeal, Hermione had been dizzy, only recovering after consuming Madame Pomfrey's anti-nausea potion, thus missing many details. She shook her head, unable to comprehend what could have caused Harry such distress. It's quite evident, Luna murmured softly, not wishing for others to overhear her words. Reflecting on how Harry had lived at home and contrasting it with Tabitha's treatment of him, Hermione's eyes began to redden with unshed tears. Ron remained in a state of semi-comprehension. Tabitha now desperately wished that Ilowen could share these burdens with her. She felt ill-equipped to handle them alone. She understood why she sensed Harry's hand trembling. It was not due to pain, but rather a manifestation of his repressed emotions. Now, those feelings had surged forth, transforming into silent tears. Helplessly, Tabitha attempted to wipe Harry's tears with her sleeve. Unfortunately, her nightgown was not absorbent, and instead of soaking up the tears, it merely smeared them across his face. In a fit of panic, she scoured the room for a handkerchief, rummaging through drawers until it dawned on her that she was, indeed, a witch. Slapping her forehead in exasperation, she felt quite foolish. She tore off a corner of her garment, transfiguring it into paper, and diligently dried the tears from Harry's face. The tissue glided from Harry's chin to the corners of his slightly reddened eyes as he closed them, allowing Tabitha to tend to his face. She wiped over and over until the tissue was saturated, yet Harry's eyes remained moist, fresh tears cascading down his eyelids once more. Harry, open your eyes and look at my clothes. They're going to be tattered, Tabitha gently coaxed, hoping to halt his tears, as continuing to cry would only bring discomfort. Complying, Harry opened his eyes, a veil of mist clouding his emerald gaze. What should I do, Tabitha? I dread leaving this place, Harry choked out. Tabitha's heart tightened, as if something was gripping it fiercely. When Harry cried, he was eerily quiet. Yet, when he spoke, his breath became erratic. His tearful, bewildered eyes remained fixed on Tabitha. This was a question to which she had no answer. Not to mention, Harry's world would not contain her and Ilowen. They had even deceived him into believing this was a time years ahead. Viewed through this lens, even if Harry returned, he would only encounter their younger selves, quite unlike the adults they had become. This was the source of Harry's sorrow. He yearned for the companionship of those he had grown close to. He doubted that meeting their childhood selves would evoke the same emotions as now. When he returned to his original timeline, he alone would carry this memory. He could no longer interact with them as he did. How many years would he have to wait to see them again? By then, he feared he would have changed so much that they might not recognize him. But Harry, you must return. Tabitha's voice wavered as she struggled to find the right words. There are many people in your world, your good friends, your teachers, and Hogwarts. You will surely miss Hermione and Ron here. It's the same. Tabitha could no longer deceive Harry into thinking he would see them again. She felt as if she were committing a transgression. Harry shook his head vigorously. It's not the same. This place feels more like home. You have a home there too. Do you dare claim that the Dursley's house is my home? Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. If Tabitha were to falsely agree, he would wipe his tears on her nightgown. Tabitha offered a comforting pat, realizing as she spoke that she was inept at providing solace. Harry's sadness had transformed into anger. What about Hogwarts? Tabitha knew Harry found joy within those walls. Harry's tears had ceased, and after a moment of silence, he replied, that was once the place I felt most at home. Life there was like a beautiful dream. I've often wished to stay at Hogwarts during the holidays. Looking earnestly at Tabitha, he added, while I still cherish Hogwarts. The place I long for most during my holidays has changed. With reason returning after his tears, this was the most eloquent expression of his lingering attachment he could muster. Tabitha felt a surge of passion as she cast aside Ilowen's previous words. Harry, you still have a godfather. Tabitha dropped this bombshell. Godfather? She can't possibly mean Sirius Black, can she? Professor McGonagall expressed her deep concern, saying, we have managed to conceal this for so long. If Harry discovers the truth, he will undoubtedly be eager to seek revenge. Do not worry. By the time Potter returns, Black will have turned to dust, Severus Snape replied with a menacing tone. It was evident from his words that he harbored a fervent desire to eliminate Black. One could surmise that should Black appear before him, he would not hesitate to cast the killing curse. Remus Lupin, unable to restrain himself, urged him, Severus, the Ministry's directive is to capture him alive. His voice gradually weakened under Snape's penetrating glare. Hagrid drained his goblet in one gulp and slammed it down on the table, declaring, if I were to encounter that traitor first, I too would avenge James and the others. Lupin swallowed his words, while Dumbledore, in a contemplative tone, interjected, patience, Hagrid. It seems that matters are not as straightforward as they appear. The earlier conversation between Tabitha and Harry suggested that mentioning a godfather who had betrayed Harry was ill-advised. Hermione, seated at the student table, shared this sentiment. Perhaps the disparities between parallel worlds were at play, or perhaps there was something inherently flawed about the situation, Hermione concluded. I believe the differences between these two worlds are minimal. Did you not notice that Ilowen is aware of events from our first year? Ron muttered. Suddenly, he felt a tremor in his pocket, instinctively attributing it to Hermione's cat. Hermione, your cat, Ron exclaimed, covering his pocket and scanning the surroundings. But he found no sign of Crookshanks. I'm sorry, let me. Hermione, accustomed to Crookshanks' peculiar interest in Scabbers, stood up to regain control over him. Ron awkwardly exchanged glances with Hermione, who looked back at him in exasperation. Neville chuckled. I thought you two were about to quarrel again. Aren't you going to continue? I've learned many persuasive techniques from Neville, but alas. Luna sighed, seemingly disappointed that they had not bickered. Ginny pulled Hermione closer, whispering, ignore Ron. He has always been so childish. Just as Ron was about to sit down, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. Ouch! The sudden discomfort caused him to release his grip on his pocket, allowing Scabbers to dart out. Scabbers! Ron called, but the rat did not look back, vanishing amidst the sea of students' legs. Neville pursued him for a few steps, but by the time he clumsily navigated around the other students, he had lost sight of the direction in which Scabbers had fled. He returned empty-handed, apologizing to Ron. It's all right, mate. Once the commotion subsides, let us search together. You are the most experienced at finding lost pets. Ron gritted his teeth in pain, yet continued to jest with Neville. Hermione had already fashioned a makeshift bandage for his bleeding hand. We will need to visit the hospital wing shortly, she advised Ron, noting that the enchantment she had cast would not last long. How could Scabbers bite you? Ginny inquired, inspecting Ron's hand with concern. He has never bitten me before. Perhaps he is simply getting old and forgetful, Ron lamented, feeling a pang of disappointment at being nipped by his own pet. The commotion among the students failed to capture the professor's attention, who were eagerly awaiting Tabitha's next words. Godfather? Harry repeated in a daze. I have a godfather? He was somewhat bewildered by this revelation. Indeed, Tabitha affirmed, her resolve hardening. The initial exuberance had faded, now replaced by the chilling laughter of Ilowen echoing in her mind. Yet, the words had been spoken, and there was no turning back. But I have never met him, Harry said, a hint of grievance in his tone. After all these years at my aunt's, I never heard anything about a godfather. If he truly cared for his godson, why has he never come to see me? Harry's first impression of this godfather was increasingly negative. Tabitha was perplexed. She had anticipated that Harry would be overjoyed upon hearing the news, enveloped in bubbles of happiness. Why did he appear even more despondent? Eager to clarify, she exclaimed, Sirius has his reasons. However, Harry interrupted her, terror lacing his voice. Sirius Black? That Death Eater? He is my godfather? Yes, Sirius Black. But you misunderstand him. He is not a Death Eater. And how does that help? His wanted posters are plastered everywhere. And he is clearly hunting me. Not all those who are wanted are evil, Tabitha argued, struggling to contain her frustration, nearly revealing that Ilowen had also once been wanted. Harry could no longer bear to listen to Tabitha's words. He felt dizzy. If this was the kind of godfather he had, he would rather be without one. Breathing heavily, he sank into his thoughts. Why was his life always so abnormal? In the Muggle world, he was an unusual wizard, and in the Wizarding world, he was different due to his survival against great peril. Now, even his godfather was extraordinary, someone who would hunt his own godson. All he ever desired was a typical family. Harry noticed Tabitha's mouth moving as she spoke, but the words were lost on him. His limbs felt weak, his consciousness drifting far away from his body. He struggled to keep his eyes open, battling the heaviness of his eyelids. Meanwhile, Hermione, frustrated by Tabitha's prolonged preamble, was anxiously waiting off-screen. Yet, not everyone was in a hurry. Hermione, look, you and I are both injured, my left hand and your right. Ron nudged her with his shoulder. Hermione placed a piece of roast on Ron's plate, allowing him to awkwardly eat with one hand. Harry, take a deep breath. Through the haze, Harry heard Tabitha's voice and instinctively complied. His hearing returned first. He could almost hear the rhythmic thumping of his heart beside his ear. Then his vision cleared, revealing Tabitha's furrowed brow, her dark eyes brimming with concern. It was the first time he had seen her so serious. He realized he had caused her worry. With this realization, Harry abruptly became alert. He took a sip of the calming potion alongside Tabitha, the heaviness in his chest dissipating. I don't even know what came over me just now, Harry confessed sheepishly to Tabitha. I know, it's my fault. Tabitha softened her tone, treating Harry as if he were a fragile porcelain doll. Waking up at this hour must mean you did not sleep well. You've been drained by my vampire vine and are understandably shaken. Your emotions are already in turmoil. Discussing Sirius at this moment will surely only heighten your agitation. Perhaps you should rest now, and tomorrow, when you've recovered, I can share the details with you? Tomorrow? Harry mused internally. By then, Tabitha may lack the courage to reveal the truth. He pondered that perhaps Ilowen would concoct a seemingly perfect tale, as she often preferred to conceal the truth. Thus, to uncover the reality, he felt compelled to press Tabitha for answers now. Harry maintained a calm demeanor, the effects of the potion soothing much of his anxiety. Tabitha. He gently tugged at her sleeve. I assure you, this time I will listen with composure. He added with a hint of desperation, since childhood, I have longed for someone to rescue me from that home. You've only shared the beginning. I have waited 13 years. You wouldn't make me wait any longer. Would you? Deep down, Harry held no real expectations regarding Sirius Black rescuing him. Even if Tabitha spoke truthfully, that Black was not hunting him but had his reasons. Harry could not envision where they might live together. Would they truly hunt in the wild with Hedwig in tow? Soon, Potter would learn the truth of what transpired years ago, Draco Malfoy gloating from the sidelines. His mother, also a Black, had shared tales of Sirius before the school year began. During potions class, he had hinted at certain matters, but at the time, Harry had failed to grasp his meaning. And when he attempted to clarify, Professor Snape had interrupted. Draco eagerly anticipated the moment Harry would reveal his hatred. Damn Malfoy. I knew he had ill intentions, Ron thought, wanting nothing more than to hurl something at that smug face. They had already discerned the connection between Black and Harry's father. Recalling Malfoy's words in potions class, it became clear he had intended to provoke Harry into seeking vengeance against Black. Neville maintained a relatively calm demeanor, saying, it's all right. Harry cannot confront Black from where he is. He is safe. But there seem to be more Death Eaters over there, Luna pointed out in her even tone. The trio fell silent. What Death Eaters? Ginny exclaimed, staring at Ron. Professor Dumbledore, didn't he mention anything about that? Ron reluctantly shared the viewing information they had gleaned with his sister. This news began to circulate subtly within Gryffindor. Tabitha found it impossible to refuse Harry's earnest request. Very well, it is a lengthy tale, she conceded, pouring him a glass of water and draping a warm blanket around them. The two huddled together for a midnight conversation. We must begin with your father's time at school. Isn't that too long? Harry interjected. Do not interrupt. I have my own rhythm, Tabitha gently chided him. Your father had 3 close friends, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. Harry could not restrain himself. He sat up straight, appearing as though he had something to express. Tabitha looked at him with amusement. You won't suffocate yourself if you're not allowed to speak, will you? Harry understood this as her tacit agreement and immediately began. Professor Lupin was friends with my father? How was I never aware of this? Because you were not yet born at that time. This statement alleviated much of Harry's anger, and he continued to listen, pouting. Among those four, your father and Sirius were the closest, while Lupin often played the role of a peacemaker. All three of them performed admirably in their studies, with Lupin even being elected as the head boy. This does not imply that your father and Sirius were any less capable. Rather, they engaged in myriad reckless antics during their school years. I believe Professor McGonagall appointed Lupin as head boy primarily to ensure he could keep your father and the others in check. However, as you know, Lupin has a gentle temperament and could hardly rein in those two, frequently being dragged into their mischief. In comparison, Peter was more of an inconspicuous sidekick. As Tabitha spoke, Lupin reminisced about his youth, a bittersweet pang swelling within him. They had once been carefree, never anticipating that their quartet would meet such a tragic fate. James and Sirius together were akin to pouring gasoline onto a fire. Each was bolder than the last, but Sirius was the most outrageous of all. Lupin had often pondered whether, had he not been so concerned about his friend's feelings, he might have persuaded Sirius more forcefully, perhaps even utilizing the authority of head boy to discipline him a few times, which might have altered their course. Nonetheless, he always harbored a flicker of hope for his old friend, believing that Sirius would never betray them. Following his imprisonment in Azkaban, the Ministry of Magic had made it exceedingly difficult to visit him. This escape presented an opportune moment for Lupin to seek clarity in person. Therefore, he refrained from disclosing Sirius's identity as an animagus to anyone. Snape vented his fury upon his meal, reducing the contents of his plate to mere fragments. Young Potter was not swaggering about the castle, but he knew all too well the nature of both James and Black. Harry listened intently as Tabitha recounted tales of his father, piecing together an image of him from scattered fragments. He had never had the chance to understand his parents. He had always gleaned their stories through the words of others. His aunt and uncle would describe his father in the most disparaging terms, but Harry had never accepted their portrayal as truth. It was only after befriending Hagrid that he began to see his father depicted as a saint. At that time, Harry unhesitatingly believed Hagrid's words to be the absolute truth. Now, as he listened to Tabitha's assessment of his father, he was able to accept it with equanimity, a boy who delighted in playful mischief with his friends, prone to errors at school, and a source of consternation for the headmaster. This understanding made his father's image more vibrant in his heart. Throughout her narration, Tabitha omitted the details of Lupin's lycanthropy and prepared to withhold the prophecy as well. She had yet to discuss it with Ilowen. However, young Harry seemed more preoccupied with his godfather and likely would not notice these subtleties. After their graduation, the Dark Lord pursued your parents. Harry's heart was suspended in uncertainty. Despite being aware of the conclusion, he remained deeply concerned for them. It was Dumbledore who had provided a solution to his parents, employing the Fidelius charm to conceal their residence. This powerful secrecy enchantment, once successfully cast, ensured that even if Voldemort pressed his nose against their window, he would remain oblivious to the location of their home. However, the charm required a secret keeper. Harry's heart sank into his stomach as he realized that it was the failure of this secret keeper that ultimately led to his parents' demise. He thought of Sirius Black, his godfather, whom his father must have trusted implicitly. A chill enveloped Harry's limbs. Even wrapped in a thick blanket, he could not find warmth. His voice devoid of emotion. He murmured, "Is Black the secret keeper?" Chapter 46. Who is the traitor? It was advised not to speak loudly in the tavern. McGonagall cast a reproachful glance at Flitwick and Hagrid. Tabitha had just stated that Voldemort could not find the Potter residence even if he pressed his nose against the window. Those were Flitwick's exact words. Flitwick's face flushed crimson. He had assumed Hagrid's voice was the loudest, not realizing his own words had been overheard in their entirety. Hagrid, too, fell silent, his broad shoulders hunching in an attempt to diminish his presence. Lupin's attention was entirely focused on the glowing screen. Thus far, Tabitha's narration had recounted events that had already transpired. A turning point seemed imminent. Luna and the others were even more astonished at the possibility of Black being the Potter's secret keeper. Previously, they had only known Black as Harry's godfather. Hagrid had not elaborated at the time. They speculated that his disdainful tone when mentioning Black stemmed from the fact that Black was a Death Eater. Ron observed Malfoy's expression. Malfoy had learned of the intricate relationship between Harry and Black before they did. Did he also know about the secret keeper? Malfoy was casting a provocative glance at Ron. He had known all along. How was it that this fellow was so well informed? Ron felt a pang of frustration. The information they had painstakingly uncovered seemed to be known to Malfoy with such ease. His mother, Narcissa Malfoy, was originally Narcissa Black, Neville remarked. Noticing Ron's shocked expression, Neville added, "My grandmother taught me about the connections between pure-blood families. Although it's rather convoluted, I remember just a bit." Neville smiled shyly. That certainly made sense to Ron. It was merely a matter of familial ties, and it stood to reason that his mother would have investigated the reasons behind her brother's imprisonment. "Hermione, what are you thinking?" Ginny noted that Hermione had been silent for quite some time. How did the story suddenly shift to Voldemort hunting down the Potter family? Hermione calmly analyzed the logical flow of the conversation. Tabitha surely had more to say. Snape understood what Tabitha had left unsaid. It was the prophecy. The brief moment of hesitation on Tabitha's face had not escaped his notice. Did she also know who had foolishly divulged that prophecy to the Dark Lord? Snape employed a clemency, clearing all emotions to continue listening. Is Black the secret keeper? After Harry posed the question, he felt that everything was beginning to connect. The Death Eaters, the prison break, the relentless pursuit. This was the information he possessed. But why was he unaware of Black's betrayal of his parents? Minister Fudge, as the head of the Ministry of Magic, surely knew. Thus, he did not press charges against Harry for the illicit use of magic in the Muggle world. What about Ron's father? Harry recalled the careful admonitions Ron had given him before his school year began, urging him not to seek out Black, the regret evident on his face. He was also in the know. And what of Professor Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall? Even Hagrid? The anger within Harry simmered quietly. Why had no one ever thought to inform him? Tabitha placed her hand on Harry's shoulder, warmth penetrating through layers of fabric and reaching him. He felt that warmth spread from his shoulder to his heart. He lifted his gaze to meet Tabitha's, earnestly awaiting her words. That had been their original plan. Had they altered it? Harry could not remain silent. He asked with urgency, eager to uncover the truth. Yes, Black ultimately failed to uphold his role as a secret keeper. To ensure Harry comprehended clearly, Tabitha spoke slowly. At the same time, she closely monitored Harry's condition, prepared to administer medication should he succumb to emotional turmoil. Who else could it be? Hatred seeped into Harry's voice. Who betrayed my parents? Peter Pettigrew. This is impossible. Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her voice hoarse. That foolish boy had been blown to pieces by Black. Yet Lupin felt a sense of relief wash over him. He found this to be the truth. Listen closely, Minerva. A sharp glint flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. If this were indeed true, they had a monumental error to rectify. Whispers of speculation rippled through the students. Peter Pettigrew? Harry repeated the name, struggling to believe it. Just moments ago, when Tabitha mentioned his father's school days, this individual had merely been referenced. Why would he be chosen as the secret keeper? Harry mused that Professor Lupin would have been a more fitting choice. However, upon realizing it was the secret keeper who betrayed his parents, Harry's perspective shifted. He admired Professor Lupin and was loath to attribute betrayal to him. Shock diluted his anger as he awaited Tabitha's explanation. Initially, your father insisted on having Sirius as the secret keeper. Sirius was the person he trusted most. Professor Dumbledore had suggested that he take on the role. Suspecting someone was relaying information to the Dark Lord, someone close to your father, but your father and the others had refused. Why would he reject Dumbledore? Harry said, filled with disappointment. Had his father accepted Dumbledore as the secret keeper, he would likely have a happy family now. He had placed too much trust in Black. They could entrust each other with their lives. So how did the secret keeper become Peter Pettigrew? Harry shook off his regret. This transpired after they had rejected Dumbledore. I have forgotten who proposed it. Tabitha boldly asserted that it was entirely normal for her to forget the details after such a passage of time. Ultimately, one of the two had a sudden inspiration and devised a brilliant idea. When Tabitha spoke of this good idea, there was an odd inflection in her tone. They believed that appointing an inconspicuous individual as the secret keeper would serve to confound the mysterious figure. They clandestinely changed the secret keeper while publicly maintaining that Sirius was the one. Peter and Sirius concealed themselves, ensuring that even if the mysterious figure found Sirius, he would remain oblivious to any information regarding the Potter family. However, they did not anticipate that Peter was, in fact, the traitor among them. McGonagall was lost in thought for a long while, two entirely disparate truths swirling in her mind, leaving her uncertain of which to believe. Yet the Ministry had witnesses. They had heard Peter's desperate cries before his demise, as he sought vengeance for James and Lily until his last breath. Hagrid, upon first meeting Tabitha, could not fully trust her words. Indeed, now that Peter was deceased and Sirius still lived, if Sirius were entirely innocent, why had he not defended himself during all those years in Azkaban? Flitwick voiced his doubts. Though still skeptical, he had reverted to addressing Black as Sirius. Chapter 47. He did not die. Lupin had come to believe Tabitha's words. A last-minute change of the secret keeper? This was certainly within the realm of possibility for James and his friends. It was likely that the idea had originated with Sirius. However, Lupin still harbored numerous unresolved questions regarding the events of that year. Mere words from the curtain could not compel Fudge to overturn the judgment of the past. In a moment of frustration, Lupin wished he could leap into the curtain and interrogate Tabitha directly. After expounding so much, Tabitha relaxed against the sofa, taking a sip of water to soothe her throat. Harry was still processing the information. His hatred had not diminished in light of Peter not being his godfather. Regardless, Peter was still the traitor responsible for his parents' demise. Godfather. He had a godfather now, and countless emotions swirled within Harry regarding this newfound relationship. As he retraced the events, he realized that there remained aspects of Black's situation that eluded his understanding. Black. Why had he been imprisoned in Azkaban? Tabitha set down her cup, and a new round of the Harry Potter quiz commenced. I recall that initially he believed he had avenged your parents, which is why he did not resist the Ministry's capture. Tabitha searched her knowledge of the original text, endeavoring to avoid confusion with fanon interpretations. It appeared he had not undergone a trial, but was simply cast into Azkaban. At that time, with the fall of the mysterious figure, the Ministry was fervently hunting down Death Eaters, creating quite a tumultuous environment. Wait a moment. Harry seized upon the crux of the matter. What do you mean he believed he avenged my parents? Are you referring to Pettigrew? He found it unsurprising that the Ministry acted irresponsibly. Minister Fudge believed that Dementors could aid in capturing Black, heedlessly deploying them into the school. Harry himself had not been harmed by Black. Rather, he had narrowly escaped being ushered into the hospital wing by the Dementors on several occasions. This reveals that the Ministry of Magic is not always as reliable as one might hope. Harry is now more curious about the circumstances of vengeance and whether Peter Pettigrew is still alive. Tabitha suddenly feels that something is amiss. Has the Ministry always conducted trials like this? Hermione inquires in shock, unable to fathom that an authoritative institution would deny the chance for a defense and incarcerate someone outright. Tabitha notes that it is a special time. Ron hesitantly argues that it certainly wasn't this perfunctory at other times. He still harbors a flicker of trust in his father's workplace. After Tabitha responds to Harry's question, she gazes at him in astonishment, their eyes locking for a full 2 seconds. Harry, do you not know the charge for which Sirius was imprisoned? She realizes. I am not certain. No one has ever told me directly. Harry's voice carries a subtle hint of melancholy. They only informed him that he was a dangerous individual who had been to Azkaban. Should I have assumed he was dead? Harry muses, sensing that Tabitha's reaction is somewhat exaggerated. Before you mentioned him, I had never even heard of such a person. Tabitha, frustrated, bumps her head against the edge of the sofa, acknowledging her lack of storytelling prowess. This tale feels as if it has been torn apart by 5 horses. Yet she is resourceful. Harry, wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Tabitha disapparates with a crack. Moments later, she reappears before Harry, clutching several newspapers. Tabitha had collected some iconic copies of the Daily Prophet, recalling one that pertained to Sirius. She places the papers on the low table, rummaging through them. Entirely oblivious to Harry's gaze fixed upon the stack, Tabitha pushes the relevant article toward Harry. Sirius was imprisoned for allegedly killing Peter Pettigrew. Harry grips the Daily Prophet tightly, the accompanying image depicting a man laughing uproariously against the backdrop of a burning, shattered street. Black indeed resembles a murderer. Did he kill an entire street of people in his quest for revenge? Harry struggles to articulate, feeling he should be more concerned about the traitor's fate. Yet upon seeing the photograph, he cannot disregard the lives lost. It was not Sirius who struck, it was Peter Pettigrew. He orchestrated this charade to disguise his own death, leaving behind a severed finger to lead everyone to believe he had been slain by Sirius. Harry's heart eases only slightly. Regardless, those who perished shall not return. In the magical realm, a careless utterance of a spell could inflict grave harm upon muggles. He realizes that it is indeed necessary for young wizards to refrain from using magic during their holidays. So Pettigrew is not dead? Harry queries, his feelings complex as he recalls all the harmful spells he learned at Hogwarts and the techniques acquired during lessons with Tabitha. However, after witnessing the large pit and the remnants of blood in that photograph, Harry felt an overwhelming guilt, realizing that he might not be able to conjure those spells against Pettigrew. This was intimately connected to Sirius's escape from prison. Tabitha presented another copy of the Daily Prophet to Harry, one he had received prior to the start of the school year, sent by Ron. It reported that a Ministry of Magic employee had won a substantial prize and that their family was vacationing in Egypt. Harry was perplexed as to how this newspaper related to Sirius's breakout. Tabitha continued, while in prison, Fudge had given Sirius a newspaper. She pointed to the one in Harry's hands, that very one. It was here that Sirius learned that Peter Pettigrew was still alive. Harry watched as Tabitha's finger glided over the photograph, eventually resting on the last person he wished to see, Ron. He's an animagus. Hermione exclaimed, that's your rat. And he's missing a finger. Hermione urged Ron to seek out Professor Dumbledore. Yet Ron dismissed Hermione's claims as nonsensical. Are you mad, Hermione? That is Scabbers. He has lived with me for 12 years. He is just an old rat. Indeed, what sort of rat lives for 12 years? Ginny murmured, astonished that she had never realized. Ron was reluctant to accept the truth, still arguing, we took good care of him. Then why did he run away? Hermione countered. He bit your hand in his haste to flee, terrified of being captured once Tabitha revealed the truth. Hermione shattered Ron's last flicker of hope. Eventually, Ron followed Hermione's lead to seek out the professor. All right, but searching for a rat in such a vast castle is nearly impossible, Ron lamented. Their conversation caught the attention of Fred and George, who stealthily slipped out of the Great Hall. Chapter 48, Lockdown and Capture. Professor Dumbledore. Ron's rat is Peter Pettigrew. He has escaped. Hermione rushed toward the professor's table, anxious that a moment's delay might allow the rat to elude capture. Ron babbled alongside her. He.S. missing a finger. He.S. lived with me for 12 years. Merlin, I've even slept with him. The pallor of Ron's face indicated the weight of this revelation upon him. Lupin abruptly stood, understanding that Peter's animagus form was that of a rat. Yet he had not realized Peter had been so close enough to share meals at the same table. Gripping Ron's clothing, he inquired urgently, He.S. escaped? Did you see which way he went? Ron shook his head. The Great Hall was too chaotic for them to have noticed Scabbers' direction. Lupin immediately turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster, we must lock down Hogwarts. Dumbledore withdrew his wand, which had been casting a Patronus, and reassured Lupin, I have already dispatched Argus to take action. But I fear that merely locking down the school will not suffice to confine a rat. He's an unregistered animagus? Professor McGonagall appeared nearly faint, her voice trembling. Guilt flickered in Lupin's eyes. Practicing to become an animagus in secret was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, as any misstep could lead to irreversible transformations. Professor Dumbledore concealed the identity of the werewolf, yet his actions led 3 students into peril. Lupin's lips quivered, as if he wished to speak, but Dumbledore preemptively silenced him. Lupin, go find Peter. The portraits and ghosts will assist you. Dumbledore's blue eyes were both encompassing and serene, seemingly imbued with the power to penetrate the depths of one's soul. Lupin nodded. The immediate priority was to apprehend the elusive Peter. He hastened away from the Great Hall. Hermione and Ron turned to follow him, but Professor McGonagall firmly held them in place, her unwavering authority brooking no dissent. Absolutely not. You are not to go anywhere. She could not bear to see any of her students harmed, even though Peter had never excelled in dueling during his time at school. She could not allow these 2 children to place themselves in danger. She warned them, if I see either of you outside the Great Hall, Gryffindor will lose a full 50 points. Hermione appeared to have entirely abandoned the notion of leaving the hall, while Ron remained lost in thought due to the mouse incident. McGonagall, still uneasy, recognized their propensity for trouble. She entrusted the 2 to Dumbledore's care. Albus, they are in your hands. Subsequently, McGonagall gathered the heads of the other 3 houses to escort the students who were absent from the hall, in order to prevent the cornered Peter from harming anyone. Within the Great Hall, candle flames flickered as Dumbledore sat at the center of the long table, illuminated by a halo of soft light. He remained silent, quietly observing the students below with a steady gaze. The murmurs of the students gradually diminished. Their initial fear of the fugitive Death Eater lurking within the school transformed into a burgeoning trust in their professors. Dumbledore's composed demeanor dispelled the unsettling atmosphere that lingered in the hall. His mere presence was enough to instill a sense of calm. Harry gazed at the photograph of Ron with the mouse, unable to believe that Tabitha was referring to Ron. The mouse was missing a toe. He swiftly flipped back to Sirius's newspaper, which clearly stated, only a single finger of Peter Pettigrew was left at the scene. An animagus? Harry inquired, already harboring an answer within, seeking confirmation from Tabitha. She nodded, affirming his suspicion. She regarded young Harry with pride, reassured that he could still think clearly. All was well. Sirius came to Hogwarts seeking revenge on him? Harry pondered. He attempted to break into the Gryffindor common room on Halloween to find that mouse. With this revelation, Harry unraveled his misunderstanding of Sirius Black. He no longer believed that Sirius intended to kill him. Sirius's actions in attempting to enter the common room when it was empty were now explicable. That's half wrong, Tabitha chuckled, lightening the heavy atmosphere that had enveloped them. Harry looked at Tabitha in confusion, and she cupped his face in her hands. Her eyes sparkled like a sky full of stars as she gently corrected him. Sirius is not only seeking revenge on Peter, he is also doing it for you. For me? Harry asked, realizing that Sirius knew Peter was Ron's pet, who nestled upon Ron's shoulder. When Ron returned to school, he brought Peter back to Hogwarts as well. Sirius could not allow this dangerous individual to hide within the school and so close to them. Thus, he escaped from Azkaban, swam back to land, and made his way to Hogwarts with the intent to eliminate this threat. Harry, breaking free from Tabitha's grasp, averted his gaze and absent-mindedly rubbed his cheek. Perhaps seeking to divert the conversation, he inquired, why does Peter Pettigrew disguise himself as a rat? And if he has been in my dormitory since first year, why has he never harmed me? Tabitha regarded the bashful little Harry until his ears flushed crimson before she responded, of course, it is because he is, like his animagus form, a coward at heart. The information he provided to the Dark Lord led to the demise of the Dark Lord. It caused the Death Eater faction to crumble overnight. Peter fears that the Death Eaters who did not enter Azkaban will come after him. Tabitha's tone dripped with disdain. Peter is both timid and greedy. He will not make a move against you while the Dark Lord shows no signs of revival. He will wait until the Dark Lord grows powerful once more before he emerges to slay you and claim the glory. Harry devoted half his attention to listening to Tabitha, while the other half wandered back to memories of Sirius's visage, regrettably only having seen the wild-eyed image from the wanted poster. Tabitha pinched his cheek playfully. What has you lost in thought? Missing your godfather? Harry would not concede. I was merely contemplating that Peter Pettigrew will surely face his comeuppance, correct? His words were vague. He was uncertain whether the Ministry would capture Sirius first or if Sirius would eliminate Peter first. Tabitha fell into an eerie silence. A heaviness settled in Harry's stomach. Had he fled? Indeed, Peter had escaped. Hermione and Ron were positioned at the student table nearest the headmaster, unable to leave without being seen. I should not have let go. Ron berated himself. I allowed Harry's enemy to escape. Hermione offered no comfort, instead mentally retracing her steps with the time turner, convinced she could assist. Yet, Professor McGonagall's threat of deducting points echoed in Hermione's mind, tearing her heart with anxiety. Chapter 49, The Map and the Time Turner. A turning point emerged when a ghost delivered a message to Dumbledore. The short, plump, pearly figure glided through the wall to Dumbledore's side. Ron and Hermione, who were closer, felt a chill breeze pass by. They looked up to see the fat friar, the amiable ghost of Hufflepuff. Hermione wished to hear what he was discussing with Professor Dumbledore, but alas, Dumbledore must have cast a spell nearby, for she heard nothing, only observing that they appeared to glance in her direction. After the fat friar departed, Dumbledore unexpectedly dozed off at the table. What an opportunity! Ron seized Hermione's hand, eager to lead her away from the Great Hall. However, Hermione pointed towards a small door that had appeared in the shadows. Had that always been there? Ron wondered if he had merely overlooked it. I believe that is Professor Dumbledore's tacit approval. The two individuals stealthily slipped away from beneath the long table, bending their bodies low. Suddenly, Dumbledore spoke, startling them both. Be cautious. I believe half a turn will suffice. After sneaking out, Ron still felt a lingering apprehension. He was merely speaking in riddles, wasn't he? Hermione understood precisely what the professor was alluding to. Her hand clasped the time turner through the fabric of her clothing. Half a turn, but she too had been near the Great Hall at that time, and there was a strong possibility of encountering her past self. Hermione lowered her hand. It was not yet the right moment. Only then did she take the time to examine the concealed door that had brought them to this place. It led to the Gryffindor common room. Why have they brought us here? Ron inquired. Soon, they comprehended the reason, colliding head-on with George and Fred, who should have been in the Great Hall. Judging by their expressions, this was no mere coincidence. Did he escape? They heard young Harry furiously question, prompting Tabitha to quickly explain. You had him captured. But he is an animagus. A rat is quite difficult to keep under control. Tabitha endeavored to conceal Lupin's werewolf identity for the time being, yet reassured them. But fear not, he ultimately met his end at the hands of the Dark Lord. Harry's rising anger was extinguished, leaving him in silence. He felt a conflicting sense of comfort knowing the murderer of his parents had faced justice, yet he pondered whether feeling this way made him inherently wicked. Take heart, Harry. Even if you were to deliver Peter Pettigrew to the Ministry of Magic, they would likely refuse to acknowledge their past mistakes and might privately dispose of him. Tabitha believed Harry was upset due to Peter's escape. She smoothed Harry's furrowed brow, saying, Don't frown so. You look 31 instead of 13. Harry felt somewhat consoled. I am not upset, merely surprised by Voldemort. He intended to express that Voldemort would even kill his own followers, but Tabitha's hand swiftly covered his mouth. She was gazing towards the entrance of the tent, straining to hear the sounds outside. Harry mimicked her, but all he could discern was the howling of the wind. He lightly tapped her hand that still covered his mouth. Tabitha released him, feigning fright as she shivered. Harry, we usually refer to him as the Dark Lord. Her attempt at fear was poorly executed, making Harry feel she was merely being playful. He had never witnessed Tabitha genuinely frightened by anyone, perhaps except for Ilowen. Professor Dumbledore had stated that we must possess the courage to speak his name. Tabitha vigorously shook her head. No, Tabitha is afraid. She persistently coaxed Harry to promise he would address him as the Dark Lord in their presence. Overwhelmed by her insistence, Harry finally assured her repeatedly that he would alter his address. He also noted that during her persuasion, Tabitha awkwardly moved her left hand, but after the day's events, he lacked the energy to dwell on it further. He simply committed this detail to memory. The young wizards in the Great Hall were grateful for Tabitha's timely insistence on reverting to that title. None dared utter the Dark Lord's true name. His name loomed over them like a shadow of an era. Those with wizarding heritage at home had been informed of the Dark Lord's terrifying reputation. Only those of Muggle descent understood the Dark Lord through written accounts, and their fear of him was comparatively shallow. Time is of the essence. Let us unveil the secret weapon we have long concealed. Fred moved closer to Hermione, urging them to gather tighter. Indeed, time is pressing, and your antics must cease. Who knows where Pettigrew has scurried off to? Ron merely wished to extricate himself from the duo. Hermione, though anxious, believed the twins were not the sort to lack situational awareness. Their obstructions suggested they possessed some vital information. Hush, Ron, let us simply listen, she said. Granger truly understands us. George nudged Ron aside, encircling Hermione with Fred. Fred produced a tattered piece of parchment. Behold. He presented it to Hermione, as if it were a treasure. To her, it appeared merely as parchment, and she gazed at him in confusion. I solemnly swear I am up to no good, George declared, directing his wand at the parchment. At such a moment, they still chose to tease, had time permitted. Hermione knew they would have been more verbose. Soon, she found herself astounded by the contents of the parchment. His words eluded her. Ron, who had been sulking, could no longer contain his curiosity and leaned in. The twins generously allowed their oblivious brother to join. The parchment revealed an entire map of Hogwarts, with each individual's location marked by a small dot. Hermione could see her own, Ron's, George's, and Fred's dots clustered together. Incredible, Ron exclaimed. There was no time to be awestruck. Locating a single dot within such a vast castle would prove challenging. Fred had already commenced his search. No, we have ample time. Hermione interjected, having discerned the unfolding events on the map. A few familiar names were moving near the entrance of the Great Hall. She recognized this as the moment to employ the time turner. Extending the golden chain around her neck, she tugged at George and Fred's robes, compelling them to bow their heads. Ouch! Their heads collided with Ron's, eliciting 3 exclamations of pain. Hermione ensnared each of their necks with the chain and cautiously inquired of the twins' whereabouts. You remained with the headmaster until you reached the Great Hall, correct? You were there until Pettigrew fled? She was aware of Ron's movements. He had stayed in the hall. Indeed, we only emerged after Pettigrew's escape, Fred replied, unusually devoid of jest. Hermione recalled Dumbledore's words about the half-circle. She spun the time turner, and the world around them began to whirl rapidly. They returned to half an hour prior. Chapter 50, half an hour. We have reverted half an hour, Hermione stated as they landed. The 3 Weasleys, experiencing the time turner's journey for the first time, felt slightly disoriented, yet they steadied themselves. Wow, this is astounding. Fred and George excitedly examined one another for any missing parts. Ron collected his thoughts, realizing this explained much. Is this the reason for your frequent disappearances this semester? Precisely, Hermione affirmed. Hermione carefully placed the time turner, a device for which Professor McGonagall had made considerable efforts to secure from the Ministry of Magic on my behalf. She then unfolded the Marauders map anew, gesturing for the others to gather around and observe. The names of several professors appeared in the corridor leading to the Great Hall, all hurrying at an extraordinary pace. Hermione's name was intermingled among the professors, and at one moment, 2 instances of Hermione emerged simultaneously in close proximity. Including the Hermione positioned in front of the Gryffindor common room, the map displayed 3 representations of Hermione Granger. It was the time for the professors to showcase their talents. It was when we were pursuing that metallic sphere, Ron and Hermione exclaimed in unison. What talent? Hermione inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice, as she had been somewhat dazed and unable to pay attention to her surroundings. Fred and George also regarded Ron with inquisitive expressions. This might have been one of their most affectionate moments with their brother. You have truly missed so much. Ron suppressed the impulse to divulge tales about the professors immediately and promised to share more in the common room that evening. Ron searched the map for Peter Pettigrew, whose name appeared within the Great Hall, alarmingly close to Ron Weasley's, almost merging together. Suddenly, Ron recalled the peculiar remarks made by the twins a few days prior. Fred, George, did you not find it odd that I was with that Peter for 3 years? Ron nearly shouted, realizing he could have avoided this entire predicament. Fred and George exchanged glances, and George shrugged. Come on, little Ronnie, we had scarcely used the map before you enrolled. All the secret passages are etched in our memories. And who would specifically check the map to find their brother? What about the other day? When you saw me with Peter, did you not inquire further? Ron was still irate. Oh, we thought he was your friend, Fred replied, gesturing vaguely in the air, embodying that kind of friendship. After all, when the map was unveiled, it was evident that they were quite close. There was a hint of amusement in George's voice. Ron painfully shut his eyes. He had never seriously contemplated how to flush his 2 unreliable brothers down the toilet. He hadn't even thought of it when they had frightened him with spiders. Ahem. Well, we must devise a plan. Hermione stifled her laughter. Although Hermione had resolutely decided to use the time turner, she had never altered anything before. Now, she felt somewhat uncertain about the next step. Ron pointed at the small dot representing Peter Pettigrew on the map. He is still in the Great Hall. And the professors are there as well. We should rush in and drag him out. No. Hermione immediately dismissed the notion. It was imperative that your past self did not see you. Have you ever encountered 2 of me appearing simultaneously? Hermione continued to elucidate. Moreover, altering history is the most perilous endeavor. We cannot act recklessly. So, are we to simply watch Peter Pettigrew escape? Ron glared at Peter's name on the map, unwilling to accept this fate. Certainly not. Dumbledore released us to capture him. Let me think. Hermione bit her lip, yet she could not conjure an appropriate plan. Regardless, we must first position ourselves closer to the auditorium, as Peter may emerge at any moment, Fred suggested. They commenced their approach towards the auditorium. The twins recounted how they had exited the auditorium shortly after Peter had fled, racing back to their dormitory in search of the Marauders map. Ultimately, they relocated to an empty classroom near the auditorium, a spot neither too far nor too close. ensuring they could keep pace once Pettigrew made his escape. He has emerged. The moment Ron spotted the moving black dot, he immediately rose to his feet. No, the path he chose was perilously close to the one traversed by George and Fred. Hermione swiftly intervened, thwarting Ron's impulsive desire to rush out. She had never intended to capture Pettigrew with just the two of them. She had envisioned enlisting the help of a professor. Ron remained fixated on the black dot, his hand gripping the map, growing clammy. He was nearing the castle's entrance. Almost there, George and Ron were closing in. Hermione, in her anxiety, mispronounced names, standing among 3 Weasleys. Wait, Ron exclaimed in astonishment. Look how he turned. The map indicated that the black dot representing Peter Pettigrew was rapidly changing direction, as another black dot, Crookshanks, had appeared in his path. Crookshanks was entering through the castle's front door, pursuing Pettigrew and driving him in another direction. Now, they could circumvent the route the twins had taken to catch the rat. Hermione, I adore your cat, Ron shouted, sprinting ahead. You called it a monster at the start of term. Hermione followed closely behind. The situation has changed. You also said it was a foolish ball of fluff. I apologize. I can offer all of Scabbers' rat supplements to Crookshanks. You can keep them for yourself. Fred and George, overhearing their bickering, nearly doubled over with laughter. Given their physical prowess, they would typically outpace the 2 third years. However, their laughter sapped their energy, allowing the younger boys to lead the way. This won't do, George, Fred encouraged. They quickened their pace, guided by the Marauder's map, as Ron led them along a detour to intercept Pettigrew. He charged ahead and soon spotted a rat scurrying across the ground. Fearing Pettigrew might hesitate, Ron suddenly concocted a plan, calling out with fervor, Hermione, control your cat. It's after my Scabbers again. Hermione understood instantly. Drawing her wand and beginning her performance, I'll retrieve it immediately. Poor Scabbers, come here. Ron extended a hand toward Scabbers. To Pettigrew. It appeared that since they could catch up to him so swiftly, they must have pursued him the moment he fled, when the barrier had not displayed any anomalies. It was only his overwhelming fear of being exposed by the woman inside that compelled him to flee prematurely. Now, all he needed was Ron's assistance to rid himself of the pursuing beasts, and he could find another opportunity to escape. Hogwarts was no longer safe. It was rife with the threat of Black's intrusion and the ever-present possibility of his secrets being revealed by the barrier. This time, he would flee far away. Pettigrew, unsuspecting, rushed towards a few little wizards. Yet, instead of being embraced by Ron's warm arms, he was met with a barrage of spells akin to a torrential downpour. Stupefy. Find him. Find him. Chapter 51, Revelation. Before Ron could even draw his wand, the battle had concluded. The twins, in perfect synchrony, unleashed the binding charm, their spells intertwining to amplify their effect. The tiny mouse was ensnared, leaving only its head exposed. Hermione's Stupefy was executed with utmost precision, rendering Pettigrew instantly unconscious. With the immediate threat neutralized, Hermione let out a sigh of relief. Next, we must return him. Ron looked disdainfully at the mouse on the ground. I refuse to touch it. The other 3 shared his sentiment, unwilling to handle an animagus. At that moment, Crookshanks approached. No, we cannot eat it. Hermione positioned herself in front of Crookshanks, preventing him from advancing further. We must present it to the professor. Seemingly understanding, Crookshanks lost his previous fervor for the mouse. Ignoring the creature entirely, he began to rub against Hermione's legs. What a good cat, Ron observed enviously. Though he decided he would not be acquiring any pets in the near future. Fred reclaimed the Marauder's map from Ron's grasp. All right, the trial period has ended. Further viewing will incur a fee, but I am your brother. Ron attempted to invoke their fraternal bond. George pretended to ponder, then solemnly replied, brothers must pay. Hey, Ron protested in dissatisfaction. You will hand it over to Professor McGonagall, right? Hermione inquired anxiously of Fred, or perhaps George. She could not distinguish between them. Before they could respond, Ron interjected with a voice filled with astonishment. Hermione, did you accidentally lose something while using the time turner just now? What? A brain. Hermione's face flushed with anger, regretting that she had engaged with Ron. Hermione, you have no idea what it means to us, Fred exaggeratedly declared. The two of them then harmonized. Losing it is like a fish leaving the sea, a bird losing its wings. We have lost each other. 2 pairs of bright blue eyes earnestly gazed at Hermione, who turned away. All right, fine. Let us pretend I never saw it. Thank you for your mercy, Miss Granger. After exchanging knowing glances with Ron, they both bowed to Hermione. Ron merely noted that their faces seemed to twitch. Hermione's last traces of awkwardness dissipated as she redirected her attention to Pettigrew. We should find a professor to accompany us. Good idea, let the professor handle it. I mean, our spells could wear off at any moment. Facing a dark wizard alone is far too perilous. Hermione nearly shouted into Ron's ear. Ron sulkily distanced himself, rubbing his ear as if it had echoed. You need not worry about that, Fred remarked, glancing at the map. Professor Lupin is approaching from this direction. Hermione approached Fred to examine the map, and her gaze immediately fell upon the black dot of the Fat Friar, situated just beyond a wall. A sudden realization washed over her, prompting her to shout towards the wall where the fat friar had passed. Fat friar! Fat friar! The ghostly head of the friar emerged, visibly astonished at the sight of the young wizards. Children, by Professor Dumbledore's order, you should not be here. I shall fetch a professor at once. No, no, no. We do not require a professor. Hermione firmly declined the friaress' suggestion. We need your assistance. We need you to inform Professor Dumbledore that I, Ron, Fred, and George have captured Peter Pettigrew. Me? He questioned, though he was known as the most obliging of ghosts. Complying with Hermione's request, he made his way to the Great Hall to find Dumbledore. Meanwhile, Professor Lupin, who had been searching from a distance, hastened to the sound of their voices. The thrilling chase could now be deemed a victory. Fred whispered to the parchment, "The prank is over." In the Great Hall, few were focused on the shimmering screen, as all eyes were drawn to the center where several figures congregated. The screen flickered before turning black. This time, it did not transform into a metal sphere, but maintained its curtain-like form. Professor Lupin, in the form of a mouse, hovered in the center of the hall, his expression grave as he fixated on his rodent self. He remained deeply asleep, thanks to Hermione's enduring spell. A dark cloud wafted in from outside the hall. It was Snape. Everyone awaited his arrival. Upon receiving the fat friar's message, Dumbledore had summoned his heads of houses with a Patronus, instructing Snape to bring Veritaserum along. Tabitha's reasoning resonated well. To ensure the Ministry of Magic did not deny their error, Dumbledore opted to conduct a preliminary inquiry in the Great Hall. Now, all of Hogwarts was assembled within, and the outcome of the interrogation loomed inevitable. "It may commence, Minerva," Dumbledore stated calmly. McGonagall pointed her wand at the mouse, her tip trembling with trepidation. How she wished that what Tabitha had mentioned was confined to her own world. A blue anti-animagus spell struck the mouse, initiating its transformation. Twisting and contorting. Unsurprisingly, it was indeed an animagus. McGonagall inhaled deeply several times. Lupin timely released the binding spell on him to prevent him from choking during the transformation. Sirius could not die before his name was cleared. Moments later, a sleeping man materialized in place. Snape, with a frosty demeanor, splashed him awake with a clear potion. The man, with beady eyes, stood up, hunched over. Upon seeing the professors surrounding him, all wands aimed in his direction, he trembled. "Lupin, my friend." He seemed to yearn for the comfort of an old acquaintance, reminiscent of their school days. However, Lupin pushed him back with his wand, casting a disdainful look at Peter. Unwilling to exchange a single word, Snape's eyes reflected deep-seated hatred as he pried open Peter's mouth and forced half a bottle of Veritaserum down his throat. Peter futilely clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground, unable to utter another lie. "Name: Peter Pettigrew. Who is the secret keeper for the Potters?" "It is I. Who betrayed the Potters?" "It is I. How did you conceal your whereabouts?" "By obliterating Muggle streets, framing Sirius, and disguising myself as a rat for 12 years. This testimony, along with the criminal Peter Pettigrew, was sent to the Ministry of Magic. Under public pressure, the Ministry was compelled to immediately revoke the warrant for Sirius Black and publish a clarification of the truth. Peter Pettigrew was tried overnight at the Ministry and imprisoned in Azkaban that very day. The Ministry rescinded the Order of Merlin, First Class, that had originally been awarded to Peter. His mother lost her son 12 years ago, and today, she lost her former glory. The 4 young wizards who assisted in apprehending Peter Pettigrew received special commendations from the Ministry, allowing them to bypass examinations for employment thereafter. On the day the magical screen appeared, the skies over Hogwarts were filled with so many owls that minor aerial traffic incidents occurred. Some were merely sharing their lives with family, while the astute recognized the opportunities presented by the screen. Chapter 52 Malfoy. Draco Malfoy's father, Lucius Malfoy, was one of the astute. Amidst Draco's daily routine of correspondence, descriptions of the screen piqued Lucius's keen sense for opportunity. He promptly penned an invitation to his old friend Severus Snape, expressing his concerns regarding Draco's recovery from an arm injury and inviting his headmaster to Malfoy Manor for a discussion. He even earnestly indicated that if Severus was pressed for time, he would gladly come to Severus's office instead. Anyone reading this letter would perceive the sender as merely a concerned parent rather than the lofty head of the Malfoy family. Lucius watched as the letter was carried by a carved owl to Hogwarts. He was untroubled by the thought of Severus not being able to leave Hogwarts. His former student was not a fool. Not just any Death Eater could deceive Dumbledore into providing a guarantee. The Malfoy family had navigated numerous negotiations with the Ministry to extricate themselves from the ramifications of the Death Eater's actions. To this day, there are still foolish individuals seeking trouble. Severus, on the other hand, had earned Dumbledore's trust and remained free from scrutiny. Though Dumbledore often appeared eccentric, anyone who forgets his past accomplishments and deems him merely a madman would be the greatest fool in the world. After experiencing failure the previous year, Lucius had gained a profound understanding of this truth. Thus, he crafted his letter with such precision that even Dumbledore himself would not find fault. He was not concerned that Severus would decline the invitation. Over the years, they had developed a significant rapport. They maintained a relationship that was neither too distant nor too close. The Malfoy family would procure potions crafted by Severus, and Severus would occasionally grace a Malfoy gathering. This arrangement neither hindered Severus's continued deception of Dumbledore, nor would it prove useless should the Dark Lord return. Indeed, the carved owl returned with the time of Severus's visit. Snape arrived at Malfoy Manor using a one-time key sent by Lucius. He was well acquainted with this path, traversing it swifter than the house elf guiding him, causing the elf to emit soft sobs. Passing through the garden where white peacocks were nurtured and navigating around the elegantly carpeted foyer, he arrived at the exquisitely adorned parlor. "Welcome, Severus. It has been quite some time," Lucius greeted Snape with a smile as he entered the sitting room. The parlor was spacious, with a chandelier casting a gentle glow from the ceiling, and a marble fireplace at one end crackled with vibrant flames, raising the room's temperature. Snape unfastened his cloak and casually tossed it to the house elf. "Good afternoon, Lucius." They settled onto a goatskin sofa, facing one another. "From what you wrote in your letter, I expected you would appear somewhat more gaunt. After all, you have fretted for an entire month over Draco's injury, which could have been healed with a simple vial of white essence, have you not?" The venom in Snape's words was palpable. Lucius chuckled softly. "That was about Scorpius. I remain quite reassured by your care for Slytherin. 30 minutes from now, I have a potions class awaiting me. If your purpose for today's visit is merely trifling, I shall take my leave." Snape feigned rising to depart, but Lucius playfully impeded him. It was all a mere charade. Lucius understood that Severus lacked patience in non-essential matters, and if he continued with idle chatter, the potions master would indeed take his leave. He pondered briefly before speaking. "Recently, I have heard a rather intriguing rumor." "Heard, you say? From your family correspondence?" Snape raised an eyebrow. There was no need for Draco to send a letter. The exoneration of Black had spread throughout the wizarding community, and the rumor had captured the attention of certain individuals. Lucius leaned forward, tentatively inquiring, "So, is it true?" "True about what?" "That at Hogwarts there exists a curtain that foretells the future. I doubt that Headmaster Dumbledore intended to replace the divination professor with such a curtain." "Severus, you know precisely what I am asking. There is indeed a curtain, but it does not foretell." Snape paused, ensuring he had Lucius's full attention before continuing. "It is a gateway to another world." A fleeting glimmer of something passed through Lucius's eyes. Clearly, Severus possessed more knowledge. "Is it possible?" Lucius's question was interrupted by Snape. "It is not possible. Dumbledore has researched it extensively without success. The only instance of anyone crossing into another world was Harry Potter. Do not indulge me with your fanciful notions." Snape could distinctly perceive the ambition in Lucius's gaze. His intent was to dismantle that ambition. Hogwarts was under Dumbledore's control, and that curtain lay beneath his very nose. No one could deceive him regarding its manipulation. Snape summoned the house elf to retrieve his cloak and draped it over his shoulders. Before departing, he imparted a word of caution to Lucius. "That world bears similarities to this one. The curtain may indeed reveal more of the past. Peter Pettigrew is merely the beginning." "What do you mean?" "It seems the time for decision has arrived." Snape's voice was barely above a whisper, yet it struck Lucius's ears like a heavy toll. Instinctively, he grasped his left arm, remaining silent. Severus Snape did not wait for a response. Instead, he made his way to the location capable of apparition, returning to Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore awaited his news in the office. It was Dumbledore who had sanctioned this meeting. "Well?" he inquired, pushing a cup of honey tea towards Snape. The absence of a response was, in itself, the most favorable outcome. Snape disdainfully pushed away the overly sweetened beverage. He had abstained from tea at Malfoy Manor, and now there was not even a glass of plain water in the presence of the headmaster. He longed to retreat to the dungeons. Yet, a question lingered. "Albus, are you certain that the subsequent viewing of the memory will reveal my identity? Is it too hasty to seek out Malfoy now?" Dumbledore's serious demeanor faltered within 3 minutes, and he began to jest with his professor. "Severus, do you not think that the child, Ilowen, bears an uncanny resemblance to you?" Snape turned to leave, forcefully pushing the door of the headmaster's office open, nearly catching his robes in the process. "Ah, truly impatient," Dumbledore remarked, shaking his head. The light-hearted smile faded from his face as his thoughts returned to pressing matters. He had to prepare for Voldemort's resurgence. Originally, the viewing of the memory was to occur only among those he trusted, confident they would not divulge information. However, now Severus's identity as a spy could be exposed at any moment, rendering him unsuitable to return to Voldemort's side. Lucius Malfoy emerged as the most fitting candidate after careful consideration. Dumbledore pondered internally the reasons for their failure in that other world. He would not allow Hogwarts to descend into the same state as that depicted in the memory. He resolved to take action. Chapter 53, Sirius Black. Sirius Black's consciousness gradually stirred. He should currently be within the Forbidden Forest, maintaining his animagus form to evade the pursuit of Dementors. There was little sustenance to be found in the forest, and he was far too weak to contend with the creatures lurking within. Once, he ventured too deeply and nearly became a meal for a giant spider. How absurd! When did the Forbidden Forest become home to so many perilous beings? He had thought it was only Remus within. The outskirts of the forest were inhabited by unicorns and centaurs patrolling their territorial boundaries. Yet, both were sentient beings, and he would rather starve than feast upon them. Hence, he resorted to catching mice to eat and, in moments of desperation, would consume a few harmless herbs. Occasionally, a ginger cat would bring him food. She was a newly acquainted friend and exceedingly clever. Today, he likely fainted from hunger again, a frequent occurrence. He always awakened. His heart would not cease to beat until he had avenged Peter. Yet, the bed beneath him was exceedingly soft, and he wished to linger a while longer. Lost in vague thoughts. Wait, a bed? Where in the Forbidden Forest could there be a bed? Surely, he had not lost his mind. Blurred and disoriented, Black struggled to rise, only to find himself surrounded by white bed curtains and pristine bedding. This place was all too familiar. In a moment of confusion, he felt as if he had returned to a distant past, to the infirmary where he would go after a fight or injury. A gentle breeze stirred the bed curtains, revealing a narrow gap. Black had the distinct impression that the opening would gradually widen, as if being lifted by an invisible hand. Then, the invisibility cloak slipped away, revealing James, who wore a self-satisfied grin as he gazed upon him. Perhaps beside him stood Lupin. What expression would Lupin wear? It would likely be one of resigned, yet gentle amusement. James would insistently drag Lupin along to defy the curfew and join him. Lupin had never been adept at declining their requests. Behind them would be Peter. The beautiful illusion shattered, and Black returned to reality. He needed to depart swiftly. He could not be captured and imprisoned, for he alone bore knowledge of Peter's circumstances. The bed curtains, which provided concealment, were abruptly drawn aside, and a woman's voice commanded with authority, "Lie down. Who permitted you to leave the bed?" Black reflexively rolled back onto the bed. It was only then that he realized he was no longer a student, but rather a fugitive. He stared blankly as Madame Pomfrey examined him with her wand. He wished to inquire, yet his throat felt as if he had consumed dozens of hot peppers, burning fiercely. "Do not speak. You have ingested too many peculiar substances, resulting in adverse effects with the remedy I administered. I just induced vomiting with a potion. The other medications will require some time." Madame Pomfrey said no more. Satisfied with Black's condition, she departed. Black still struggled to comprehend the situation, pulling aside the bed curtains in search of someone to question. A weary figure leaned against the wall nearby, appearing to have waited for quite some time. Black staggered towards him, and they embraced tightly. It took Lupin a considerable while to elucidate the current circumstances to Black. "So, my godson is not ill. He exists in another world?" Lupin affirmed this for the 15th time. "You confirm my innocence through a projection?" Lupin nodded for the 3rd time in affirmation. He vowed that if Sirius asked once more, he would cast a spell on him. Black observed his friend's fidgeting wand and wisely shifted the topic. "I cannot believe I was rescued by a cat." "Indeed. Crookshanks dragged your unconscious form into Ron Weasley's dormitory." Lupin chuckled, admitting he had not expected to locate Sirius in such a manner. "Crookshanks? Is that the cat's name? I must express my gratitude. However, I recall her owner as a young girl. How did she manage to bring me to the boys' dormitory? Even as a dog. Hogwarts would recognize you once you were dragged up the stairs. The stairs would transform into a slide. Trust me, I understand this better than you," Black jested. Lupin laughed, being the only one among them who had not ventured to attempt entering the girls' dormitory. He continued, "When Ron saw Crookshanks bring you in, he called upon his friend Hermione Granger, the cat's owner. Ron seemed overly cautious with animals. He insisted that Hermione cast a de-enumagus spell on you. That girl is truly remarkable, having witnessed Professor McGonagall perform it once. She went to the library to study on her own and managed to transform you back into human form." A shiver ran down Black's spine. If the de-enumagus spell was not executed correctly, it could leave a person in a half-animal, half-human state. "That girl must be a Gryffindor," Black asserted with conviction. Lupin chuckled at this remark, but before he could utter another word, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Had they begun to bicker like an old married couple so soon? Snape, holding a tray laden with several vials of potions, looked down upon them with an air of superiority. "Snape!" Black sprang from the bed, incredulous. "What are you doing here? I returned this to you. You are the last person who should be present here," Snape retorted, his eyes simmering with resentment. Despite understanding the truth of the situation, the animosity between them had long since become irreparable. Lupin swiftly covered Black's mouth, easily pinning the gaunt figure back down. Severus was a professor at Hogwarts. With Black restrained, Lupin reached for Snape's tray. "Professor?" Black could scarcely believe his ears. "You must consume it all. It will benefit your health," Snape said softly, seemingly concerned for Black's well-being. "I refuse." Black vehemently denied any intention of drinking anything from Snape, fearing it might be poison. Suddenly, a hex struck Black, petrifying him in place. Lupin retracted his wand and calmly administered the potions to Black. knowing that allowing him to make a scene would lead to endless complications. "Thank you, Severus." Lupin managed to express his gratitude amidst the chaos. Snape ignored him. He was not present for thanks. He had made slight modifications to the potion and was eagerly anticipating Black's ensuing embarrassment. Once Lupin had administered all the potions, Snape kindly lifted the petrification curse from the rigid Black. Ugh! Black emitted a monumental retch, feeling as though he had consumed socks unwashed for a decade. The potion churned violently in his stomach, yet he was unable to expel it. The sour, bitter taste overwhelmed him, threatening to send him into unconsciousness. Although his mind remained unnaturally alert, the commotion attracted Madame Pomfrey, who made such a racket. Upon her arrival, Madame Pomfrey surveyed the scene in stunned silence. She glanced at the pile of empty vials on the tray and smirked. "Severus, I recall this potion does not need to be brewed so diluted. I made some adjustments. Observe how effective it is. Black can even get out of bed and run," Snape replied, his sarcasm evident. "Indeed, he can run, albeit while retching and sprinting around in disgust. Having spent too long in his animagus form, Black still retained some canine habits." Lupin continuously intervened to prevent him from attempting to run on all fours. Madame Pomfrey shook her head and turned to leave, choosing to pretend she hadn't witnessed any of it. Chapter 54. The viewing party grows. Black lay quietly on the bed with his eyes closed, reflecting on the first half of his life. The potions had been cruel. He was but a step away from seeing James. Lupin wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. The earlier chase after Sirius had exhausted him. "Sirius, I must make a brief visit to the Great Hall," Lupin announced. Black revived at once. "Lunchtime? Can you still eat?" Lupin gazed at the heap of empty containers, suspecting that Severus had brewed them according to one's stomach capacity. Black certainly could not eat. If someone pressed on his stomach now, he would instantly become a potion fountain. He did not attend for the sake of dining. He explained, "The last film screening coincided with lunchtime, and naturally, I had to be there. My mentee was present." Dumbledore cheerfully arranged Sirius and Severus on either side of him, also ensuring that Lupin and Sirius sat close together. He wished to prevent the students from witnessing the professors abruptly engaging in a brawl mid-meal. He hoped this arrangement would prove beneficial. The students were furtively glancing towards the professor's table. The two individuals flanking Professor Dumbledore wore sour expressions, and it seemed only Dumbledore could manage such a warm smile between them. Professor Snape appeared to be attempting to slay the roast chicken before him with merely his gaze. Ron could not suppress a comment from below. Snape's glare immediately shot towards the Gryffindor table. Ron felt a chill run down his spine and lowered his head. "The professor now seemed inclined to kill you," Neville murmured. After Snape had reduced his instances of picking on him in potions class, he felt less intimidated by the professor. How did he hear that? Is he some sort of long-eared rabbit? Ron squeezed out the words through clenched teeth. In truth, larger ears do not equate to better hearing. Bats possess superior hearing compared to rabbits, a notion Hermione swiftly countered. A fine metaphor, yet refrained from using such comparisons in the future. While the students continued to eagerly discuss the glowing screen and the matter of Sirius Black, a man entered the hall, leaning on a cane and making his way towards the professor's table. He walked with a pronounced limp, as one of his legs was a wooden prosthetic. Even with the support of his cane, he could not walk as a normal person would. More captivating than his prosthetic leg was his face, which appeared to be a patchwork of scars. His eyes were even more peculiar, one staring straight ahead while the other darted about erratically, capable of rolling entirely backward to reveal only the whites. He approached Dumbledore, shaking his hand before being guided to a seat beside him. At this moment, everyone noticed that behind this eccentric man was a woman clad in the customary aura robes, her medium-length hair a vibrant shade of violet. While this should have been the most striking hue, in comparison to the man before her, she appeared remarkably ordinary. She also shook Dumbledore's hand and quickly darted to sit beside Professor Sprout, pulling up an empty chair. The hall fell silent upon the entrance of the scarred man. Dumbledore did not need to tap his goblet to garner attention. Nearly all the students were focused on the professor's table. These two individuals were the Ministry of Magic's appointed representatives stationed at Hogwarts, tasked with introducing a novel course on practical magical dueling for students in their 4th to 7th years. This course required no additional textbooks, merely the students' wants. This gentleman is Alastair Moody, the course's chief instructor, renowned as the Ministry's most exceptional auror. The students were entirely convinced of his prowess. The scars on his face were surely remnants of battles with dark wizards. Dumbledore gestured towards the woman with violet hair, introducing her as Nymphadora Tonks, the associate professor of this course, an outstanding graduate of Hufflepuff from several years ago, now training to become an auror. Both Moody and Tonks stood and bowed slightly to the students. Tonks appeared quite animated, conversing with Professor Sprout as she rose. "Dean, I never imagined I would one day become a professor." Moody, however, maintained an air of vigilance, his keen eye darting around the room, fixating on Snape's left hand for a moment. Traditionally, students would applaud when a new professor was announced, but after Dumbledore's introduction, only the applause of Dumbledore, Hagrid, McGonagall, and Sprout resonated in the hall. The students' applause came hesitantly after a brief pause, as they continued to observe Moody, unfazed by their gazes. Moody cast several detection spells on the food before beginning his meal. Mad-Eye, this is Hogwarts. No house elf would dare poison you, Tonks remarked, speaking to Moody across Professor Sprout. Remaining ever vigilant, Tonks shrugged and resumed her quiet conversation with Sprout. McGonagall understood the Ministry's intent in sending these two individuals. Her gaze fell upon the still darkened screen. Minister Fudge had faced public embarrassment due to the Peter Pettigrew incident, which he was determined to avoid at all costs. He was particularly concerned about his grip on power. And the fact that this event had reached the ears of the Daily Prophet before him was intolerable. He pressured Dumbledore to conceal the truth about Harry Potter's journey, insisting on placing Ministry personnel within Hogwarts. After much insistence from Dumbledore, the chosen individual was his long-trusted ally, Moody. Fudge was also aware of their relationship and thus included Tonks, who was currently under Moody's tutelage. Both Moody and Tonks served as professors at Hogwarts and Aurors for the Ministry, and after fulfilling their teaching duties, they were expected to report to Fudge regarding the screen issue. Tonks tugged at her uniform collar, a hint of frustration in her voice. If it weren't for the minister's request, I wouldn't be wearing such drab attire. I'll change it tomorrow. Sprout felt a headache coming on. Tonks had always been the most unconventional of Hufflepuff, and it was surprising she had returned to Hogwarts merely 2 years after her graduation. Tonks, it would be prudent to wear something more befitting your role as a professor, Professor Sprout gently advised, noting that Deputy McGonagall placed great importance on this matter. Tonks glanced at Lupin, whose robes were patched in numerous places, then turned back to Sprout. Professor Sprout ceased her urging. A bright smile spread across Tonks's face, making her hair seem even shinier. Why can't we attend in 3rd year? Hermione lamented, gazing at Professor Dumbledore and muttering to herself. Ron looked at Hermione in astonishment. You want to add another subject? Even if you could, that would be exhausting. Surrounded by numerous acquaintances, Ron prudently refrained from uttering the words time turner. After all, this was a matter of real combat. A flicker of concern passed through Hermione's eyes. It was a lesson we desperately needed to master. Hermione spoke in veiled terms, yet Ron comprehended her meaning. She feared that the future might mirror that other world, and she wished to acquire more knowledge in advance. Do not fret too much, Hermione, Neville reassured her. I believe we can first learn from the light screen. Tabitha is a remarkably skilled professor. Indeed. Oh, look, the light screen is stirring. Chapter 55, The Mummy. Tabitha sighed in relief after persuading Harry to abandon his detrimental habit of referring to Voldemort by name. However, this resolution merely addressed one issue, while another loomed before her. Ilowen had not permitted her to disclose this information to Harry. Tabitha instantly became restless. What is the matter? Harry inquired, his gaze fixed curiously upon her. He felt as though she was being tormented by Voldemort himself. Harry, Ilowen did not intend for you to be privy to these future developments, Tabitha hesitated to explain. I know. You know? Tabitha could hardly contain herself. She had believed they were concealing their secrets effectively. Harry's eyes casually skimmed over the newspapers stacked on the low table, the topmost one concerning Sirius. He had glimpsed some intriguing news during Tabitha's earlier rummaging. I know. Harry reiterated with certainty. I am aware that you are withholding information, but I also understand that you would not harm me. I simply have not inquired until now. Harry recalled numerous moments that had ignited his suspicions, and he voiced one of them. Say, the last thing I heard was that you were discussing my godfather, correct? There was no longer any point in concealing the truth. Tabitha nodded readily and did not forget to commend Harry. Indeed, very astute. I do not possess a godfather. Her cheerfulness vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of sorrow that enveloped her cheeks. No, this conversation has veered off course. Quickly, help me devise a strategy to deal with Ilowen. Harry sensed that her fear of Ilowen was far more genuine than her trepidation regarding Voldemort's name. My godson. Sirius gazed greedily at the light screen, seemingly intent on imprinting Harry's visage in his memory. He bore a striking resemblance to his father, particularly in his eyes. His eyes resemble Lily's even more, Lupin added gently, casting a warm glance at Sirius. Sirius's robe had been conjured through a transfiguration spell. His original tattered prison garb was wholly unsuitable for the Grand Hall. Hardly anyone donned transfigured attire, as no one wished to be left in the nude in the midst of a brawl. Nevertheless, for the sake of witnessing Harry, Sirius had donned the transfigured garments to enter the hall. What a marvelous enchantment, Moody remarked, scrutinizing the light screen with his magical eye, finding no anomalies. Rest assured, Mad-Eye, it will not suddenly descend upon your head and suffocate you, Tonks mumbled, her mouth stuffed with food. She had been yearning for Hogwarts cuisine and had begun eating even before the light screen activated. Tabitha sighed with worry when Ilowen returns. She will not hang me from a tree to dry, will she? Harry grasped the crux of the matter. She is not here? Is she coming back? He glanced towards the tent's entrance, where a sign bearing the name Ilowen Ellis hung, leading him to believe she resided within. Oh. She'll return once she has finished her business outside. Business? Harry could hardly resist the urge to step outside and observe the sky. Only moments ago, while conversing with Tabitha, stars still twinkled above. It was indeed night. Oh, you don't know? When she is full of energy, she doesn't sleep. She only rests every few days, Tabitha replied absent-mindedly. Harry found the mystery surrounding Ilowen to deepen. He could comprehend her skipping meals for potions, as most potion masters he had encountered were rather eccentric. Had someone told him that Snape subsisted solely on potions, he would have readily believed it. However, the notion of not sleeping was exceedingly peculiar. What pressing matters could occupy her time? Moreover, why must she leave this place? Tabitha, now visibly anxious, began to pace before Harry, muttering what to do. I can't keep this hidden. Perhaps confessing might lighten her mood. Suddenly, she noticed Harry's bandaged hand and emitted a strange laugh. A cackling sound. Hee hee. Tabitha advanced toward Harry step by step. The distance between them was minimal, and Harry felt a chill run down his spine from her laughter. He instinctively recoiled. Wait, Tabitha, what are you doing? You can scream all you want. No one will come to your rescue. Please, don't say such odd things, Tabitha. Why are you using so much bandage? Wait, don't wrap me up. I'm not injured. When Ilowen finally returned, she was greeted by the sight of a docile Tabitha and a mummy. Black noticed the new arrival adorned with the Slytherin crest and turned to Lupin. You didn't inform me there was a little Slytherin among us. How did she end up in the midst of lions? I'm sure your family thought the same upon seeing your sorting results, he remarked, acknowledging Snape's formidable prowess. Lupin struggled to restrain Black, who was itching for a confrontation with Snape, whispering urgently that Black's clothes were all askew. A brawl would certainly not be a pleasant spectacle. Black scoffed, then turned and descended from the Professor's table to take a seat at the Gryffindor table, startling Neville and Ron with this sudden shift. Black conveniently settled beside them. Hello, Mr. Black. Hermione hesitated before greeting him. Black, momentarily lost in thought, realized it had been ages since anyone had called him that. He smiled and replied, You may call me Sirius. He had learned from Harry's friends that this Ilowen Ellis was not entirely dreadful. Well, he was willing to trust the Gryffindor students. He patiently continued to observe. Ilowen, peering through the gaps of the mummy, recognized Harry by his green eyes. And Tabitha, obedient. Those two words typically only appeared together when she was in trouble. Ilowen seemed to grasp the situation. There was no urgency in her demeanor as she leisurely approached and cast a detection charm on Harry. The results were predominantly green, indicating robust health, fit enough to plow 2 acres immediately. Tabitha, whose pharaoh have you pilfered? Tabitha remained silent, merely smiling shyly as she encouraged Ilowen to drink tea. Such infernal timidity. Ilowen dared not sip the beverage, for she remained unaware of the mischief these two had conspired against her. Had they destroyed my potion? No matter. It was not of paramount importance. Ilowen could only speculate from the most reliable sources. Tabitha had yet to utter a word. If not this, then it would indeed be troublesome. Ilowen recalled the items she had left within this tent. Aside from the potion, there was only books. She hastened towards the bookshelf, her voice quivering. Did you use my books as firewood? How could that be? Nothing here appeared harmed. Tabitha pulled Ilowen back down onto the sofa. Harry blinked in surprise at her words. At present, his only mobility lay in his eyes. He might be the sole victim in this predicament. Chapter 56. When the headmaster, Ilowen, speechless, removed the bandages from Harry, leaving only the one adorned with a ridiculous bow on his left hand untouched. Tabitha had divulged everything. I thought I was only away for a night. Not a whole week. Ilowen admired Tabitha's swiftness in stirring trouble. How did you manage to uncover so much? Tabitha sat close to Ilowen, her face aglow with a silly grin. Harry understood this as a sign that Ilowen was not truly angry, and his last shred of concern dissipated. Potter, are you all right? Ilowen refrained from further reproaching Tabitha. At the very least, she had the sense to conceal what should remain unspoken. I'm perfectly fine. Did you not see the test results? Green as his eyes, beautifully so, Tabitha interjected, her vitality restored. Ilowen did not believe the situation to be so straightforward. They could remove the scars from Harry's body, but the wounds of his heart could only heal with time. He had abruptly learned the truth of his parents' demise and discovered that a foe had been lurking beside him. Ilowen felt a twinge of concern for his mental well-being. I'm just fine. Harry echoed Tabitha's tone, cheerful and lively, appearing untroubled. Yet, he instinctively averted his gaze, avoiding prolonged eye contact with those gray eyes. Ilowen understood and ceased to look at Harry. Well then, that is splendid. This was not a moment for interrogation, nor should answers be extracted through pressure. Harry lowered his gaze, battling an impulse to seize her and confess that he was far from well, yet he restrained himself. Ilowen pointed her wand at Harry. I still advise you to get ample rest. I possess a spell that may be of some assistance. The moment Harry saw the wand aimed at him, he instinctively flinched. This was a reflex honed by Tabitha, precisely the effect she desired. Tabitha stood proudly beside them, her chest puffed out. This was a commendable student she had nurtured. Very vigilant. Excellent. Mad-Eye Moody remarked with a slightly excited tone, hoping that the classes he taught would attain such standards. You may be disappointed then, Professor Moody, Professor Flitwick replied, well aware of the nature of his own students. Harry was undeniably shaped by Tabitha's unique training methods. Such an approach is challenging to replicate, with a large number of students in each class. The professor cannot provide individual attention to everyone. If students were to pair off on their own, the professor would have even more concerns. Would miscast spells endanger other young wizards in different groups? Could excessively powerful spells cause harm? There was also the risk of them recklessly casting real fire and hurling spells indiscriminately. The dueling club in their second year did not achieve the desired outcomes. If Gryffindor and Slytherin were to have a class together, it would not be an exaggeration to say they could blow the classroom, along with the professor, to smithereens. Professor Flitwick discreetly lit a candle for Professor Moody's teaching career. Ilowen had no intention of forcing Harry to rest. She was still inquiring. When she saw Harry evade her, she naturally retracted her wand. Harry, after a brief moment of hesitation, consented. He genuinely needed the assistance of this spell. This time, Ilowen did not use her wand. Instead, she reached out and touched his forehead gently. The spell was mild, only inducing a sense of fatigue, not the kind that would physically incapacitate him. Instantly, a wave of drowsiness washed over Harry. His eyelids felt heavy, and he struggled to keep them open. Yet, he managed to utter one last question. Is it true that Professor Snape has become the headmaster? After that, his body seemed to surrender, tilting to one side. Ilowen interrupted the spell, supporting him against the sofa. Tabitha Harper. Ilowen's voice brimmed with incredulity. Now it's time for accountability. Does she even realize what constitutes the unspeakable? I didn't say anything. I swear it wasn't me. Tabitha was equally perplexed about how Harry had come to know this information, assuring that she had never uttered a word regarding Snape. She was almost ready to extract her own memories to show Ilowen. She was innocent. She had been framed. Ilowen picked up the Daily Prophet from the table. Upon her return, her mind had been elsewhere, but she had just noticed the item on the table. Indeed, there was an article about Snape's appointment as headmaster. Are you joking? Snape is headmaster? Black's excited reaction was not particularly striking amidst the Gryffindor crowd. The young lion struggled to accept this news, and Fred even considered making a mess to celebrate. Fortunately, Percy intervened just in time. Otherwise, the Great Hall might have become uninhabitable for young wizards in short order. Meanwhile, the few silent students in Gryffindor stood out even more. Why are you all so unfazed? Black scanned the room, realizing that only the few young wizards beside him displayed minimal reaction. Ginny also looked at them in astonishment. It's not that big of news, is it? Ron was only surprised for a fleeting moment. Considering the explosive news they had previously encountered, Hogwarts turning into a battleground, Dumbledore's portrait, this seemed trivial. After all, it was merely Snape becoming headmaster, not him becoming the Dark Lord. There was nothing particularly astonishing about it. Neville lowered his head in silence, finding the question difficult to answer, yet he could not muster an expression of shock. Luna began to gaze blankly into the void, her attention drifting to some indiscernible point in the air. Among the four, Hermione exhibited the most composed demeanor. She pushed her food aside and began to sketch and jot down notes in her notebook. Unable to resist, Black leaned over to see what she was writing at that moment. On the postpartum care of mermaids. Black erupted in laughter, fully comprehending the absurdity of the situation. Ever since consuming Snape's potion, the entire world had taken on an abnormality. Illusions. It must be an illusion. He had fallen into Snape's trap. Grabbing a fork from the table, Black plunged it directly into his left hand, certain that illusions would not produce pain. Ouch! It was not an illusion. Ron moved the mushroom soup closer to Black, commenting on how famished Mr. Black appeared, so much so that he had carelessly pricked himself. Black maintained his state of existential doubt, while Luna kindly conjured bandages to wrap his wound. Hermione, feeling guilty, continued to write in her notebook. She had long since placed a charm of secrecy on her notes, so that only she, Luna, Ron, and Neville could discern the true content. Others could merely see a jumble of nonsense. One could only wonder what had so excited Mr. Black. Chapter 57, A Small Surprise. Only Slytherin House was clinking glasses and cheering among the four houses. Malfoy deliberately shouted towards the Gryffindor table, but alas, Weasley was engrossed in conversation with Black, not even glancing in his direction. Instead, his loud voice attracted a disapproving glance from Professor McGonagall. Malfoy quickly withdrew his provocative stance. He was not foolish enough to provoke a student of her house in front of a professor. Zabini refrained from joining the majority in their revelry, choosing instead to observe the professor's expressions. Professor Snape did not appear to be in a particularly jovial mood. In truth, Snape had little reason for joy. Under normal circumstances, it was never his turn to be headmaster. Even with Dumbledore's absence, McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, still ranked ahead of him. Thus, either McGonagall had also perished alongside Dumbledore, or the Dark Lord's influence had grown so formidable after Dumbledore's demise that he had the capacity to appoint a headmaster. Such a bleak prospect left no room for happiness. I scarcely know whether to congratulate you, Severus, McGonagall pondered, her face etched with concern. She wished fervently that she had lived long enough to continue assisting Severus as deputy headmistress. Managing a house and overseeing an entire school were vastly different challenges, and Severus had never ventured into such territory. Merely contending with the Board of Governors was enough to suffocate anyone. Severus, still relatively young, had no idea what trials awaited him. Ilowen plucked a newspaper from the table and pressed it directly against Tabitha's face. How could a newspaper be here? Tabitha exclaimed, her face a canvas of surprise. You're not aware? Ilowen raised an eyebrow, watching her perform. Do you think these papers have learned to apparate? Ahem. Tabitha pressed on with her narrative. Perhaps a certain domestic house elf had inadvertently brought something along while tidying up. A sound of thunder resonated from somewhere in the air. Tabitha's list of grievances successfully expanded. Ilowen chuckled. It was indeed evident that silence could elicit laughter. I genuinely suspect there might be some familial connection between you and Hagrid. Tabitha replied with utmost seriousness. You've uncovered our secret. We are siblings, sharing neither father nor mother, and yet we have never met. The figure on the couch, seemingly lost in slumber, appeared to curl the corners of their lips slightly. What? She is my sister? Hagrid exclaimed, astonished, nearly toppling the entire professor's long table in his surprise. Tonks, her drink splashed halfway across the table, regarded Hagrid with an understanding gaze, as if she had discovered someone even more clumsy than herself. Sit down, Hagrid, Professor Flitwick admonished, using a spell to clean the soup that had splattered over him. Tabitha mentioned a half-sibling. Do pay attention. Hagrid, his neck flushed, repositioned the professor's table back to its rightful place. Tabitha tugged at a strip of the bandages she had used earlier to disguise Harry. Oh, she meant to dress as a mummy. She playfully wrapped a section of the bandage around Ilowen's hand, declaring, a reconciliation ribbon. Once it's on, you mustn't stay angry. Ilowen retaliated by wrapping the bandage around Tabitha's neck, circling it again and again. No, that's not how the reconciliation ribbon works. Tabitha cried out, her voice tinged with mock despair. Ultimately, Ilowen showed mercy and refrained from genuinely hanging Tabitha from the rafters. Tabitha approached, admitting her mistake. I didn't show him that page. He must have caught a glimpse during my flipping through. Huh, if you had shown it to Harry. He wouldn't need to ask me again, Ilowen remarked as she carefully folded the newspaper. By the way, little Harry seems to have realized we've been concealing matters from him. No worries. Oh, you are aware too? Ilowen mused, acknowledging that it was somewhat convoluted. She knew Harry was aware that they had been keeping certain truths hidden. Tabitha scratched her head, feeling as though she was the only one left in the dark. He has always been quite perceptive. Ilowen sighed, adding, moreover, we could never achieve absolute perfection. Their understanding of Harry was not something they could conceal, and Ilowen had no intention of hiding it. Once Harry was sent back, all issues would resolve themselves. So what shall we do? Tabitha naturally left the matter for Ilowen to handle. He won't ask, and you won't mention it. Tabitha, with her keen eyesight, noticed the bow on the hand that hung down from the couch quiver slightly after Ilowen spoke. Energized by the moment, Tabitha eagerly suggested, is there something we could tell him in advance, like that 7 is a number imbued with magic? Ilowen shook her head, patiently explaining, no, although Harry traverses Hogwarts, we cannot guarantee where he will land upon his return or who will accompany him. Such information cannot reside in Harry's mind. His thoughts are already like a sieve, full of holes, and he cannot learn the art of mental closure in such a short time. If he lands in the Albanian forest and encounters, well, he might directly come across the Dark Lord. There is a high probability that this vital information would fall directly into the hands of our enemies. The hope of vanquishing the Dark Lord would be utterly dashed. I can learn. Harry could no longer endure the conversation. The cerebral closure technique was indeed something he could learn. Ilowen turned to him in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, she replayed their previous dialogue in her mind, scrutinizing whether she had inadvertently uttered anything inappropriate. Harry, his eyes half closed, was evidently still grappling with drowsiness, having not quite succumbed to sleep. Ilowen, rarely at a loss for words, stammered, learning that one to be simple. Moreover, you are still young. Practicing too early could harm your mind. Harry opened his mouth, but a yawn escaped before he could speak. Ilowen tugged at his sleeve, noticing how tightly his fingers gripped, turning his knuckles pale as he resisted the effects of the curse through the pain. She cast another spell on him, sending him into a slumber akin to that of an infant. Tabitha patted Ilowen's shoulder, saying, no need to be polite, my half-sister. We should find time to chat with Hagrid. Ilowen, her face taut and her body trembling, struggled to suppress the urge to deliver 2 punches to Tabitha's face. Tabitha chuckled for a while before regaining her composure. If we don't tell Harry anything, can we not change anything? Tabitha inquired. She understood that Ilowen would not resign herself to a future of mutual destruction. Much has already changed beyond our sight, Ilowen replied, her tone not overly grave, as she had contemplated this matter before. Harry's time travel was the most significant alteration. Other events might not unfold as originally intended. However, Dumbledore was still alive at this moment. I believe we can prepare some little surprises for Dumbledore. Upon hearing this, Tabitha's expression shifted to one of realization, and she began rummaging through her small bag. The bag, like Ilowen's, had been enchanted with a stretch charm. Tabitha almost plunged half her body into it. "Oh, I found it," she exclaimed, holding something before Ilowen's eyes. "Here, a little surprise." It was a dismounted eye, once remarkably agile and capable of seeing the wearer's occiput, now lying quietly in Tabitha's palm, no longer moving. Ilowen shut her eyes in anguish. Chapter 58, Unearthed. Dumbledore inadvertently coughed twice. Tabitha's interpretation of surprises was evidently somewhat skewed. Mad-Eye Moody's expression darkened as he recognized what the girl was holding. "My magical eye." Moody did not seem frightened. He admonished, "No need for alarm, Tonks. This merely indicates that I have not been cautious enough." He had anticipated this day, never regretting the path he had chosen. He hoped he was not slain by some nameless minion. A lifetime of caution culminating in a downfall would render him a cautionary tale recounted to all newcomers by other Aurors. Hermione added Moody's name to her ever-expanding list of the deceased. The list grew longer with each entry. The new professor had yet to teach a single class and was abruptly sentenced to death by the light screen. "How did you unearth it?" Ilowen rubbed her temples, feeling a pulsing vein beneath her skin. "Today had brought too many surprises. I unearthed it long ago. It was originally meant to be your surprise. However, after I unearthed it, I inadvertently forgot about it. I recall stating that it was beneath the sturdiest tree with the most resilient branches. How on earth did you discover it?" The sense of despair in Ilowen's voice seemed on the verge of overflowing. "Hee, I excavated it with my own prowess." "Are you a dog?" "Woof woof." Tabitha shamelessly imitated a dog's bark. Frustrated, Ilowen chose silence. "Do not be angry. Surely this is preferable to being nailed to a door. Indeed, I had painstakingly pried it out and buried it. Now that it can be of use, do not be upset. How about considering it a gift?" Dumbledore would surely pay more attention to Moody upon receiving it, Tabitha stated earnestly. Dumbledore's gaze drifted towards his old friend. "Albus, do not direct your attention towards me just yet. Do not stare. You lack the magical eye and cannot discern anything." Moody's gaze remained unwavering, his magical eye capable of detecting Dumbledore's glance from several meters away. Ilowen did indeed find a modicum of validity in Tabitha's words. Yet she recalled the significance of Voldemort's resurrection using Harry's blood. It was imperative to keep an eye on Moody, yet not too early. By the time it was necessary to focus on Moody, Dumbledore himself might no longer be present. Ilowen resolutely shook her head. There was no need to send that eye, as it served no purpose beyond creating chaos. "Albus, should she truly deliver it, remember to give it to me. I shall wear them interchangeably." Moody jested with Dumbledore in good spirits. "I will certainly remember." The oppressive atmosphere at the professor's table dissipated. "What a pity." Tabitha returned the magical eye to her bag. "If we are not sending this, then what shall we offer?" "A ring, one cursed with dark magic." As Ilowen spoke, her voice dipped, aware that Dumbledore would recognize the curse. Yet the temptation of wearing such a ring would be irresistible. Tabitha suddenly realized that this might indeed be a splendid idea. Having received a similar ring beforehand, Dumbledore would not fall for it again. Great idea. Yet, it still seems fraught with peril. The ring is not what matters. It is the stone. It need not take the form of a ring, as long as it possesses that stone and the curse, allowing Dumbledore to be ensnared once more. Tabitha seemed to recall something, rummaging through the small bag at Ilowen's side. With a spell, she levitated an opal necklace onto the table. The opal was set in an ornate base, dazzling under the illumination. Dumbledore had never seen that stone. How about inscribing a mark on this necklace to disguise it? Ilowen silently produced a living mouse intended for potion experiments, allowing it to roam freely on the table. Upon contact with the opal necklace, the mouse fell lifeless without a sound. Did she truly believe that gifting this necklace to another posed no issue? Neville observed the necklace's power, his heart racing. One might wonder if Ilowen had spent too long with Tabitha and had been assimilated. Ron, likewise incredulous, questioned the difference between gifting a cursed necklace and presenting Professor Moody with his eye. Moody could not help but remind Dumbledore, "Remain vigilant, Albus. How could one knowingly adorn oneself with something cursed?" It appears that the headmaster has been rather oblivious to such awareness. Severus Snape, standing beside the headmaster, mocked him, daring to handle the alchemical artifact they encountered for the first time. Minerva McGonagall made no effort to rescue Dumbledore from his predicament. Indeed, he ought to engage in some serious self-reflection. Dumbledore, with a bittersweet smile, expressed his gratitude to the two professors for their concern. Only he knew the true nature of that stone, the Resurrection Stone, one of the deathly hallows he had relentlessly pursued yet never obtained. This revelation could lend clarity to his demise. The artifact had long been in Voldemort's possession, fortified by a powerful curse. During his pursuit of Voldemort, he had inadvertently come across this relic and had been unwittingly cursed. It was likely one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Otherwise, The rationale behind Voldemort's curse upon the Deathly Hallow would remain inexplicable. Dumbledore could surmise the total number of Horcruxes. Recalling Tabitha's cryptic words, 7 is a number imbued with magic. This quantity caused him a twinge of headache. Ilowen gazed intently at Tabitha. I trust our objective is not to hasten his demise by several years, is it? Aha! Tabitha chuckled awkwardly, asserting that such a formidable wizard must be dealt with through the most potent means. Please, refrain from adopting the villain's perspective. I'm accustomed to it. I shall promptly conjure a milder curse. No need. Ilowen declined Tabitha's offer, asserting that her mere abstention from meddling was the greatest assistance she could provide. The luminous barrier dimmed. Dumbledore implored Moody to recommend to Fudge that the Ministry of Magic dispatch Aurors to the Albanian forest in search of traces of Voldemort's lingering soul. Previously, they refrained from pursuing Voldemort due to uncertainty regarding his escape direction and the number of Horcruxes scattered about, influenced by prophecy. He had always believed that only Harry could vanquish Voldemort. Now that the first two questions had been resolved, Dumbledore intended to first contain Voldemort's residual soul before gradually addressing the Horcruxes. Even if Fudge were to disagree, Dumbledore was prepared to convene a few old friends to carry out this plan in secrecy. He returned to the Great Hall when it was void of occupants. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he shared an inseparable bond with the castle. He sensed that the luminous barrier, since its arrival in the hall, had become part of Hogwarts itself. It had been drawing magical energy from the very alchemical array of Hogwarts. A substantial influx of magic flowed in, yet the barrier showed no signs of alteration. He had once contemplated removing the barrier. Through his authority as headmaster, he could accomplish many things, commanding ghosts, directing portraits, and operating within the castle. Yet this particular aspect of the barrier eluded his jurisdiction, as though its ownership belonged to another. Chapter 59, Felix Felicis. Hello, George, Fred. Hermione encountered the two as she made her way to the library. Why do you both look so fatigued? Having grown familiar with them during their joint pursuit of Peter Pettigrew, she naturally inquired upon witnessing their disheveled state. This opened the floodgates for Fred and George to express their grievances. Just take a look at the mud stains on our robes. Fred lifted a corner of George's robe to show Hermione the extent of their plight. Since we'd learned of Harry's uncertain return, he has significantly increased our Quidditch training sessions. George's voice carries a hint of fatigue, suggesting the long hours you've all been practicing. Hermione noted that the marks on the robes had nearly dried. But isn't this supposed to be your year? Fred sighed deeply. This year still belongs to Wood. He shows no mercy. By the way, Hermione, shouldn't you be heading to the Great Hall by now? After glancing around, Hermione replied, I am seated at the Gryffindor long table. As for you, if you linger any longer, you might truly miss out. Hermione watched as the Weasley brothers dashed away, their figures disappearing between the stairs. Harry had peacefully slumbered through the entire morning, awakened by the enticing aroma of food. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Tabitha fanning a bowl of cheese soup in his direction. He remained sprawled on the couch. Ah, you are finally awake, Tabitha remarked, pausing her actions. If you don't wake up soon, you'll miss your meal. Harry recalled the events prior to his slumber with a sense of urgency, scanning the room for Ilowen. As their conversation had yet to conclude, Tabitha gently pressed his shoulder, urging him to look behind. There, at the potions workstation, was Ilowen, diligently engaged in her tasks. Both cauldrons are nearing completion. She is quite busy. You should eat first, Harry. Tabitha served him a bowl of cheese soup, assuring him, do not worry, she won't disappear. What potion is she brewing? Harry had long contemplated this question, but to avoid disturbing Ilowen, he lowered his voice to inquire of Tabitha. Excitedly, Tabitha called out to Ilowen. He asked, I knew he would have questions before the potion was ready. It's not bottled yet, I win. Without turning her head, Ilowen's small bag opened on its own, releasing a petite vial of potion that gracefully floated to rest before Tabitha. The potion shimmered a golden hue. Swirling as it hung in the air, the viscous liquid clinging to the crystal walls of the vial, slowly cascading down. It resembled honey in its thick consistency, with tiny luminous specks evenly dispersed within. It's Felix Felicis. Hermione recognized the potion. The lucky potion bestows good fortune upon its drinker. Luna's description was more straightforward. Hermione was like a walking encyclopedia, a fact Ron had known for quite some time. Yet, Luna, a year their junior, also possessed such an impressive reservoir of knowledge. Ron admitted feeling somewhat diminished, but upon seeing Neville's equally bewildered expression, he felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness I have you by my side, my good friend. Did you place any bets, Harry? What remains unclear? This vial of potion is evidently the wager. Everyone gets a share. Tabitha summoned an empty crystal vial, filling half of it and thrusting it into Harry's hands. Harry understood that Tabitha's decisions were seldom swayed, and he opted not to waste time trying to persuade her. He examined the potion in his grasp, its color unlike any he had encountered before, beautiful, resembling melted gold. This was Felix Felicis' liquid luck. A single sip could grant a day of fortune. It sounded like an incredibly useful potion, and Harry wished to secure it safely, as carrying it on his person felt rather precarious. As Tabitha pondered, she presented a small bag, reminiscent of the ones she and Ilowen carried. Harry, suppressing his excitement, accepted it, having long been curious about the seemingly boundless capacity of their bags. He plunged his arm into the depths of the bag and, indeed, discovered its spaciousness. It wasn't until he had inserted half his arm that he encountered a shelf. Upon the shelf sat various bottles, and without hesitation, he retrieved one, which turned out to be a universal antidote, thoughtfully labeled. "We have placed some commonly used potions inside," Tabitha explained, noting that the shelf was enchanted with a stability charm, ensuring that whatever was on it would remain undisturbed, no matter how the bag was jostled. Following her instructions, Harry placed the half-empty bottle of Felix Felicis back on the shelf. Why the long face? Noticing Harry's unusual demeanor, Tabitha moved closer to inquire. "You need not conceal anything from me, Tabitha," Harry replied calmly. "Huh," Tabitha responded, puzzled. Ilowen, at the workbench, slowed her movements slightly. "I've come to understand that you have been teaching me wilderness survival skills all along." Harry gave Tabitha a reassuring look. The intensity of his gaze caused her heart to skip a beat. "You already know," she murmured. "Yes," Harry's tone grew somber. "Indeed. I will be accompanying my godfather on hunting expeditions in the wild, won't I?" Tabitha stifled the words that nearly escaped her lips, terrified at the thought that Harry truly grasped the wilderness survival experiences that awaited him. Ilowen resumed her potion making with a renewed sense of calm. "Ha ha ha ha," Tabitha laughed, teasing Harry. "How could you think that?" Harry's expression turned bewildered. "Isn't it so? Sirius is a wanted man. Where would he take me to stay? Moreover, without capturing Peter, there's no way to clear my godfather's name." Blake, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly cried as he vigorously patted Remus on the back. "Remus, look, Harry would rather hunt than live without me." Remus, unable to evade the enthusiastic pats, could only soothe him. "Yes, I heard that. What a wonderful boy," Blake sniffled. Snape, distancing himself by moving his chair further away, felt the air was thick with foolishness. He believed that staying there for another second would diminish his intelligence by half. Meanwhile, as Tabitha chuckled, she explained to Harry that his godfather was, in fact, quite wealthy. Even if the Ministry of Magic did not restore his reputation, the properties he inherited would remain unchanged. Harry, feeling a flush of embarrassment, shielded his rosy cheeks with a cushion. It was too awkward. He had even contemplated capturing some creature for Hedwig as an owl treat. To ease the tension, Harry grabbed a sausage roll from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. The burning sensation quickly spread through his mouth like wildfire. He took a large bite, but it was too much to swallow. He puffed his cheeks and sought out water. As he washed away the heat with water, Harry curiously asked, "Why is the food so spicy today?" He wasn't being picky. It was just that the spiciness had exceeded edible limits. Tabitha, feeling a twinge of guilt, touched her face and replied, "I may have inadvertently offended the chef. Would you like to sample something else? This table has a delightful array of flavors: sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty." It turns out he was merely an innocent party. Harry, with his eyes drooping, regarded her and remarked, "I believe it was exceedingly wise for Ilowen to consume that potion." Chapter 60, Harry. Harry accompanied Tabitha as they partook of a somewhat peculiar lunch. Throughout the meal, he endeavored to organize his thoughts. Tabitha helped him dismiss one hypothesis. He did not require wilderness survival skills merely to evade the Ministry of Magic's pursuit alongside his godfather. This was the most logical yet mild of his absurd conjectures. Tabitha explained the state of Sirius's finances, indicating that even if he were wanted, he would not descend to the level of surviving in the wilderness. However, she glossed over the most pressing question: why was she imparting this knowledge to him? Furthermore, as a seventh-year student yet to graduate from Hogwarts, how did she possess such extensive knowledge of survival skills? This could not be simply attributed to a casual interest. Harry had witnessed Tabitha's deftness in butchering animals. She executed the tasks of hunting, lighting fires, and boiling water entirely with spells. At that moment, Harry felt utterly useless. It was evident that Tabitha was not a novice in the kitchen. She was remarkably proficient. The inconsistency lay in the fact that there was no designated cooking space within the tent. They had completed these tasks outside. Tabitha had even borrowed the pot from Ilowen and scavenged for spices within the tent. Everything suggested she was not accustomed to regular cooking. Later, Ilowen had offered him a bottle of potion that ensured satiety. This led him to surmise that they had relied on potions for sustenance for quite some time. But from whence did Tabitha acquire her experience? Although Harry had not undergone his 7th year, he was acquainted with Percy Weasley, Ron's elder brother, who had once served as the head boy of Gryffindor and was now the male president of the student council. He was certain that Percy, unlike Tabitha, was not adept in such practical life skills. Percy often showcased himself in the roles of head boy or student council president. He dedicated some of his time to assisting professors in maintaining student order, yet more frequently, Harry observed him in the library, tackling his heavy academic workload. These assignments certainly did not encompass the art of cooking a deer. The Care of Magical Creatures class was not designed to teach how to turn them into a delectable dish. Had Tabitha dared to engage in barbecuing in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid would undoubtedly have placed her at the top of the list of those forbidden to enter. Harry was well aware of Hagrid's protective nature towards his harmless little creatures. At Hogwarts, young wizards were not required to prepare their own meals, rendering the source of Tabitha's experience even more suspect. Harry had only dined on her creations a few times. When mealtime arrived, the food would simply appear on the table. He had never witnessed the process of its preparation. Yet as he savored the dishes, he felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia, as though he were returning to Hogwarts. Initially, he speculated that Ilowen had prepared it. Fearing that he might upset the shy Ilowen with his inquiry, he had suppressed this thought for a considerable time. Now, upon realizing that a house elf resided within the tent, Harry surmised that it must be the true chef behind their meals. Ilowen finds even mealtime an unwelcome distraction, so how could she possibly devote time to cooking? She perpetually appears engrossed, often clutching a book in her hands. This holiday, as she claims, is being utilized for academic pursuits. Indeed, one can observe Ilowen brewing potions. But what constitutes Tabitha's scholarly endeavors? Herbalism within the confines of their tent? That seems more a pastime than a rigorous study. Harry is fairly certain that this is merely Ilowen's pretext, for the holiday appears excessively prolonged. It is evident that Ilowen and her companions have resided here for some time, as indicated by the traces of life within the tent and Tabitha's extensive wilderness survival experience, which surpasses that of an average 7th-year student. Nonetheless, Ilowen has promised Harry that if no changes occur within 2 months, she shall reach out to a professor on his behalf. The longest holiday at Hogwarts spans a mere 2 months during the summer. Harry remains uncertain of the weather conditions in the Albanian forest. He cannot ascertain whether it is indeed summer based solely on the climate. He can only infer from their duration in the forest that the situation is not as straightforward as a mere holiday. On the day he learned of his predicament, he had suggested to Ilowen the idea of writing a letter to Professor Dumbledore. Ilowen had vehemently scolded him in that moment, leaving Harry somewhat apprehensive during their subsequent interactions. However, upon getting to know Ilowen better, Harry realized that her reaction that day was profoundly atypical. She typically enjoys employing whimsical metaphors for satire. Yet she is not one prone to anger. While she may lose patience, she does not chase after individuals to berate them as she had done on that occasion. Reflecting on her words that day, they seem to emanate from someone harboring considerable bias against Harry Potter. It is certain that such a person would lack true understanding of him. He does not act recklessly due to his fame. The only individual Harry can think of who harbors such prejudice is Snape. Ilowen, however, does not possess such bias. She understands his temperament and must know that her words would provoke him. Yet, she chose to imitate Snape's tone and utter those remarks deliberately. Ilowen, who knows him best, is aware of far more piercing words she could have employed, words that are not mere fabrications, but rather absurdities that would only elicit ridicule. She refrained from using those, instead opting to divert the conversation. Harry's thoughts drifted to the newspaper, announcing Professor Snape's ascension to headmaster. What of Professor Dumbledore? Could Ilowen's attempt to change the subject stem from her inability to contact him? Moreover, while she agreed to assist in finding a professor, she never specified which one. Could it be that she herself is uncertain of whom she can reach? Harry feels that something significant must have transpired at Hogwarts. Something grave enough to prevent young witches and wizards from returning. Is Ilowen's mention of 2 months merely a stalling tactic? Or does she genuinely believe that matters will resolve themselves in that time frame? Harry remains in the dark, hoping fervently for a favorable turn of events. As Harry's knowledge expanded, he began to comprehend why the 2 upper-class women refrained from directly divulging certain matters to him. He found himself torn between a fervent desire to uncover the truth and a profound fear that the reality might be unbearable. The 2 upper-class women diligently safeguarded his normal existence, determined to prevent events yet to unfold from affecting him. In his contemplative state, Harry once again felt the warmth of Ilowen's affection. Her love enveloped him in a shroud of mist, intertwined with prickly thorns, revealing only glimpses through the minutiae, existing in a gentle manner, unnoticed by others. Chapter 61, The Wolf's Bane Potion. Tap, tap. Tabitha rapped her knuckles on the surface before Harry. Why are you sitting there in a daze, clutching a bowl? Harry's disquiet was all too evident, even to Tabitha. He snapped back to reality, replying, It's nothing. I was just pondering how you managed to offend the cook. These dishes are surprisingly well-crafted, yet oddly flavored. Spicy sausage rolls, sweet and sour cheese soup, and bitter melon pudding are all such bizarre combinations. Tabitha sighed at the mention, recalling her intention to toss the pot away in frustration, not foreseeing the repercussions that would follow. Her silence spoke volumes. Even house elves could not be controlled. If this were one of my family's servants, Malfoy remarked to his companion, it would have been sent off with a piece of clothing long ago. Draco refrained from mocking Gryffindor, having received a letter from home. His father instructed him to delay dealing with Hagrid's beast. Draco was uncertain why his father had made such a decision, yet he had already declared the beast's banishment to his peers. He had boasted to the Gryffindors that his father would undoubtedly eliminate the creature and rid them of Professor Hagrid. To safeguard his pride, he resolved to avoid provoking the Weasleys until everyone had forgotten his earlier words. His companions, however, had different ideas. Crabbe and Goyle habitually echoed Malfoy's sentiments, eagerly taking on the task of provoking Gryffindor. Indeed, some families might be so impoverished they've never encountered a house elf, Ron retorted, his face flushed. Since the first day at Hogwarts, Malfoy had relentlessly harped on the state of Ron's family, prompting Ron to retaliate. What are they arguing about? Ron observed with intrigue. Malfoy delivered a punch to each of his followers. Although his strength could not sway the two hefty boys, the gesture conveyed a clear message that silenced them. Neville quietly observed, catching Malfoy's fierce glare directed at him and Ron. Uncertain of Malfoy's motives, Neville concluded that it was certainly not an act of support. Harry, disregarding Tabitha, turned his attention to another occupant of the tent. Ilowen was staring impassively at the contents of a potion bottle, comparing it to a book. Seemingly engrossed in her task, the two vials continued to emit steam, their stoppers not secured. Judging by their appearance, both vials contained the same potion, one a deep brown and the other a lighter hue. In a moderate tone, Harry inquired of Tabitha, "What is Ilowen up to? Is there an issue with the potion?" Tabitha, exhibiting a bolder demeanor than Harry, replied, "Oh, could it be that she has failed?" Her voice was devoid of any sorrow for Ilowen's recent efforts turning to naught, instead brimming with anticipation. Harry believed that if Ilowen had indeed caused an explosion in the cauldron during her failure, Tabitha might very well celebrate by hunting a few deer. Harry found himself admitting that he too was beginning to feel curious, echoing Tabitha's words. "Oh, surely not. Ilowen wouldn't produce a failure." The two engaged in their conversation, oblivious to their surroundings. Ilowen was drawn from her contemplative state by the chattering of the two like little birds. She overheard their talk of failures and mistakes. Before they could reach the topic of the exploded cauldron, Ilowen interjected. "There is indeed a problem. One potion is imperfect due to the timing of the ingredient addition." She did not attribute the cause to being distracted by Harry's comments. In potion making, only the outcome matters. A mistake is a mistake, regardless of any reasoning that might be offered. Tabitha firmly placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, adopting a didactic tone as she earnestly advised, "Remember, even the divine can err." Harry regarded Tabitha with a sympathetic gaze, noticing Ilowen retrieving her wand. Once again, Tabitha had become a silent cat. To avoid losing his own ability to speak, Harry pointed to the potion on the table. "I still do not know what this is." "It's Wolfsbane potion," Ilowen explained. "It alleviates the pain for werewolves during their transformation." "May I ask, who is this for?" Harry sensed that no one in the tent seemed to require it. Ilowen was merely waiting for his question. "For you?" Harry's mouth fell open. Had it been Tabitha who said so, he would have dismissed it as a jest. But it was Ilowen speaking. Why would he need Wolfsbane potion? Ilowen allowed him to ponder for a moment before revealing the continuation. "This year, you may have the opportunity to dance with a werewolf under the moonlight." He forgot to take his potion. "The Wolfsbane potion is for you to use for your own safety at the appropriate moment." Snape's cold gaze swept over Lupin. This school would not harbor another werewolf. And Ilowen was referring to him. Forgetting to take his potion? Such carelessness put everyone at the school at risk. "With all due respect, headmaster, should we really keep such a person in the school?" Lupin was filled with guilt and unease. His chance to teach at the school was a result of the headmaster's special consideration, and he felt he had betrayed that trust. Black defended Lupin. "He is safe. And this incident has not occurred, has it? Who knows if that Slytherin is lying?" Almost forgetting about him, Black continued. "Headmaster, I believe you recall someone who exhibited a talent for murder during their school years, right? Such a person is not to be trusted." Snape sought to expel both canines from the school. "Fool," he spat. Dumbledore intervened, restraining the two before they could engage in a physical altercation. Fortunately, he had employed a silencing charm at the first sign of conflict. Otherwise, their quarrel would have echoed throughout the entire school. "We certainly do not hold anyone accountable for events that have yet to transpire, Severus." Before the triumphant expression of Black could fully manifest, Dumbledore interjected, "Sirius, if you do not temper your exuberance, it is likely that everyone will uncover Remus's little secret, and at that juncture, I may have no choice but to dismiss him." They fell momentarily silent. "Are there werewolves at school?" Harry exhaled in relief, having previously pondered whether he might transform into a werewolf himself. Tabitha, now reverted to her human form, answered the query. "Indeed, indeed." Harry detected an urgency in her expression, as if urging him to inquire further, yet instinctively sensed that something was amiss. What mischief had Tabitha concocted this time? "Do I know that werewolf?" "Yes, yes." The intensity of her gaze unnerved Harry, and he longed to conclude this torment. "Please, just tell me, Tabitha. I can handle whatever it is." Tabitha rapidly divulged a lengthy revelation. "Not only do you know that werewolf, but you share an extraordinary bond." You have a child together. Harry's immediate reaction was to glance at Ilowen, who wore a contemplative expression and then nodded. Yes, you have a child. Chapter 62. The Child. The Great Hall of Hogwarts erupted at the utterance of this revelation. In that moment, the clattering of countless forks against silver plates resonated throughout the chamber. The notion that Harry Potter has a child with a werewolf was far more sensational than the mere existence of a werewolf within Hogwarts. The hall was instantly filled with fervent discussions among the students. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students engaged in heated debates regarding the reproductive isolation between werewolves and humans. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students remained uncharacteristically silent, too stunned to react. Even Draco seemed at a loss for words. By Merlin's beard, Ron exclaimed, his voice trembling, Harry, you truly have courage. His speech faltered, as if his vocal cords had malfunctioned, and his words came out in fits and starts. His declaration met with a moment of silence. Ginny let out a sharp gasp upon hearing the news, subsequently burying her face in her arms, obscuring her expression. Neville wore an expression caught between confusion and dazedness, clearly struggling to comprehend the situation. Luna's smile appeared enigmatic as she gazed toward the professors, lost in her thoughts. Hermione's countenance reflected the utmost shock, akin to someone who had just learned of a failing exam score. She fixated on her notes, murmuring to herself, no, he isn't that kind of person. I must trust him. Perhaps it wasn't a romance at Hogwarts. Perhaps there are other werewolves. Perhaps. After Professor Snape took over a defense against the dark arts class from Professor Lupin, Hermione meticulously consulted the lunar calendar. She noted that Lupin's numerous absences coincided with the full moon, and recalled Neville's observation of mysterious scars on his hands. From these details, Hermione deduced Professor Lupin's true nature, yet she chose not to disclose this information to others, believing it to be a matter of his privacy. She had once held an unwavering belief in Professor Lupin, yet now her faith had wavered. Can two wizards conceive a child? Hermione asked Ron, her gaze vacant and her tone hollow. Ron, perceiving that Hermione was reeling from the shocking news, gently reassured her, of course not. Hermione, you must be a bit disoriented. Here, have a cup of peppermint ginger tea. It's impossible. A loud crash echoed from the professor's table. Black was tugging fiercely at his half-long hair. The combination of words, werewolf, Harry, child, struck him like a devastating blow. His eyes glazed over as he clutched Dumbledore's hand, mechanically arguing, this cannot be. Remus, he is James's friend. How could he? Snape, devoid of any inclination to mock the drowning man, unconsciously resorted to his mental shielding. McGonagall and Sprout were engaged in a whispered discussion, occasionally casting glances at the enchanted screen and then at Lupin. Hagrid, meanwhile, offered Lupin heartfelt congratulations. Lupin, at a loss, stared at his plate, unable to respond to such well wishes. He had never contemplated starting a family. With his condition, how could he burden another? Moreover, the age gap between him and Harry was substantial. If only he wasn't seriously contemplating this. He immediately scattered all thoughts in his mind, insisting, no, this cannot happen. Dumbledore found one of his hands firmly grasped by Sirius, and despite several attempts to extricate himself, Sirius was oblivious to the chaos around him. Dumbledore had no choice but to employ a spell for his own release. As he surveyed the disarrayed hall, Dumbledore sighed wearily, contemplating that perhaps it would not be unwise to allow Severus to assume the role of headmaster ahead of schedule. Harry had initially believed himself adequately prepared to accept the prospect of becoming a werewolf. However, a child? That was too distant from his current reality. A notion he had never entertained. The child wouldn't be a werewolf, would it? Harry asked, his brow furrowed with concern. He bore no prejudice against werewolves. He merely feared that if the child inherited the werewolf traits at birth, their future would be fraught with difficulty. Harry did not wish to be an irresponsible parent. If werewolf traits were hereditary, he would certainly refrain from having children in the future. No, that child would be perfectly healthy, Ilowen informed Harry, explaining that werewolves expand their kin through bites. Harry felt a weight lift from his heart. In his moment of relaxation, he did not even notice the smile creeping onto his face. Tabitha, intrigued by Harry's thoughts, inquired, Harry, I thought you would feel uneasy? Indeed. Harry had felt a twinge of anxiety, yet he was more overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of having a family. I will have a child of family. Although the child's mother has some furry little quirks, we will surely love each other, and nothing could be more delightful. A glimmer of light sparkled in Harry's eyes. Mother. Ha 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 ha. Black collapsed onto the table in laughter at that remark. The mere connection of Remus and the word mother left him unable to contain himself. He truly resembles his father, does he not? Lupin mused. Ron, too, was swept up in Harry's visions, exclaiming, perhaps I could be the child's godfather. Hermione's lips quivered as if they had been struck by a spasm. Upon witnessing Harry's elation, Ilowen refrained from mentioning that he was her godson, allowing him to remain in his blissful misunderstanding. After all, once he learned that Lupin was a werewolf, he would surely comprehend that the child was not born of them. Tabitha felt a slight twinge of regret for not witnessing Harry's breakdown. Harry, in high spirits, awaited Ilowen as she meticulously sketched in her notes. Ilowen, we have yet to conclude our conversation, Harry lamented. He had been incapacitated by Ilowen's spell, abruptly halting their dialogue. Ilowen, unfazed, closed her notebook and adopted a contemplative pose. Is that so? Potter, you mustn't be drifting into slumber, surely. Have we reverted to addressing each other by our surnames? Harry was acutely aware that everything preceding his slumber was not mere illusion. He had indeed heard their conversation, particularly Ilowen consistently referring to him as Harry. Why did she change upon his awakening? Ilowen feigned ignorance of his query. Regarding the mind closure technique, I require a more cautious approach. You may begin by practicing to clear your mind each night before sleep. Clear my mind. Harry was captivated by Ilowen's words, momentarily forgetting his earlier question. To discard all thoughts, to refrain from contemplation and reminiscence, rendering the mind a blank slate. This was the foundational training for the mind closure technique, devoid of any incantations. It was entirely safe. Do not assume this is a trivial task. The most challenging thing for a person is to govern their own mind. All right, I shall practice diligently. Harry earnestly replied to Ilowen. What shall we learn today? Chapter 63, Apparition. Hermione had only discovered in the library that the mind closure technique's function was to prevent others from probing into the secrets held within one's mind. The methods of training for it were sealed within the restricted section, inaccessible without a professor's note. Hermione resolved to begin clearing her mind before sleep. Perhaps there would come a time when she would need to employ the mind closure technique. So what shall we learn today? Harry inquired of Ilowen. As per their plan to continue with potions class, he had already delayed for an entire morning and wished to make up for the missed lessons in the afternoon. This time, it was Tabitha who answered him, having darted over. Today is a special class. Tabitha mysteriously informed Harry, we are not staying here. Since his arrival, Harry had not ventured beyond the confines of the Albanian forest. Upon grasping Tabitha's hint, he felt a surge of excitement. Tabitha nudged the seated Harry, urging, hurry back and fetch your broom. This was almost a clear indication that today would be a flying lesson. However, Harry hesitated. He did not glance at Ilowen, knowing full well she would not be the one to teach him how to fly. This lesson should rightfully belong to Tabitha. Yet, was this not contrary to their original plan? Harry questioned Tabitha, I still have much to learn. In comparison, flying seems to be the skill I require the least training in. How could you think in such a manner? Oliver Wood exclaimed, rising from his seat. This is utterly misguided. Flying requires extensive practice to ensure one's mastery. Wood not only directed his focus towards the screen, but also cast a scrutinizing glance at his teammates to ensure they were devoid of such foolish notions. Fred and George averted their gazes, clearly intimidated by Wood, who, at that moment, exuded a greater sense of pressure than Percy. They had no desire to be compelled to fly another lap. Flying is of no consequence. Tabitha asserted with grave seriousness. It was one of the most effective means of escape prior to reaching adulthood. The notion of escape seemed to slip from Tabitha's lips with a casualness that belied its significance. Following her guidance, Harry retrieved the flying broom and stowed it in his bag. No wonder they had gifted him this bag today. It was about to prove its worth. How do we get there? Harry pondered, having failed to locate a fireplace within the tent. Surely, they could not be expected to fly there. It was not as though they could take a night bus through the forest. Unless the bus could navigate the treetops, passage was impossible. Harry, in truth, was quite eager for a long-distance flight. His only concern was whether Ilowen would manage it comfortably. Tabitha suddenly realized that Harry remained unaware of certain wizarding modes of transportation. However, her patience for explanation was thin, and she literally tossed Harry to Ilowen. The act of being thrown through the air left Harry astonished. Ilowen, accustomed to Tabitha's occasional whims, deftly caught Harry with a spell and returned him to solid ground. Wizards do not solely rely on fireplaces for travel. More common methods include apparition and portkeys. Apparition allows the spellcaster and those in contact with them to be transported to any location that has not been bewitched against such a spell. This technique is reserved for adult wizards, who must pass an examination to obtain a license. Mastering this spell is no easy feat. Misuse can lead to dismemberment, and there are occasional mishaps where individuals find themselves in disarray. Thus, it is not the preferred method for everyday travel. Portkeys, on the other hand, are fixed-point transportation devices imbued with magic, causing anyone who touches them to be transported to a designated location. They function similarly to the Flu network, ensuring a stable and secure transfer. The experience is akin to feeling a hook latch onto one's navel, whisking one away to their destination. Such devices are frequently employed for the transportation of personnel during grand events. You have yet to experience either method. You may choose how to proceed, she stated. Harry noted that Ilowen muttered Mortalis during her speech, causing the feather quill in her hand to emit a soft, blue glow. That is illegal, Percy remarked. Watching Ilowen casually conjure an illicit portkey, his pupils trembling in disbelief. Had she not perused the regulations on the use and misuse of portkeys? Well said, Percy. Fred chimed in, often the voice of reason against Percy's stern demeanor. Though it seemed the Ministry of Magic had no means to sniff out such transgressions deep within the forest. Indeed, if one were to be pedantic, the undetectable extension charm is also prohibited for private use. George elongated his words, yet everyone seems to be employing it in secret. George's voice was far from soft, prompting a few nearby Ravenclaws to nervously clutch their bags. Alas, despite its illegality, the charm proved exceedingly useful. Carrying such a multitude of books each day proved to be quite inconvenient. Hermione noticed their behavior and, with curiosity, inquired of Luna, "Is it true that so many from Ravenclaw are secretly employing the undetectable extension charm?" She too found herself tempted to imbue her bag with this enchantment, as the expanded space would allow her to carry a greater number of tomes. Luna shook her head, her tone calm. "I am not privy to any more information on this than you are. You are my closest friends here at Hogwarts." Neville, having failed to intercept Hermione's prior question, subtly gestured for her to change the subject while Luna spoke. He was more attuned to Luna's predicament. The students of their house were not particularly fond of this peculiar girl. On several occasions, Neville had witnessed Luna walking barefoot, her shoes hidden away by others. Though Luna claimed it was the work of magical creatures, Neville knew better. No magical beast would consistently steal items from just one individual. Hermione discerned Neville's expression and skillfully redirected the conversation towards the large-mouthed spherical fish Luna had once mentioned, a creature that only Luna believed to exist. Doubt stirred within Hermione. Students from the same house typically shared a close bond. The older Gryffindors frequently imparted knowledge and experiences to the younger witches and wizards in the common room. Perhaps the professor's moods had shifted today, or perhaps it was a technique to avoid Professor Snape's scrutiny in potions class, or even some academic assistance. Regardless, the situation where Luna seemed to know none of her housemates was decidedly unusual. Hermione became acutely aware of her oversight regarding her friend and resolved to learn more about Luna. Surely, Neville understood her better, and Hermione decided to interrogate him upon their return to the common room. After some contemplation, Harry chose apparition. Since the portkey was a more common means of wizardly travel, he believed he would have the opportunity to experience it in the future. He yearned to explore all forms of transportation. It seemed more challenging to find someone willing to guide him through apparition than it was to arrange a portkey. He was unconcerned about the potential for Ilowen and her companions to accidentally splinch him during the process. He held great confidence in their abilities. I choose apparition. Chapter 64, Ron's Brothers. A student so small attempting apparition? And to bring Harry along. Black became visibly anxious, squirming in his seat. Lupin, I suggest you borrow some insect repellent from Hagrid, Snape said sincerely. Severus? Lupin replied, puzzled. I do not have any plants that require such treatment. No. It seems your dog has acquired fleas. A defensive growl emanated from Black's throat, reminiscent of a creature prepared to defend itself. Tabitha had already arrived at their destination ahead of Ilowen and the others. She moved with grace, while Ilowen, tasked with bringing along someone inexperienced in apparition, had much more to consider. Ilowen instructed Harry to grasp her arm tightly, and she held on to him just as firmly. Remember, do not let go. 3, 2, 1. With that, she spun in place with Harry. He felt an intense compressive force, as though he were being squeezed into a rubber tube. He felt as though the arm in his hand was about to slip from his grasp, prompting him to clutch it more tightly. The scene before him became blurred, and his vision plunged into a fleeting darkness. Once he liberated himself from the discomfort in his body, the first thing he noticed was the sound of waves crashing against the rocky cliffs nearby, accompanied by distant roars of some creature. The briny scent was swept towards him by the sea breeze. Harry realized he was on an island, rather than the flat, open expanse he had envisioned as suitable for flight training. He gazed into the distance. The ocean stretched endlessly, its depths revealing a dark green hue. The island's periphery was strewn with jagged rocks, with scant signs of vegetation. Among the stones lay partially obscured the remarkably large remains of some creatures, attracting seabirds to alight there. The closer he ventured to the island's core, the denser the vegetation became. Unlike the towering trees of the Albanian forest, this island was adorned with low-growing plants, their leaves broad and lush. Shadows circled high in the sky, and a few of them detached from the group, visibly growing larger as they approached. Tabitha rose from a rock, noisily making her way towards the two. You're too slow. I've been waiting for you forever. Yet Harry had no time to heed Tabitha. The shadows flew with astonishing speed, and soon he could discern what they were. He pointed behind Tabitha. Look out. The creature descended directly towards her position. Harry felt compelled to draw his wand, but against such a colossal beast, none of the spells he had learned seemed capable of addressing the imminent peril. The monster loomed like a black cloud, its winged spikes quivering violently as it dove. It crashed heavily behind Tabitha, its formidable claws mere feet from her. A powerful gust swept past Harry, carrying sand and small stones, stinging his cheeks. All he could hear was the howling wind and the thunderous pounding of his own heart. Welcome to Dragon Island, Tabitha exclaimed, raising her arms and seeking refuge in the shadow beneath the dragon, which obligingly unfurled its massive wings. Oh, Merlin! A chorus of wizards in the hall collectively called upon Merlin, with a few even adding new garments to his wardrobe. Draco Malfoy's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the shimmering screen. That's a dragon. How infuriating. What kind of luck does Potter have to encounter dragons every time? What a massive creature. It must be an adult dragon, Ron speculated, though it appeared oddly familiar. Perhaps you've seen it in a book. That's a Norwegian Ridgeback. Hermione discerned from its spiny wings. I couldn't have seen it in a book. Ron suddenly felt a dull ache in his fingers. Hermione, why don't you recall why you researched dragons? Hermione's eyes widened. It was in first year, for Hagrid's dragon. What a coincidence. Hagrid's dragon was also a Norwegian Ridgeback. Noble Hagrid tenderly called out to the dragon, inhaling deeply. It was truly delightful to see him in such robust health, even through the shimmering barrier. Oh, Hagrid, have you already named her upon your first encounter? Tonks teased Hagrid. Suddenly, McGonagall recalled the absurd lie Malfoy had fabricated during their first-year night excursion, claiming that Harry Potter was accompanied by a dragon. At the time, she dismissed Malfoy as a mere fabricator, and later, when dealing with Harry and his companions, assumed they had concocted the story to deceive Malfoy during their nighttime escapade. It now appeared that perhaps there had indeed been a dragon at Hogwarts. Harry steadied his racing heart, relieved that the dragon had neither crushed Tabitha into a mere scrap of paper nor devoured her as a meal. They must have been quite familiar with one another. Two other dragons, adorned with sleek scales, cautiously descended, encircling them. Don't you recognize her? She is noble, Ilowen pointed out, indicating the first dragon that landed, its body bristling with spikes. She, Harry echoed in astonishment. Isn't it rather inappropriate to call her noble then? Her caretaker refers to her as Noberta. Harry's fragmented thoughts reconnected. Indeed, they had sent Noble to Charlie's friend in Romania. So, are we now in Romania? Can apparition traverse such vast distances? McGonagall closed her eyes, a twinge of guilt for young Malfoy stirring within her. She dared not open her eyes to observe Severus's expression. On that day, she had yanked young Malfoy's ear to rouse Severus from his slumber to address the students. She fervently hoped Severus had already forgotten the incident. Yet, even with her eyes shut, she could feel a piercing gaze fixed upon her. McGonagall remained as still as a statue. Ron felt a knot tighten in his chest. If they were in Romania, would his brother Charlie make an appearance? Given the grim backdrop of that world, Ron was engulfed by fear. Are we in Romania? Harry marveled. Observing Tabitha interact intimately with the dragons, it seemed his brother was working here. Your brother? Ilowen feigned ignorance. I know, Tabitha exclaimed energetically. Bill Weasley. I recall he should be at Gringotts, not here in Romania. Ilowen and Tabitha's words cascaded over one another, leaving Harry at a loss for an opportunity to interject. That would be the rigid Percy who once served as head boy. He has held more than that title. He was also the president of the student council. I doubt his career aspirations included dragon raising. Ah, and there are those two who can never sit still, like jumping beans. Fred and George Weasley. Potter. Do you mean they have taken up dragon keeping? Ilowen tossed the question back to Harry. Chapter 65, Noberta. Fred clasped George's hand. Brother, I never imagined you harbored such a dream all along. George reciprocated the gesture, and they proceeded to enact a melodramatic performance, eliciting hearty laughter from those around them. Ron, too, felt a sense of relaxation amidst such a jovial atmosphere. Seeing his companions casting furtive glances of concern towards him, Ron's face began to flush. That is not what I meant, Harry replied, exasperated. You all know who I'm referring to, Charlie. Tabitha, with a sorrowful expression, looked at Harry and said, Are you confused? I am Tabitha. Must you engage in such dramatization at a time like this? Harry covered his face in embarrassment. Ilowen and Tabitha relented, stating, This area is vast. We are merely at the island's edge. Charlie and his research team are likely deeper into the island, so we should not encounter them. Harry, having endured their teasing, inquired about the day's agenda. So, today is the Care of Magical Creatures class? He asked. Who said that? Tabitha questioned, her tone puzzled. Isn't it flying? In a mere second, Harry grasped Tabitha's meaning. It was remarkable how effortlessly he could comprehend her whimsical thoughts. Perhaps he ought to take some time to evaluate his own mind. He glanced up at the dragons, who were also regarding him. Indeed, they are your training partners, Tabitha remarked, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in Harry's heart. He was to fly with dragons. How splendid. Perhaps he could even pen a few books titled, Harry Potter teaches you how to master flying quickly, the Dragon Tamer, and journeying with dragons, provided he survived the experience. Lupin was drenched in cold sweat. Surely, she cannot genuinely wish to do this. Those dragons were perilous. Even adult wizards might not emerge unscathed from their jaws. Black comforted his friend. Harry flies exceptionally well. You must trust him. This is not merely a matter of flying well. McGonagall's complexion had turned pale as she instinctively rubbed her wand's handle. She knew that these two upperclasswomen posed the greatest threat to Harry. What an innovative training method. Moody was somewhat astonished. He had thought his knowledge was extensive. Yet reality always had more lessons to impart. Moody, for heaven's sake, do not emulate this. Tonks nearly wailed. Her original training being arduous, yet not to such a grotesque extent. Moody rolled his eyes in exasperation, his more agile eye spinning twice. He was not that reckless. Snape glared at the two students, wondering if they were entirely oblivious to the concept of danger. If Potter were to perish in such circumstances, all his previous efforts would be rendered a farce. Among the professors, only Hagrid appeared to be in good spirits, reassuring the nearly fainting Flitwick, "It's all right." Although Nobby's teeth are venomous, as long as one gets to the hospital wing in time, there won't even be a scar. Flitwick looked at Nobby, whose mouth was larger than Harry's entire being. Indeed, one bite would not leave a scar, for it could easily swallow Harry whole. He slumped softly into his chair. The skin of dragons is permeated with ancient magic. Only the most powerful spells can penetrate it, Luna informed her friends, for she possessed a profound understanding of magical creatures. Frequently visiting the library for research, Hermione, exasperated, stood and began pacing. How could they allow Harry to engage in combat with dragons? It might not necessarily be combat, she reasoned. Neville attempted to soothe Hermione's emotions, suggesting that perhaps they would merely be flying together. As the training commenced, Noberta would unleash her dragon fire upon you, and you could evade it with your broomstick. What do you think? It sounds rather simple, Tabitha remarked nonchalantly. Ilowen had already found a stone to sit upon. Quietly admiring the island scenery, Hermione gazed intently at the luminous screen, casting a glance at Neville before returning her focus to the display. She said nothing. Yet it seemed as though she had conveyed everything. She quietly resumed her seat, not because she had come to terms with the situation, but because she had entirely given up hope. Harry, synchronously retrieving his broomstick, found himself in a daze, contemplating survival against the dragon's assault, while simultaneously strategizing his flight path. He occasionally glanced at Ilowen, questioning whether she truly endorsed this method of instruction. From her position, Ilowen tossed something at Harry, who instinctively caught it. Two metal pieces inscribed with peculiar symbols. Alchemical runes, Tabitha explained, as she secured the metal pieces firmly to Harry's wrist with a spell. Without further elaboration, she nudged Harry once all preparations were made. Fly. These were protective alchemical items. Dumbledore, well-versed in alchemy, recognized the runes and promptly introduced them to his colleagues. He feared that if he delayed, his professors might all require a visit to the infirmary. Upon hearing this, the professors' expressions brightened to varying degrees. At least they were aware of the necessity for protective measures. Unbeknownst to them, their standards had unwittingly lowered to a new level. Harry pressed his lips tightly together, mounted his broom, and ascended into the sky without hesitation. The moment he left the ground, all previous panic vanished. This was his domain. He had understood the art of flying the moment he grasped the broom. It was not particularly challenging, merely a matter of dodging dragon fire, akin to evading a quaffle. However, during matches against Slytherin, he often faced foul attempts to knock him off his broom. Harry hoped Tabitha would refrain from such tactics. Noberta's spikes were sharp and lance-like. She could easily skewer him. Tabitha allowed Harry a moment to acclimatize, waiting below until she noticed him circling and observing her movements. Only then did she mount Noberta's neck, urging, "Noberta, pursue." Her voice brimmed with exhilaration. Noberta comprehended a few simple commands, shedding her gentle demeanor in Tabitha's presence as her spikes bristled in response. With just two powerful flaps of her wings, she lifted off the ground. Her large, orange eyes fixated on the agile little figure, and the dragon commenced the chase. Seeing Tabitha make her move, Harry instinctively distanced himself from them. He had not anticipated that, despite Noberta's immense size, she would not appear sluggish in her movements. After gaining altitude, Noberta executed a swift dive, dramatically closing the gap between herself and Harry. The advantage of Harry's early ascent was swiftly neutralized. Dragonfire. As Tabitha commanded Nobita to attack just as she was about to catch up with Harry, a deep rumble resonated from Nobita's throat, reminiscent of distant thunder echoing in the air. She opened her jaws, lined with sharp teeth, and a torrent of searing flames erupted from her mouth. Chapter 66, Evasion. The crimson blaze shot directly towards Harry, the intense heat seemingly melting the air around him. Hermione dared not look any longer and suddenly turned her head away. Her eyes tightly shut, her lashes trembling violently. She could only gauge Harry's condition by the gasps of those around her. However, instead of sounds of lamentation, the hall erupted with cheers. "Look, Hermione," Neville shouted, his hands red from clapping. Hermione had never heard him speak so loudly before. Harry dodged it. Luna exclaimed with palpable excitement, a rarity for her. Ron found himself tightly embraced by his overly exuberant brothers, wedged between Fred and George. Yet he struggled to join the crowd in their applause, his voice muffled between them. Harry had anticipated the trajectory of the dragon's fire. His broom suddenly shifted horizontally, gliding several feet away from the path of the flames. The fire continued to spew for several seconds, and Harry pondered whether such proximity would leave him scorched by the intense waves of heat. Yet, the terrifying flames swept past him without even singeing his hair. Harry did not believe the fire lacked power. He glanced at the ground that had faced the inferno. The sparse vegetation was instantaneously vaporized. The earth cracked and deformed under the unbearable heat, and even the rocks had melted. Where the heat waves spread, everything transformed into a sea of flames, extinguishing all life in their wake. Such a fierce fire, yet it only brushed past him, delivering a gentle warmth like a breeze. Harry began to understand the purpose of the 2 metal plates Ilowen had given him. However, there was no time for contemplation as Tabitha prepared for her next assault. He maneuvered his broom in erratic patterns to evade her. On the ground, Ilowen cast a freezing spell upon the still expanding flames. Frost emanated from the spot where the spell landed, and in an instant, the heat waves coalesced into wisps of white mist. The flickering flames were encased in a thick layer of ice, maintaining a distorted form beneath the crystalline surface, yet they could no longer harm anything. Watching Harry escape unscathed from the dragon's fire, the professors visibly relaxed. Such precise spell control, Flitwick remarked. What a remarkable young wizard, Sprout mused, gazing at the shimmering barrier, recognizing at least that he had managed to control the flames from consuming the entire island. Tonks, with a concerned expression, checked Professor Sprout's cup, discovering it contained pumpkin juice, devoid of any alcohol. Oh dear, it seems our headmistress is speaking nonsensically while sober. Just say that Harry is flying splendidly, Black interjected, attempting to ease Lupin's tension, who appeared particularly pale. Merlin, you look worse now than during those days every month. Harry skillfully maneuvered through the air, evading attacks by altering his direction. The vast expanse of sky left him with only one adversary to dodge, Nobita. However, Nobita's speed surpassed that of his Nimbus 2000, and Tabitha was gradually honing in on a rhythm of attack that compelled Harry to collide with the dragon's maw. Realizing it was time to adapt his evasive tactics, Harry ceased his avoidance of Nobita and instead flew in circles around the colossal dragon, thereby diminishing Nobita's speed advantage. This clever strategy rendered Nobita's fiery breath ineffective, as it could not accurately track Harry's movements. The only peril Harry now faced was Nobita's erratic behavior born from frustration at failing to capture its prey. Predicting a dragon's instinctual responses was beyond him, especially one adorned with sharp spikes. Even if Nobita did not impale him with its spiked body, the dragon's immense strength could easily result in a grievous injury. Such a thrilling spectacle elicited gasps from the young wizards in the hall, all of whom were awestruck by Harry's audacious maneuvers. Only Oliver would marvel at Harry's exceptional flying skills, noting his visibly enhanced agility. The effectiveness of this training method was undeniable. Fred and George settled beside Wood, incredulous at the prospect of failure. If it bore no results, Harry would be reduced to ashes. This progress came at the expense of his very life. A fierce determination ignited in Wood's eyes as he contemplated a more effective training regimen. Is there any possibility of borrowing a dragon from your brother, who is studying them in Romania? Fred and George exchanged stunned glances, scarcely believing their ears. Without a word of farewell, they hastily rose and fled from Wood's side. I say, young Harry, Tabitha's voice dripped with mockery, have you forgotten that I am still here? While Harry focused on evading Nobita's snapping jaws, he failed to grasp Tabitha's intentions. A water ball obscured his vision, causing a momentary lapse in his evasive maneuvers. The pointed spikes grazed the hem of his robe. Tabitha, Harry exclaimed in exasperation, wasn't it agreed that dragons would be my training partners? The rules are set by the strong, and the weak are destined to be crushed in the struggle. Are you losing your grip? Ha! Burned to ashes. Driven by Tabitha's spell, Harry was forced away from Nobita, and they reverted to their initial mode of attack. This time, the situation worsened as Harry had to defend against the water balls Tabitha hurled at him. These not only obscured his vision, but subtly altered the trajectory of his broomstick. However, it was evident that Tabitha retained a sliver of rationality. Otherwise, she would have unleashed petrification curses upon him. Professor McGonagall pressed her hand against her chest, her eyes half closed, appearing to be halfway to another realm. She found herself wondering for the umpteenth time which ingenious instructor had nurtured such remarkably creative students capable of devising such innovative training methods. After years of teaching, McGonagall had never encountered students as mischievous as the two before her. Flitwick had already been escorted to the infirmary by Hagrid, having fainted upon seeing Harry nearly collide with the sharp spikes. One professor had managed to escape the torment of the barrier, while others remained steadfast at their posts. Even the usually resilient Black showed signs of irregular heartbeat, questioning whether the situation was indeed exaggerated. No one could respond to him. Lupin appeared as though he had just endured the agony of transformation, lacking the strength to speak. Even Snape, who often took pleasure in mocking him, remained silent. Only Dumbledore was aware of how long his potions master had employed the mental shielding spell. Dumbledore himself felt a tumult of emotions, as such a lesson was exceedingly rare. Chapter 67, The Spell. Harry, having acclimated to the exhilarating pace of the chase once more, emulated Tabitha by brandishing his wand and attempting counterattacks while evading. However, his efforts proved futile. Every spell he cast towards the dragon had no effect, akin to tossing a glowing firecracker at it. Striking the dragon's body merely sparked a momentary glimmer, utterly worthless in hindering the pursuit. All spells Harry hurled towards Tabitha were effortlessly deflected. She, employing a silent incantation, remained particularly loquacious. Each time Harry cast a spell, she offered commentary. Too slow, Harry. Your spells lack conviction. How feeble. Harry, I recall you had a meal before arriving. Oh dear, you mispronounced the incantation. Shall we take a break, Harry? Under Tabitha's incessant interference, Harry's spell success rate plummeted. Gritting his teeth, he turned to cast a powerful spell to silence her, but in his preoccupation with his incantation, he neglected the dragon's position. In that fleeting moment, he found himself face to face with the dragon's maw, which was coiled and poised to unleash. Its sharp fangs glimmered ominously, and a crimson glow brewed within its throat. There was no escape. A calm thought flickered through Harry's mind. At such proximity, he could not fathom which direction to fly to evade the dragon's fiery breath. All he could do was try once more. He swiftly altered his course. Yet the dragon's mouth followed suit with his movement. The red light flared brightly, and flames roared forth. Despite Harry's quick reflexes, the inferno engulfed half of his body. Oh no, Ron exclaimed at Harry's blunder. Harry, though aware that his voice could not reach his friend, Hermione found herself unable to restrain her cry. Some younger Hufflepuff students were so frightened by the scene that they began to weep softly, comforted by their older peers. Hagrid, having just escorted Flitwick back to the Great Hall, had to return to the infirmary to bring Professor Sprout, who looked perilously close to fainting herself. McGonagall whispered to herself that they would surely exercise restraint. They would not stand idly by while Harry faced danger. Yet she understood deep down that despite thorough preparation, some unforeseen circumstances could not be avoided. She fixed her gaze intently on Harry's silhouette amidst the flames. The fire flickered for 2 seconds before subsiding. The crimson glow vanished. The smoke dissipated, and Harry emerged into the sight of the onlookers. He was momentarily carried away by the force of the blast, then hovered in midair, seemingly still dazed from the impact. Tabitha thwarted Noberta's intention to continue her assault. She retrieved a broom from her bag and approached Harry. Her slender fingers waved in front of him, prompting him to check himself. His shoulders were intact, and he felt no pain. His clothes and broom remained unscathed, achieving the remarkable feat of emerging unhurt from the dragoness flames. This is training. Did you truly believe I would allow you to lose an arm or a leg during practice? Tabitha remarked with a smile. Hard to say, Harry instinctively retorted, causing Tabitha's smile to vanish in an instant. They exchanged intense stares in the air for a moment until Tabitha cast a spell at Harry. He swiftly turned his broom and fled. After losing Noberta, who could no longer pursue him, Harry discovered that Tabitha was not particularly skilled at riding her broom. She struggled to keep up with him on his Firebolt 2000. However, her spellcasting was commendable. She employed an unknown enchantment that ensnared Harry and separated him from his broom, bringing him back down to the ground. Finally down, McGonagall sighed in relief. Her anxious heart settled as the two landed. If they had remained airborne any longer, she might have experienced a genuine bout of distress. Snape finally retracted his mental barriers, reclining comfortably in his chair. Moody observed the entire scene with keen interest. His magical eye possessed penetrating abilities, allowing him to see everything clearly. He noted that Snape's heart was beating at a slightly accelerated pace, gradually returning to normal only after Potter touched the ground. He was genuinely concerned for Harry Potter. How intriguing. Has the process of teaching over the years transformed this former Death Eater? Moody mused with interest. On the ground, Ilowen had roasted 2 seabirds, waiting for their return. Tabitha landed beside her, bringing along a hairy bound like a caterpillar, and unceremoniously took one of the seabirds. Thank you for returning. I thought you intended to transform this place into a glacier. Harry adjusted his slightly crooked glasses, noting the drastically altered landscape. The most prominent change was the icy crystals sealing the flames, which were nearly ubiquitous, with a few even submerged in the sea. Embarrassed, Harry rubbed his nose, wondering if Ilowen had chased after them on foot while he and Tabitha were in the air. He retrieved the last remaining seabird from the flames, clearly prepared for him. Since Ilowen did not eat, the exertion from the recent chase had drained him, and he now felt a pang of hunger. The relief of surviving the ordeal washed over him only as he stuffed his mouth with food. You flew exceptionally well, in terms of flying, Tabitha, and I could not assist you much. However, your emotional management leaves much to be desired. It's not that you can't remember the spells, nor is it that you feel anxious during the chase. It's that the fire within you burns too fiercely. Tabitha, with but a few words, stirred your emotional turmoil. It is not to blame you for feeling, yet one must not allow emotions to sway one's judgment. Anger, indignation, and irritation cannot simply be suppressed into oblivion. You must learn to reconcile with yourself. When emotions arise, do not engage in a struggle with them. Actions driven by emotion often prove to be less effective. Harry listened intently as Ilowen spoke, recognizing that his failure ultimately stemmed from his own shortcomings. Tabitha's words were merely one of several triggers, and he felt a sense of urgency. The more he yearned for success, the more mistakes he made, the more errors he committed, the greater his anxiety grew. This confluence of factors led to his downfall. "What are you thinking?" Ilowen inquired, noticing Harry's prolonged silence. Harry was deep in self-reflection, yet an inexplicable sense of shame hindered him from articulating his thoughts, prompting him to change the subject. "I was wondering if your flying was also taught by Tabitha, which could explain your newfound fear of heights." Ilowen's mind filled in the unspoken words, and she let out a disdainful huff, choosing not to engage further. As the two enjoyed an extended meal, one savoring silence, a large creature suddenly emerged from the nearby foliage, revealing it had been lurking for quite some time. It pounced toward the seemingly smallest Ilowen in a predatory manner. With her wand at the ready, Tabitha instinctively cast her most proficient spell. A crimson beam shot forth towards the creature. Chapter 68, The Cruciatus Curse. The clatter of Tonk's fork against her plate echoed as she became oblivious to her surroundings. "I must be mistaken," Tonks exclaimed, incredulous. Was that the Cruciatus Curse? She had witnessed a 7th-year Gryffindor wield such a forbidden incantation. Even she, a trainee Auror, lacked the authorization to learn such spells. Was she mad, or had the world gone mad? Moody's gaze remained unwavering, fixated on Tabitha's wand movements. He responded to Tonks, "No, you are not mistaken." His fingers gently rubbed the wand. Having apprehended numerous dark wizards, he prided himself on being able to discern malevolent witches from a crowd. Yet today he was caught off guard by this student. How could she so nonchalantly cast an unforgivable curse? Professor McGonagall's eyes had already shut. Her body slumped like a deflated balloon. Snape steadied her with trembling hands, preventing her head from drooping into her plate. The fact that Tabitha could silently execute such a spell suggested she had practiced extensively. A young Gryffindor proficient in one of the 3 unforgivable curses was indeed a staggering revelation for McGonagall, and for him as well. Snape mused that perhaps Tabitha's badge should be of a different hue. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, McGonagall regained her senses, feeling as though she had just awoken from a dream. In this reverie, she envisioned one of her students casually casting a spell potent enough to imprison themselves in Azkaban. Sirius, having just emerged from his shock, desperately turned to Lupin. "Is this what you meant by having a reliable upperclassman beside Harry? Where is the reliability in this?" Lupin, equally astonished, could only respond, "No, I have never witnessed anything like this." Tabitha's spell struck the creature that was about to prey with uncanny precision. The beast, a formidable crocodile measuring approximately 20 feet in length, possessed a robust and powerful torso, complemented by 4 short, webbed legs, with the muscles of its hind limbs notably more developed than those of its forelegs. As it leaped towards its quarry, it was ensnared mid-air by the enchantment, seemingly grasped by an unseen force, twisting and wailing in torment. Its limbs convulsed violently. Once Tabitha lowered her wand, it plummeted to the ground. Yet its trembling did not cease. Harry had never heard an animal emit such a heart-wrenching cry, and his brow furrowed deeply. "Tabitha, what spell was that?" Blake remained alert, awaiting Tabitha's next utterance, hoping that the 2 small serpents would not teach his protege such a spell. Severus Snape did not harbor excessive concern. Firstly, they were not in the same world as Potter, and worrying was futile. Secondly, Ilowen was still present, and he did not believe she would be keen on nurturing Potter into a dark wizard. McGonagall's palms were clammy with sweat. She had discerned the boundary between fantasy and reality. Indeed, Tabitha had employed a forbidden spell, yet she still perceived her as a good child. Her only worry was that Tabitha might not distinguish between what should and should not be taught. Tabitha's way of thinking seemed rather advanced. Dumbledore wearily gazed at the screen, sincerely hoping that Tabitha would refrain from explaining every spell, as an entire school of students was observing. Most of the young witches and wizards in the hall had not recognized the spell Tabitha had cast. Many had never witnessed an adult wielding an unforgivable curse. Their understanding of such dark magic was limited to theoretical knowledge. At first glance, Tabitha's spell appeared unfamiliar, and they did not associate it with the Cruciatus Curse. For a moment, numerous young wizards began to inquire amongst themselves about the nature of the incantation. Meanwhile, a profound silence enveloped the Slytherin table, where they exchanged glances, silently conveying messages. It seemed as though they had reached a consensus, and they began to converse in hushed tones. Was that the one she used? It must be that one. How audacious. Surely, using it would lead to capture. What is that? I don't understand. TSK, how foolish you are. Due to various factors, many Slytherin students were more acquainted with dark magic than their peers in other houses. They deduced from the crocodile's reaction after being cursed that it was indeed the Cruciatus Curse. However, Greater familiarity did not imply that they had witnessed or employed the curse themselves. This was their first genuine encounter with someone casting the Cruciatus curse. They cautiously refrained from mentioning the name of the spell during their discussions. Tabitha, what spell was that? Tabitha remained silent, contemplating whether she could dare to speak. It was a variant of the Tarantaligra charm, building upon the original spell that compelled the opponent to dance frantically. It incorporated an additional function that forced the adversary to sing madly. Ilowen explained with utmost seriousness, though the spell was seldom used due to the unpleasantness of the resulting singing. Harry himself had once fallen victim to the Tarantaligra charm, indeed causing his legs to move uncontrollably. However, this giant crocodile continued to tremble uncontrollably and emit cries long after Tabitha had ceased her incantation. Could this truly be merely a variant of the same spell? Hermione diligently recorded the gestures Tabitha employed while casting the spell, meticulously breaking down each step in her notebook. She also illustrated the gestures for the Tarantaligra charm, eager to explore the principles behind spell modification. Unfortunately, Tabitha had not uttered the incantation. Otherwise, Hermione would have had the opportunity to experiment with it at that very moment. Ron halted Hermione's pursuit of further research, directing her attention toward the professor's table. Whatever that spell is, I think it would be wise for you to refrain from learning it. Just look at the professors. Hermione glanced over. Professors Lupin and Black were tightly embraced, with Black appearing quite animated as he spoke fervently to Professor Dumbledore. Lupin seemed to be controlling the space between Black and Dumbledore by holding him close, his head buried deeply in Black's shoulder, as if he was unwilling to confront some harsh reality within the hall. The newly arrived Professor Tonks looked perplexed at the screen, occasionally rubbing her ears, as though suspecting a problem with her hearing. Professor McGonagall covered her forehead, her expression obscured, but her pale lips indicated her condition was far from healthy. Professor Moody grinned, though his numerous scars rendered his smile more terrifying than a Halloween jack-o'-lantern gone awry. The only one who appeared unperturbed was Professor Snape, though his lips twitched, suggesting he was torn between thoughts. As Hermione pondered the collective symptoms afflicting the professors, Neville's voice broke the silence, trembling as he spoke. It's the Cruciatus curse. Chapter 69, The Unforgivable Curses. Hermione had become so engrossed in the spell that she had overlooked her companions. It was only then she noticed something amiss with Neville. He gripped the cup in his hands so tightly it seemed he might crush it. His knuckles turned white from the strain, despite the fear evident in his eyes. Neville fixated on the crocodile that had been subjected to the Cruciatus curse. He listened numbly to its hoarse cries, and fragmented memories seemed to resurface from the depths of his mind. He felt he had heard such sounds before, filled with agony, despair, and terror. Neville was ensnared in his own emotions, unable to extricate himself. Don't look anymore. Hermione placed her hand on the back of Neville's, gripping it firmly. His hand had grown as cold as ice in mere minutes, and Hermione endeavored to transfer her warmth to him. Ron also sensed the distress. He moved closer to Neville, positioning himself between him and the screen. Luna cast a warming charm on Neville, saying, I hope this might help. Surrounded by the support of friends, Neville began to feel a sense of warmth return to him. Meanwhile, several familiar faces appeared at the professor's table. Hagrid returned to the Great Hall, accompanied by the two professors whom Madame Pomfrey had healed. To be honest, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, I believe you have yet to regain your former vitality, Mrs. Pomfrey remarked, casting a disapproving glance at the two professors. She had come over to investigate the chaotic scene that had managed to incapacitate both of them. To be prepared for any eventuality, she carried with her a selection of healing potions. The two professors still appeared rather lackluster, while Hagrid, brimming with enthusiasm, responded to Mrs. Pomfrey, no one wants to miss Harry's spectacular flight, especially with a dragon. I dare say some may never experience such a thrill in their lifetime. You should come see. Mrs. Pomfrey. Although she held little interest in the brutal sport of Quidditch, Mrs. Pomfrey could already discern that many on the staff required her medicinal assistance. She was the first to make her way toward them, with Hagrid following closely behind, and the two still recuperating heads of house trailing last. What's got you up, Sirius? We haven't missed anything, have we? Hagrid greeted Black. Upon seeing the newcomers, Black finally settled back into his seat, though he lacked the energy to engage further. A dry chuckle escaped him, leaving the quartet who had just returned bewildered. I won't allow Harry to continue observing that still vocal giant crocodile, Ilowen declared. Tabitha, silence it. Another silencing charm was cast. A dazzling green light shot from Tabitha's wand, rendering the giant crocodile motionless and mute, though it bore no injuries. I've lulled it to sleep, Tabitha remarked, her voice tinged with a sense of accomplishment. Harry's heart raced. He could discern the difference between slumber and death. A disquieting premonition washed over him. Tabitha, what spell did you actually use? Harry asked, his expression one of astonishment, skepticism lacing his tone. He recalled the scene of his parents' demise, accompanied by the same green light, when he had faced the Dementors. Another forced chuckle escaped Black, as if the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind had rendered his behavior mechanically repetitive. Lupin struggled to accept that the child he had known for so long was so adept in the dark arts. The blow was too great. He lay motionless on the table. "Merlin!" Mrs. Pomfrey exclaimed, colliding with the corner of the table. Had Hagrid not grasped her shoulder, she would have fallen. Hagrid remained silent, even the dragon on the screen failing to capture his attention. What kind of company surrounded Harry? A chorus of gasps arose from the staff table. McGonagall had closed her eyes, feigning sleep. On a positive note, she had just witnessed her students employ the two most unforgivable curses, leaving little room for further astonishment. Moody, ever the professional, observed the screen, his hands itching to seize someone, despite being unable to do so. The two returning heads of house had missed the Cruciatus curse, but stumbled upon the most exhilarating Avada Kedavra, standing frozen in disbelief, questioning whether the potion they had consumed was past its expiration date. Mrs. Pomfrey was the first to regain her composure, distributing calming potions to all the professors present. She thwarted the collective mysterious incident of the Hogwarts professors succumbing to a deep slumber through her years of professional acumen. Malfoy swallowed hard, recognizing both spells. He now wished to retract all his previous disrespectful remarks. That Gryffindor student was truly formidable. Faced with Harry's inquiries, Ilowen found herself at a loss, unable to embellish the nature of the killing curse. The death signified by the green light was an undeniable truth, and she struggled to conjure an alternative explanation. However, Tabitha possessed her own distinctive approach. Her wand tip shimmered once more with emerald radiance. "You ask this? Surely, you do not believe this to be the killing curse?" Tabitha exclaimed in astonishment. "That is one of the 3 unforgivable curses. How could I possibly wield it?" With a swift motion, Tabitha traced a lightning symbol with her wand, unleashing the prepared spell upon the unsuspecting Ilowen. The incantation flew with such velocity that Harry could only watch in a daze as the piercing green light hurtled toward Ilowen. Suddenly, he felt as though his thoughts were drifting away from his body, the world around him slowing to a crawl. It was as if he had encountered a Dementor, and he could once again hear his mother's cries echoing in his ears. Helplessly, he felt powerless to effect any change. Ilowen tilted her head and blinked at him. Tilting her head? Blinking? Was she still alive? Harry inhaled deeply, feeling as if he had been resurrected. He scrutinized Ilowen's condition, noting no apparent changes. He looked quizzically at Tabitha. "What on earth is happening to Ilowen? I told you she is merely asleep. For animals, it induces a painless, permanent slumber. For humans, it should have caused her to sleep, but Ilowen's resilience is so high that she remains entirely unharmed," Tabitha asserted with unwavering confidence. Her resolute demeanor convincingly swayed Harry, and likewise, the young wizards in the hall who were oblivious to the truth. Yet, the professors would not be easily deceived by such words. Even after consuming the potion, they could maintain their clarity and rationality upon witnessing this alarming spectacle. How dare she recklessly cast such a spell upon a person? Minerva McGonagall screamed, on the verge of collapse. Her wand's movement, that was the killing curse. I cannot be mistaken. How could Ilowen emerge unscathed? Flitwick pondered, utterly baffled. Tabitha's spell was undoubtedly effective. This had been corroborated by the crocodile's first-hand experience, affirming her capabilities. Flitwick was not hoping for Ilowen's misfortune. Rather, a profound conflict arose between the reality he observed and the knowledge he had acquired, an inconsistency no true Ravenclaw could tolerate. Chapter 70. Intent. Severus Snape proposed a hypothesis that Tabitha could not genuinely wish to harm her companion, and thus, the spell she employed would not take effect. Mad-Eye Moody, having also wielded the unforgivable curses, disagreed with this notion. The intervals between the two spells were too brief. Could one harbor murderous intent with the first spell and then instantly dispel such malice? No one could achieve such a feat, moreover. The use of dark magic inherently amplifies the caster's inner darkness, evoking their most sinister thoughts. Moody slowly shifted his gaze towards Snape, remarking, "I believe you are most familiar with such matters, are you not?" Snape's left hand, resting on the table, twitched slightly, yet he remained silent. "Professor Moody, you do not truly understand her. Tabitha is not inherently malevolent. She sometimes acts out of line, yet she was patient and gentle while caring for Harry." Professor McGonagall, having observed the scene for a longer duration, could not refrain from defending Tabitha, stating, "I am convinced she merely lacked proper guidance." Upon hearing this, the professors more acquainted with the circumstances beyond the screen did not contest her assertion. Perhaps Tabitha had acquired her knowledge through confrontations with Death Eaters. For certain gifted students, merely witnessing the incantations and gestures can enable them to master a new spell with ease. It is not a daunting task. Lacking an adult who truly comprehends the perils of dark magic, her reckless use of the unforgivable curses went unchecked. Suddenly, Professor Flitwick recalled something significant and addressed McGonagall. "Minerva, as I passed the Gryffindor table, I believe I spotted Miss Granger with a notebook before her. She is always eager to learn." Before Flitwick could finish his statement, McGonagall transformed into a cat and darted away, finding the detour too slow, opting instead for a shortcut that involved leaping over the entire table. Upon landing, McGonagall reverted to her human form and swiftly approached Hermione's position. She directly seized the notebook laid before Hermione, which clearly bore the title, The Secrets of the Flying Broom, the forbidden romance between brooms and flying carpets. McGonagall's expression shifted to one of astonishment and confusion. She recalled that Hermione was not one to pen such absurdities. However, she quickly remembered that certain obscure secrecy spells could indeed yield such effects. Under no circumstances should you practice any incantation you have not thoroughly understood, Miss Granger. It could very well land you in Azkaban. After imparting this veiled warning, McGonagall returned the notebook to Hermione, trusting in her self-discipline. Hermione now firmly believed that Tabitha had undoubtedly employed the Cruciatus Curse and the Killing Curse. She and Ilowen were remarkably adept at deception. Hermione nearly succumbed to their trickery, almost overturning her previous conjectures. Harry accepted Tabitha's assertion that the spell posed no harm to individuals. Upon reflection, how could anyone cast harmful spells upon their friends? Initially, he had been misled by the color of the incantation. Nonetheless, Harry remained convinced that the first spell was dubious. Otherwise, Tabitha would not have awaited Ilowen's explanation. He was certain that Ilowen had spun a lie somewhere within her words, the kind he could not discern. It seemed that sometimes the upperclassman's profound understanding of him could be detrimental. Indeed, Ilowen had perfectly mastered the art of obfuscation. Ilowen had not anticipated that Tabitha would think so quickly and adeptly turn the situation around. Ever since they had traversed into the gaming realm, subtle changes had unfolded, rendering this world more tangible. Details absent in the game had been supplemented. For instance, the books initially bore only titles and fanciful descriptions. Now, their contents were filled with valuable information, which she and Tabitha gradually learned through reading. Additionally, there are some summoning cards and partner cards belonging to them, which, once used, cannot be retrieved. The dragons surrounding them came into existence through this means. Simultaneously, the game's mechanics remain intact, allowing them to wield two distinct methods of casting spells. One relies on incantations learned through study, while the other invokes the instant capabilities of the cards. Tabitha employs the card mechanism. The mechanism of the Killing Curse card continues from the previous installment, albeit with slight modifications. It can now activate without the need for cumulative kills during player versus player combat. However, in duels, one must first eliminate 4 creatures to achieve a one-hit kill effect. Likewise, to ensure a favorable gaming experience, the Avada Kedavra also necessitates 4 accumulative casts before it can deliver a fatal blow to a player. Although Tabitha wields the Killing Curse card and cannot directly slay Ilowen, the inherent damage value of the card remains formidable. Ilowen observes her health bar plummet by 1/5 on the system panel. Meanwhile, Tabitha continues to demonstrate her wondrous little spells to Harry, tossing another Killing Curse at Ilowen. See, it's entirely harmless, but if used repeatedly, even Ilowen could be lulled to sleep. Amidst their banter, 2 beams of green light intertwine and strike Ilowen. Harry has developed a certain immunity to green curses, yet he still wishes to thwart Tabitha's actions, for he notices Ilowen taking a deep breath. This action is similarly reflected among the professors, albeit for different reasons. Ilowen's inhalation is fueled by anger, while the professors appear puzzled. Surely she knows what curse that is, Professor Sprout inquired with concern. Chuckling, Black seemed to find something amusing, exhaling a breath of laughter. She certainly knew. Even describing the Cruciatus Curse as a variant of another spell, Black felt uneasy about Harry being in the company of 2 dark wizards. Yet she could not bring him back, causing her mood to sour. The calmness with which Ilowen faces the Killing Curse elicits a sense of respect from Moody. He has witnessed even the most vile Death Eaters falter in the face of their impending demise. She trusts Tabitha, they are inseparable. McGonagall evidently wishes to use their friendship to affirm Tabitha's character. Ilowen's health bar has dwindled to a precarious state. She can no longer permit Tabitha to act recklessly. It is crucial to note that upon entering the game, their bodies do not refresh upon death. If Tabitha strikes again, Ilowen will be left lifeless on the spot, returning to the resurrection point. At that juncture, they must confront the dilemma of why some of Harry's companions perish while others remain alive. Ilowen aims her wand at Tabitha, unleashing a torrent of water from its tip. Initially, Harry believes it to be a simple water spell, but soon he sees the stream coalesce into a spherical wall of water, enveloping Tabitha. Chapter 71, Soaring. A faint blush graces McGonagall's cheeks as she has just spoken of their friendship, yet her friend has not spared her. Their unique manner of expressing camaraderie is evident. As Professor Sprout chuckles, even Severus Snape and Flitwick silently observed Minerva for a moment. Minerva sometimes wished she could transform into a small cat that could not comprehend human speech. The water flowed as if drawn by an invisible force, continuously swirling inward and compressing, forming an impenetrable prison. The rotating water cell ensnared Tabitha at its center, making it arduous for her even to wield her wand. Harry could not conceive of any means by which she might escape. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Tabitha uttered something, but to those outside, it was merely a series of bubbling sounds. A flame materialized at the center surrounded by the water prison. Despite the surrounding vapor, it carved out a realm of its own within the liquid. The water swirled around the flame, creating a fine mist, yet it failed to extinguish what appeared to be a feeble entity. The white mist accumulated, gradually obscuring the shape of the flame, leaving only a haunting red glow to proclaim that the fire had not been extinguished. As the force of the water diminished, Tabitha's hand regained its freedom, allowing her to manipulate the flame further. A serpent, entirely composed of fire and adorned with fangs, emerged from the water, consuming large volumes of water in an instant. Tabitha descended from the mist, seemingly protected by some enchantment, as the scalding steam inflicted no harm upon her. As she landed, the excess moisture on her garments transformed into a pale gray mist, swirling around her. Accompanying her descent was the fiery serpent. Harry perceived this flame as a living entity, seemingly fixated on its prey as it advanced. With the groundwork laid by numerous unforgivable curses, the professors now maintained a commendable composure while witnessing Tabitha wield the ferocious fire. She was managing quite well, was she not? Moody even praised her. Yet Harry remained perplexed as to how Ilowen managed to bathe amidst a torrent of killing curses without even a nosebleed. The multitude of spells had cumulatively failed to exert a significant effect. Perhaps she was equipped with some protective gear? Tonks recalled the 2 alchemical artifacts she had tossed to Harry. Tonks, your understanding of magical theory needs a thorough review, Moody remarked, appearing somewhat displeased. Currently, there was no effective means to counter the killing curse. Harry was the sole survivor under its influence. Professor Sprout explained this to Tonks, her voice tinged with melancholy. For otherwise, Harry would not be known as the boy who lived. Tabitha and Ilowen commenced their second bout. Green streaks of curse light shot forth like venomous serpents, imbued with a chilling aura, aimed at Ilowen. Clearly, Tabitha had become intoxicated by the thrill, forgetting that Harry was still nearby. Ilowen maneuvered to evade the killing curse, first placing Harry atop the back of an Australian erumpent, then returning to the battlefield to rouse Tabitha from her fervor. This provided Harry with an optimal viewing position, allowing him to clearly observe the duel from above. Ilowen executed a short-range apparition, instantly appearing behind Tabitha. It was as if Tabitha had eyes on the back of her head, for she swiftly countered. The spells collided, unleashing a dazzling brilliance. Simultaneously, the fiery serpent slithered menacingly towards Ilowen, ravenously consuming all forms of life in its path. Even the smallest pebbles were devoured with insatiable greed. At this moment, Dumbledore's heart raced uncontrollably. 2 deranged individuals were dueling before an innocent child, a scene reminiscent of a long-buried nightmare. His fingers trembled involuntarily. He could not recall who had cast the spell that had claimed Ariana's life, yet the one consistently wielding lethal incantations was acutely aware, only Tabitha. It remained uncertain whether Ilowen had eschewed dark magic or still harbored a flicker of reason. Ilowen moderated the extent of their injuries, deliberately refraining from employing more harmful spells. She had no intention of showcasing a resurrection performance for Harry. However, should Tabitha recall that she had such a spectacle to display, she would undoubtedly seek to demonstrate death before Harry's eyes. The mere thought of this possibility twisted Ilowen's expression. Absolutely not. She hastened the frequency of her spells, causing the grass beneath to burgeon rapidly, restraining Tabitha, while another spell contained the advancing inferno. She concluded the duel with a disarming charm. Dumbledore exhaled in relief, a subtle expression of ease crossing his face. Fortunately, no unexpected events had transpired. It had been quite some time since his heart had raced so fervently. For most, this was a rare opportunity to witness a duel. Previous dueling clubs had been hastily organized and concluded. Their spell training in class could scarcely be deemed authentic combat, merely exercises with partners. When Tabitha's wand was finally dislodged, many young wizards erupted in cheers. This, perhaps, encapsulated the allure of magical dueling. Despite the multitude of incomprehensible spells, spectators could immerse themselves in the tension and perilous atmosphere, lamenting the vanquished while lauding the victors. Moody gazed down at the exuberant crowd of young wizards. It appears my lessons will be challenging to orchestrate, as these 2 students have set a new benchmark. I trust you, Alastair, Dumbledore said gently. Then may I demonstrate an unforgivable curse? Dumbledore promptly retracted his trust. In truth, even without her wand, Tabitha was capable of performing wandless magic. Yet, out of consideration for Ilowen's heart, she willingly ceased her assault. Upon witnessing the cessation of hostilities, Harry sought to dismount from the dragon, but the height was daunting, prompting him to call out, Ilowen, Tabitha, I can't get down. Oh, when did you ascend? Without requiring a response, Tabitha, addicted to the thrill, seized the opportunity to speak. Don't you want to take a flight? Before Harry could reply, Tabitha gestured to the dragon he was riding. Instantly, the dragon sprang into action, causing Harry to lurch in surprise, desperately clutching the ridges of its back. Lying atop the dragon's broad spine, Harry marveled at the smoothness of its scales, a truly rare experience. The dragon ascended higher and higher, and to Harry's astonishment, he felt neither the suffocating heights nor the biting cold. The people on the island had shrunk to mere black dots. The distant horizon where the sea meets the sky is blurred, creating an indistinct boundary. The waves adorn the edges of the island with delicate, snow-white lace. The ice crystals on the island refract the sun's brilliance, casting flowing rainbows of light. Harry, momentarily entranced, finds all thoughts of his godfather, Voldemort, and the myriad of complex factors dissipating from his mind. He temporarily forgets his troubles. His breath becomes remarkably invigorating, devoid of any deliberate inquiry, unconcerned about his destination. He simply surrenders himself to the dragon and his senior. He feels akin to a light, ethereal cloud, freely traversing the expanse between heaven and earth. Chapter 72, Landing. The dragon circled with Harry a few times before returning to Ilowen's side. It extended one of its powerful wings for the rider to dismount. The majestic wing, imbued with strength, landed firmly upon the solid ground, its scales shimmering with a rainbow hue under the sunlight. Harry slid down from above. The dragon's wing bore no spikes, lest he risk puncturing himself in the descent. As his feet touched the ground, Harry's knees bent slightly, absorbing the impact of landing. A sense of groundedness accompanied this impact, gradually replacing the lightness he had felt while flying. The dragon folded its wings, casting a broad shadow that swept across Harry's head. The realities of life returned to his vision, yet after such a brief escape, he found himself imbued with a bit more courage to confront the looming pressures. The setting sun was far less blinding than at noon, tinting the clouds a deep crimson, casting its final warmth upon the earth. Are we truly only doing this today? Harry inquired as he gazed at the twilight sky. A lingering unease about missing classes crept in. Merlin, he thought. Couldn't he possibly be missing Hermione to the extent that his thought processes now mirrored hers? If someone at Hogwarts had told Harry that one day he would fret over missing a single potions class, he would have never believed it. He would have relished the chance to escape Snape's lessons. Ilowen sat by the fire, fixated on the sparking embers, and said, devoid of emotion, "Would you like to add another dueling class? Tabitha is still available, Potter." Before Harry could respond, Black grew agitated, exclaiming, "Do not agree to her. A duel with a little dark wizard as casually as one would eat or drink." His sudden outburst startled the younger wizards. Black's hair obscured much of his expression, revealing only a pair of bloodshot eyes peering through the strands. As the atmosphere among the professors improved with the changes within the magical barrier, Dumbledore had lifted the original silencing charm, causing Black's shout to draw the attention of everyone in the hall. Harry's godfather was overly concerned for his safety, which rendered him somewhat excitable. Lupin intervened to smooth over the situation. Most could understand a godfather's excessive concern for a child's safety. Their own parents exhibited similar tendencies. However, Hermione was acutely aware of the numerous spells Tabitha had employed during that duel, spells sufficient to warrant imprisonment in Azkaban. She exchanged a glance with her companions, their faces revealing a subtle tension. After all, those who have previously watched Tabitha's teaching in the principal's office are well aware that she has never employed the unforgivable curses against Harry during their practical encounters. Upon hearing the keyword of the duel, Tabitha instinctively raised her wand towards Harry. He scrutinized it closely and realized it was not the wand that had been taken by Ilowen. This one was adorned with a distinct blue gemstone, entirely different from the one Tabitha had utilized before. However, this was not the moment for inquiries. He quickly sought refuge behind Ilowen, the safest spot in the vicinity. "Do not duel." Harry shook his head. "I am merely contemplating whether I should seize the opportunity to learn more." Harry indirectly expressed his growing apprehension about the future. Voldemort would undoubtedly return, and at this uncertain juncture, he might already possess a corporeal form, causing turmoil at Hogwarts. Harry was resolute that he could not remain passive while Voldemort regained strength. He was determined to actively participate in the resistance against him. He felt as though he were racing against time, eager to acquire knowledge, as if mastering the spell of mental occlusion sooner would enable him to grasp the key to vanquishing Voldemort more swiftly. Ilowen urged Harry to take a seat. The firelight illuminated her face, and Harry observed the typically unyielding gray eyes brightened by the flames. "I understand your perspective. Yet, we have never aspired to mold you into a weapon, a mere tool to obliterate the Dark Lord. If that were our intention, I could impart to you numerous cruel yet effective spells that you cannot even begin to fathom at this moment. Teach you how to employ alchemy to ensnare and crush their bones. Instruct you in the use of potions to bewilder your foes and dismantle their defenses." Harry momentarily froze, astonished by the implications of Ilowen's words. He was now certain that something had indeed gone awry at Hogwarts. Ilowen had not acquired her combat skills within the school. They must have been learned after the calamity, gleaned from an unknown source. It must have been a harrowing experience, and Harry listened intently, refraining from interrupting her. It seems many believe that as the boy who lived, you are destined to undertake extraordinary endeavors. As the savior, you should bear all responsibilities. The accolades you receive are taken for granted, while any mistakes you make are perceived as blemishes unworthy of your status. Yet they fail to recognize that you are also an individual, deserving of your own life, a school experience that should not revolve around the elimination of a Dark Lord. It is far too soon for you. At your age, you certainly have the right to err. You may possess flaws and shortcomings, for you equally possess the courage to change. We have never sought to teach you merely how to cast a spell with cold precision. We aspire for you to become a better person, someone capable of experiencing beauty, of loving, protecting, and creating a future. This aligns with Professor Dumbledore's vision as well. Dumbledore? He has never shared these thoughts with me. Harry restrained the impulse to inquire about the whereabouts of Professor Dumbledore from Ilowen. He will. He is not one to easily reveal his innermost thoughts, yet you hold a unique significance in his life. Dumbledore understood early on that a confrontation between you and the Dark Lord was inevitable, and he has been nurturing your abilities, as you surely comprehend. I sense certain things regarding the protection of the Philosopher's Stone. Yes, that was indeed a trial designed for you. The sole miscalculation being his failure to anticipate the ambiguous connection between the Dark Lord and Quirrell, wherein you exist within each other. Harry found this description amusing. Dumbledore wishes to cultivate your talents without disrupting your ordinary life. He hopes you can enjoy a period of ease rather than being confined by a singular objective. We share a similar sentiment. I shall ensure that key information is conveyed to Dumbledore through you, for I am still preparing. You need not fret overly about the inadequacy of your learning. Even if you struggle with the mental blocking technique here, it is of no consequence. You will have time to grow. Harry could empathize with Ilowen, yet he was never the type to shirk his responsibilities. Aware of the significance of the mental blocking technique, he would strive to master it. Chapter 73, The Dark Lord. Had she spoken accurately? When would the headmaster engage in a heartfelt conversation with Potter? As one of the parties involved was absent, Snape directed his ire towards Dumbledore. Potter was exceptional, and Ilowen had likely contracted some ocular affliction from mingling too long with Gryffindor. Dumbledore silently pushed a small cake towards Severus, who did not comment on how Ilowen seemed to have perused his thoughts. At that moment, some young wizards below had begun to grasp the implications of the conversation. Could it be that the Dark Lord was not dead? Tabitha did not allow Harry to remain silent for long. She spoke first. Today, Ilowen intended for you to see the dragon and have some fun. However, fearing your life was too mundane, I added a flying lesson. Harry recognized immediately that this was not a course conceived by Ilowen. Suddenly, he recalled the protective gear she had provided him, still adorning his wrist. He raised his hand to show Tabitha the two metal pieces she had secured. Tabitha slapped her forehead. I forgot about this. She removed them with a spell, but strung them together and handed them back to Harry. Here, play with these. One maintains the temperature around you to prevent burns from flames, and the other ensures you have ample air while flying at altitude. Tabitha relaxed as if she had completed a task. Well, since that is settled, let us head home. Yet, despite her words, she operated away alone, leaving Ilowen and Harry behind. Ilowen was not surprised by this turn of events. She fashioned a key from a found stone and sent Harry directly back to his room. Harry's experience with the key indeed aligned with Ilowen's description. It felt as though a hook had ensnared him. He rubbed his stomach, unable to determine which experience was superior, apparition or the key. He still preferred his flying broomstick. The light faded. The professors departed in succession, refraining from interfering with the young wizard's speculations regarding the Dark Lord's return. The luminous curtain had yet to unveil more compelling imagery, allowing them to prolong their wait. However, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Luna, each certified by Dumbledore as connected to the curtain, found themselves encircled by their fellow Gryffindors. Fred and George managed to extricate the two girls from the throng, leaving Ron and Neville to confront the situation alone. After expressing her gratitude, Luna bounded away like a fawn, elated by the new acquaintances she had made that day. Hermione observed Luna's retreating figure, noticing that some Ravenclaws were also watching her, yet none approached to engage in conversation. Luna, often dubbed Loony Luna by their year, had become quite the talk of the school. She had spent ample time with Ron and Neville, frequently sharing tales of fantastical creatures invisible to others. Ginny caught up, standing beside Hermione. Hermione indeed knew of Luna's peculiar interests, having perused the library in search of records on such creatures, but to no avail. Nevertheless, she recognized Luna's extensive knowledge, particularly as Luna was among the first to discern Professor Lupin's true identity as a werewolf. How did you know I was curious about Luna? Hermione asked, a hint of surprise in her tone. Surely, you don't think your silent exchanges with Neville are entirely natural? Ginny replied with a wry smile, fully aware of Neville's nervousness. Rest assured, I'm not here to pry. I'll just corner Ron for answers later. You've dropped your notebook. Ginny's expression turned slightly peculiar as she glanced at the title, Whispers of the Moonlit Non-Human Lovers. Who would have guessed that Hermione possessed a flair for poetic writing? For a fleeting moment, Hermione felt a pang of sympathy for Ron before her focus shifted back to the notebook. She intended to delve into the restricted section of the library to research the unforgivable curses, having previously only known their names. Luckily, the note Professor McGonagall had issued her was still valid. The Great Hall was abuzz, not solely with Gryffindors inquiring, but several other houses were also scrutinizing the unfolding events. Is it true? Hasn't the Dark Lord already been defeated by Harry? One voice questioned, dismissing the claims as mere Slytherin drivel. Despite expressing skepticism, the speaker eagerly awaited Ron and the others' response. Wasn't it said that Death Eaters were present over there? Surely, you must know more about the curtain, they chimed in. Voices overlapped, some genuinely seeking the truth, others merely reveling in the spectacle, while whispers speculated on the conditions of that world. Each individual was weaving their own narrative of the unfolding events. Overwhelmed by the attention of so many, Ron struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He glanced at the empty professor's table, uncertain of what the faculty meant or whether this matter warranted secrecy. He has returned, Neville finally managed to utter, his voice initially barely audible amidst the cacophony. As he lifted his gaze and steadied his voice, trembling with emotion, silence enveloped the room. Tears glistened in his eyes. His expression a tumult of turmoil. The Dark Lord has returned, at least in that world. His followers will undoubtedly resume their malevolent ways. Ron continued Neville's statement, saying here, Harry faced Voldemort in his first year. In the presence of so many, Ron aspired to exhibit the same fearlessness towards Voldemort's true name as Harry did. However, when he attempted to voice it, the words eluded him. Surely, if it were Harry, he would appear far more courageous. A tinge of disappointment washed over Ron. Yet he recognized that his experience was already impressive enough. Could it be? Facing Voldemort in his first year. Remarkable indeed. Colin Creevey wholeheartedly believed Ron's words, his admiration for Harry rendering him willing to accept any feat attributed to him. Conversely, many remained skeptical, unwilling to entertain the notion that such a nightmare could return. Perceiving Ron and Neville as fabricators, what stung Ron was that among the doubters were friends with whom he usually shared a harmonious rapport. Seamus Finnegan's eyes brimmed with skepticism, and Ron was convinced that had it not been for his good friend Dean Thomas whispering in his ear, Seamus would have boldly questioned him on the spot. Lavender Brown turned to Parvati Patil, asserting, this must be true. Remember Professor Trelawney's prophecy about Potter? He would die. It must be perilous over there. Observing several individuals nodding in agreement with Lavender, Ron could no longer contain himself. He shouted at Lavender, Harry will not die. Did Professor McGonagall not make herself clear enough? Trelawney predicts someone will die every year, yet it has never come to pass. Her divination is nothing but deception. He seized Neville, who stood frozen in shock, and forged a path through the crowd, leading Neville out of the Great Hall. News of Voldemort sparked yet another peculiar incident involving owls colliding in the skies above Hogwarts. Chapter 74, The Little Owl. The library held scant records regarding the unforgivable curses, most of which appeared in tomes like Selected Dark Magic that instructed on the dark arts. The texts merely touched upon the effects of the unforgivable curses, the potential damages they could inflict, and the wand movements required for their casting. Hermione dared not linger over the instructional segments, fearing that she might inadvertently learn one or two curses and frighten Professor McGonagall. Yet, the more she attempted to erase the memory of the variant Tarantella dance-esque gestures from her mind, the clearer they became. Thus, after utilizing the time turner to seek information on the unforgivable curses, Hermione found herself only partially comprehending why they were deemed so unforgivable. These curses were described as exceedingly malevolent, perilous, and dark. However, from the pages, she could not grasp the true extent of their wickedness. She understood that the irreparable harm inflicted by the unforgivable curses warranted their stringent prohibition against use on humans. Typically, wizards employing such curses on others would find themselves imprisoned in Azkaban for life. Yet, Hermione also discovered that during wartime, Aurors had been permitted to wield these curses against enemies. Given the circumstances in Tabitha's world, why were the professors so astounded, even repulsed? Upon witnessing her ability to wield these curses, Hermione realized she required the assistance of a friend from a wizarding family. Her thoughts immediately turned to Neville, who was evidently more knowledgeable about the Cruciatus curse than Ron. Neville's behavior in the hall was exceedingly peculiar, whatever means he employed to acquire knowledge of the Cruciatus curse. It surely was not an experience easily articulated. Hermione resolved to seek out Ron. Thus, while Ron was momentarily cornered by his sister Ginny outside the common room, he encountered Hermione waiting for him within. Ron flopped down beside Hermione, burying his head in a cushion, his voice muffled as he asked, "What is it, Hermione? Why do you need to speak with me?" Neville had retreated to his dormitory during Ginny and Ron's conversation, leaving only the two of them in this secluded corner. "I've come to inquire about the unforgivable curses." Hermione succinctly stated her purpose, questioning why the professors seemed to react so vehemently. Before Ron could respond, the door to the Gryffindor common room swung open, and Fred and George entered with great fanfare. They did not hastily vacate the entrance, but instead struck exaggerated poses as if to usher someone in. "Come in, Mr. Black. Young Ron is right here." Mr. Black, cradling a small owl in his hands, smiled and thanked the mischievous twins as he made his way toward Ron and Hermione. At the sound of his name uttered by Fred, Ron instinctively sat up straight, a result of countless childhood encounters with his brothers. Despite Mr. Black being the one seeking him, Ron remained wary of his two older siblings. "Hello, Ron," Mr. Black said as he took a seat opposite them, Fred and George joining him. "Mr. Black?" Ron was puzzled as to why Mr. Black had come to find him. Mr. Black showcased the small owl he had been holding. "I hear you've taken a liking to Scabbers as your beloved pet." Even now, the mere mention of Scabbers' name made Ron's complexion pale. "For that, you must harbor a certain disdain for Crookshanks, who has a penchant for hunting Scabbers. I must speak on his behalf. During moments when my mind was not particularly sharp, I couldn't devise a clever plan to eliminate Peter, other than taking matters into my own hands. I merely exerted some effort convincing Crookshanks to assist me in relentlessly pursuing him throughout the castle. Crookshanks is indeed a clever cat. He quickly grasped my intent and became my ally. However, this endeavor seems to have created quite a rift between you and your companions." "Quite the rift," Fred interjected. "They argue almost daily." Hermione and Ron instinctively averted their gazes, staring at the ceiling and the floor, avoiding looking at one another. Mr. Black's face bore an understanding smile as he deftly sidestepped the awkwardness of the moment. "Therefore, as a form of apology, and to compensate for the loss of your beloved pet, I have selected an owl for you." Ron gazed in awe at the exquisite little gray creature. No larger than half a human hand, its fluffy form brimming with vitality. "Is it truly a gift for me?" Mr. Black gently directed the small owl to fly into Ron's hands, affirming his intent. Overjoyed, Ron remembered to ask Hermione to cast a Deanamagus spell on the owl. He had no need for more human-like pets. However, the spell proved ineffective. It was purely a magical creature. The little owl flitted up and down a few times to express its dissatisfaction. Ron paid no heed to the owl's emotions. He cradled it in his hands and raised it high, declaring, "I shall name it Juvian." The little owl accepted this name, flapping its wings and affectionately nibbling Ron's index finger. Hermione, undeterred by Ron's excitement, seized the opportunity to pose her inquiry to Mr. Black, who had reacted quite strongly during the film. He must have knowledge of the unforgivable curses. "Mr. Black, I am curious as to why the professors were particularly shocked to see Tabitha wield the unforgivable curse, given that they were in the common room." Hermione spoke in a hushed tone. "Did you all recognize that as dark magic?" Mr. Black seemed somewhat surprised by these young wizards' perceptiveness. George and Fred exchanged glances. Not everyone had perceived it. Of course, Hermione slightly fibbed. "I have read about it in some books at the library." Mr. Black recalled Professor Flitwick's description, the ever-diligent Miss Granger. A look of anguish crossed his face. Was this indeed the nature of diligence? He found himself somewhat bewildered by the students of Gryffindor today. Such knowledge was hardly suitable for young wizards. "You are too young. You have not experienced that grim era. You cannot fathom the horror of dark magic. Do give it a try, Mr. Black. To assert we cannot comprehend without even explaining is rather excessive," Ron remarked. His tone tinged with annoyance, as adults were often reluctant to divulge more information. "Very well." A flicker of reminiscence passed across Mr. Black's visage. "Dark magic is not something one can simply master through magical prowess alone. The practitioner must possess a genuine desire to harm others, filled with malice wishing for others to suffer. Without these, the spells will not take effect. The traumas they inflict are typically irreversible. Just look at Moody's face. That is the consequence of dark magic. But I have seen that for a time, Aurors were permitted to use those curses against enemies." Hermione inquired with curiosity. A scornful smile appeared on Mr. Black's face. "That was decreed by the one who imprisoned me in Azkaban without trial. His name was Barty Crouch. That was the darkest hour, as Voldemort cast a shadow over the Wizarding World. He and his Death Eaters spread fear and tyranny far and wide. Those who resisted were subjected to dark magic, tortured, or even killed outright. Almost every day, someone was perishing. Crouch's intentions may have been noble, but his method of combating dark magic with dark magic was anything but wise. He unwittingly opened a door to a whole new world for the Aurors. Dark magic not only inflicts irreparable harm on others, but also gradually corrupts the soul of the user, leading them into darkness. Crouch even permitted his Aurors to kill. To inflict harm using ordinary spells, and to kill with dark magic are two entirely different matters. To pursue justice through wicked means? How ludicrous. Crouch should be grateful that Voldemort vanished swiftly. Otherwise, I would not be surprised if one day his Aurors turned to Voldemort's side. Oh, it seems I have digressed somewhat. Returning to Tabitha, it is only those with an exceptionally steadfast will who can perpetually resist the allure of dark magic. Given Tabitha's tender age, It is difficult to conceive that she could successfully withstand such temptations. Moreover, judging by her level of proficiency, one might even argue that she has long been entranced by the potency of dark sorcery. Thus, the professors were particularly astonished. Hermione meticulously organized her findings in her notebook. To put it in somewhat inappropriate terms, it was akin to granting the Muggle authorities the arbitrary power to apprehend individuals and engage in mutual slaughter with them. The once noble identity of an Auror as a defender of justice had become increasingly ambiguous. The insidious nature of dark magic, which erodes the soul, may even distort the innate integrity of an Auror. While retribution may appear effective in the short term, its long-term repercussions are dire. Hermione could not help but worry about Tabitha. Could her seemingly erratic behavior be a manifestation of her struggle against dark magic? Engaging in minimally destructive actions to satiate her desires without truly harming anyone? Hermione's contemplation was interrupted by Black, who wore an expression of distress. At a time like this, you're still writing about mermaid postpartum care? Hermione froze, staring at Black in disbelief. Is this truly what you have perceived all along? Indeed. Upon posing the question, Black appeared considerably more relaxed. Rest assured, I respect your peculiar hobby, but do ensure that the mermaids remain oblivious to this. They would not take it kindly. Hearing Black's acceptance offered Hermione no solace. Her mood remained grim. What on earth was that confounded confidentiality charm doing? Hermione pushed her notes towards Fred and George, who were reveling in the commotion. Take a look at this. The last words of the unheard Dragon Keeper? The reverse scale of the Sweet and Happy Night contract? Ron noticed that ever since his brothers had divulged what they saw, Hermione seemed on the verge of abandoning everything and fleeing. Are you all right, Hermione? Ron inquired. Hermione was not well. The mere thought of how many had glimpsed her notebook filled her with embarrassment, rendering her speechless. She reflected on how many had viewed her notes over the past few days. The following day, Hermione still appeared somewhat listless. Her mind was inundated with those absurd titles, and she had not slept well the previous night. Yet, other confidentiality charms did not yield such favorable results, so Hermione reluctantly persisted in their use. Harry, on the other hand, slept soundly. His daytime encounter with the dragon had allowed him to collapse into restful slumber at night. He felt invigorated enough to train with the dragon again. What are we doing today? Harry eagerly inquired. However, he received an unsettling response. What? I have to attend potions class with Tabitha? Harry could scarcely fathom what mischief Tabitha might unleash during the lesson. Ilowen seemed oblivious to Harry's astonishment. Of course. We have already observed the results you produced without distractions. Now, it is time to present you with a challenge. This was no mere challenge. Harry would rather confront two fire-breathing dragons than share a classroom with Tabitha. With an expression that conveyed impending doom, Harry made his way to his potions desk. Tabitha approached as well, yet unusually refrained from exchanging banter with Harry. Her expression was grave, appearing slightly more composed than Harry. At the professor's table, Professor Sprout's eyes twinkled with amusement. It seems we need not worry about them employing any unorthodox spells today. Lupin, maintaining a calm demeanor, lifted his teacup. Nor should we be concerned about them training Harry with dangerous creatures. Is that so? I believe Tabitha is far more perilous than a dragon, remarked Black, who was met with a rare scowl from his head of house, McGonagall. The last time she had looked at him in such a manner was due to his use of magic to damage the school walls, resulting in a punishment of writing, "I shall not cast spells in the corridors 50 times. Snape considered Black's remark to be a rare instance of sound reasoning. However, unlike Black, who often jumped to conclusions without contemplation, Snape held little faith in Tabitha's potion-making capabilities. She regarded the ingredients with a seriousness akin to attending a funeral. Snape suspected she had forgotten the fundamentals after advancing to a higher year. She certainly was not one of his advanced students, he thought critically. Hermione also noticed Tabitha's cautious disposition, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. She had never felt this anxious even while chasing Harry on a dragon. What could possibly be amiss? She wouldn't be preparing to randomly toss ingredients into Harry's cauldron, would she? Ron speculated. It's a possibility. Neville anxiously awaited the outcome. Meanwhile, Luna's relaxed demeanor starkly contrasted with the tension among the others. Today, they were to concoct a Confundus potion. Harry had initially assumed Tabitha would go to great lengths to disrupt him. He had his wand discreetly prepared, ready to shield his cauldron at any moment. Yet, Tabitha did not spare him a glance. She had already commenced chopping the ingredients. Her expression was so resolute that Harry felt a pang of guilt for his assumptions. Following the instructions from the book, he began cutting the sneeze word into uniform pieces and placing them into his cauldron. At that moment, he heard a hissing sound nearby. Puzzled, he glanced over at Tabitha's cauldron and noticed a small, uncut leaf structure indicating that she had placed not the sneeze word, but rather the deadly nightshade, which had reacted violently with the subsequent drops she had added. It appeared her cauldron was on the verge of exploding. This was merely the first step in potion making. Harry felt dizzy at the sight of Tabitha's apologetic expression. Her mistake was unintentional, which only deepened his despair. The two herbs bore no resemblance whatsoever. How had Tabitha managed to confuse them? Harry thought helplessly. Did she only recognize color and not shape? He noticed that her table was cluttered with chopped green plants. A realization struck him. Was this how the confusion had occurred? Ilowen's icy voice drifted over. Potter, wouldn't it make you seem more exceptional to remind your classmate? Harry understood then that the pressure of the lesson was a more advanced version of Neville coupled with a standard edition of Snape. Chapter 76. Confidence. Tabitha offered Harry, who was visibly despondent, a confident smile as if she possessed the ability to tackle anything. Fear not. I have a solution, she reassured him, promptly launching into a series of remedial actions. Harry gazed at the cauldron teetering on the brink of explosion, silently distancing himself further. At times, he pondered whether Tabitha's confidence was a trait gleaned from Lockhart. With a resounding bang, the cauldron erupted just as Harry had anticipated during Tabitha's remedial efforts. He swiftly cast a shield charm, a spell he had learned while dueling with Tabitha. The splattering potion residue was vanquished by Tabitha with a silent incantation before it reached Harry. However, she neglected the liquid that was directed towards Harry's cauldron. Sizzle. Now it was Harry's cauldron that emitted a cacophony of sounds. He remained frozen in place until Ilowen eradicated the obviously unusable concoction from Harry's pot, leaving him paralyzed with despair. His silhouette appeared weak and pitiable. What a pity. Ilowen tapped the edge of the cauldron with her wand, indicating that adding the explosive mixture had not benefited the potion. It was time to start anew. After observing Tabitha's process, Snape would never acknowledge her as one of his students. Regardless of who her potion instructor was, he certainly had no connection to her. Her clumsy handling of the knife was so unrefined that even Potter's first attempt at potion-making surpassed hers. Snape's expression remained impassive, failing to reveal the tumultuous emotions churning within him. And Ilowen, why couldn't she develop her own teaching style? Snape felt a twinge of nostalgia for the dungeons. At least Tabitha was aware of the need to protect Harry. Noticing the surrounding professors had grown unusually silent, McGonagall cleared her throat and spoke. Black emitted a nasal grunt, refraining from formally contradicting Professor McGonagall. Hagrid merely assumed it was a dog barking, as he bent down to search for the little creature. Among the students, discussions regarding potion operations ensued. Several Ravenclaw students took great interest, utilizing the light screen as a study aid. I bet Harry's cauldron will explode again, Ron chuckled, observing his friend's bewilderment at the empty cauldron. Clearly, Luna's voice was soft yet imbued with a gentle certainty. Neville touched his nose. Speaking on behalf of Tabitha, it was indeed easy to mix up different plants after cutting them into segments, as they all resembled one another. Yet, you could have cut and added them at any time, Hermione remarked with an air of certainty, drawing the attention of those around her. Only you could manage such a feat, they exclaimed in unison. Harry felt he had grasped the essence of success. He ought not to protect himself, but rather the cauldron. This time, there would be no unforeseen mishaps. He meticulously prepared the ingredients anew, resolutely ignoring the commotion from Tabitha's side, focusing solely on his cauldron. Sizzle. Harry added sneeze word. Sizzle. He dripped in the solution. Bang. Harry instantly shielded the cauldron with the shield charm, emerging unscathed beneath Tabitha's protective cover. He chose to ignore her forlorn gaze without a shred of guilt. Just as Harry believed he had secured victory, Ilowen instigated trouble. You surely didn't open the book for a preview, did you, Tabitha? Preview? This is content suitable for a third grader. It should indeed serve as a review for Tabitha. Harry stirred the potion while inwardly lamenting. Look at Malfoy. His unique herb was the most perfectly cut in the class. Where did Malfoy come from? There are only he and Tabitha in this class. Would he rather praise someone who is absent than acknowledge him? Well, that is very much like Snape. Harry stirred with indignation. Hermione, I don't recall granting you permission to assist Tabitha with her potion. Return to your seat. If you act without my consent again, Gryffindor will lose 10 points. Where is Hermione anyway? Please refrain from mentioning non-existent individuals. It is truly bizarre. Furthermore, how could Snape possibly address her kindly as Hermione? He would certainly say, Miss Granger, due to your presumption, Gryffindor loses 10 points. Wait, Harry paused in his stirring. How many circles had he made? A sudden chill crept up his neck. Malfoy was unexpectedly called out by the floating screen, causing him to shudder. He had no desire to be mentioned by those two, especially not as an example for that dark witch, Tabitha. Merlin knows who was unfortunate enough to share a class with her. She might very well eliminate anyone more capable than herself in her quest for supremacy. As the screen revealed his name, the attention of those around him shifted. Malfoy straightened his back, lifting his chin. Did he not realize that this position only showcased his nostrils to others? Ron found it unbearable to watch. Hermione was rubbing her arms, feeling a chill from being called by Ilowen. Was it truly that terrifying? Ron thought Hermione was being a bit dramatic. It was merely a name being called. When your name is called, do not be afraid. The chances of Ilowen calling Neville are higher than mine. Ron blurted this out before considering the implications, feeling a pang of anxiety as he glanced at Neville's expression. Honestly, I nearly thought Ilowen was referring to me when she mentioned potion modifications. Neville. Instead of being upset, smiled gently. Hermione's smile faltered, her expression taking on an oddly peculiar quality. Ilowen need not worry about me assisting Tabitha with her potion. At its worst, Neville's potion merely lacked a few steps, which is not difficult to amend. However, Tabitha's potion is riddled with flaws, lacking any logical progression from the very first step. In such cases, I would only advise her to start anew. After saying this, Hermione felt sympathy for Harry in the predicament he would soon face. Concurrently, a long-held suspicion in Hermione's mind grew clearer. Ilowen was likely from their year. That would explain her extensive knowledge. Tabitha seemed more like someone who had heard stories from Ilowen. In the Great Hall, all the young wizards instinctively lowered their voices while conversing, as tense as if whispering during a lesson. Is she studying under Professor Snape? Clearly, everyone could discern that Ilowen's manner of speaking resembled someone else's. If she could become accustomed to mimicking Professor Snape during practice, then she would no longer feel flustered during class. What a splendid strategy. The utterance drew the gaze of many towards the valiant warrior, a student of Ravenclaw. It's nothing. Do not dwell on it. You shall not find another who can grasp the essence as she does. Another Ravenclaw extinguished her companion's budding trepidation, for she noticed Professor Snape casting a glance capable of turning all into ice sculptures. Being caught would surely result in a punishment of confinement to the dungeons for eternity. Chapter 77. Gryffindor loses 10 points. How many times did he stir it? It was as if he heard Harry's silent plea. And Ilowen glided silently behind him. Potter, she hissed in his ear. How many times must the potion be stirred for the confusion draft? The familiar tone almost led Harry to believe that Snape had suddenly appeared behind him. He rifled through his book. 6 times. Is that how you address the professor? 6 times, Professor Snape, he replied. Ilowen faltered momentarily, her lips twitching as she nearly bit her tongue. Tabitha was already rolling on the floor in laughter. Ilowen suppressed her embarrassment with a mental blockade, forcing herself to maintain an impassive expression. 6 times. How many times did you stir it? At the mention of this, Harry felt a twinge of guilt, his voice faltering. I don't know. The incorrect potion remnants in the cauldron vanished under Ilowen's spell. Redo it. With those words, she executed a swift turn, leaving in a gust of wind. Harry felt that those 2 words might have been the most frequently uttered by him that day. Resignedly, he continued to chop the ingredients. When do we finish class? Harry inquired of Tabitha, finding the lesson unbearably prolonged. Anytime, Tabitha replied, rising from the ground. Anytime? Since the conclusion required them to consume their own potion. Instantly, Harry approached the task with a seriousness tenfold beyond his usual demeanor. Drink your own potion? Black echoed in shock, recalling that Professor Slughorn had never imposed such a requirement during his time. He scrutinized Snape with a discerning gaze, wondering if this was a new rule since Snape had become a professor. Snape sat there, expressionless, his entire demeanor shrouded in an icy veil, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Subsequently, Harry witnessed Tabitha's astonishing capacity for destruction. She had an uncanny ability to obliterate her cauldron in ways Harry could scarcely imagine. After the 5th resounding explosion, Harry narrowly avoided the corrosive remnants of potion pooling at his feet, missing the precise moment to add his ingredients. His cauldron was emptied once more, dancing in class. Gryffindor loses 10 points. Harry recoiled in shock, turning in astonishment. He beheld a sign beside Ilowen, emblazoned with Harry Potter 10, Tabitha 0. Above it, another line read, Gryffindor 10, Slytherin 50. The one with the lower score at the end would not only have to drink their own potion, but also a sip of their opponent's concoction. What a cruel rule. Harry's pupils dilated in disbelief as he glanced at Tabitha, who appeared even more serious than before. They exchanged silent glances, an unspoken distrust regarding each other's potion-making prowess evident in their eyes. Regarding the brand, Harry still harbored some confusion. Why did Slytherin receive an additional 50 points? Teaching you both potions has been a torturous experience for me. This 50 points serves as compensation for my mental anguish. Harry was at a loss for words. However, he sought to reclaim his own 10 points. The earlier tap dance was a result of Malfoy casting the Tarantaligra curse on me. Could you possibly restore my 10 points? Harry spoke earnestly yet nonsensically. Where's Malfoy? Potter, it is just you and Tabitha here. Now Malfoy is nowhere to be seen, is he? Harry's shoulders slumped, feeling utterly powerless against Eloise. When Eloise announced that Gryffindor had lost 10 points, the scorekeeper beside the professor's table emitted a crisp sound akin to gemstones clashing. Yet, due to the captivating content on the screen, only Moody momentarily noticed this occurrence. This cannot go on. Harry altered his strategy. He must first assist Tabitha in discovering a suitable method for potion making. A focused Tabitha is more perilous than 10 lions. Harry feared that before he could successfully brew the potion, he would be blown to smithereens by Tabitha's experiments. He began by helping Tabitha clarify her thought process, and in doing so, he found his own proficiency in potions increasing. He also uncovered the reason behind Tabitha's previous peculiar methods of potion making. Her book was rife with corrections, rendering the original text nearly indecipherable. Whose book is this? It is so scribbled that it is illegible. You should use mine. Through repetition, Harry had already memorized the potion-making process, rendering the book unnecessary. Alas, it is Eloise who forbids me from cheating with the simplified version. Tabitha sighed, lamenting that otherwise she could have copied the homework successfully. It was then that Harry noticed the small print above the corrections, which piqued his curiosity about the individual responsible for the modifications. Turning to the title page, he read, "This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince." The Half-Blood Prince? What a peculiar name. The corners of Tabitha's mouth curled upward, her smile impossible to suppress. Observing her expression, Harry quickly glanced at Eloise and thought, oh no, could the prince be her? Eloise's demeanor appeared somewhat odd. Yet it did not convey displeasure, but rather an inability to restrain her expression. Harry's heart eased. The prince was not Eloise, but someone she knew, someone she respected. To the extent that she wished to conceal any inappropriate expression, he refrained from further inquiry about the prince. What mattered most now was the potion. To describe Snape's expression as merely angry would be an understatement. He fixed a dark, penetrating gaze upon Potter as if he intended to burn a hole through him. Had Potter not uttered that name, no one would have paid it any heed. Snape placed all the blame squarely on Potter, not assigning a shred of responsibility to Eloise, who had lent out the book. It became evident that as long as Tabitha could grasp the potion's recipe, she could successfully complete the majority of the work. Although her herbs were cut unevenly, and she had overzealously spilled some potion while stirring, despite the countless shortcomings, at least her cauldron was no longer incessantly rattling. Harry allowed himself to relax. His gaze momentarily diverted from Tabitha, focusing on his own cauldron. Tabitha, what have you done now? Boisterousness is strictly prohibited in potions class, and 10 points are deducted from Gryffindor. Calm down, calm down. I truly have a solution this time. Tabitha simultaneously reassured both individuals. She dashed to Ilowen's workstation, retrieved something, and placed it into the cauldron, causing the boiling liquid to settle instantly. A neutralizing stabilizer. I've seen Ilowen use it. Tabitha's voice brimmed with exhilaration. 50 points deducted from Gryffindor. This potion seemed to unleash Ilowen's point deduction mechanism, as she began fervently and tirelessly penalizing Gryffindor with unprecedented zeal. Potter, are you hungry? Ilowen posed an apparently unrelated question. No. Then how did you concoct a pot of tomato sauce? You ought to consider a career as a chef. 10 points deducted. Tabitha, if I catch you wasting my materials again, I shall toss you into your own concoction for a swim. 10 points deducted. Potter, I trust you remember the number of stirring circles? 6 circles, if I'm not mistaken. You are 1 short. Once Harry truly added the extra circle as per Ilowen's instructions, she lazily remarked, now you are mistaken, lacking confidence in yourself. 10 points deducted. We have birthed a genius destined to revolutionize potion making. Genius, tell me what you were crafting? A confusing potion. Really? Tabitha, I was under the impression you were experiencing a surge of inspiration, preparing to invent a new type of poison to eliminate us all. Put down what you are holding. Those are not the materials required for a confusing potion. 10 points deducted. Potter, I suspect the steam of a confusing potion does not possess the effect of bewildering minds. What are you daydreaming about? 10 points deducted. Even Longbottom's toad would fare better than your efforts. Tabitha, 10 points deducted. You have perfectly replicated your previous mistake. Showing no progress at all. Potter, 10 points deducted. Potter, you are breathing. 10 points deducted. Harry had never missed Professor Snape more than at that moment. Chapter 78, Negative Points. Ilowen's point deduction performance stirred quite a commotion in the Great Hall, with young wizards relieved that their potions professor was Snape rather than her. The clamor of the crowd muffled the quiet sound of gems falling. Others, like Moody, could not intervene, but he prepared to give Tonks a lesson in vigilance. It was exceedingly reckless. Some professors occasionally heard the sounds of gems clashing, but they simply did not connect it to the commotion in the hall. As some were not dining in Hogwarts' Great Hall, and assumed the deductions were made by outside professors, Snape was acutely aware of what had ignited Ilowen's emotions. That vial of neutralizing stabilizer was complex to produce, traditionally reserved for time-consuming, advanced potions rather than carelessly used in a concoction that even fourth-year students could easily craft. Yet, there Ilowen stood, watching Tabitha squander the contents of her cauldron as if pouring water. Why did she not seize it back? Snape was anxiously pacing outside the screen. Listening to the repeated announcements of points deducted from Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall felt immensely relieved that Ilowen was not employed at Hogwarts. Otherwise, Gryffindor's score would plummet into the negatives within a single day, as she only deducted points without adding any. In comparison, Severus was nothing short of perfect. Flitwick was curious whether Ilowen's classroom demeanor was learned from her head of house. Severus, is your class similar? Do you often hear young wizards lamenting their disdain for potions? If that is the case, Flitwick believed their complaints were justified. Snape slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes devoid of warmth as they swept over the sausage roll before him, as if he had heard nothing at all. Oh, I was merely inquiring whether all young wizards, like Tabitha, faced some obstacles in their potion studies. Flitwick quickly amended. No, she is quite a rare specimen, Snape replied, his mouth curling with disdain. Professor McGonagall interjected on Snape's behalf. Severus would never deduct 480 points from Gryffindor in a single day. Indeed, Ilowen had already deducted 480 points, nearly the total score Gryffindor could earn in an entire term. Initially, the Gryffindor students had reacted with anxiety to the point deductions, but eventually, they were able to calmly watch Harry's predicament. Look, she can no longer find a reason to deduct points. Even breathing could incur penalties. Haha. Finally, amidst Tabitha's disruptions and Ilowen's verbal assaults, Harry succeeded in brewing the most exquisite potion. After this baptism of point deductions, Harry no longer resisted Snape's class. In fact, he eagerly anticipated returning to potions. Ilowen sighed with relief. She could finally take a breather. Cherish this lesson, Potter, she said, taking a moment to sip water. The absence of point deductions was truly exhausting. Harry smirked. While Ilowen was weary from talking, he was fatigued physically. Perhaps only Tabitha felt the most delight. Harry checked how many points he had lost. 280 points. He exclaimed in shock. I can't earn back that many even if I win a Quidditch match. Ilowen averted her gaze, feeling guilty. The purpose of this lesson was to challenge Harry, not Tabitha. Consequently, she had inadvertently placed so much pressure on Harry that he suffered significant point losses. I won't mention anything else, but could you return the 20 points for breathing and Malfoy to me? Ilowen gently shook her head. I will not add points to Gryffindor. That is my boundary. Harry puffed out his cheeks, his eyes wide, and he angrily approached Tabitha to observe her potion making. After all, his score lagged behind, and he was destined to sample Tabitha's potion. Meanwhile, Neville instinctively glanced at the Gryffindor hourglass whenever Ilowen deducted points. The gems within were gradually diminishing, ultimately revealing a pile of black stones. This term, Gryffindor had only earned a little over 200 points, fewer than other houses. Now, while the gems in Gryffindor's hourglass had surpassed those of other houses, they were all black stones, representing negative points. Neville silently calculated the extent of Gryffindor's losses. Hermione called his name several times, but he did not respond. Are you all right? As those around him reveled in joy, Neville, with a countenance clouded in confusion, stood out as a most peculiar figure, prompting Hermione to harbor some concern. His calculations had been interrupted, yet the incomplete figures he had grasped were already sufficiently alarming. He opened his mouth several times, but no sound emerged. Extending a trembling hand, he unsteadily pointed towards the scoreboard beside the professor's table. Hermione glanced over. Initially failing to notice any alterations, the scoreboard appeared quite full. However, a sudden flash of black caught her eye, and where had the Gryffindor red gone? Hermione sprang from her seat and dashed towards the professor's table. There must be a malfunction with the scoreboard. Running so swiftly within the hall is not advisable. What is the matter with her? Percy furrowed his brow, cautioning her as he observed Hermione's reckless sprint. Ron, witnessing the entire episode, also pointed towards the scoreboard. Percy emitted a sharp cry. A second later, the chair was vacant, and even the remnants of Percy's presence seemed to linger in the air. He too rushed towards the professor's table. Calm down, Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall gestured for Hermione to catch her breath before speaking. I believe there is nothing that cannot wait for a moment. Professor, the Gryffindor scoreboard is broken. Percy arrived, agitated, declaring that it had transformed the rubies into black stones. What? Professor McGonagall sprang to her feet, indeed spotting a heap of black stones perched high above the other houses within the Gryffindor hourglass. A wave of darkness washed over her as she recalled the 400 points deducted by Ilowen. By Merlin, how could the scoreboard heed anyone's words? Do not worry. Professor McGonagall first reassured the students nearby. I can revoke it. She pointed her wand at the scoreboard. I, Minerva McGonagall, in the name of the head of Gryffindor, revoke the points deducted from Gryffindor by Ilowen Ellis. The scoreboard remained unresponsive. Professor McGonagall queried, attempting once more. I, Minerva McGonagall, in the name of the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, revoke the points deducted from Gryffindor by Ilowen Ellis. The black stones remained undisturbed within the hourglass. Professor McGonagall fell into contemplation as Professor Dumbledore approached, drawn by the commotion. I, as the current headmaster of Hogwarts, revoke the points deducted by Ilowen Ellis. The black stones shifted slightly, but did not vanish. The confrontation between the professors and the scoreboard sparked a bold notion within Hermione's mind. Could Ilowen possibly be the headmaster of Hogwarts? A conflict of commands between headmasters causing the scoreboard to go on strike. How plausible. Yet, this was not particularly favorable for Gryffindor's standing. In Chapter 79, titled 2 Individuals, with no means to reverse the deducted points, Dumbledore could only restore Gryffindor's score to its previous state. It was unacceptable for Ilowen to deduct points daily while they merely compensated. Professor McGonagall was at her wit's end, her words imbued with a sense of helplessness. Presently, there appeared to be no better solution. Dumbledore sighed, hoping that Ilowen would not frequently impose such deductions. or he would be quite burdened. Hermione shared her speculation regarding Ilowen's possible role as headmaster of Hogwarts with their group. Percy was delivering a public explanation regarding the malfunction of the scoring system to the Gryffindor students. Some bolder young wizards quietly attempted to add points to Gryffindor from below, but alas, the scoreboard remained unresponsive. Become the headmaster. Ron's voice inadvertently rose in pitch. Hermione elbowed him, stifling his ensuing exclamation with a sharp jab. Speculation, merely speculation. However, there was little to be proud of, as Hogwarts appeared to have lain empty for many years. Luna blinked her perpetually bewildered eyes, her tone betraying a hint of melancholy. Ron's excitement swiftly evaporated. To become the headmaster with only 2 individuals left? I wager Ilowen would not take kindly to that. Neville's voice was equally subdued. Hermione seized upon the crux of the matter, giving Neville's arm a firm pat. 2 people. Well done, Neville. How did I not think of that? Are you truly all right, Hermione? Ron questioned her mental state skeptically. Surely, she hadn't been driven to madness by the mere notion of negative points. Hermione had already begun to speak to herself. The issue lies here. We now know that Ilowen and Harry are being sought by the mysterious figure, as seen in Diagon Alley. Among those warrants, there were several unfamiliar adults whose identities remain unclear. We only recognize Ilowen and Harry. Those who make it onto the wanted list must pose a threat to the mysterious figure's rule, viewed as obstacles to his dominion. But what about Tabitha? That's a pertinent question that left the others momentarily speechless. Tabitha's abilities are undoubtedly formidable. Her spells are both swift and precise. Ron furrowed his brow, pondering whether she might have concealed her identity. Does Tabitha prefer to remain hidden in obscurity, or does she revel in the attention of others? Let us not dwell on that. Hermione continued. Tabitha must have been living alongside Ilowen for quite some time, yet she does not recognize Harry. Do you recall? The first time she encountered Harry, she had him bound hand and foot. Yet Ilowen instantly recognized him as Harry Potter. Given that Ilowen and Harry are both being pursued, and considering the depth of Ilowen's knowledge about Harry, their relationship must be quite amicable. I even suspect she is a student of the same year as Harry. Conversely, Tabitha, who shares a good rapport with Ilowen, does not recognize the younger Harry at all. Her description of the older Harry is merely from a few years past. Could it be that Ilowen and Harry lost all contact during their flight? Neville asked with a sense of urgency. It remains unclear, but there are certainly complications at play. Tabitha's identity is also worth scrutinizing. Moreover, one notable observation from Diagon Alley is that, although the mysterious figure's influence predominates, the fundamental social order has not collapsed. There are still people on the streets and shopkeepers in their stores. So where have the original students of that school gone? Where are the newly emerging young wizards receiving their education? Why does Hogwarts appear to have been abandoned for so many years? They deliberated over these questions for an extended period without arriving at any conclusions. Nearby, Tabitha sat with someone, both waiting for her potion to brew. Yet she showed no urgency in completing the concoction, proceeding with deliberate slowness. Harry felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he turned to Ilowen, imploringly asking, "Will you not deduct a few more points from her? If it affects her performance, can you truly endure the bitter taste of mud? If you could impose an 80-point penalty on her before she completes her potion, none of us would need to resort to drinking each other's brews. I know you possess the capability, Ilowen." Harry gazed at her with a trustful expression. "Do you care nothing for Gryffindor's score?" Reflecting on the stark contrast between 480 and 50, he earnestly stated, "It is inconsequential." Professor McGonagall fixed Harry with a disapproving glare. "It is of utmost importance. Yet I cannot conceive of a valid reason to deduct points." "Really?" Harry's voice was tinged with melancholy. "You did not seem so indifferent just moments ago." Lacking a legitimate reason, Harry contrived one, tossing a whole sprig of a rare herb into Tabitha's cauldron. With a swift application of a stabilizing agent, Tabitha managed to calm the potion that was on the brink of explosion. She shot Harry a defiant grin. Subsequently, the two engaged in an intense contest over the cauldron. Harry would rather sip mud than allow Tabitha to escape the agony he had just endured. He carelessly grabbed whatever was at hand and hurled it into the cauldron. Meanwhile, Tabitha appeared to ignite with excitement, her fingertips trembling as she endeavored to thwart Harry's interference. She had never imagined potions class could be so exhilarating. She would certainly return next time. They were concocting the potion in a refreshingly novel manner, adding water when the mixture was too thick, and vice versa. As of now, the cauldron had not exploded, thanks solely to the bottle of stabilizing agent. Ilowen's lips were pressed into a tight line, her jaw twitching uncontrollably. The throbbing vein at her temple betrayed her inability to tolerate the farce unfolding before her. Gryffindor loses 100 million points. The scorekeeper emitted a mournful wail. The black gemstones representing Gryffindor's points instantly filled the hourglass to the brim, overflowing into the hourglasses of the other houses. Professor McGonagall felt the world around her blur. The chaotic sounds of the hall filtered through her ears like waves of the sea, buzzing and indistinct. 100 million points. The lid of the scorekeeper flew off, and black gemstones erupted like a fountain, splattering across the floor. "Oh wow," Black exclaimed in awe at the spectacle, suddenly reinvigorated. Professor McGonagall's facial muscles tightened as she glowered at Black with a stern gaze. "We can explain to the students that a large dog's fur has obstructed the scorekeeper," Snape remarked sarcastically, conveniently pointing out a large dog present on the professor's table. Under McGonagall's fierce stare, Black dared not speak, only sneering discreetly at Snape. "Thank you for your utterly useless suggestion, Severus," McGonagall retorted stiffly. "I believe we must first find a way to halt this." Dumbledore, equally powerless, found himself on par with Ilowen's authority and could not rescind the command she had issued. They now had no choice but to await the scorekeeper to drain the 100 million points before adding an equivalent to Gryffindor to offset the negative score. Conservatively, this process was estimated to require 2 days and nights. Dumbledore promptly informed the professors to record the recent points adjustments in writing, which would later be verified by the headmaster. The Gryffindor students, upon hearing that their house had been docked 100 million points, exhibited no sorrow over the evaporation of their scores. After all, which house has ever experienced such a monumental point deduction? How thrilling. Some clever Gryffindors were already reserving Colin's camera to capture a commemorative photograph in front of the gem waterfall to send home to their mothers. Chapter 80, Career Choices. Ilowen administered half a bottle of a potion concocted by Tabitha to each of the 2 wasteful individuals. The potion swiftly incapacitated them. Harry fell into a sleep reminiscent of infancy, while Tabitha struggled to crawl on the ground, emitting only faint sounds. The world felt considerably quieter in the absence of their clamor. Ilowen enjoyed a leisurely moment alone. No, she truly resorted to feeding them poison. Black was taken aback. Surely this was not something learned from Snape? "Nonsense. We never use students for testing potions," Professor McGonagall asserted, confident that Ilowen was more prudent than Tabitha and that nothing would go awry. Lupin, familiar with potions from the 3rd year, calmly affirmed McGonagall's assertion. Indeed, this mixture would only induce confusion for no more than 10 minutes. Black suspected he was the only one among the professors who was entirely lucid. Why was there no skepticism regarding such behavior? Professors Sprout and Flitwick remained silent under Black's gaze. It wasn't he that they were unconcerned. They had previously witnessed enough. Moody's magical eye, cursed necklaces, dragons, and unforgivable curses. Tabitha could always lower their thresholds. Once a person's threshold is lowered, it is challenging to elevate it again. Ilowen merely administered a harmless potion to Harry. What a thoughtful child she was. These days, the professors seemed exceptionally kind to the students at Hogwarts. Even the Weasley twins believed they were good kids. However, the professors' good children were plotting something mischievous. Fred and George gazed at the scorekeeper, which was spewing black jewels, and many ideas began to form in their minds. Tabitha woke up earlier, having experienced a sticky dream. Upon waking, she noticed the residue of the viscous potion she had spilled during her struggles. She easily composed herself. At that moment, Harry also stirred awake. Perhaps the memory of the point deduction was too vivid. In his days, he heard Ilowen and Snape's duet of point deductions. Terrifying. Harry quickly glanced at the score display, which still showed 480. He exhaled the breath he had been holding in. It was merely a dream. How could anyone deduct 100 million points from Gryffindor? Impossible. He stood still, grappling with the disorientation of awakening from his slumber. However, Tabitha's potion seemed quite effective, Harry thought, as even random substances could induce a state of confusion. He inadvertently voiced these thoughts, for the very ingredients of all confusion potions possessed such effects. Ilowen remained distant, not even lifting her eyelids, and with a cool sarcasm, remarked, "You should try steeping some ghost grass. Its effects will last longer than whatever she concocted." This implied that Tabitha's prolonged brewing had, in fact, diminished the potion's efficacy. In a certain sense, she truly was a genius. Harry ceased his contemplations and approached Ilowen, his bewildering potion still awaiting evaluation, an elixir he had risked his life to create. A flawlessly exquisite potion. "I can offer you one," he added, especially given that he had crafted it amidst the chaos created by both her and Tabitha, which made Ilowen wish to reward him doubly. Harry felt tears well up, an acknowledgement of the accolades he had never received from Snape. "But Professor Snape would never grant me one," he asserted. "According to the professor's standards, he might well give you one," Ilowen countered, unable to refute him entirely. "What absurd standards are those?" "The standards for Harry Potter specifically," Ron interjected. "More precisely, there exists one standard for Slytherin, another for Gryffindor, yet another for the other houses, and a unique one for Harry Potter." Ron lamented. What grudge does Harry hold against him? Hermione, privy to the truth, dared not speak. Her gaze fixated on her notes, as if something exceptionally captivating had suddenly emerged upon the pages. After a suffocating silence, Harry broke the stillness. "So, I endured the hellish experience of potions class just to receive a score from Professor Snape?" His voice bore the weight of a calm collapse. "Of course not. How could one even think such a thing?" Tabitha chimed in, approaching him with a tone reminiscent of coaxing a child. Mastering potions is of utmost importance. However, her words bore no persuasive weight, as Harry had witnessed Tabitha's own potion-making skills. She raised Ilowen high, showcasing her to Harry. That's because I have Ilowen. I needn't bother with brewing potions myself. She held her aloft for but a second before quickly lowering her, fearing for her own safety. If you could befriend Snape. You wouldn't need to study potions, Tabitha suggested. The two of you should focus on living well above all else. Harry's mouth fell agape. What had he just heard? Befriend him? What on earth did that entail? He would rather swallow a hippogriff whole. At least that seemed somewhat feasible. Snape's face turned a shade of green. Such a day would never come. He would leap from the astronomy tower before that ever happened. Black's expression mirrored Snape's. Aghast at the thought of that wretched little dark wizard instructing him on parenting. A Potter and a Snape as friends? Merlin, James would be rolling in his grave. Only Lupin remained composed, sipping his tea. Professor McGonagall, with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, found herself somewhat eager to witness such a spectacle. Malfoy mocked, laughing derisively. For who was unaware of his disdain for Harry Potter? Unless it rained curses from the heavens, he could not fathom such an occurrence. Ilowen kicked Tabitha away, redirecting the conversation back on track. Potions class is indeed crucial, but not merely for the sake of garnering Professor Snape's approval. What truly matters are the examinations and their evaluations. Those who do not meet the required standards cannot enter Professor Snape's advanced potions class. Am I to strive for admission into Professor Snape's class? Harry could not help but interject. Of course, otherwise, how would you prepare for the exams? Self-study? The Hogwarts textbooks have not been updated in years, and some of the methods they contain have far superior alternatives. If you aspire to be an Auror, there are certain expectations regarding your potions exam scores. Work hard, and do not easily relinquish a subject. Ilowen's hand rested lightly on Harry's head, giving it a couple of gentle pats, as delicate as a feather. Auror. Harry had never truly contemplated his future career choices. Was Ilowen implying that he would become an Auror in the future? Chapter 81. On the brink of departure. Those who fall short cannot enter the advanced potions class. Hermione trembled as she spoke. How could I have only learned of this so late? Ron swallowed hard. Believing Hermione had no cause for concern, she should worry more about him. With Ilowen's special training, Harry would fare well, while Hermione could simply learn from the textbooks. In the end, it would not be just him left out of Snape's advanced class. Many younger wizards began to feel anxious, and the Gryffindor students were particularly overwhelmed. Percy had just recovered from the shock of the Black Diamond Falls. Once he had adjusted his mindset, he began to alleviate the tension among the young wizards. This is something you should only have to worry about in your 5th year. Do not stress too early. Percy lowered his voice for the latter part of his statement, assuring them that as long as they could meet Professor Snape's grading criteria, they would be guaranteed a place in the advanced class. If so, a little effort would suffice. Many upperclassmen exchanged knowing glances, sharing their wisdom. Most young wizards did not dwell on this matter for too long, but certain high-achieving wizards like Hermione remained unable to relax, especially after hearing that other advanced classes had performance requirements. Ron looked at Hermione with concern. She clutched her time turner through her clothing, her eyes ablaze with determination, as if she had resolved something significant. Ron feared that by the end of the term, Hermione would seem several years older than them. Will I become an Auror? Harry voiced his lingering doubts, having previously asked in more subtle terms, but he felt Ilowen would not shy away from this question. You could be, Ilowen replied ambiguously. However, in their world, there are no opportunities left. She restrained her expression to prevent Harry from noticing anything amiss. This is one of the reasons I do not directly disclose future developments to you. Your path is for you to choose, not to be dictated by a result I provide, which you then strive towards. If you are interested in becoming an Auror, then pursue that goal earnestly. If you wish to explore other professions, that is entirely acceptable as well. Your future holds countless possibilities, truly countless. In the original holographic game, players had the ability to shape their destinies. As the protagonist, Harry Potter would undoubtedly be influenced by the choices made by the players. Could I also survive in the jungle by relying on hunting? Ilowen felt a swirl of emotions as she recalled the lessons she and Tabitha had imparted to Harry. His career shift seemed rather drastic, transitioning from an Auror to a hunter. Indeed, when Ilowen expressed her agreement, her expression was uncontrollably distorted, as if she were wrestling with herself, contemplating the effort to become an adventurer akin to Lockhart. Harry fell silent, ceasing to tease Ilowen. He noticed that she had never directly answered his question about whether she had become an Auror, so he deliberately posed an even more absurd query. It appeared to have the desired effect, as Ilowen's gaze became somewhat vacant, staring into the void. Harry silently reflected on the points he had just lost, stifling a laugh. It was truly amusing to witness the typically composed and reliable individual lose her composure. No wonder Tabitha enjoyed teasing others. Harry had unlocked a new realm of amusement. Tabitha watched keenly, noticing how Harry's facial muscles twitched in his effort to maintain a straight face. The little rascal was being intentional. Yet she had no intention of alerting Ilowen. She wished to capture this moment for posterity. Ilowen's emotional turmoil was fleeting, arriving suddenly and dissipating just as quickly. I'm stepping out for a bit. She bid farewell to Harry and Tabitha. Where to? Harry inquired, recalling that this had happened before. After ensuring that Tabitha and he could safely remain together without incident, Ilowen often left during their classes. Harry had never inquired about her whereabouts, but since discovering her sleepless nights, he had grown curious about her daily pursuits. Tabitha raised her head slightly, straining to hear Ilowen's response. I'm off to gather supplies for someone eager to learn the art of mind shielding. The meditation basin, Tabitha exclaimed, instantly recognizing Ilowen's destination. She eagerly raised her hand. I want to go too. What for? Ilowen felt exasperated. Tabitha was ever the social butterfly, and one meditation basin hardly required the two of them to carry it back. I'm in search of the necessary ingredients for our herbology class. They are in tea sold in the shops, and luck in the forest is our only option. I'll accompany you to look. This was a rather rare occurrence. Harry had never been alone in this tent before. What if I join you? He hesitated to suggest, hoping it wouldn't make him appear as a child unable to part from adults. No, Ilowen and Tabitha simultaneously rejected him. They were heading to Hogwarts, the battle-scarred version. And having Harry along would be akin to revealing their plans. Very well, Harry resigned, accustomed to these secrets. I'll stay behind to guard the place. He accepted this quickly, while Tabitha felt a surge of excitement for their upcoming expedition, though Ilowen remained apprehensive about leaving Harry alone. It was vital to understand that the dangers of the forest extended beyond wild beasts. Death Eaters could also pursue them here, foes Harry was not yet equipped to confront. Ilowen couldn't help but reiterate, do not wander far from the tent. If you find yourself feeling stifled within the confines of the tent, you may breathe freely within a radius of 5 meters. This marks the effective range of the unbreakable vow. I am well aware that you have reiterated numerous times that the forest harbors peril. Harry gazed at Ilowen with clear, penetrating eyes. Though his tone bore a weight of gravity, he understood precisely what they were evading in the woods, not ferocious beasts, but far more insidious threats. He was not one to recklessly court danger. Harry wished to convey his sentiments through his gaze. Oh no, Hermione's heart raced with trepidation. Anyone who witnessed Ilowen's harrowing chase through Diagon Alley comprehended the multitude of Death Eaters lurking in that world. It was as if they were ensnared in a scene from a classic film, where promises remained forever unfulfilled. Following the emergence of the shimmering barrier, Hermione had drawn parallels to films from the Muggle world, and they all understood that reference. Harry was not one to throw himself headlong into peril, Neville reassured. Ron, however, lacked such optimism. He too harbored a disquieting premonition, as he was all too familiar with Harry's uncanny ability to attract trouble. Perhaps they would return swiftly. Neville endeavored to find rationale that might alleviate the intense anxiety weighing upon his friends. They had a house elf, Luna remarked languidly, absent-mindedly toying with her carrot-shaped earrings. Luna's calm demeanor and words provided some solace to Hermione and Ron. Chapter 82, A Temporary Parting. Snape found no comfort. Potter was a veritable walking disaster waiting to happen. The moment his attention waned, he would plunge headfirst into danger. Snape could only hope that the boy would not meet his own demise this time. After all, the world was fraught with peril, and even their most capable professors were powerless to bridge the chasm of time and space. Even Dumbledore's eyes reflected a hint of worry. Ilowen did not directly apparate away. She lingered outside the tent with Tabitha for a considerable time. I say, Tabitha yawned, why don't we just stay put today? You seem to be experiencing a bit of separation anxiety. Ilowen seized Tabitha's arm and provided her with a most unforgettable experience of apparition. When Tabitha opened her eyes once more, they had arrived at the gates of Hogwarts. Her recent experience felt akin to being thrust into a rubber tube and then having that tube subjected to a vigorous shaking. Now, her steps felt disoriented. Had she known, she would have operated on her own. Tabitha, taking advantage of her height, comfortably draped herself over Ilowen, relying entirely on her to guide her forward. Unconcerned that her legs would become soiled in the process, Ilowen and Tabitha were already accustomed to the castle's dilapidated appearance. Those who had witnessed the shimmering barrier beforehand were somewhat prepared. Seeing this scene again would not provoke excessive astonishment. However, for most, this was the first glimpse of such a Hogwarts, cold, silent, devoid of vitality. Fragments of collapsed staircases lay scattered about, while the castle's inner walls were either overrun with various plants or marked by the charred remnants of spells. This was the place where they had received their education, akin to a second home, where they had once shared countless joyous moments. Within the shimmering veil, the familiar was shattered. Hogwarts bore the scars of war, yet remained inadequately mended. The air felt tangible, a heavy weight pressing down upon every soul present. The young wizards remained silent, acutely aware that an unsettling change lingered in the atmosphere. Perhaps the whispers of the return of that enigmatic figure were not mere fabrications after all. Ilowen did not lead Tabitha far. After traversing a single corridor, she halted abruptly. Something was amiss. She gently tapped Tabitha's arm. Just recently, Ilowen had infused the castle with magic, confident that its state would endure for a considerable time. Yet now, Hogwarts was unnaturally quiet. No portraits occupied their frames. Nor were there any wandering ghosts. Only the moving staircases emitted a faint tremor. Tabitha cast a disillusionment charm upon herself. Is something afoot? Indeed, it was too silent. Without further contemplation, Ilowen altered their course, determined to uncover the castle's condition. Tabitha, cloaked in her charm, followed closely behind. Tabitha glanced at her system panel. Thankfully, no exclamation marks had appeared, indicating that no new quests had surfaced. If quests were to emerge, it would complicate matters significantly, with one task leading to another, often triggering several side quests just as the main storyline took its initial steps. Completing side quests to a certain extent could even unveil hidden missions. These quests were categorized into time-sensitive and non-time-sensitive. Failing to complete a time-sensitive task within its allotted time frame could profoundly impact the narrative progression. For instance, if key characters perished while the player was absent, it would alter the course of events. Typically, significant losses occurred only when players were actively engaged in the storyline. Ensuring a balanced gaming experience to prevent unexpected fatalities in secluded corners when combatants returned to pursue main quests. Tabitha had never favored such chaotic elements. Her storyline had only progressed to the point of unlocking multiplayer mode. In contrast, Ilowen's narrative had reached its conclusion, an irrevocable finale. This did not imply that tasks ceased to exist post-conclusion. The system generated various follow-up missions depending on the outcome. However, since their arrival in this game world, they had diligently avoided initiating new quests, particularly time-sensitive ones, to minimize the fatalities of familiar faces. That day, when they spotted a young Harry outside the tent, Tabitha had initially thought it was a quest refreshing at their doorstep. Ilowen tightened her grip on her wand, as the castle had already informed her that all portraits and ghosts were congregated in the Hogwarts Great Hall. Even before entering, the cacophony of voices filled the air. It did not sound like an emergency. Could it be that Peeves had concocted some grand mischief? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Peeves burst forth from within, circling around Ilowen and offering an inexplicable flattery. Look who it is, the prankster king of Hogwarts. Your creativity surpasses anything I devised in my day. He somersaulted through the air, and before Ilowen could inquire about the unfolding events, a horde of spectral figures erupted from the auditorium. Leading the charge was Nick, nearly headless, who zipped past and pivoted to confront Ilowen. She was taken aback. Nick was a congenial ghost, always amicable towards her, even as a student from a different house. What could have transpired to incite such fury in him, rendering his eyes wide as saucers? The other spirits chattered excitedly. She asked back. It must have been her. No one else could have done this. Ilowen was bewildered. What had she done? The rotund monk sighed, urging her to investigate. With even the monk displaying such a demeanor, Ilowen pondered whether she had unwittingly committed some transgression against a former headmaster, prompting the ghosts to collectively target her. The bloodied figure of Barrow trailed behind, the heavy chains he dragged clanging with a metallic resonance, parting the other spirits as they cleared a path for him. Following this corridor, Ilowen entered the auditorium and beheld a black fountain. Suddenly, everything came rushing back to her. How many points had she deducted from Gryffindor? How could deductions made outside the school be recorded? Now she could claim it was unintentional, but the scene was rather overwhelming. A sudden gust of air filled the room, and Ilowen speculated that Tabitha had likely laughed herself into a folding screen. She halted, reluctant to return to the scene of her alleged crime and face the accusations of the aggrieved. Yet, a persistent Nick hovered behind her, his chilling presence nudging her towards the scoreboard that continually spewed forth black gemstones. Chapter 83, Dumbledore. A small frame hung in the corner of the auditorium, now crowded with portraits, all eager to witness the spectacle. I can hardly believe it. Gryffindor has never had so many points deducted. This was undoubtedly a remark from a Gryffindor headmaster. The portrait was soon jostled aside by others. To be precise, since Hogwarts' inception, no headmaster had ever deducted such an astonishing number of points in one go. Maintaining a calm demeanor, this must have been a Ravenclaw headmaster, perhaps one of the earliest. The speaker was swiftly replaced. What reason did you use? Do tell. As always, the positive mindset was unmistakably that of a Hufflepuff headmaster. Ilowen answered the query. Breathing? The portrait skirmish over the frame paused momentarily at her response. This was swiftly followed by an eruption from the Gryffindor headmaster, all former Gryffindor heads uniting to reclaim their voice. By Merlin's beard, breathing? For heaven's sake, you still need a filler word at a time like this? Breathing? What sort of absurd reasoning is that? Your next excuse won't be being alive, will it? What unfortunate child has the misfortune of being your student? An aggressively assertive Slytherin headmaster broke through to speak on behalf of their house. To understand the little lion cub, one must cultivate patience. Eloise, splendidly done. In the past, I too deducted points for your less than graceful gait. Principal Phineas Black was metaphorically cast out of the frame by several headmasters, and Eloise wishes for his safety. Thank you. I shall certainly employ this reason for point deductions next time, she remarked politely. Instantly, a few more rushed to confront Principal Black. Who will manage her? We are but portraits. How can we intervene? What of her predecessor? How was the successor chosen? The current one cannot attend. Then let the former take the stage. From the Gryffindor ranks emerged a figure clad in striped robes, with a silver beard long enough to brush against the floor. After being jostled in the crowd, his robes appeared somewhat disheveled. Good afternoon, Eloise, he greeted with his customary gentleness, as if they were meeting in an office rather than one existing on canvas, while the other remained outside of it. Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore. In such a ludicrous scene, the sight of Dumbledore transformed into a portrait alleviated much of the little wizard's sorrow and shock. Even though it was already known that Neville spoke with hesitation, it was difficult to fathom the principle what Dumbledore was, in the young wizard's heart, the most formidable wizard. Even the Dark Lord feared to approach Hogwarts in his presence. It was unimaginable that Professor Dumbledore would perish due to a curse, Ron murmured in a daze. Yet, that will not transpire, for Dumbledore was forewarned about that mysterious stone. He would undoubtedly exercise caution, Hermione asserted firmly. Eloise had mentioned she wished to present Dumbledore with a small surprise. She believed that Dumbledore would not stumble twice over the same matter. The mere thought of surprises contorted Hermione's face, as Tabitha's surprises were remarkably potent. Tonks, still bewildered, struggled to process the overwhelming information, her mind a tumultuous whirl. Do not display such an expression, Tonks, Moody whispered, his lips barely moving. Indeed, you are now a professor. Professor Sprout gazed ahead, urging not to let the young wizards see any signs of panic from the professors. Tonks briefly scanned each member of the faculty. Most professors sat upright, solemnly gazing at the illuminated screen. Professor Dumbledore radiated an aura of calm, engaging every young wizard who glanced his way with a smile. Except for Hagrid, who was vehemently debating with Professor Flitwick beside him, seemingly silenced by a charm. And except for Black, whose lips quivered as if uttering something, only to be harshly silenced by Professor Lupin's footfall. Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore. One headmaster could no longer tolerate the two's meandering manner. Are you two engaged in a tea party? Dumbledore, we entrusted you to manage her. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Dumbledore's eyes. Ah, I certainly remember. However, the new headmaster must always employ stricter discipline to prove their mettle. After all, Severus did the same when he first ascended to the role. But he did not blow up the scoreboard. Another headmaster frowned at the scoreboard, which was still spewing black jewels, and asked, how many points did you actually deduct? It hasn't stopped yet. 100 million. In an instant, the hall was filled with the raucous laughter of Peeves. Even the portrait of Dumbledore appeared somewhat dazed. Before all the headmasters and ghosts could comprehend the situation, Ilowen took a deep breath. I have adhered strictly to the guidance of our esteemed Slytherin head. Rigorous discipline is intended to ensure that errant students learn their lessons. Indulgence towards carelessness is a desecration of diligence. Too many points deducted? You may inquire of my headmaster whether he believes there is such a thing as excessive point deduction. He would be more than willing to share the reasons he has employed for point deductions. My actions are merely a superficial imitation of the teachings of this strict master. Having delivered her earnest deception to the headmasters, Ilowen felt no guilt in shifting the blame to her own headmaster as she gracefully departed from the range of the portrait's observation. The headmasters pondered her recent remarks, which, though sounding reasonable, were fundamentally nonsensical. What folly, to equate errors made by students with breathing. Who is her headmaster? An imposing elder headmaster, full of righteousness, issued a challenge to Ilowen's headmaster for a duel through the portraits. The previous unfortunate headmaster. Well, that was of no consequence. That portrait would not even flinch. However, we cannot so easily forgive Ilowen. She must learn her lesson. This sentiment received the approval of most Gryffindor headmasters. Indeed, Snape was enduring the scrutiny of the entire Hogwarts faculty and student body, both overtly and subtly. And his ability to maintain a stoic expression relied solely on his masterful mental shielding techniques. He did not want to acknowledge that he was the headmaster of Ilowen Ellis, and cursed the fact that she had to be a Slytherin. He had never taught Slytherin students this, and her criteria for point deduction were entirely her own improvisation, having nothing to do with him. Who had ever witnessed him deducting 10,000 points? Quite the opposite. It was he, Severus Snape, who needed to learn the art of point deduction and nonsensical rhetoric from the esteemed headmaster Ilowen Ellis. Why was McGonagall looking at him in such a way? Snape gritted his teeth, nearly crushing the cup in his hand. He swore that if McGonagall dared to utter a single word of opinion, he would quietly deduct 10,000 points as soon as the scoreboard was repaired and pin the blame on Ilowen. Chapter 84. The Method of Succession for Headmaster. Contrary to Snape's thoughts, Professor McGonagall was not gazing at him due to Ilowen's words. Rather, it was the information divulged by the portraits. The unfortunate headmaster could not attend. There was clearly something amiss with Severus's portrait. It was not difficult to deduce. The state of the castle's destruction revealed that the war had been chaotic and hasty. As headmaster, Severus likely had not anticipated that the war would erupt so swiftly, nor did he foresee his own demise within it. He had not prepared the portraits in advance, and in the headmaster's office, there might only be a single portrait that remained forever still. Years from now, it is feared that no one will remember the venomous words of his tongue, capable of silencing an entire classroom with but a single utterance. A wave of bittersweet nostalgia surged within Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore, however, contemplated matters more profoundly, intrigued by the ownership of Hogwarts. Convention dictates that the headmaster of Hogwarts is typically appointed by the preceding headmaster, a process far from simple, often spanning decades. Generally, it involves promoting a highly esteemed and capable faculty member to the position of deputy headmaster, thereby enhancing the deputy's social recognition, allowing them to manage internal affairs, liaise with the Ministry of Magic and the Board of Governors, and earn their trust, culminating in a traditional transition of power. This lengthy yet stable handover process results in a headmaster that reflects a consensus among all parties. Should he, for instance, meet with an untimely accident and fail to designate a successor, the public would naturally assume that the position of headmaster would default to Minerva. Neither Ilvermorny nor Severus would have assumed control of Hogwarts through such means. Dumbledore could surmise how Severus came to power, an outcome born of Voldemort's oppressive intimidation, wherein no one dared to oppose. But what of Ilvermorny? How did she come to inherit Hogwarts after Severus? Dumbledore understood Voldemort's insatiable desire for Hogwarts. After his graduation, he had aspired to remain at Hogwarts as the defense against the dark arts professor. Upon being rebuffed, he cast a profound curse upon the position, ensuring that each professor appointed therein would not last more than a year. His obsession with Hogwarts was ingrained in his very being. Given the opportunity, he would consider Hogwarts a perfect trophy, intent on disseminating his twisted ideologies throughout the castle. Dumbledore found himself increasingly intrigued by how Ilvermorny had managed to wrest Hogwarts from Voldemort's grasp, for Voldemort was not one to yield gracefully. What he could not possess, he would rather obliterate than relinquish to another. Should Hogwarts have rejected him, he would perceive it as betrayal, resorting to the most extreme measures to incinerate everything. How then? Had Ilvermorny preserved Hogwarts? Meanwhile, Ilvermorny was fretting over the scorekeeper, which was spewing forth black gemstones. This contraption consumed more magical energy than the activities of the ghosts themselves. Had she not come to Hogwarts to retrieve the pensive, it would have caused Hogwarts to shut down prematurely within a day. Presently, the scorekeeper was of no use. Destroying it would alleviate her concerns. Tabitha had already dispelled her disillusionment charm and leaned against the wall, observing the spectacle. The irritable, nearly headless Nick felt a sudden snap within him. He swooped toward Tabitha, exclaiming, "Destroy it? This is an artifact crafted by the 4 founders of Hogwarts at its inception. Do you suggest we simply blow it up?" Tabitha's ears rang from his thunderous outburst, prompting her to cover them and retreat behind Ilvermorny. No destruction, Ilvermorny interjected, positioning herself between them. However, a solution to halt its incessant functioning was imperative. A circle of ghosts stood in stunned silence. Even the portraits nearby fell momentarily quiet. "Since you deducted the points, you may rescind the penalty yourself." The portly monk drew closer to Ilowen. "Do you not possess such authority? Surely you must know." "Of course not," she replied. "Hogwarts does not come with an instruction manual. I never even considered that points could truly be deducted." Nick was momentarily taken aback, believing that Ilowen was unwilling to rescind the points, only to realize that she simply did not know how. It made sense, for they had spent their time instructing her on how to repair the castle's alchemical array, neglecting to impart some fundamental knowledge. A profound sense of guilt washed over Nick, allowing him to momentarily forget the inexplicable deduction of 100 million points from Gryffindor. In a remarkably gentle tone, he offered, "Allow me to teach you. Place your wand upon the scorekeeper and repeat after me. I, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, hereby rescind the points deducted from Gryffindor." Ilowen hesitated. Must I phrase it exactly like that? She noticed Tabitha's eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Indeed, Nick is not deceiving you," the monk assured her. In any case, under the guidance of the enthusiastic ghost, the incident regarding the unexpected black fountain at Hogwarts was resolved perfectly. Ilowen was reluctant to reflect on her role in the matter. "If only I could come over and repair the scorekeeper as well," Hermione muttered. "No, we just booked Colin's camera," Fred lamented theatrically. George echoed his brother's sentiment. "Such a rare sight. We had concocted the perfect way to capture an unforgettable photograph." Hermione suspected that their envision method would not align with Professor McGonagall's approval. While she might overlook their photographic endeavors, pranks were likely beyond her tolerance. Unable to restrain herself, Hermione cautioned, "Be careful. Professor McGonagall has endured too much lately. Engaging in pranks now might result in you being sent to Professor Snape." At that moment, as everyone scrutinized him with expressions akin to observing a monkey, Snape's mood had already descended to an unprecedented low. "I, the headmaster of Hogwarts, shall allocate 50 tuition fees to aid in the restoration of Hogwarts and reopen admissions." Ilowen and Tabitha were en route to the herbology classroom. After exiting the Great Hall, Tabitha's chatter had not ceased. She had repeated that phrase in at least a dozen variations. Ilowen quickened her pace, almost fleeing ahead. There were advantages to being the headmaster of Hogwarts, for when necessary, the castle would automatically adjust the staircases to an accommodating angle, sparing her from obstacles. Even if the staircases misaligned, Tabitha, with her commendable agility, could navigate the correct path as if juggling within the stairwell. Yet, Ilowen could not escape the persistent voice trailing behind her. "Headmaster, do say something, Headmaster." "Silence. Speak again, and you shall be punished with a copy of the school rules." "Is it not the Slytherin code we should be copying? We are poised and dignified, strong and composed. We are Slytherin. There is no such code." Ilowen spun around abruptly, discovering that Tabitha had, unbeknownst to her, altered the emblem on her chest to the silver and green of Slytherin. Chapter 85, Third Year. Did she simply alter her house badge? The little lions, who possess a strong sense of belonging to their house, find it quite perplexing. She merely finds it amusing, Luna remarked with a smile. Indeed, it seems quite entertaining and exceedingly practical, particularly when one is caught during a midnight escapade. Unfortunately, the upperclassmen's house names have already been firmly etched in the professor's memories, leaving no opportunity for a delightful surprise. Nevertheless, the quick-witted upperclassmen began to encourage the newly admitted first-year students to seize the moment. Ilowen gazed thoughtfully at Tabitha's Slytherin silver and green badge. "What is this? I have transferred." Tabitha proudly declared this splendid news. "Indeed, you ought to address your mental faculties," Ilowen replied. "I have changed houses." "Rejected." With a flick of her wand, Ilowen restored Tabitha's badge to its original form. Tabitha sighed dramatically. "I knew it. You fear that my entrance into Slytherin might usurp your position as head. Alas, such is the fate of the strong. I have said there is no such thing. A talent like yours is best left for Professor McGonagall's appraisal." This was the only coherent remark Severus Snape heard from Ilowen today. Professor McGonagall believed that Tabitha need not solely remain in Gryffindor for evaluation. She could joyfully invite Severus to partake in the appraisal if Tabitha were to join Slytherin. Unwilling to back down, Tabitha asserted, "All my principals adhere to the teachings of our Slytherin head. Severus, having you, is his just recompense. Gaining you is indeed Professor McGonagall's fortune." Amidst their playful banter, they arrived at the herbology classroom. The rich fragrance of herbs wafted through the door. "I suspect there may not be anything you require here," Ilowen remarked, observing the faintly green door. "We shall discover that upon opening," Tabitha declared as she approached to push open the long unopened door. The process proved somewhat arduous, as several plants clung to the rear of the door, obstructing its path. Tabitha had to sever them. Dust coated the glass of the herbology classroom, and sunlight filtered through, casting a muted yellow hue. Inside lay a verdant expanse of foliage. With plants freed from their pots, roots intertwined and branches brushing against one another, growing together as one. Some of these plants had undergone subtle mutations through hybridization with other species. The green leaves of the mandrake displayed purple veins, while fluffy blossoms sprouted from the head of a puffskein. Most remarkably, a pod of venomous tentacula had grown to several times its original size, becoming the tallest specimen in the classroom. Its bark-like exterior cracked, and now, sensing the vibrations in the air, it excitedly waved its thick, whip-like tendrils. This venomous tentacula exhibited numerous characteristics of other plants found in the greenhouse. To achieve such a specimen would require at least 5 years of cultivation, Professor Sprout asserted confidently. This implies that Hogwarts has remained in such an unvisited state for no less than 5 years. Teaching Harry with these would ensure his failure. Ilowen fervently attempted to dissuade Tabitha from the notion of bringing the pot of venomous tentacula back. Ahem. Tabitha stood closer, the mingling scent inside choking her to the point of tears. She narrowly avoided being struck by a poisonous tendril. After taking 2 steps back, she finally managed to catch her breath. "I was well aware that these were not the props I intended to use for Harry's lesson." Tabitha mischievously winked at Ilowen, indicating that we had an alternative method to recreate the past. Ilowen immediately grasped Tabitha's intention. She referred to the feature that allowed one to relive past events after unlocking the storyline. However, it merely served as a projection of the past, incapable of influencing reality. It was utterly impossible for Tabitha to retrieve any plants from there. It could recreate, but, "Please, Ilowen, this is the most convenient method. I cannot find another location where I can encounter these specific plants simultaneously." Reluctantly, Ilowen detached a lengthened golden chain from her right arm and looped it around Tabitha's outstretched hand. The environment around them underwent a dramatic transformation, the light flickering as if emanating from various directions. The space undulated like waves, reality dissolving as the uncontrolled greenery of the classroom gradually faded, revealing the gray of the brick walls. Shadows of indistinct figures gathered and dispersed, their voices muffled. In this unstable temporal realm, only the two connected by the golden chain remained distinctly visible. Hermione, Ron shook Hermione's arm. The scene felt too familiar, one he had experienced before. It was reminiscent of the time turner. Very similar, but I'm not certain. Hermione focused intently on the golden chain. The changes in this scene indeed resembled the effects produced by a time turner, yet utilizing it required a specific rotation to determine the return time. She noticed that Ilowen had performed no other hand movements aside from fastening the chain. Soon, the space surrounding them stabilized. Tabitha landed steadily on the ground, surveying her surroundings. Moonlight streamed softly through the clean, transparent glass, casting a vibrant green hue upon the herbology classroom. A neatly arranged row of plants in ceramic pots stood on the shelves, quietly enjoying the gentle caress of the dark night breeze. What time is it? Third year, the year of the Black Invasion. Be cautious if others see you. They may think you are an adult wizard sneaking into the castle, and the professors will not show you mercy. Third year. This is not a time turner. It cannot revert to such a distant past, Hermione asserted. The professors, more knowledgeable about the rules of time, were thrown into disarray. How dare they traverse such a vast expanse of time? Professor McGonagall expressed her concern, noting that many had been left stranded in the past, unable to return. It was far too perilous. No, Minerva. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. This is not a time turner, Tabitha stated. Recreate, she said. Perhaps it was the effect of another alchemical tool, or possibly a projection of the past. Although he acknowledged this, Dumbledore understood that they were far more likely traversing time to return to the past. In consideration of Minerva's well-being, he chose to weave a kind-hearted lie. Regardless of his concerns for Ilowen and the others, or his apprehensions regarding Harry, he fervently wished for their swift departure from a time that was not theirs. Just as Ilowen was offering her admonitions, Tabitha, with a sudden burst of flame, incinerated all the venomous tendrils. The fire illuminated the night, attracting a flurry of hurried footsteps. Ilowen cast a dark glare at Tabitha, frantically searching the room for a place to conceal her. This troublemaker had an uncanny ability to stir chaos at the slightest lapse of attention. Meanwhile, Tabitha, brimming with excitement, raised her wand toward the entrance, showing no inclination to retreat. Chapter 86, The Prospective Spouse. Malfoy, tense, pressed his lips into a straight line, as if such a gesture could mask his unease from those around him. Regardless of who entered, Malfoy felt a pang of sympathy for that unfortunate soul, who would have to contend with a veritable lunatic waiting just behind the door. The other students remained blissfully ignorant of the gravity of the situation within the shimmering barrier, and Malfoy's frustration grew as he observed their oblivious expressions. Surprisingly, the two students displaying the gravest concern were Granger and Weasley, a muggle-born and a fool, he mused. Malfoy silently derided their apparent ignorance of the unforgivable curse, likely gleaned from some professor's lecture. He pondered how to depict the impending scene in his letter home. A madman slaying a Hogwarts professor? Several Slytherin students already appeared eager to exit, showing no interest in witnessing a demonstration of the killing curse. Moonlight streamed through the high windows, casting shadows upon the walls. The corridors of Hogwarts were so silent at this late hour that one could hear the faint rustle of robes against the stone floor. Professor Sprout, initially conducting her rounds as per the night patrol schedule, was suddenly drawn to the flickering orange-red glow emanating from the herbology classroom. The light was not the cold gleam of a wand, but rather the dancing illumination produced by a roaring fire. Had one of her students, in a fit of hunger, attempted to roast herbs? How was it that no one informed them the kitchen was conveniently located adjacent to their common room? Professor Sprout hastened her steps. There were numerous perilous plants within that classroom. Outside the screen, Professor Sprout was subjected to the alternating gazes of her colleagues, her expression calm while her inner turmoil surged. She could only hope that Tabitha would not cast a spell to lull her into slumber. Upon pushing open the door, she found not one of her own students, but Ilowen Ellis from Slytherin. A flicker of surprise crossed Professor Sprout's eyes as she beheld Ilowen clutching a mandrake leaf. Her intentions ambiguous, whether to uproot it from its pot or to stuff it back in. Behind her, a row of plants blazed fiercely, and in Professor Sprout's recollection, those very spots had once housed the toxic tendrils. Hearing the door creak, Ilowen's previous actions froze, slowly raising her gaze to meet that of the entering professor. "Where's Tabitha?" Ron exclaimed, unable to contain his alarm. With Tabitha absent from view, he felt that Professor Sprout's situation had grown even more perilous. Surely she wasn't lurking nearby, poised to ambush the professor. Neville momentarily set down half of his heart, only to lift it again. Professor Sprout gently removed one of her earmuffs and leaned closer to Ilowen, her voice soft as she spoke. "Miss Ellis, that is a mature mandrake. Please do not uproot it, kindly set it down." "No, that is not a mandrake. It is a transformation of Tabitha," Ilowen replied, her head bowed in silence. She could still feel Tabitha protesting by shaking the leaves above her head, and with considerable effort, Ilowen managed to keep her confined within the pot. She dared not loosen her grip, for if she did, Tabitha would surely escape into the soil. Ilowen hesitated, retreating slightly as she expressed her reluctance through her actions. She needed to concoct a plausible reason swiftly. Professor Sprout moved lightly, as if fearing to startle Ilowen. Ilowen Ellis had always been the most dependable student in Slytherin, never once incurring deductions. She possessed a maturity that surpassed her peers, never resorting to petty tricks or deceit. Tasks assigned by professors were executed flawlessly under her care. However, one peculiarity remained. She consistently sought additional assignments from her instructors. This was the first time Sprout had encountered such a diligent young witch. Nevertheless, the professors held her in high regard, confident she would not engage in wanton destruction in the herbology classroom. Professor Sprout halted a short distance away from her. "Is it the pressure of your studies?" Sprout speculated. "I know Professor Snape has high expectations of you, yet your grades have consistently been the best in Slytherin. Whatever he may say, do not take it to heart." Sprout glanced once more at the burning venomous tentacula, her lips twitching slightly. "And may I inquire, did those tentacula provoke your ire?" Ilowen felt a pang of remorse for what was about to unfold. "No one can separate me from it," she declared resolutely, clutching the pot of mandrake. "I intend to marry it." Ilowen sensed the previously restless Tabitha suddenly submit like a docile kitten. She understood that only something extraordinarily explosive could pacify Tabitha. Lupin coughed violently, having choked on his own saliva, while Sirius chuckled at both him and Ilowen. "What a feeble excuse. Clearly, she is not accustomed to late-night escapades," Black remarked, pointing at Ilowen. "At least we need not worry about Tabitha clashing with Pomona any longer." Professor McGonagall relaxed, observing that Professor Sprout, overly concerned for Ilowen, overlooked the peculiar mandrake in her grasp. However, McGonagall and the others were intensely curious about Tabitha's whereabouts. And in the entire herbology classroom, that pot of mandrake appeared most suspicious, with Ilowen's trembling hand betraying her anxiety. Recalling Ilowen's previous adeptness at transforming bodies, it was evident that she had transformed Tabitha into a mandrake before opening the door. Snape mused that this transformed state suited Tabitha perfectly. Her behavior had always been akin to that of a walking mandrake, perpetually posing a lethal threat to others. Ilowen firmly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she had cast aside all superfluous emotions, leaving only a profound sense of conviction in her gaze. She cradled it, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. It was the most extraordinary of its kind, and I could sense it responding to me. Ilowen rested her chin on the grass blades, shifting her posture to protect it. Those venomous tendrils were the stumbling blocks on my path to love, and I must eradicate them. The mandrake trembled slightly. Fearing discovery, Ilowen immediately raised her voice. "Look, Professor, it is responding to me." She softly whispered to the pot of grass, "You promised to be my one and only, didn't you? I am truly delighted. Do not fear. There will be no more poisonous tendrils obstructing us. I will always be by your side, allowing you nowhere else to go. Do not think of escaping from me. Be obedient." Ilowen endeavored to transplant her morbid romantic phrases into this scene. She covered her eyes, apprehensive that her despair might spill forth from the confines of her mind. The next time she agreed to any request from Tabitha, she would be the little puppy. Chapter 87, Deduction of Points? "Is she all right?" Ron asked sympathetically. Could the use of a time-turner potentially diminish one's intelligence? Hermione rolled her eyes. It is evident she is merely providing cover for Tabitha. She was increasingly convinced that only Tabitha was the underclassman, while Ilowen belonged to the same year as Harry and the others. Professor Sprout was rendered speechless by Ilowen's fervor. As Ilowen spoke, her eyes brimmed with obsession and a tumultuous possessiveness. Had her object of affection not been a mandrake, Professor Sprout might have been concerned for the safety of that poor student. The scene before her appeared remarkably harmonious. Her student tenderly caressed the mandrake's leaves, a gentle smile gracing her face, her eyes slightly closed. Disregarding all other details, was this not the greatest love that Dumbledore often spoke of? It transcended even the barriers of species. For a brief moment, Professor Sprout's expression twisted, yet a flicker of solace remained in her heart. At least Ilowen had not subjected her to the declarations of love from her beloved. This dreadful night did not require the embellishment of a screaming mandrake. The priority now was to persuade Ilowen to relinquish this creature capable of sound-based murder, followed by locating the scoundrel who had administered the love potion to her classmate. "Ilowen." Professor Sprout's voice was exceedingly gentle. "Prior to your arrival here, did you encounter anyone?" Without hesitation, Ilowen provided a clear description: a head of red hair and a face full of freckles, two identical Gryffindors. It was the Weasley twins. Professor Sprout displayed a kind smile. Once she resolved Ilowen's situation, she would seek a word with Minerva. As she spoke, Professor Sprout moved closer to Ilowen. "Did you consume anything they offered you?" "One candy." Fred and George would not casually administer a love potion, Hermione stated, only to suddenly feel uncertain. "You wouldn't, would you?" Fred covered his mouth with one hand. His eyes filled with feigned sorrow, emitting a false sound of weeping from his throat. He struck George's back with great force, causing tears to spring forth from George's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he exclaimed in a tone of profound injustice. How could we ever engage in such behavior? Our pranks have always been straightforward. Indeed, indeed. A glint of mischief flickered in Fred's eyes. The two soon embraced in a mock display of weeping, resembling two golden retrievers wronged yet unable to defend themselves. The young wizard, who had experienced the myriad effects of Fred and George's wondrous candies, had much to say. Professor Sprout incessantly inquired about the details of Ilowen's meeting with them, while Ilowen focused solely on refining her own argumentation. Suddenly, she felt a lightness in her hand. The pot of mandrake had been stealthily exchanged for a fuzzy mandrake plush by Professor Sprout at some point unbeknownst to her. Furthermore, the earmuffs in Professor Sprout's possession had vanished. When had she employed transfiguration? How had the swap occurred? Ilowen was utterly perplexed. Professor Sprout maintained her unchanging gentle smile, drawing Ilowen closer and obscuring her view of the surroundings. There you go, your beloved is right in your hands, she coaxed patiently. Now we must find your head of house to administer some potion. It won't take long. Afterwards, you can spend as much time as you wish with your beloved without anyone interrupting you. With an undeniable force, she led Ilowen away. As Ilowen departed, she noticed the pot of mandrake withdrawing its roots from the soil. Upon catching Ilowen's gaze, the mandrake cheerfully waved its leaves in farewell. Ilowen felt a wave of resignation wash over her. This was disastrous. Am I seeing things? Ron rubbed his eyes, pointing at the creature that was emerging from its pot, having pulled itself from the earth. Shoo, quiet down, Ron. That's Tabitha. Ginny gestured for her brother to calm his astonishment. Ron scrutinized the faces of his companions. Had they all noticed? Ron, did you really think Ilowen was confessing her feelings to a pot of plants? Hermione looked at him incredulously. Well, of course not. Ron's face flushed crimson. Hermione refrained from exposing him, her mind racing with thoughts. Could a mandrake created by transfiguration possess the true, lethal scream of an authentic mandrake? If the timing were more opportune, she would have loved to inquire with Professor Sprout or Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall's previously relaxed demeanor tightened upon witnessing Tabitha's escape. A Tabitha free from Ilowen's supervision roaming the castle. Merlin, help us. Professor McGonagall felt a pressing need for Madame Pomfrey. Severus. Professor Sprout rapped on Professor Snape's door. Snape, clad in a nightshirt with a dark robe draped over it, appeared to have been roused from slumber, evident weariness etched onto his face. This experience of being disturbed at night was familiar to every head of house. It signified that a student from their house had been apprehended by the roaming professors for violating school regulations. With a stern expression, Snape braced himself to confront the dim-witted student who had not evaded the professor's vigilance and dared to roam at night. He intended to instill a lasting memory in them. Why is it Ilowen Ellis? After listening to Professor Sprout's account of the events, Professor Snape bid her farewell with a bemused smile. As she still had her night patrol duties to complete, the office door closed once more, enveloping the room in silence. In a fleeting moment, when Professor Sprout could no longer see her, Ilowen burrowed into the sofa, reluctant to emerge. Night patrol? Amortentia? Snape had not perceived any infatuation in her eyes. Could it be that Miss Ellis's most ingenious excuse was to confess her feelings to a potted plant? Which master had altered the Amortentia to instill a love for Flora? I shall take heed, Professor Snape. Next time, I shall profess my affection for that cat from Gryffindor. Calmly, Ilowen emerged from the sofa to face Snape's inquiry. Snape stumbled slightly in his approach, nearly tripping over his own feet. Do you recall that she is your transfiguration professor? Snape gazed at Ilowen with the same disdain one would reserve for a potion-s dregs. Ilowen's expression was one of utmost innocence. I was referring to Hermione's, the ginger-colored Crookshanks. She paused, casting a reproachful glance at Snape. How could the professor think I meant Professor McGonagall? Surely, Ilowen elongated her tone, in the professor's mind. Professor McGonagall has always been akin to a cat, and she is your transfiguration professor as well. One must respect their instructors. Snape's chest heaved with indignation at Ilowen's retort. Are you going to deduct points from me, Professor Snape? Ilowen appeared to await his response with eager anticipation. Chapter 88. Unable to be chosen. Neville. Do take a look at Professor Snape's expression, Ron chuckled, suppressing laughter. Why not observe for yourself? I'm terrified. Snape's countenance was as grim as the shadows cast by the screen, seemingly cloaked in frost. However, Professor McGonagall was in high spirits. It seems that being just a tad fair and deducting points from one's own house isn't such a bad thing after all. Is it, Severus? If you have time to chat, I would suggest you ponder what Tabitha might do. Her mischief may not be easily remedied by mere point deductions. With that, Professor McGonagall lost her smile. She and Snape exchanged a glance, mutually deciding to end the topic of their mutual jabs. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout were leisurely sipping tea. It was splendid that those two students hailed from outside their house. Otherwise, they would have been the source of amusement for their colleagues, much like Severus and Minerva. Are you going to deduct points from me, Professor Snape? Unlike the favorable impression other professors held of Ilowen, Snape had recognized from her first year that the Sorting Hat had made no mistake. She was a naturally born little viper. During her first week, when she was collectively ostracized by her peers due to her lineage, she adorned the Slytherin common room with an array of ice sculptures of various sizes and ages, created using the freezing charm. Ilowen truly took to heart the upperclassman's admonition that conflicts should be resolved within the house. Each time she learned a new spell, she would randomly select a few fortunate classmates to try it out in the common room. The upperclassman was utterly powerless to rein her in truth. She did not spare even the upperclassmen, levitating them to the ceiling as though they were balloons. This situation persisted for half a semester, after which even the upperclassmen dared not provoke her. Within Slytherin, blood discrimination still prevailed, yet Ilowen Ellis stood as the exception. She shattered the long-standing class distinctions within the house, which were based on pure-blood and half-blood lineage, through sheer strength. Once, a fool attempted to associate her surname with a pure-blood family far in Germany, only to find himself pursued and frozen intermittently for 3 days. When Madame Pomfrey took charge, she initially believed the student had been training with a Yeti to become a snowman. Many families recognized her value and subtly encouraged their children to befriend Ilowen. She remained indifferent to these indirect tests and veiled flattery, preferring to spend her time assisting Professor Sprout with pest control, aiding Hagrid with his dealings with goblins, or helping Professor Flitwick adorn the Great Hall. Whenever she desired, she could easily win the affection of anyone, including that dim-witted Potter. Dumbledore fretted over this for a time, while Snape saw clearly that Ilowen was merely intrigued by the incessant troubles surrounding Potter. Any other individual would have drawn her interest just the same. Nevertheless, Snape sought reasons to impose several detentions upon Ilowen. Unexpectedly, this ignited a new fascination within her. She began to intentionally provoke him, simply to earn more detentions. Even the most distasteful potion ingredients he prepared for her could not dissuade her. Assigning her to other professors for detention proved futile as well, for her usual voluntary tasks were equivalent to the typical detention duties of ordinary students. It was well known that Snape never deducted points from his own house, and the other punitive measure of detention was ineffective against Ilowen. She returned to the dungeons with the familiarity of home. This led to the current predicament, with Snape feeling utterly powerless against her. With a cold demeanor, Snape grasped Ilowen by the collar, intending to eject this nuisance from his dungeon. Ilowen complied with his force, eagerly hoping to be flung outside. Her provocation of Professor Snape was fueled by her genuine urgency. The small green dot representing Tabitha on the map was progressing upward towards the headmaster's office. She and Tabitha merely utilized a prop to return to a pivotal moment in the past, an act that would not affect the previously established narrative. The prop consumed magical energy, and once depleted, Ilowen would revert to the original storyline. Everything occurring here would leave no record, though any achievements unlocked would be preserved in the compendium. Thus, if Tabitha were to strike down Dumbledore at that moment, only one individual would suffer severe psychological distress, Ilowen herself. Furthermore, if, at the moment the prop's magical energy ran out, Tabitha was not with her, she would remain temporarily trapped at this narrative juncture, awaiting Ilowen's return to recharge and retrieve her. Leaving Tabitha alone at Hogwarts? That was akin to unleashing a millennia-old basilisk within Hogwarts, capable of petrifying anyone who met its gaze. Ilowen screamed internally, urging everyone to step aside, as she was on a mission to save the world. She had no desire to return after recharging only to find Hogwarts in ruins. Witnessing such a spectacle once was more than sufficient. You appear to be in quite a hurry? Snape discerned the urgency in Ilowen's demeanor. He turned sharply, leaving her by the table, his voice brimming with satisfaction. Detention. Miss Ellis. Now. Ilowen waved her wand. It is midnight, she exclaimed incredulously. You are aware that it is midnight. And given that Miss Ellis has appeared at the wrong place at the wrong time, as your headmaster, I must impart a small lesson. Snape leisurely retrieved a jar of frogs that needed to be skinned, placing it before Ilowen. Taking a deep breath, Ilowen confessed, Professor, I must be honest with you at this juncture. Snape raised an eyebrow, allowing her to continue without interruption. I am not alone in my nocturnal escapades. Ah yes, you have brought your beloved along. Snape scoffed. Can't you dispose of that foolish toy? Ilowen clutched the plush mandrake that Professor Sprout had given her, tightening her embrace as a hint of melancholy crept into her voice. This was given to me by Professor Sprout. Such childish comforts have never been employed on us. Honestly, Professor, have you heard that in Hufflepuff House, gentle headmasters tell stories to lull the first years to sleep when they struggle to adapt to their new surroundings? A profound silence enveloped the Slytherin table. Malfoy gaped, rendered speechless, his last similar expression arising when he recognized the unforgivable curse cast by Tabitha. Pansy Parkinson furrowed her brow. How audacious of her. The headmaster telling stories? Who would dare listen? A collective shiver ran through the surrounding crowd. While the headmaster might dare to narrate, they would not dare to listen. Just imagine the headmaster reciting fairy tales in that icy tone at their bedside. Merlin. They would be haunted by nightmares. Upon hearing Ilowen extol Professor Sprout, Tonks puffed out her chest with pride. Indeed, our headmaster is unparalleled, the finest of them all. She excels at comforting children. Chapter 89, Reckless Arrogance. Snape chuckled in disbelief. I could easily send you packing to Professor Sprout, and then let her deduct all Hufflepuff points? No need for that, Professor. Ilowen gracefully declined Snape's offer. Becoming a Slytherin was the wisest decision I have ever made. Snape was momentarily appeased by her words, the corners of his mouth curling slightly before he suppressed it. Ilowen returned to her previous topic. I am not alone in my nocturnal escapades, Professor. I am with a Gryffindor. Snape's expression turned grave. A Gryffindor? Potter? Weasley? Or Granger? That Gryffindor is reckless, arrogant, and as stubborn as a mule. I couldn't dissuade him. I have some concerns, Ilowen spoke vaguely. It is unwise to lie to a wizard skilled in legilimency. Thus she spoke only the truth. The Gryffindor who could be so described could only be Potter. Snape was certain of it. His brow twitched as he contemplated the reckless audacity of Potter, who, fully aware that Black might invade the castle at any moment, dared to roam the night. Silently, he cursed Potter 100 times in his mind. The wretched boy, intoxicated by fame and oblivious to the vastness of the world, truly believes that his audacity alone can capture Black. The sense of ease enveloping him swiftly transformed into a taut intensity. He donned his robes, preparing to venture into the castle in search of Potter. Professor, Ilowen, followed closely in Snape's footsteps, eager to exit the cellar. The door sealed tightly the moment Snape departed. His voice echoed clearly from the other side. You are confined. You are not permitted to go anywhere. With the authority of the headmaster, he locked the door, making it impassable without a passphrase. However, Ilowen was undeterred. As the sound of footsteps faded, she easily pushed the door open. Hogwarts would not hinder its headmaster. A clever ruse. As long as Professor Snape believed Potter was in peril, would suffice to divert him. Ilowen raced towards Tabitha's location. Did he still consider Harry a reckless and arrogant child? Professor Dumbledore inquired with a smile directed at Snape. Snape emitted a sound from his throat, responding neither lightly nor heavily. After witnessing so many events regarding young Potter, how could Snape fail to recognize that he and his father were indeed two entirely distinct individuals? Yet, this matter was likely one he would never voice aloud. He would prefer to harbor the resentment visible in his eyes. The headmaster's office lay in disarray. A gaping hole in the window allowed cold wind to sweep inside. Exquisite silverware lay shattered across the floor, and the headmaster's armchair was toppled to the side. Fawkes the Phoenix found himself without a perch, now reduced to awkwardly standing atop the table. All portraits of former headmasters within their frames quietly observed the duel unfolding before them. Moments ago, an adult clad in Gryffindor robes had burst through the window, offering no answers to Dumbledore's inquiries and immediately casting the killing curse. The battle had wreaked havoc upon most of the room's furnishings, with only the headmaster's desk, fortified by numerous protective charms, narrowly escaping devastation. Dumbledore's anxiety grew with each exchange. It was as if she could see through his very thoughts, effortlessly countering his every spell. Yet, he could discern no logic in the young witch's actions, one moment casting spells, the next consuming a skewer of roasted meat. The only certainty he held was that she was not one of the familiar faces among his old friends. Their duel reached a brief respite as the door to the headmaster's office swung open. Moody's face reflected skepticism. Albus, do you truly believe you were fighting earnestly? Of course. The environment spoke volumes, did it not? Dumbledore understood why Moody harbored such doubts. He was acknowledged as the most formidable wizard in the magical realm, and others had long since become accustomed to looking up to him, even his friends. Over time, they would forget that he was merely a slightly more powerful wizard. He was not infallible, not invincible. He was but an ordinary man. Upon entering, Ilowen beheld the chaotic scene. Dumbledore, his beard singed, faced Tabitha, who stood with one pant leg missing. The air was thick with a scent reminiscent of charred wood mingled with ash. Only a few candles flickered to sustain the dim light within the room, while the walls bore the marks of a spell gone awry, with chilling traces of dark magic lingering in the chipped stones. Am I arriving at an inopportune moment? Ilowen gasped, having rushed in just in time. We must leave this place, Dumbledore urged, an unusual urgency in his tone. He had expected it to be the professor of Night Watch who came to investigate, but instead, it was a student. How had Ilowen managed to enter, given the password at the door? Suddenly, Tabitha, who had been silently poised to attack since entering the headmaster's office, erupted into a malicious laugh. Ha ha ha, no one is leaving here today, she proclaimed, reciting an enigmatic incantation. O Hogwarts, cloaked in dark powers, reveal your true strength before me. By the command of the one who forged a pact with you, seal the headmaster's office. Ilowen remarked, a magical girl? How intriguing. She did not engage with Tabitha's theatrics, and the headmaster's office fell into a profound silence, with the portraits on the walls casting bewildered glances at the suddenly deranged witch. Only Dumbledore continued to scrutinize her. Tabitha smoothly altered her approach. Speak to me. The greatest among the 4 founders of Slytherin. Yet, the badge upon her chest bore the colors of Gryffindor. A Gryffindor student flattering Salazar Slytherin? The Gryffindor headmasters hanging on the wall would surely be infuriated to the point of a second demise. This time, the door to the headmaster's office closed tightly with her words. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. Could she truly command Hogwarts? Who was she exactly? Ilowen. The puppet master behind the scenes discreetly withdrew her hand from the wall. The smirk on Tabitha's lips had not faltered since Ilowen's entrance. As she noticed the mandrake in Ilowen's grasp, reflecting on the earlier moment, Tabitha gleefully cast several more killing curses, half aimed at Dumbledore, the other half at Ilowen. Ilowen disregarded the imminent curses. She was not destined to perish, and Dumbledore would not allow his student to fall to an invader's hand. Indeed, just before the spells reached Ilowen, a seemingly conjured wooden barrier arose, shattering under the impact of the killing curse, splinters flying in all directions. To avoid disturbing Dumbledore's performance, Ilowen proactively sought refuge behind the office desk, nestled beside the Phoenix, Fawkes. Chapter 90. Speak to me. Ever since witnessing Tabitha command the castle with just a few words, the young witches and wizards below stirred restlessly. Did that incantation truly hold power? It seemed reasonable that Hogwarts, originally belonging to Slytherin, could be influenced by his name. Clearing her throat, Ilowen decided to test this notion. O greatest among the founders of Hogwarts, Slytherin, speak to me. I would like another glass of milk. Instantly, a glass of milk materialized upon the Hufflepuff table. The surrounding crowd erupted in excitement over this unexpected change, their attention diverted from the duel displayed upon the light screen. The great hall buzzed with the voices of young witches and wizards attempting to converse with Slytherin. I want 5 million galleons. I want a new wand. I desire a plate of honey bread. I wish that Slytherin could grant my vanishing spell a singular success. As time progressed, the request for items transformed into a fervent wish directed towards Slytherin himself. Ron, also stirred with anticipation, was silenced by Hermione as hand over his mouth. Look closely. Only food can achieve success. Ron, are you prepared to extol Slytherin for a platter of roast meat? Yet, I longed for a slice of syrup-laden fruit pie. The heads of the 3 houses at the professor's table wore expressions of gloom, while only the Slytherin head gleamed with satisfaction. Anyone who overheard the praises sung by the young wizards of other houses towards their founder could not help but feel a surge of pleasure. Although Snape still deemed the statement somewhat foolish. The practical spirit of Gryffindor was indeed commendable. Had the scorekeeper not malfunctioned, I would have awarded Gryffindor 5 points. A hidden delight was evident on Snape's face. Professor McGonagall clasped her hands tightly, seemingly oblivious to the proceedings. In consideration of Snape's safety, Dumbledore prepared to shift the conversation. As many from Gryffindor were glaring at Snape, including Lupin and Black. Was no one concerned about the outcome of that duel? Dumbledore feigned sorrow. Moody jested. There's no need for concern. The young dark wizard lacks the wisdom to conserve his energy, relying instead on high-consumption spells. The victor will undoubtedly be you. Evidently, others shared this sentiment. Ilowen arrived just in time. The battle had only just commenced, and both sides were in robust health. Dumbledore, 902, 489. Tabitha, 9000. Ilowen watched with ease. Dumbledore was at the peak of his powers, posing a formidable challenge. By 6th year, after being cursed, Dumbledore's health would be halved. And during the encounter atop the astronomy tower, he would be both cursed and fortified with potions, rendering him vulnerable. One spell would suffice to defeat him. Tabitha, challenging Dumbledore at his zenith, faced the choice of either gradually depleting his health or striking him down instantly with the killing curse. Players held a distinct advantage in battle. The curse had no stacking limits, and health could be replenished through sustenance or healing potions, while magical energy could be restored with mana supplements, essentially akin to a perpetual motion machine. Dumbledore, however, enjoyed the advantage of terrain. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he could disapparate within the school grounds. Hitting him with the killing curse was virtually impossible. His Elder Wand wielded a suppressive influence over all other wands in the game's context. His Phoenix was also present, ever ready to deflect unavoidable spells. Tabitha would find it challenging to vanquish him swiftly, just as Dumbledore would struggle to easily subdue Tabitha. After all, this was not Tabitha's first encounter with Dumbledore. She possessed considerable experience regarding the spells he might employ. These experiences transpired unbeknownst to Ilowen. At that time, Tabitha lamented, expressing that while Ilowen pursued achievements by retracing the storyline, she was left alone in the vast world, verging on madness from sheer boredom. Ilowen believed these tales, and she frequently included Tabitha in her endeavors. On the day when Ilowen completed her remarkable achievement and prepared to return with Tabitha, she followed the map to the principal's office. Upon pushing open the door, she was met with the sight of a fallen Dumbledore and a Tabitha, who, though one-eyed and limping, was laughing uproariously despite her grievous condition. It is difficult to articulate the tumult of emotions that surged within Ilowen at that moment. Without hesitation, she cast a spell to resurrect Tabitha back to her own world, subsequently rejecting her connection requests for 3 consecutive days. From that point onward, Tabitha ceased her pretense. Whenever Ilowen embarked on an achievement quest, it became a race against time with Tabitha. Tabitha relished in recreating the scenarios, while Ilowen focused on her tasks, with Tabitha joyfully wreaking havoc. On one occasion, she exploded the Black Lake, flooding the Slytherin common room, where Ilowen found the giant squid leisurely swimming indoors. Compared to their previous encounters, the current duel seemed trivial. Ilowen calmly observed as Tabitha, in a moment of carelessness, stumbled into the water prison for a bath, while Dumbledore was felled by a well-aimed hurricane spell. Amidst her attacks on Dumbledore, Tabitha continued to hurl spells in Ilowen's direction, and Dumbledore spared no effort in defense. Ilowen adjusted her chair and settled into a comfortable position, almost wishing to brew a pot of tea to pass the time, as though she were lounging in her garden under the sun with birds chirping, rather than in a chaotic battlefield filled with spells. She even took a moment to reflect, understanding Tabitha's need to seek thrills. When they had not encountered Harry Potter, Tabitha's life had been richly filled with activities, much of her time devoted to devising new methods of demise for Death Eaters. Had Harry arrived a few days earlier, he might have witnessed her feeding poison to a Death Eater. Ilowen's compassion was reserved for those named and known within the narrative. The nameless enemy mobs never made it onto her list of forbidden targets. However, once Harry appeared, Tabitha found herself with fewer opportunities for open combat. Even black magic was rarely an option. The skirmishes with Ilowen were mere frolics. Tabitha had never truly engaged seriously. Ilowen was no match for a focused Tabitha. Tabitha excelled in combat, adept at swiftly discerning the intentions of her opponents, whether human or otherwise. She could predict whether the next spell would be defensive or offensive, and which direction to evade. The slightest curling of fingers or the angle of a wand could reveal vulnerabilities that she would readily exploit. Her instincts, unclouded by hesitation or doubt, guided her to make appropriate decisions with almost instinctual ease. She was not only skilled but also passionate about fighting, possessing an innate restlessness. Forcing Tabitha to learn how to care for children was akin to compelling a wild beast to graze. Initially, it was a novelty, but as time passed, the discomfort of daily life magnified. Tabitha's waning patience was evident. Her use of dark magic in Harry's presence likely stemmed from a mindset ready to confront the truth. Ilowen bore no judgment against Tabitha. She had endured for far too long. Once, she adhered to the narrative out of consideration for Ilowen's feelings, refraining from altering the plot. Now, it is Ilowen's decision that leads them to jointly serve as professors for Harry. They merely vent their energies within a resettable replica, exhibiting remarkable restraint. However, Ilowen would never extol Tabitha, as that would only encourage her to make increasingly outrageous demands. Chapter 91. Do not lose your way. Ron and his friends indulged in the syrupy fruit pie obtained through the incantation of a marvelous charm. Only Hermione refrained from touching her slice, still somewhat miffed at Ron. Don't be like that, Hermione. This is a delectable dessert, Ron attempted to persuade her. It's no different than your willingness to do anything to enhance your grades. I would never fabricate nonsense for grades. Hermione's irritation escalated. Imagine if you merely praised Professor Snape. He would impart to you a potion recipe not found in any book. Would you do it? Luna asked with a light chuckle. Hermione's anger dissipated in an instant. Of course I would praise him. I could do so every day. She then picked up the slice of syrupy fruit pie, and indeed, it was quite delightful. Tabitha's wand began to splinter in the clash with the Elder Wand. This was a game mechanic of the Elder Wand that suppressed other wands. A few more forced uses would render it destroyed. Dumbledore, a seasoned duelist, was not in a hurry for a swift victory. In the face of Tabitha's overwhelming assault, he employed minimal effort to neutralize her attacks. Upon noticing the changes in Tabitha's wand, he awaited the opportune moment. Whether she needed to switch wands or resort to wandless magic, there would always be a fleeting pause in her spellcasting. His task was to deliver a spell at that precise moment, rendering her incapable of counterattack. Duels among wizards are not merely clashes of power. A sufficient reservoir of spells is fundamental, and the ability to adapt on the fly often alters the course of battle. Tabitha was well aware of Dumbledore's strategy. She conjured a mist to obscure visibility. Dumbledore countered with a large-scale water prison, waves surging toward the mist. His wand tip was already poised for the second spell. A chill emanating subtly. This time, he would not hold back. Once the water prison made contact with the intruder, the subsequent freezing charm would incapacitate her. She might even lose part of her corporeal form, but that was inconsequential. Madame Pomfrey's healing skills were exceptional. At that moment, a voice from a nearby desk exclaimed, "Professor Dumbledore, I'm here to assist you." Before Dumbledore could intervene, a stunning spell flashed red through the mist, shattering the still-forming circular prison. Tabitha emerged through the path created by the disarming spell. Her wand vanished, replaced by a tattered hat. Dumbledore. Moody burst into laughter. Albus. It seems you have yet to realize your opponent is twofold. Dumbledore chuckled ruefully. It is indeed difficult to conceive that a student would attack the headmaster, is it not? I trust he believes Ilowen did not act with intent. Although Dumbledore felt a sense of helplessness regarding Ilowen's well-intentioned blunders, he had not connected the two individuals as allies. He raised his wand to continue confronting Tabitha, who had drawn the Gryffindor sword, adorned with a ruby on its hilt, from the Sorting Hat. This sword, forged by goblins, had absorbed the venom of the basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets, and any wound inflicted by its blade would result in poisoning. Its material also offered resistance against most spells. Dumbledore was taken aback as he observed her wielding the sword, an act only a true Gryffindor could accomplish. The potency of his spells diminished significantly. Tabitha used the sword to deflect all spells towards Ilowen, with Dumbledore managing to intercept only the lethal portion. He believed that transforming Ilowen into a non-spellcasting rabbit would positively conclude the confrontation. Ilowen maneuvered Fawkes to assist in blocking the spells, and Fawkes devoured the Transfiguration curse as if it were a mere snack. Dumbledore mused over Fawkes's unusual compliance, considering the usual indifference shown to students. Since the arrival of these two in his office, his internal size had multiplied. As he reflected, he deftly evaded a blade aimed at him. Today's youth exhibit no respect for their elders. Once again, he narrowly avoided a stray spell that struck the portrait frame, prompting the headmaster within to exclaim, "Be careful." Ilowen glanced up to see a familiar face, one that had just confronted her in the hall. "Yes, be careful," she echoed, recognizing the former headmaster of Gryffindor. In the next moment, a deflected spell struck the frame, causing the portrait to scatter in flight. "Oh no, you despicable creature, do you not spare even your own headmaster?" Fortunately, the headmaster managed to escape to an adjacent frame 2 meters above. House. I have long forgotten any association with a house. Another spell accurately struck the spot Ilowen had mentioned, transforming the frame into a dagger. The headmaster narrowly evaded again, displaying remarkable agility. This time, seeking refuge in the lower left frame, he seemed safe. Yet, another spell turned both him and the portrait into a helmet. Poor headmaster. The other Gryffindor heads may rest assured, I shall safeguard you. The third head from the third row was evidently another Gryffindor headmaster. A flower pot was struck, followed by an umbrella, and then a butterfly. Even the dimmest of minds could discern something amiss, especially given that Dumbledore was far from dull-witted. "Miss Ellis. Who exactly is she? Call me the delicious crab cake." Tabitha interjected before Ilowen could respond. "Very well, Miss Delicious Crab Cake. What is your purpose for coming to Hogwarts? Has he succumbed to senility?" Hermione remarked, delivering a sharp jab to Ron's back, though she too acknowledged that this peculiar version of Professor Dumbledore was strange. At such a moment, Professor McGonagall rubbed her temples, finding the antics of the younger Gryffindors troubling, while the older ones were even more concerning. "Must you maintain your sense of humor at a time like this, Albus?" Many believe that it was Tabitha's reluctance to reveal her true identity, as well as Professor Dumbledore's unwillingness to inquire further, that led to the acceptance of this pseudonym. What is her purpose? It seems Tabitha has suddenly lost her fighting spirit. She cast aside Dumbledore and made her way to Ilowen, turning her back on him as if unconcerned about a potential ambush. Dumbledore paused, following her movements. Ilowen utilized a charm to restore most of the damages within the headmaster's office. Yet she left untouched the remnants of dark magic, the crumbling brick walls, and the distorted portraits hanging there. Finally recalling an important task left undone, Ilowen inquired softly, "Have you forgotten something?" Clearing his throat, he replied, "I am preparing for the charm class." Such an intense level of training in charms could be deadly for Harry. Ilowen observed her defiance with amusement. The two Dumbledores felt compelled to interject. "You are still here? And why wouldn't I be? This is his office." Tabitha, brandishing her sword, poked at a foolish bird perched on the desk before taking a seat. "What is her aim? To put it simply, she seeks to defeat you. More intricately, she believes this world is a mere fade, and we are merely players in a game." Perhaps because she seldom relished such a straightforward confrontation, Tabitha unusually elucidated her motives. Such vague reasoning was challenging for Dumbledore to grasp. Everything here is an effect produced by an alchemical artifact. Professor Dumbledore, should you attempt to leave, you will find yourself unable to exit Hogwarts. Ilowen recast her explanation in terms Dumbledore could comprehend. She granted him a moment, and the shift in his expression indicated to her that he had encountered failure. This place is but a vignette of the real world, a fragment of time captured. A breathing memory, yet it is not authentic. The story in reality has reached its conclusion. Any alteration we make here is akin to tossing a small stone into a still pond, creating momentary ripples that will ultimately fade into tranquility. Now, the time has come for us to depart from this non-existent history. Ilowen unwound the golden chain coiled around her right arm, ensnaring Tabitha. "To you, this world may appear riddled with flaws, yet to me, it remains a tangible reality within my grasp. You deem it false merely because you stand on the opposite side, while I am firmly rooted here. The essence of the world may not be so easily encapsulated. Just an old man's kind reminder. Do not lose your way on this journey, Ilowen Ellis. The artifact has been activated, and amidst the chaotic scene, Dumbledore's voice began to take on an ethereal quality. Chapter 92, The Alchemical Artifact. Ilowen's words not only clarified for the Dumbledore within the screen how they embarked on this journey, but also elucidated the situation for those beyond the screen. So that is not a time-turner, Lupin murmured, to capture a moment in time. Such an effect is truly unprecedented. And this screen is equally unprecedented. The magical realm is replete with wondrous artifacts unknown to many, Black remarked dismissively. If only we could ascertain where they acquired this alchemical artifact. Tanks gazed enviously, having never even utilized a time-turner herself, often feeling as if time was perpetually in short supply. They had possessed this remarkable artifact for quite some time. Moody gradually spoke up, asserting that Tabitha was certainly not a novice when it came to battling Albus. Upon hearing this, the discussions among the professors at the table abruptly ceased, with Black letting out a derisive snort. Professor McGonagall painfully pressed her palm against her forehead, wishing to forget how her own students had elbowed their own headmaster, not to mention the portrait of the headmaster. Severus, does your house still require students? For the first time, McGonagall contemplated initiating a transfer process within Hogwarts. How unfortunate, for I also have a student in need of a house change. The two heads of houses exchanged knowing glances with the head of Ravenclaw and the head of Hufflepuff. Flitwick and Sprout feigned ignorance, one gazing at the sky and the other at the ground, intentionally avoiding the professor's remarks. McGonagall noticed that Dumbledore had remained silent for quite a while. Typically, in such situations, he would lighten the mood with a jest. What is the matter, Albus? McGonagall inquired with concern in her eyes. Moody remained still, his eyes swiveling a full 90 degrees. Surely you are not troubled by what transpires within the projection, old friend. Take it easy. Your eyes are not cradled in anyone's palms. Countless pairs of eyes regarded Dumbledore with concern. I am fine. I am merely worried about Ilowen. Dumbledore's voice was lower than usual. Ilowen. The professors redirected their attention towards Tabitha, for aside from her peculiar behavior towards the Gryffindor head, Ilowen had committed no wrongdoing. Let us not forget, in that world, we have likely ceased to exist. Dumbledore reminded them. Professor Sprout appeared inspired, her expression slightly dazed, yet Ilowen seems to have a good rapport with the professors. That alchemical artifact vividly brings the past to life once more, regardless of its principles. It defies the laws of nature. Time is a captivating entity. No one can truly navigate upstream against its current. The irretrievable past impels us to cherish the present. Yet Ilowen remains ensnared by the past, fully aware that it is but an illusion, unable to divert her gaze from it. She is not as lucid as Tabitha. Are you suggesting that you wish for Ilowen and Tabitha to jointly assail you? Moody regarded him with a look of pity, fearing that you might become the first wizard fortunate enough to witness your own funeral. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, blinking his blue eyes. Professor Flitwick continued Dumbledore's thought. Indeed, I believe another Albus has realized this, hence the reminder. The healing of pain requires time. The passage of time and the blurring of memories can allow one to reconcile with a sharp past. Professor Sprout concurred with Dumbledore's assertion. Yet possessing that artifact equates to an inability to forget. The past's reoccurrence does not bring solace. Rather, it obstructs the healing process. Dumbledore sighed. Thus, allowing the past to settle is essential, which is why I worry for her. The scene surrounding Ilowen and Tabitha ultimately crystallized within the principal's office. As they returned to their original narrative thread, the Gryffindor sword in Tabitha's grasp and the mandrake plush in Ilowen's hand dissipated like phantoms upon their descent. The elderly man with silver hair and beard in the office vanished, along with the fiery phoenix. The furnishings within the chamber generally retained their previous arrangement, though the objects had been replaced with a new set. Two additional portraits adorned the walls. One depicted Dumbledore, who appeared to be dozing in his chair, though the canvas exhibited a slight undulation, suggesting it had been torn and hastily mended. The other frame and canvas were charred black, faintly revealing the image of Professor Snape, clad in dark robes with raven hair. Numerous former headmasters on the walls were still incensed over the points Ilowen had deducted, casting a heavy silence across the room. Ilowen seemed to still hear Dumbledore's words echoing in her ears. Do not lose your way. Alas, it was too late for her to turn back. Very well. Retrieve the pensieve. We shall return now, Tabitha volunteered, approaching a nearby shelf. Ilowen grasped her arm. Tabitha turned back in confusion. What is it? Something is amiss, she replied, her system panel displaying a red dot. They were both present, who had initiated the task. Suddenly, the house elf Quibi appeared, arriving just in time to witness Ilowen and Tabitha vanish before him. He had no choice but to follow suit. The screen faded to black. It was no longer lunchtime, but rather the approach of class time. Many young wizards had already departed the hall to prepare for their lessons. Why has it stopped here? Ron lamented, pounding the table. Someone tell us if Harry is all right. His voice resonated through the hall, distinctly prominent. The edges of the screen flickered twice. Hermione and Ron noticed this alteration. Ron's overheated mind gradually cooled. Go on, Ron, you ought to attend class. Ron and Neville rose, yet Hermione remained rooted in place. Though all of them had lessons to attend. Aren't you coming? Unlike you, I have ample time, she replied. You were quite transparent with us. After their first lesson, Ron and Neville flanked Hermione, their gazes fixed intently on her as she gathered her belongings. Ron's expression was resolute, unwilling to relent without an answer, while Neville's ears flushed crimson, as if Hermione's raised voice could shatter his resolve. Before they could speak, Hermione cleared her throat, her gaze averted from them. Only then did Ron and Neville notice Seamus and Dean nearby. Seamus hesitated, but it was Dean who nudged him forward to speak. I shouldn't have doubted you, he murmured. His voice barely audible, his cheeks tinged with an awkward blush. The mysterious one will indeed return. I believe it now. Ron's lips curled into a triumphant smile, though his eyes regarded Seamus with a sidelong glance. Only believing in what you can see, right? Hermione gently prodded him from behind. What I mean is, I forgive you. Seamus then turned his gaze toward Neville. Neville shook his head with a smile, having never truly cared. Dean wore a relaxed expression, exclaiming, That's wonderful. I thought our dormitory would remain divided forever. Chapter 93, Nightfall. At last bidding farewell to Dean and Seamus, Hermione waited until they were alone before recounting the events that transpired in the Great Hall after their departure. The professors had also witnessed the flickering of the barrier, and they had approached in turn to investigate when the little wizards had mostly vacated. I managed to snatch the last dessert from the table before it vanished, ensuring I stayed in the hall, Hermione remarked, pressing her hand against her stomach, feeling a slight discomfort from fullness. The professors seemed to have found nothing of consequence. Hermione lamented. Yet, we did not misinterpret. The barrier indeed flickered. Perhaps it was merely a result of magic depletion? Previously, when the magic waned, it transformed into a metallic sphere, yet now it remains suspended. After I uttered that, Ron still found it perplexing. It was simply too coincidental. There was little we could do, lacking professional alchemical knowledge. Neville was not optimistic about further investigating the barrier, deeming it beyond their comprehension. We shall return tonight, Ron asserted, gazing intently at Hermione and Neville. Hermione appeared somewhat hesitant, yet she ultimately joined Neville and Ron beneath the invisibility cloak that very night. I can scarcely believe I am about to act foolishly alongside you. Shoo, Hermione, you'll attract the professors, Ron cautioned. Hermione let out a soft sound of annoyance as Neville, listening to their banter, discreetly wore an invisible smile. The trio cautiously approached the Great Hall. Ron and Neville assumed their expedition would consist solely of the three of them, only to discover Luna sitting openly at a table upon entering. She exhibited no surprise upon seeing the trio emerge from their cloak. Hello. Hi, Ron exclaimed, his eyes widening. Luna, how are you here? Our plan was so clandestine. I invited her, Hermione stated matter-of-factly. We are friends. Naturally, we should act together. Ron considered Luna a friend as well, yet the decision had been made hastily, and communication with Ravenclaw across the houses was challenging. He had intended to inform Luna of everything after the matter concluded. Hermione interjected, pulling Ron from his reverie. All right, Ron, it's time to discuss your intentions. Do you remember the summoning charm we attempted to use for food? Oh, that charm to converse with Slytherin. Hermione turned on her heel and walked away. In the corner, two heads promptly shrank back, those of Lupin and Black, who had heard from Professor Flitwick that the little wizards were planning a nocturnal exploration of the barrier. Flitwick had remarkably keen hearing, and it would have been difficult for him not to overhear their conversation while present in the classroom. This news swiftly circulated among the professors, none of whom wished to deter them, as curiosity regarding the sudden change in the barrier piqued their interest. However, using that charm to provoke the barrier seemed rather absurd. Black felt inclined to depart, preferring slumber over listening to praises sung of Slytherin. Ron grasped Hermione's arm, urging her not to leave. He effortlessly pulled her back, suggesting they explore various methods, believing that one would surely evoke a change in the screen. Unbeknownst to them, two professors observed from outside. Black whispered to Lupin, I think it's best we refrain from watching their attempts. I doubt it will yield any results. As he turned, he found himself confronted by three pairs of eyes behind him. Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout were all present. His gasp was stifled by Lupin, leaving only shock evident in his wide eyes as he gazed at the three professors. McGonagall, caught off guard by the attention of a former student, appeared slightly flustered. Is Professor Dumbledore not here? Black's first utterance upon being released was unexpected. He surely knew of the matter at hand, yet was uncertain if Dumbledore intended to arrive. Flitwick explained, we encountered them on our way here. The patrolling Flitwick had come across Sprout escorting McGonagall through the corridor. They had promptly decided to join forces and head to the hall together. As they spoke, a subtle scent of potion wafted into the hall. Upon detecting the sudden aroma, Flitwick lightly tapped his head and cast a disillusionment charm on all the professors. In fact, Dumbledore had already been awaiting them in the center of the hall. The last anomaly of the screen had occurred when the children were engaged in capturing Peter. At that time, the commotion had diverted their attention from the screen's display. It had ceased playing automatically, resuming from the last interrupted point upon the next exhibition. What surprises might unfold this time? Hermione, though not entirely supportive of Ron's actions, observed his attempts from a distance. Ahem, Hogwarts. The screen, impatient and eager, activated before Ron could continue. Hermione startled at the volume, exclaiming, "Such a loud noise will surely attract the patrolling professors." Flitwick replied, "Actually, I am right beside you." Hermione employed her newly learned silencing charm, creating a small area to contain the sound of the screen. All the professors had to navigate in silence, relying on the disillusionment charm to find one another, settling around the perimeter of Hermione's silencing spell. When Black's hand brushed against another, he was poked sharply with a wand. Oddly, Lupin was nearby, and the hand he touched was undoubtedly male. Who could it be? Soon, Black's musings were eclipsed by the content displayed on the screen. As the screen illuminated, figures gradually came into focus, the overall hue tinged with gray. A nearly adult Harry appeared. Harry sat despondently in a chair, flanked by Ron, Hermione, and Ilowen. They found themselves in an abode that unmistakably belonged to Slytherin, adorned with serpentine decor, furniture draped in silver and green, and the heads of house elves mounted on the walls. On the table before them lay a single locket box. Ilowen was the first to act, reaching for the locket box and retrieving a folded parchment from within. "To the Dark Lord, before you read this, I have already perished. I have stolen the true Horcrux and intend to destroy it as swiftly as possible. I am willing to risk my life, hoping that you may be vanquished when faced with an adversary." Thus, one might conclude that Dumbledore's consumption of those dreadful potions was in vain. Harry, silent until now, felt a surge of emotions. Of course, one can think that way in hindsight. Without Dumbledore, we would remain oblivious to the very existence and location of the Horcruxes. It was my error in judgment. Ilowen swiftly acknowledged her misstep. Hermione and Ron joined in to smooth over the situation. Ilowen only learned these truths today. Her eagerness led her to pose such a question. Indeed, let us entertain positive thoughts. Since he mentioned he would promptly destroy the genuine Horcrux, we are relieved of one item we need to seek. Nevertheless, we must strive to ascertain the whereabouts of the true locket, Hermione remarked, in case it remains undestroyed. So, upon discovering the Horcrux, how shall we obliterate it? Regarding this matter, I have made some preparations. A hint of anxiety flickered across Hermione's face.